Villager. 3 years, then 3 more years, 10 years. A full decade. I could have given birth to 3 Neza by now. System. Ding. The host has accumulated 3,666 days of check-ins. The bloodline system is activated. 2,000 years after the revival of spiritual energy, the villager traverses through time. And after 10 years of forbearance, he finally activates his Saiyan bloodline from the Dragon Balls. Thus begins his journey of transforming from a punching bag to a formidable warrior. I won't be beaten. Come at me. Bring it on. Chapter 1. A decade of check-ins. System activation. Jiangdong Province, Jiangcheng. In the depths of the night. Within the slums of Jiangcheng, nestled in a pitch-black alley. Trash. With the bloodline awakened by the young lady, she is destined to soar like a phoenix in the 9 heavens. And you are merely a member of the slums, devoid of bloodline and strength. The document bag on the ground is your charity. After the martial arts examination, get the hell out of Jiangcheng. If I see you again, I'll break your leg. Bah! The scarred man spat thick phlegm and turned to leave the alley. Through his departing figure, one could faintly see a young man curled up in the dark alley. Once the scarred man had left, the young man slowly raised his head, revealing a face of considerable handsomeness. Yet at this moment, his handsome visage was marred by dirt and bloodstains. His eyes brimmed with fury and resentment. Jiangcheng's Yin family. But half an hour later, the young man, dragging his battered body, returned to his home, which was less than 20 square meters. A bed, a stool, a refrigerator, and a full-length mirror. This constituted the entirety of the room. Squalid and dilapidated. Such was the state of the room. The young man, familiar with the routine, retrieved the ointment for his bruises, stripped off his clothes, and began to apply it before the mirror. His body was a patchwork of bruises, swollen beyond recognition. These injuries were not all recent. Many were remnants of past encounters. Such was the consequence of his role as a sparring partner. He began to apply the ointment to each injury. Gradually, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, not from pain, but rather from the hatred and helplessness regarding his current plight. With a sudden motion, he hurled the ointment against the mirror. The only mirror in his home shattered, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged into the sea of knowledge, arriving in a hazy world. In the empty gray space, he bellowed. 3 years is 3 years. 3 years is 3 more years. 10 years. A damn full decade. I could have given birth to 3 Neza. You worthless system. Check in, check in. All you care about is making me check in. How long must this go on? I'll be damned. The young man roared into the void of the system space. Since his arrival in this world a decade ago, he discovered it to be one of immense martial prowess. In this realm, bloodline reigns supreme. Everyone aspires to awaken their bloodline. Only by awakening their bloodline can one become a warrior. Thus, one can ascend to the pinnacle of life. Upon entering this world, the young man believed that with the aid of the system, he would reach the heights of success. Yet, fate had other plans, and after 10 long years, the system remained dormant. It is easy to imagine the depth of his resentment and fury at that moment. A cold voice echoed throughout the gray space. Host, the villager. You have not checked in today. Please check in promptly. I'll be damned. If I hear you again, I'll be your grandson. The villager retorted angrily. Another check-in? What a load of nonsense. Warning. Without special reasons, if you interrupt the check-in, all previous records will be nullified. The system's indifferent voice reverberated through the gray space. How dare it threaten him? I swear this time I won't check in. What can you do about it? The villager shot back with a scowl. Host request acknowledged. Check-in countdown initiated. Records will be cleared in 10 seconds. 10.9.8.7. You. The villager was momentarily stunned, his face shifting from red to green, then to black. The system had struck at his Achilles heel. On one side, a torrent of fury surged within him. On the other, the weight of a decade's worth of check-ins loomed. He found himself engulfed in a dilemma. 3.2. Watching the countdown approach 0, the villager could only grit his teeth in frustration. System, you are ruthless. Check-in. The villager submitted. He could never part with the accumulation of 10 years' worth of check-ins. Ding. Check-in successful today. Total accumulated check-ins, 3,666 days. Conditions for system activation met. The bloodline system is officially activated. Activated? Is it really the bloodline? The villager's eyes widened in disbelief. I end this world. Those without bloodlines remain forever at the bottom of society. To possess a bloodline, or to awaken one, is to seize the opportunity to escape poverty. That a bloodline signifies heritage, wealth, and status. System activation begins to extract bloodline. Extracting. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained low-grade Saiyan bloodline. What the hell? Oh my goodness. A Saiyan bloodline. He actually possesses a Saiyan bloodline. The villager could hardly contain his excitement. After all, it was the bloodline of the Saiyans, That infinite potential and the ability to greatly enhance one's strength in the face of death. What a cheat. Though it was merely a low-grade Saiyan bloodline, it was still Saiyan. Didn't that son Goku also start with a low-grade bloodline and still dominate the universe? Claim it. Claim it, the villagers said, nodding vigorously in excitement. Low-grade Saiyan bloodline merging. The villager stood still, anxiously awaiting the fusion. His mind raced with speculations about what the post-fusion scene might entail. Would it hurt? Would he faint? How long would he be unconscious? Will there be any aftereffects? Too many questions swirl within my mind. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes that the fusion of the lower-class Saiyan bloodline has concluded. The host has successfully merged with the initial bloodline. The system is officially renamed the Saiyan Bloodline Check-In System. From now on, only rewards related to Saiyans can be drawn from the check-in. Subsequent check-in tasks will be triggered randomly. Hey, system, is this really the end? Why don't I feel anything? The anxious expression on the commoner's face transformed into bewilderment. What on earth? I've gone through all this, and this is what I get. Where's the pain? Where's the unconsciousness? Is it really this hasty? How can one deviate from the established protocol? Chapter 2. It's all right. I'm here to take a beating today. System activated, attributes generating. In an instant, Diaomin's attributes appeared before him. Name, Diaomin. Bloodline, lowly Saiyan bloodline. Bloodline purity, 10. Combat power, 15, unranked. Bloodline skills, 1 passive. The heavier the injury, the greater the strength gained upon recovery. With a maximum increase of 100. 2 passive, converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 passive, Great Ape transformation, sealed, will be unsealed when bloodline concentration reaches 50. Just as he was about to inquire further into the system, a pallor washed over Diaomin's face as an indescribable sensation surged from within. I'm so hungry. Damn it. The after effects of this Saiyan bloodline are truly formidable. I can't take it anymore. I'm on the verge of starvation. He silently cursed and exited the system. Opening the refrigerator, he retrieved a green energy bar about the thickness of his thumb. He tore it open and squeezed its contents into his mouth. 3 seconds later, the energy bar was consumed, yet his hunger remained unabated. What the hell? Diaomin was taken aback by his own appetite. This single energy bar constituted his entire daily food intake. Now, after just one, it felt as though he had merely scraped the bottom. Observing the remaining 20 energy bars in the fridge, he gritted his teeth. He grabbed them all and began to consume them one by one. Moments later, all the energy bars were gone. Diaomin rubbed his belly. Sigh, just half full. But gazing at the empty refrigerator, he could only smile bitterly. This was his food supply for 20 days, all consumed in one sitting. Truly a bottomless pit. However, the significant increase in appetite was not without its advantages. He could distinctly feel the green energy liquid in his stomach being rapidly absorbed by his body. Astonishingly, his injuries were visibly healing at an accelerated pace. The prowess of this Saiyan bloodline is indeed remarkable. The next morning, Diaomin stood before a cracked mirror, shirtless, his expression one of incredulity. Just last night, his body had been mottled with bruises, yet now, it appeared smooth, devoid of any swelling. All healed. Unbelievably, he felt his strength had surged. He promptly accessed the system to check his attributes. Name, Diaomin Bloodline. Lowly Saiyan Bloodline. Bloodline purity, 10. Combat power, 20. Beginning rank of a warrior. Indeed, his combat power had grown. Furthermore, he had ascended to the initial rank of a warrior. This means I've secured my place in the martial examination? In this world, martial prowess is categorized into 8 major ranks, each subdivided into 4 minor tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. The standard for the martial examination is set at the initial rank of a warrior. Diaomin had merely taken a nap and had reached the initial rank of a warrior. The fearsome nature of this Saiyan bloodline is truly unparalleled. Could this be the legendary notion of growing stronger through adversity? A masochistic disposition? While the process may have been somewhat painful, it is still bearable compared to the rewards. In his excitement, Diaomin inadvertently spotted a document pouch on the floor. His expression instantly darkened. It was the document pouch thrown at him by Scarface. With a grim countenance, Diaomin opened the pouch. He was eager to see what the Yin family would do next. Inside, he found 3 items: a bank card, a card resembling a congratulatory letter, and a piece of paper with handwritten text. Diaomin picked up the paper and read the words inscribed upon it. Upon reading this letter, I trust you have made your decision. Leaving Yinshui is your best choice. You lack a bloodline, and you are destined to fail the martial examination in a week. At that time, you may use the provincial recommendation letter for Jiangdong Martial Academy enclosed in this pouch to seek a living. Additionally, there are 100,000 in the card, meant for your travel expenses. I have but one request. After the martial examination, get as far away as possible. Diaomin clenched the paper tightly in his hand, yet his face remained calm. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "Yin family, I am no longer the Diaomin of old. In this martial examination, I shall make everyone take notice of me." Diaomin seized the recommendation letter and tore it into shreds. He had no need for this letter now. If he were still the Diaomin without a bloodline, he might have felt compelled to accept it due to his circumstances. But now, he intended to enter openly, and as the top scorer of the martial examination. He was eager to see the expressions on the faces of the Yin family at that time. Before that, he needed to further enhance his strength. With his current capabilities, he could barely pass the martial examination threshold, falling far short of the top scorer. The quickest way to enhance his strength was to endure beatings. With this thought, Diaomin rose and stepped out. He was determined to take a beating. He was ready to flirt with death. Half an hour later, Diaomin arrived at the entrance of a martial arts school. Heisher Martial Arts School. This was where Diaomin worked. His job here was to serve as a sparring partner. In simpler terms, he was a human punching bag. In the past, this was the last place he wanted to be. Each time he returned home, he was battered and bruised. Yet, due to the constraints of life, he had no choice. However, this time, Diaomin approached with a different mindset, filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation. He pondered, how can I sustain more serious injuries? If I were truly brought to the brink of death, how much stronger would I become after being revived? Should I taunt someone to provoke a beating? Who should I choose to confront? With these complex thoughts swirling in his mind, Diaomin stepped into Heisher Martial Arts School. "Old Diao, what brings you here? You better leave before old son notices. That son of a monkey has been in a foul mood today, looking for someone to take out his frustrations on." Upon entering, Diaomin was greeted with a warning. The speaker was Wang Hai, another low-ranking sparring partner at Heisher. The two had always gotten along well. So upon seeing Diaomin, Wang Hai hurried over. Diaomin's eyes brightened at the news. He had been pondering how to get beaten up. This truly was a stroke of fortune. That son of a monkey is the nickname of a hired instructor at Heisher, whose full name is Sun Yong. A mid-tier warrior, his bloodline originates from a monkey. He took pleasure in bullying the impoverished, bloodline-less trainees like them, and he always struck with indiscriminate ferocity. According to Wang Hai, Sun Yong was likely in a particularly foul mood today, which would only make his strikes more brutal. This was precisely what Diaomin desired. "Step aside. I'm here to take a beating. No one can stop me." With that in mind, Diaomin smiled at Wang Hai and declared, "It's all right. I'm here to take a beating today." Chapter 3. I want to be beaten. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai grew anxious. "Old Diao, I'm being serious." Diaomin looked at Wang Hai's expression, warmth swelling in his heart, as he confidently replied, "I'm serious too." Wang Hai frowned deeply, gazing at the earnest Diaomin. "Old Diao, you need to see a doctor. You must keep taking your medication. Look, you're starting to talk nonsense. Get lost. I mean it. Enough of this. I'm going to change clothes." Diaomin's expression darkened, the warmth in his heart dissipating in an instant. He pushed Wang Hai aside and headed toward the changing room. Wang Hai gazed at the troublesome individual who had just entered the changing room, murmuring in bewilderment. Something feels different about this troublesome one today. 3 minutes later, the troublesome individual emerged from the changing room clad in a black training outfit. As soon as he stepped out, he was met by the scowling Sun Yong. "Troublesome one, I just heard you arrived. Perfect timing. I have some time to teach you a thing or two." Despite Sun Yong's unfriendly demeanor, the troublesome one felt no fear, only excitement. "Here it comes. I'm about to get beaten up. How wonderful." Just as he was about to agree, a crisp voice interjected. "Sun Yong, are you bullying someone again?" Helan slowly approached the troublesome one, directing her words at Sun Yong. Upon seeing Helan, Sun Yong's brows furrowed initially, but then his expression shifted to one of forced amiability. "Not at all. I was just about to teach him a couple of moves. You can ask him if you don't believe me." Helan, the daughter of the He family's master, held the esteemed position of the family's young lady. For Sun Yong to continue his career within the He family, he could not afford to offend her. Helan did not trust Sun Yong's words. Turning to the troublesome one, she asked, "Is that what he said?" The troublesome one looked at Helan, perplexed. He was surprised that she had intervened, considering they had no prior connection. Moreover, she had never appeared when he had been beaten before. This time, however, he genuinely wished to be beaten, and she chose to appear. For the first time, he perceived that Helan's exterior beauty masked a heart that was not as kind as it seemed. Her heart is as big as it is wicked. She won't even allow me to enjoy being beaten. A scheming girl. Well, I really do want to be beaten. After a moment of contemplation, the troublesome one prioritized his desire for a beating over the presence of the beautiful girl. He was resolute. He wanted to be beaten, and no one could stop him. Helan knitted her brows. Her intervention had a purpose. She had noticed Sun Yong's unusual behavior earlier that day. He had already taken down 2 sparring partners under the pretense of teaching them training techniques. Those sparring partners were awakened warriors, albeit slightly injured. She had let it go. But the troublesome one was different. Helan was well aware that he was a commoner without any bloodline. Within the He family, only two individuals lacked bloodlines, the troublesome one and Wang Hai. They had been specially recruited to assist novice students as sparring partners. Since the troublesome one had not awakened his bloodline, a serious injury could lead to tragic consequences, and the He family would bear the brunt of the fallout. Helan shot a glare at Sun Yong. What else do you have to say? How can you deny bullying him? If not, why would he say such things? Sun Yong was momentarily taken aback. Faced with Helan's inquiry, he hurriedly replied, young lady, I truly didn't do anything. Who would know he'd say that? Troubling one, what nonsense are you spouting? If you have guts, say it again. He threatened the troublesome one. Helan maintained her composure as she listened to Sun Yong's explanation, then turned to the troublesome one. Don't be afraid. If you have something on your mind, speak directly to me. The troublesome one appeared distressed. Really? Can I truly express my thoughts to you? Absolutely. I'll stand up for you, Helan asserted, casting a fierce glare at Sun Yong. After hesitating briefly, the troublesome one finally declared, then I'll say it. I genuinely want to be beaten. Young lady He. You may leave now. Go somewhere cool. Well, what did you say? Helan was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on her face. I mean, young lady He. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. The troublesome one reiterated helplessly. Helan, realizing the simplicity of his statement, felt a surge of frustration. She had stepped in to assist, only to end up in this situation. Angrily, she pointed at the troublesome one and exclaimed, You are insufferable. If you get beaten to death, it's none of my concern. Humph. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Sun Yong, however, clapped the troublesome one on the shoulder with a grin. Ha, not bad, kid. I like you. Want to join me? Sun Yong extended an olive branch. Having discovered that he found this troublesome individual quite likable, the troublesome one was taken aback. What? This isn't right. I wanted to be beaten. I even risked defending the young lady of the He family for it. Yet now, Sun Yong seems to have no intention of hitting me. This will not do. I want to be beaten. I want to grow stronger. I want to face death. To get beaten, one must first incite anger. He immediately retorted, You fool. Did you think I was standing up for you? I've been expressing my true feelings all along. Sun Yong's hand that had been patting the troublesome one's shoulder froze, his expression darkening instantly. The troublesome one noticed his words had struck a chord and decided to fuel the fire further. Besides, with that face of yours, unloved by anyone, you think I would want to associate with you? Have I lost my mind? As Sun Yong's face grew increasingly stormy, the troublesome one felt exhilarated. It's almost there. Just a bit more. If you truly have an issue, turn left and walk 100 meters. There's a pharmacy where you can get some medicine. If you're really bored, buy a globe. The world is vast. You can not only look at it, but also spin it. Of course, the dream of gathering underlings was still a possibility. Otherwise, what would he talk about with others after drinking too much? The troublesome one became more animated, his thoughts flowing freely as if a dam had burst. After a while, he noticed that Sun Yong was merely trembling, glaring at him with gritted teeth, but remaining silent. Hey, old son, I'm like this, and you still haven't reacted? If you continue to ignore me, I'll truly become someone no one pays attention to. The troublesome one added with a smirk. This comment acted as a catalyst, igniting Sun Yong's fury. Shut your mouth. With a furious punch, he struck the troublesome one in the abdomen. The troublesome one had been eagerly anticipating this punch for quite some time, and a radiant smile broke across his face. However, upon impact, his expression changed instantly. A wave of nausea surged from his esophagus, quickly rising to his mouth. Unable to contain himself, he spewed forth. Uft. The energy liquid he had consumed earlier erupted from his mouth, splattering all over Sun Yong's face. Oh, sorry. I had too much for breakfast. Please, continue. The troublesome one remarked nonchalantly, observing Sun Yong now drenched in energy liquid. Sun Yong was momentarily stunned. Then his lips twitched violently as he roared, Bastard. I'll kill you. He kicked the troublesome one down and unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, all the while shouting, I'll make you take your medicine. I'll make you spin. I'll make you a nobody. The troublesome one, however, remained silent, curled up on the ground, enduring the blows. Not gonna lie. This actually hurts quite a bit. All of this was witnessed clearly from a distance by Wang Hai, who became increasingly certain of one thing. The troublesome one was ill. And quite severely so. He was sick enough to seek out a beating. Oh no, this isn't contagious, is it? With that thought, Wang Hai shivered and quickly turned his head, focusing on his own affairs. Chapter 4. Hitting someone is quite the physical endeavor. It's rather exhausting. At this moment, the mischievous rogue found himself in a paradox of pain and delight. Each punch and kick delivered by Sun Yong was executed with remarkable force, painful indeed. Yet, the rogue could feel a burning sensation in his abdomen, as his energy elixir was fervently digested. This energy then radiated throughout his body, astonishingly healing the injuries inflicted at an incredible rate. Moreover, the rogue was perpetually attuned to the fluctuations in his attributes. In a mere span of time, he noticed a slight increase in his combat prowess. This revelation sent his spirits soaring to new heights. "Oh my goodness, this is truly feasible," he exclaimed. Why hesitate any longer? The rogue was filled with an overwhelming desire to sing a jubilant tune. Come on, embrace the joy. After all, there is plenty of time. Come on, revel in the glory. There is no shortage of splendor. After a while, as the rogue's combat power surged, he realized that his recovery rate was accelerating. Furthermore, it appeared that Sun Yong, perhaps fatigued, was striking with diminishing force and speed, eventually halting his assault and retreating 2 steps, resting his hands on his knees. Gasping for breath, it was Sun Yong's first realization. Engaging in combat was indeed a physically demanding task. Though Sun Yong had ceased his attacks, the rogue was far from pleased. His combat power was on the verge of reaching 25, yet Sun Yong had stopped. This simply could not be tolerated. He had endured the blows without complaint, yet the assailant was already bowing out. Was this any way for a man to behave? The rogue felt this situation was untenable and resolved to incite his opponent's fighting spirit. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, activating his taunting mode. "Hey, monkey son, have you forgotten to eat? Your strikes feel like those of an old lady. Is that your best punch?" To his surprise, Sun Yong managed to endure. Watching his opponent bounce around before him while he was on the brink of exhaustion was infuriating. "Enough is enough, you little brat. You're asking for trouble," Sun Yong roared. In the next moment, he unleashed his bloodline power, causing his body hair to bristle and his physique to expand slightly. In an instant, he transformed into a simian-like figure, having activated his ancestral strength. With this augmentation, Sun Yong's power surged to a higher tier. "Prepare to receive my punch, the diamond fist," he declared, his fist enveloped in a faint golden aura of bloodline energy, striking fiercely toward the rogue's abdomen. Though Sun Yong was seething with rage, he wasn't too foolish. He understood that the rogue lacked a bloodline. Thus, a blow to any other area could indeed cause grievous harm, potentially even death. However, striking the abdomen, being the softest part of the body, would guarantee pain without the risk of fatality. Just what this rogue deserved. From a distance, the rogue felt a powerful gust rushing toward him, causing his abdomen to throb painfully. Instantly, he wiped the jovial expression from his face, his eyes glinting with realization. If this punch connected, he would undoubtedly suffer significant consequences. Yet, he was determined to sustain serious injury. Not just any injury, but one that would bring him to the brink of death. After much contemplation, the rogue resolved to seize this opportunity. He puffed out his chest, bracing himself to meet Sun Yong's punch head-on. Sun Yong, surprised by the rogue's adjusted stance, instinctively hesitated, unable to alter his course of action in time. In a moment of sheer terror, he struck the rogue squarely in the chest. Crack, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattered ribs. The rogue's eyes bulged in shock as he was launched backward, crashing violently against the wall. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As he faded into oblivion, one thought lingered. This is undoubtedly a serious injury, but it truly hurts. Am I really going to die? I regret my earlier provocations. I forgot that pain is all too real, and if I actually do die, it would be the end for me. Unfortunately, it was all too late. His head tilted, his face pale, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sun Yong, how dare you resort to lethal force? The commotion had already drawn the attention of Helan from afar. However, her fury toward the rogue was palpable, and her anger simmered. Though she felt a pang of sympathy for the rogue being pummeled, she would not rush to his aid. Yet, upon witnessing Sun Yong unleash his bloodline power, she could no longer remain passive. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly approached. But alas, she was a moment too late. "No, it's not what it seems. I truly didn't mean to." Sun Yong's face was ashen. He was bewildered as to why the rogue had recklessly leaned into his punch. What had initially been a minor injury, at most a moderate one that would require a few days of rest, had now escalated. Sun Yong was certain the rogue was gravely injured, perhaps even on the brink of death. Helan examined the rogue's condition, her expression darkening. "With so many witnesses, do you still intend to deny your intentions? 6 ribs are broken. You claim this was unintentional? If the rogue dies, my family will also bear the consequences. Although the Federation does not prohibit killing, that only applies outside the city. Within the city, one must adhere to the rules. No arbitrary killings or maiming, lest one faces the Federation's sanctions." Thankfully, the internal organs remain intact. Had they been ruptured, the rogue would surely be dead. While Sun Yong would undoubtedly face penalties, Helan's family would also be implicated. After all, Sun Yong was employed as a trainer by the He family. If news spread of a trainer killing a sparring partner, it would bring disgrace upon the He family in Jiang City. Sun Yong's face darkened like a pot's bottom. He stammered, struggling to articulate his defense. Even if he claimed he had only intended to incapacitate the rogue for a few days, the rogue had stubbornly leaned into the punch. No one would believe him. Enough of your excuses. Hurry and fetch your level 2 recovery potion. I know you acquired one recently. It surely hasn't been used yet. Helan interrupted, her impatience evident as she gazed at the pale, unconscious rogue. What? That's impossible. I had to pull strings for half a year just to obtain that. Sun Yong instinctively rejected Helan's demand. It was absurd. Level 2 recovery potions were rare in Jiang City, capable of healing any injury within 2 days and even slightly enhancing bloodline concentration. He had gone to great lengths to acquire it. And now she wanted him to give it to a talentless waste? Not a chance. Are you truly going to watch him die and risk the Federation's punishment? If the He family faces repercussions, I want to let you off the hook. Helan turned to Sun Yong, her expression devoid of emotion. Must it be the level 2 potion? Wouldn't a level 1 suffice? Sun Yong, contemplating the Federation's repercussions, shuddered involuntarily. However, he was deeply reluctant to produce the level 2 recovery potion. Level 1 1T suffice. The injuries are too severe. Only level 2 can ensure recovery, and even then, there's no guarantee there 1T be lasting effects. If you delay any longer, there will be no need for a recovery potion. You can simply await the Federation's punishment. Helan flatly rejected Sun Yong's suggestion. In truth, the first-level recovery agent may indeed be utilized, yet it is characterized by its sluggish restorative properties and an inevitable likelihood of residual effects. Conversely, the second-level recovery agent guarantees a swift recovery for the troublesome individual, with only a minimal probability of leaving behind any aftereffects. All of this is crafted with the welfare of the troublesome individual in mind. Although she faced reproach from them, she has come to a realization after recent events. It is clear that the troublesome individual is apprehensive of Sun Yong's retribution, hence their remarks. Offending her may result in minor inconveniences, but to provoke Sun Yong could very well invite private vengeance, given his nature. With this thought in mind, Helan could empathize with the troublesome individual's words. Should the troublesome individual become aware of Helan's thoughts now, one can only wonder how they would feel. Chapter 5 Alas, I am but 7/10 full. After a moment's hesitation, observing the increasingly pallid face of the troublesome individual, Sun Yong felt a pang of fear. Considering the penalties imposed by the Federation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall provide it." With that, he turned and strode toward his personal dressing room. A minute later, with a sullen expression, Sun Yong emerged holding a vial of crimson elixir, a look of distress evident on his face as he handed it to Helan. "Here," he said tersely before departing without a backward glance. He wished to distance himself from the scene, fearing he might succumb to the impulse to seize that second-level recovery agent. All he desired was solitude. Inside the facility, Helan gazed at the vial radiating a sanguine glow. Without delay, she opened the cap, lifted the troublesome individual's chin, and poured the elixir into their mouth. Simultaneously, she escorted them to the adjacent medical room to commence the realignment of their dislocated sternum. 2 hours later, the troublesome individual awakened once more, witnessing their revival. Wang Hai exclaimed with delight, "Old Diao, you have finally regained consciousness. How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Having treated the troublesome individual's dislocated sternum, Helan took her leave but had assigned Wang Hai to monitor them. Upon hearing Wang Hai's inquiry, the troublesome individual's eyes sparkled with vitality as they weakly responded, "Old Wang, is there anything to eat?" Wang Hai. What followed was a spectacle of gluttony. For half an hour, the troublesome individual indulged in copious amounts of food. An hour later, they continued to feast voraciously. 2 hours later, they still dined heartily. 3 hours later, they remained engaged in their culinary pursuits. Finally, after 4 hours, the troublesome individuals ceased their consumption, having devoured the entirety of the meals prepared for all staff members by the He family for 3 days. The chef rushed out from the kitchen, shouting at the troublesome individual, "We are out of food. It's over. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted." The troublesome individual finished the last bowl of noodle soup, patting their abdomen contentedly, murmuring, "Alas, I am but 7/10 full. Leave. Get out of my sight. I do not wish to see you again. In this cafeteria, it's either me or you. I have witnessed gluttons before, but none who could consume like you. Are you a reincarnated food barrel?" The chef could no longer restrain his temper, raising his knife to chase both the troublesome individual and Wang Hai out. Shortly thereafter, the troublesome individual and Wang Hai exited the He family premises together. As they walked along the path back to the slums, Wang Hai, unusually silent, refrained from his usual chatter. Noticing this rare silence, the troublesome individual, after several attempts to speak, finally asked, "Do you have something you wish to say to me?" Upon being questioned, Wang Hai halted, gazing intently into the troublesome individual's eyes, and inquired, "Old Diao, have you awakened your bloodline? The troublesome individual was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to conceal the truth from Wang Hai, nodding in affirmation. Wang Hai's expression shifted to one of understanding. Indeed, it was evident that an ordinary person could not consume such quantities of food, and the troublesome individual's transformation was far too pronounced for Wang Hai to ignore. After a brief silence, Wang Hai posed another question. What bloodline? Is it similar to Old Sun's, a primate lineage? The troublesome individual spoke truthfully, explaining that Saiyans could indeed transform into gorillas, which was akin to a primate lineage. However, this particular primate was rather exceptional. Wang Hai fell silent again, reflecting on how their camaraderie had stemmed from their shared status as the downtrodden. Now that the troublesome individual had awakened their bloodline, they were paving a path toward martial prowess. The distance between them would only grow, ultimately leading to their divergence into separate worlds. Recognizing Wang Hai's silence, the troublesome individual understood his unspoken thoughts. However, there was no need to deceive Wang Hai. He would undoubtedly learn the truth in due course. Knowing it sooner rather than later was preferable. The two maintained their silence until they parted ways upon reaching the slums, each heading to their respective homes. The troublesome individual knew that this farewell would likely mark the end of their interactions. Upon returning home, the troublesome individual eagerly examined their attributes. Name: Diaomin. Bloodline: inferior Saiyan lineage. Bloodline purity: 13. Combat power: 50. Stage 1 advanced martial artist. Indeed, their combat power had doubled. Prior to receiving Sun Yang's punch, it had already risen to 24. Miraculously, after a brush with death, it surged to 50, elevating them to the rank of a Stage 1 advanced martial artist. Furthermore, the bloodline concentration had increased by 3%. The Saiyan bloodline was truly formidable. The troublesome individual estimated that even if they stood before Sun Yang now, allowing him to strike, they would likely emerge unscathed. Any bruising would fade in an instant. However, the troublesome individual had no intention of engaging in such folly. Such actions in the martial arts hall were aimed at enhancing strength. Seeking out Sun Yang now would only suggest ulterior motives. In the following 3 days, the troublesome individual refrained from visiting the martial arts hall. This was primarily due to the chef reporting their prodigious appetite to the hall's director, compounded by the incident of their near-fatal injury. Under pressure, the He family decided to dismiss them. The troublesome individual did not harbor anger over this. After all, the martial arts examination was just around the corner, and once it was over, they would be free as a bird. Whether they returned to the hall or not was inconsequential. Of course, during these days, the troublesome individual was not idle. They swiftly adapted to their newfound combat power. One day, they endeavored to explore their Saiyan bloodline abilities. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. Others who activated their bloodlines often discovered unique bloodline skills, harnessing the power therein. Yet, the Saiyan bloodline, despite its terrifying potential, lacked any discernible skills. It seemed they could not tap into the power of their bloodline, likely due to its still weak concentration. They could only await further enhancement of their bloodline purity to see if any unique abilities would emerge. However, the troublesome individual held little hope. Based on their knowledge of Dragon Ball, Saiyans appeared to possess no notable bloodline abilities beyond transforming into Super Saiyans or gorillas. Just as they contemplated this, a vivid image flashed through the troublesome individual's mind, a roaring gorilla gathering energy for a blast. Wait, this realization struck. The world was indeed founded upon the development of bloodline capabilities to the extent of moving mountains and filling seas. However, Saiyans relied on a different source. What was it? It was the energy within them. Moreover, who said Saiyans lacked bloodline abilities? They did possess them. Their bloodline ability was energy. Even a Saiyan infant, upon transforming into a gorilla, could unleash energy blasts from its mouth. This meant that every Saiyan undoubtedly harbored energy within their being. If the troublesome individual could sense and manipulate this energy, they would, in effect, possess bloodline abilities, thus granting them the capacity to wield various skills. Isn't it true that techniques such as the Kamehameha, the Spirit Bomb, and the Keyblade are all applications of Ki? They are skills derived from the fundamental essence of Ki. Contemplating this, the rebellious citizen felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. Mastering Ki would equate to possessing an infinite repository of skills, which could evolve and expand in tandem with his growing strength. The only word that encapsulated his current sentiment was exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. With this realization, he shifted his focus entirely to Ki. With only 3 days remaining and a foundational combat power of 50 points, he deemed that time sufficient. It is noteworthy that during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, when Master Roshi participated, Goku's combat power was estimated to be around 60. By that time, he had already mastered the Kamehameha for quite some time. There was no reason for him, the rebellious citizen, to be incapable of learning it. envisioning the martial arts examination 3 days hence, where he would send his adversaries flying with a ki blast. He felt a tumult of excitement. His moment of glory was approaching. He was determined to shine. Chapter 6. The martial exam begins. The day before the martial examination, the rebellious citizen returned to the system space, venting his frustrations. System, I curse you. I've drawn the Saiyan Bloodline, yet you can't raise its concentration a bit? If you have the guts, show yourself and respond. Just watch me not thrash you. After a bout of raging, he found the system space unresponsive. Despite sensing the ki within him over the past 3 days, he was unable to wield it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from his own limitations. Naturally, this meant he could not unleash the Kamehameha either. After extensive contemplation, he concluded that his bloodline was far too diluted. Based on his estimations, a bloodline concentration exceeding 50% would undoubtedly enable him to harness ki. Thus, he found himself in the current predicament. Observing the system, which seemed cowed into silence, some of his resentment dissipated. At last, he exhaled. Finally, that feels good. He then issued another threat. Consider yourself fortunate. If you dare to show yourself, and I don't beat you, I'll change my surname. With that, he prepared to leave the system space. However, in the next moment, the system space began to transform. The grayish haze parted to reveal a 5-meter-tall, pure black diamond. The rebellious citizen's eyes widened in disbelief. One thought consumed his mind. Goodness, how much could this sell for? Suddenly, he had a revelation. Could this be the essence of the system? He had truly summoned it. Without a second thought, he lunged toward the black diamond, clinging to one of its corners, and cried out, Diamond Daddy, from now on, I shall bear the surname Diamond. I beseech you to save me. My bloodline concentration is far too low. Can you not be solid as a rock? Unable to resist, he bit into the black diamond, only to feel a jarring pain shoot through his teeth, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Despite the pain, he lamented, Diamond Daddy, look, I've been bullied outside, and I'm crying. You cannot turn a blind eye. His demands were modest. All I ask is for my inferior Saiyan bloodline to be elevated to that of the royal Saiyan bloodline of Vegeta. With tears in his eyes, he gazed longingly at the nearby black diamond. Get lost, and stay away, came the system's cold voice from the black diamond. In shock, the rebellious citizen scrambled to his feet, covering his ears and retreating hastily. The system's voice had nearly deafened him. Even now, his ears buzzed incessantly. Meanwhile, the system revealed itself momentarily, intimidating him before retreating back into the gray mist. As the space reverted to its former haze, he felt a surge of frustration but recalled the deafening voice. Defeated, he muttered, You're ruthless. He hastily exited the system space. Time swiftly passed to the following day, the day of the martial examination. It was the most bustling day in the entire Jiang City, bar none. Countless parents eagerly brought their children for the assessment, waiting under the sun with hands clasped, anticipating their offspring's results. At the Jiang City Academy's martial arts arena, throngs of people gathered, numbering close to 1,000. As one of the few martial academies in Jiang City, it had nurtured numerous bloodline warriors, serving as one of the cradles of martial prowess in the region. Look, there's the repeat student, Senior Diao. It is said this is his final attempt at the martial examination. If he fails again, he will be expelled from the Jiang City Academy, and this stain will follow him for life. Isn't he working at the He Martial Arts School? What kind of work is that? Merely serving as a low-level sparring partner. I even beat him up not long ago. He is surprisingly resilient. So that is how it is. I thought with his reputation, they wouldn't hire someone with no bloodline. Do you think he'll pass this time? How could he? Without awakening a bloodline. He won't even clear the first hurdle of the bloodline test. Even if he scores full marks on the other 2 assessments, no academy would want him. True enough, a lack of bloodline seals his fate. At best, he can only serve in logistics. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Even if he doesn't care about their opinions, he is still nominally a fellow student. Those familiar with the rebellious citizen whispered amongst themselves as he approached. He overheard every word, for he was now a bona fide first-tier senior bloodline warrior. His ability to hear was expected. Surprisingly, he felt no anger. He had grown accustomed to it. As the previous speakers mentioned, this was his second year of repeating. This martial examination represented his last opportunity to change his destiny. Glancing toward a few individuals chatting and laughing in the stands, he recognized them as representatives from the Provincial Martial Academy. Each year, the martial assessments not only attracted attention from local institutions, but also drew interest from provincial academies. They sent representatives to observe the examinations, aiming to extend invitations to exceptionally gifted students. As the principal concluded his speech, the martial examination officially commenced. The first event, bloodline testing. A 5-meter-tall, half-meter-wide cylindrical stone, entirely transparent, slowly ascended from the center of the stage. This was the bloodline testing stone. As soon as the first drop of blood touched it, the stone would analyze the bloodline of the tester, transforming into various colors. The rebellious citizen gazed at the transparent testing stone, momentarily lost in thought. He envisioned himself from 2 years prior, standing helplessly before the stone, enduring the mockery of his peers. But this time, he would be the most radiant of all. The Saiyan bloodline would be his source of confidence. Moreover, he was eager to discover just how potent the bloodline of a low-tier Saiyan warrior could be. It should be at least golden, he mused. In this world, bloodlines are categorized into 7 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and sovereign. As the supervising teacher finished outlining the rules, the bloodline testing has officially commenced. I hereby declare that the test is officially underway. The first participant, Fanyang from Class 3, please step forward for the evaluation. As the announcement echoed, a stout young lad ascended the platform. He hastily approached the testing stone, nervously rubbing his hands together. Subsequently, he directed his fingers towards a sharp protrusion extending from the stone. The moment his blood touched the spike, the color of the testing stone transformed. It shifted from black to a rich bronze hue. Simultaneously, a vague projection of a wild boar emerged upon the stone. The supervising instructor glanced at the testing stone and proclaimed loudly, "Bronze bloodline of beast type, qualification, average." With that, he gestured towards Fanyang. Next up, Lu Hong from Class 6, please take the stage for testing. Chapter 7. The common folk step up. As time passed, each student underwent their evaluation. Those who received favorable results descended the platform in high spirits, while those with disappointing outcomes exited with solemn expressions. However, the majority of these participants exhibited black iron or bronze bloodlines. Occasionally, a few silver bloodlines emerged, but they were few and far between, perhaps at a ratio of 1 in 100. This probability was quite high for Jiang City. Meanwhile, a few representatives from provincial universities in the viewing area engaged in hushed conversations. They had heard whispers about Jiang City being remote and devoid of exceptional talents. To their surprise, the results were rather ordinary, with silver bloodlines being exceedingly rare. Indeed, as the morning wore on, only a handful of silver bloodlines appeared. In the martial schools of the provincial capital, several gold bloodlines would have been revealed by now. Sigh, the quality of this cohort seems rather lacking. Truly, each generation seems inferior to the last. Indeed, what is the most scarce resource in the 21st century of martial arts? Talent. Now that we are here, let us continue to observe. Hopefully, we can recruit someone worthy. The remarks of these representatives did not escape the attention of Principal Jiang of Jiang City Martial Institute. He wore an awkward expression, as he felt somewhat embarrassed for his students. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, for what they said bore truth. Alas, Jiang City is simply too small. He hoped that the younger generation would rise to the occasion, allowing him to regain some dignity. Time swiftly elapsed into the afternoon. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred with the testing stone. It first turned black, then bronze, and subsequently transformed into white. But this was not the end. The white gradually lightened until it radiated a brilliant golden hue. Simultaneously, a vivid projection of a grand tree appeared upon the stone. Gold bloodline of plant type, qualification, excellent. The supervising instructor exclaimed with fervor, his voice soaring in pitch compared to earlier. His announcement rippled through the audience like a stone cast into calm waters, creating a tumultuous wave of excitement. A true gold bloodline had emerged. It was Qin Jejia. Everyone had heard of her awakening, but they were astounded to learn that she possessed a gold bloodline. Indeed, moreover, it was the relatively rare plant type. Did I alone notice her exceptional qualification? Look at that lifelike tree. It is the very symbol of excellence. The clearer the projection, the higher the qualification. I can only wonder what the pinnacle of perfection might look like. Rumor has it that Qin Jejia recently reached intermediate rank 1. But I cannot ascertain the truth of this. It must be true. While higher bloodlines may lead to slower cultivation in a fair match, those with superior bloodlines can easily overpower those of lesser lineage. Alas, how I wish I were a gold bloodline. I could choose any academy I desired. You? If you were gold, I would be diamond. The common folk in the crowd also witnessed this spectacle. It was one of Jiang City's 4 schoolflowers, Qin Jejia. Backed by the esteemed Qin family, none anticipated her to possess a gold bloodline. However, the common folk had no connection to her. They merely cast a few additional glances her way. Meanwhile, in the viewing area, voices erupted. At last, we have found a promising candidate. We at Xingmen Martial Institute will take her. Get lost. This one is already reserved for Pingtian Martial Institute. Stop your nonsense. Don't forget that Konghan Martial Institute is still in the running. She is a girl. She is more suited for our Jinxiu Martial Institute. Our Jiangdong Martial Institute is her best destination. Representatives from various provincial martial institutes expressed their opinions. It was a rarity, indeed, to to finally come across someone worthy. Whether they could meet their recruitment quotas hinged upon this individual. Each provincial institute head had come with a special recruitment target, and they were expected to recruit at least one individual, with the baseline being a gold bloodline. Now that they had finally encountered one, how could they let her slip away? What if no others appeared? They could not return empty-handed. How could they show their faces afterward? Principal Zhang's expression finally thawed, revealing a rare smile. However, beneath that smile, he was already drenched in sweat. It was not easy. At last, a candidate of merit had emerged. This round of evaluations would not leave them at the bottom. Not only did the direct recruitment personnel undergo evaluations, but there were also assessments among the various martial institutes in Jiang City. The evaluations among the institutes focused on the number of students with bloodlines exceeding gold. The rankings for the following year would be determined based on these numbers. Naturally, the institutes with better rankings would attract even more talent, creating a positive cycle. Time continued to pass. As the day drew to a close, the common folk had yet to be called. With nearly 1,000 participants, each taking a minute, the process would take a staggering 16 hours. However, all testing would surely conclude by tomorrow. The following day, the evaluations resumed. During this time, 3 more gold bloodlines emerged, each belonging to prominent figures within the academy. The 5 provincial institute representatives fell silent, regaining their composure, quietly awaiting whether any more gold bloodlines would appear. They decided to wait until all tests were completed. As noon approached, one individual caught the attention of the entire school, even causing the representatives from the 5 provincial institutes to argue fervently over him. They would rather forego gold bloodlines to secure him. He was none other than Deng Sikong, standing proudly upon the stage. He was the only platinum bloodline detected thus far, and his qualification was excellent. No wonder the provincial institute representatives were so eager to compete. A platinum bloodline is a rarity within provincial institutions, and he naturally garnered the admiration and adulation of the entire school. The common folk observed this scene with calm expressions, their hearts undisturbed. They understood that no matter how impressive the bloodline, it could never rival the potential of their Saiyan bloodline. What does limitless potential mean? They embodied it now. After a midday break, the afternoon evaluations continued. Time trickled by, and the number of participants awaiting testing dwindled. The next participant, the repeat student known as the common folk, stepped up for testing. The supervising instructor finally called out the name of the common folk, emphasizing the words repeat student. This signified something that all present understood. It represented a student devoid of talent, bloodline, or influence, an individual without any advantages. 4. Anyone with even a hint of bloodline would not choose the path of repetition. This path was the final glimmer of hope for students of the 3 no's. Succeed, and the world is yours. Fail, and face the abyss. Could it truly be the legendary 3-no senior, the common folk? How astonishing that this seemingly unremarkable senior has yet to concede defeat. Was it not said that he had already repeated a year? Indeed, this marks his 2nd attempt, and it shall be his final one. I dare say, this endeavor will yield no different outcome. It is merely a squandering of time. Upon hearing the proctor's remarks, the square erupted into a cacophony of whispers, as onlookers exchanged hushed comments with one another. With a stoic expression, Diaomin ascended the platform, his demeanor inscrutable. The proctor cast a complex glance at him, for this was the 3rd time he had witnessed Diaomin in such a scenario. Let the testing commence, he murmured to Diaomin, gesturing for him to proceed with haste. Diaomin nodded, his gaze fixed upon the familiar transparent testing stone, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. He raised his hand and slid it toward the protruding testing needle. Chapter 8. A shock to the audience. As blood began to flow, the transparent testing stone underwent a transformation. It turned black. This revelation left the proctor and those familiar with Diaomin in a state of disbelief, their eyes fixed on the stone as they beheld the calm demeanor of Diaomin. Could it be that he truly awakened his bloodline? Such occurrences, typically confined to the pages of sensational news, had unexpectedly manifested before their very eyes. Look, the color of the testing stone is still shifting. A voice in the crowd erupted in astonishment, drawing everyone's gaze back to the stone. They beheld the stone as it morphed into a hue of bronze. This indicated that the repeat student, Diaomin, had not only awakened his bloodline, but had done so with a bronze lineage. Incredible. It's changing again. Now it's silver. Another voice cried out in disbelief, for the testing stone had transformed to a silvery sheen. A silver bloodline. The crowd gasped collectively. Wait, it's now gold. The astonishment continued as the stone gleamed in a golden hue. The proctor's jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Among the onlookers, Qin Zhejia, Huang Yi, Liang Can, and Wen Ling, each possessing golden bloodlines, regarded Diaomin with newfound respect. At that moment, Deng Sikong, seated beside a provincial recruiter, also turned his attention toward Diaomin. Yet, he thought little of it. After all, one golden bloodline hardly warranted his regard. But in the next instant, Deng Xizong's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively rising to his feet. Fixated on the testing stone, it had transformed into a shimmering metallic white, a platinum bloodline. This change in the testing stone rendered the entire square speechless. The once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence, all gazing incredulously at the stone, which continued to evolve. One thought consumed their minds. Could there be more? As the stone turned platinum, the principal could no longer contain his excitement, his expression brimming with glee. 2 platinums. We shall rise in prominence. However, at that moment, the crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment as the testing stone morphed into a columnar crystal, dazzling with a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Diamond. A diamond. The principal, overwhelmed, collapsed back into his seat, taken aback. A diamond bloodline, rare as a century, had manifested in their humble Jiang City, and moreover, within their Jiang City Academy. Their institution was destined to ascend, and not merely in a trivial manner. The 5 provincial recruiters present widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that such a diamond bloodline could emerge from a small town. In the next moment, a recruiter from the Tianping Martial Academy sprang to his feet, shouting at the 4 others, "This individual belongs to our Tianping Martial Academy. If you dare interfere, I will take you down. Who do you think you are?" If it were Hua Pingtian speaking, we would have no retort, as he is a 6th-tier powerhouse. But you, Wu Qi, you're far from his level. Indeed, your Tianping Academy's appetite is insatiable. Having just consumed 1 platinum, you now covet a diamond? How audacious. Stop wasting time. If he dares to snatch it, we'll handle him first. You dare. The words of Wu Qi from Tianping Academy ignited a firestorm among the others. How brazen to eye the pot, while consuming from the bowl. Just moments after securing a platinum, they now sought a diamond? They risked choking. Meanwhile, Principal Jiang had no time to contend with these squabbles. He hurriedly suppressed his excitement, disregarding the displeased demeanor of Deng Xizong, and rushed toward the high platform. He yearned to preside over and witness this momentous occasion firsthand. Upon reaching the platform, the principal took over the proctor's duties, beaming with pride as he addressed the students. I hereby announce the emergence of a diamond bloodline, a rarity of 5 centuries. Mid-sentence, he was struck speechless, for the testing stone continued to transform. The diamond-like column now bore a crown resembling a coiled dragon on its apex. A royal bloodline. It was a royal bloodline. At this moment, the principal could only think one thing. Incredible. Unbelievable. Truly astounding. Meanwhile, beside the testing stone, Diaomin's heart began to race uncontrollably. Part of it was due to the royal bloodline, but more so, he was eager to discover the talent that would soon manifest. He yearned to see what kind of talent totem would emerge from within the testing stone. In his mind, a golden figure clad in a blue vest began to materialize, and he wondered if it would be the one. As if in response to his thoughts, the testing stone underwent yet another transformation. The bloodline totem began to reveal itself. Remarkably, this time, it did not emerge from within the stone but appeared in the sky above it. The previously blue sky, adorned with white clouds, became shrouded in ominous darkness. Suddenly, a bizarre golden gorilla materialized, hovering in midair and radiating golden light. Upon its arrival, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout Jiang City, sending tremors of fear through the beasts lurking beyond the city limits. All bloodline warriors within the city, regardless of their tier, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or even the principal and the 5 recruiters, all 4th-tier powerhouses, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the suppression of bloodline. Under this weight, their capabilities diminished by 20%. Instinctively, all warriors turned their gazes toward the Jiang City Academy, their hearts filled with awe. What on earth was that? After a moment, as if it had vented its fury, the golden gorilla gradually faded, and the sky returned to its serene blue, as if nothing had transpired. Only the dazed crowd remained. Diaomin tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, maintaining an air of calmness, projecting an aura of superiority. Yet within, he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming accolades from the onlookers. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, half a minute passed, and Diaomin's neck began to ache. Still no praise had come. He lowered his gaze slightly, only to find the crowd still in a stupor. Even the principal appeared similarly befuddled. Observing the scene, Diaomin realized that if he did not speak up soon, the silence might linger for another 2 minutes. "Principal, may I announce it now?" the distressed student inquired. "Alas, I intended to put on a show of grandeur, yet it seems the entire world is in disarray." In an instant, the world appeared utterly bleak. Everyone seems to be targeting him. Is it truly so difficult to feign greatness? Yet Principal Jiang remained his usual self, gazing vacantly at the spot where the golden gorilla had vanished, and replied, "Announce what?" "Announce the results." "Oh, right. The results can indeed be announced." Principal Jiang finally regained his composure. With fervor, he bellowed, "Today, In the year 2045 of the martial calendar, our academy proudly welcomes its second bearer of the royal bloodline since its founding, Diaomin. I hereby officially declare that Diaomin possesses the Beast King bloodline, with qualifications deemed perfect. Chapter 9. The contest among the 5 provincial academies. A thunderous applause erupted, akin to a tidal wave, and the students were in a frenzy. The crowd below bore no semblance of envy, even amongst the other bearers of royal bloodlines. When one finds themselves in close proximity to another's prowess, feelings of comparison, jealousy, and resentment may arise. However, when the chasm of difference looms insurmountably large, such sentiments dissipate, giving way to admiration, reverence, and wistful thoughts of wishing to be in the other's shoes. This is the essence of human nature. Everyone applauded for Diaomin, save for one solitary figure, whose countenance grew increasingly somber, standing aloof in the distance. It was Deng Sikong. His heart brimmed with jealousy. The applause that rang out was rightfully his, now usurped by a newcomer of unknown origin. Very well, Diaomin, you may be Diaomin, but I am the authority. What does it matter if you possess the royal bloodline? You are merely an immature wretch, a being easily molded at will. With this thought, a dangerous glimmer flickered in Deng Sitsong's eyes. At that moment, the 5 provincial recruiters had no time to ponder Deng Sitsong's thoughts as they hastened toward the stage. However, their appearances were rather disheveled. Some bore visible bruises while others had marks of clawing on their necks, evidently having just engaged in a minor skirmish. The 5 had no time to attend to their appearances and quickly surrounded Diaomin. At Pingtian Martial Academy, should you choose us, we promise you the finest cultivation resources. Wu Qi was the first to speak. No sooner had Wu Qi finished than another boomed. Don't listen to him. I am from Jiangdong Martial Academy. If you join us, in addition to what Pingtian offers, I will throw in a set of top-tier villas within the academy. What? Are you all out of your minds? I arrived first. I am from Konghan Martial Academy, and besides what the 2 of them offer, I shall provide you with a low-grade bloodstone every month. Such pretentiousness. There is no precedence when it comes to seizing opportunities. Whoever claims it first, it belongs to them. I am from Xingmen Martial Academy, and in addition to what the preceding 3 have offered, I will provide you with a mid-grade bloodstone each month. I am from Jinxiu Martial Academy. Though we are an all-female institution, I can make an exception to recruit you, and we can offer everything the other academies provide. Most importantly, our academy is filled with beauties. The last to speak was the only woman among the 5. However, her words caused the expressions of the other 4 to shift dramatically. How shameless, they thought. Is she resorting to seduction now? Were they to place themselves in her position, they would surely falter. After all, Jinxiu is an all-girls academy, and each student within is a stunning beauty. To spend every day surrounded by such a multitude of alluring women, what might transpire? The temptation was overwhelming. Each of these academies was renowned. Which one should he choose? Diaomin, who had initially resolved to attend Jiangdong, found himself wavering. He was drawn to the bloodstones, which could significantly enhance his bloodline concentration. At present, this was his most pressing need. If he could elevate it to above 50, he would gain control over the energy within him, exponentially augmenting his offensive and evasive capabilities. Furthermore, he had a preference for Jinxiu, not only because it represented the daughter's nation of the entire Jiang province, but also because Yin Shui from the Yin family had been specifically recruited by Jinxiu. If he were to join Jinxiu as a special recruit, he could only imagine the reactions of Yin Shui and the Yin family. With this in mind, Diaomin made his decision. He would choose Jinxiu. Yes, it was not for the allure of the beautiful women, but rather to uphold his dignity. Due to personal reasons, I am in dire need of bloodstones. Therefore, I believe that Pingtian and Jiangdong are unsuitable for me. Diaomin gently conveyed to the 2 special recruiters. Wait, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the recruiters from Pingtian and Jiangdong. We at Pingtian are willing to offer 3 high-grade bloodstones in one go. Jiangdong can provide you with 3 top-grade bloodstones at once. Diaomin was taken aback, and before he could utter a word, the other recruiters gasped in disbelief. What? Top-grade bloodstones? Are you all mad at Jiangdong? This is impossible. The other 4 recruiters exclaimed in unison. It was already astonishing enough that Pingtian could offer high-grade bloodstones. But Jiangdong had surpassed all expectations with their promise of 3 top-grade bloodstones. Such treasures are rare and precious. The significance of top-grade bloodstones was well understood by all 4. They were resources to be utilized only in dire situations or when faced with generational stagnation. Half a top-grade bloodstone could elevate a silver bloodline to gold, while 3 could potentially elevate a gold bloodline to platinum, a foundation upon which an academy might rise. Their own institutions possessed such treasures, yet they were not available for their level to access. Jiangdong's audacious offer shattered their preconceived notions. Could it be due to that incident? However, the special recruiter from Jiangdong felt little joy in this triumph. While he had secured the royal bloodline, it also reminded him of the director's words. Mr. Hang, our academy is currently in a precarious position. If we encounter a once-in-a-lifetime genius, we must spare no expense to secure them, including offering top-grade bloodstones. This was the rationale behind Jiangdong's special recruiter's bold proclamation. Meanwhile, Diaomin, at the center of attention, was quietly musing. Although he did not comprehend why the mention of top-grade bloodstones caused such astonishment among the other four, he knew that any item bearing the title of top grade must be extraordinary. Even a fool could discern the right choice. Moreover, judging by the expressions of the four, it was clear they could not produce such treasures, leaving no room for hesitation. Just as Diaomin solidified his thoughts, the system unexpectedly triggered a task. Task triggered. Jiangdong Martial Academy. Jiangdong Martial Academy. Proceed to Jiangdong Martial Academy within 3 days to complete enrollment. Successful completion will yield a random reward. Oh no, what further hesitation could there be? I must go? Diaomin exclaimed. I suddenly feel that Jiangdong is quite appealing. I choose Jiangdong, especially this teacher, who appears particularly amiable. Diaomin quickly declared. However, the content of his statement left others speechless. The expressions of the four beside him and the principal indicated their disbelief. Amiable, my foot. Just a moment ago, you were dismissive of them. Why not call them amiable then? This fellow had no principles, merely chasing after wealth. Yet they were powerless. They truly could not offer top-grade bloodstones. Moreover, even if they could, they would not dare to. Only upon encountering such a circumstance would Jiangdong resort to such a desperate measure, seeking a genius to infuse new blood into their ranks. Alas, it is what it is. The other four special recruitment officers, witnessing the resolve of the talented individual, could only sigh in resignation and return to their viewing seats. Continuing to observe the forthcoming martial examinations, they hoped to discover several promising candidates. The invigilating teacher resumed control of the assessment. The evaluation continued. Meanwhile, the talented individual accompanied the principal and Jiangdong's special recruitment officer to the principal's office. Principal Jiang was preparing tea for the two. My name is Hang Zhan. You may call me Teacher Hang. You need not take the remaining examinations. You shall accompany me shortly. Hang Zhan was indeed the special recruitment officer from Jiangdong. He was acutely aware that having secured the talented individual, the other four special recruitment officers would certainly not allow him to continue selecting candidates. Remaining any longer would merely waste time. It was preferable to escort the talented individual back to the academy and register for enrollment promptly. Teacher Hang, I fear I cannot leave just yet. The talented individual replied, looking troubled. Although completing the mission at Jiangdong Martial Academy today was feasible, he was reluctant to depart at this moment. Hang Zhan furrowed his brow and inquired again. Do you have other matters to attend to? No. We should proceed to the provincial city for registration. The official enrollment period has yet to commence. You can return to handle your affairs later. Hang Zhan's current thought was to swiftly take the potential candidate away and register him. If any unforeseen circumstances arose and someone else snatched him away, it would indeed be a cause for lament. The talented individual hurriedly explained, it is not that matter. Rather, I wish to participate in the subsequent martial combat examination. How can I leave now? He was counting on the martial combat assessment to rapidly enhance his strength. Once on stage, after enduring a few rounds, his combat prowess would surely soar. I absolutely refuse to depart. I want to endure the punishment. I want to be beaten. No one can dissuade me. Chapter 10. Never have I encountered such shamelessness. Upon hearing the talented individual's reasoning, Hang Zhan was left both amused and exasperated. You need not take the subsequent tests. With your bloodline, even if your combat power is subpar, a multitude of individuals would still vie for you. There is simply no necessity for the martial combat examination. That will not do. I cannot accept this. It would be unfair to everyone. The talented individual was adamant about not leaving. Not even if it meant being dragged away on the brink of death. No one could convince him otherwise. Principal Jiang and Hang Zhan exchanged glances, both bemused. Fairness? What nonsense. You have already drained your bloodline to the level of a ruler, and that is fairness? Principal Jiang, experienced and shrewd, discerned from the talented individual's darting eyes that this was certainly not the true reason. Could it be that this lad was seeking some form of benefit? He promptly poured tea for both and said, cough, cough. Student Diao, truly, there is no need for the martial combat examination. If you have any difficulties or special requests, feel free to share them with us. He subtly gestured to Hang Zhan. Upon noticing the signal and hearing Principal Jiang's words, Hang Zhan recognized that the talented individual's expression indeed resembled that of someone seeking a favor. Ah, so that is the case. This little fox. However, in order to secure the talented individual's enrollment, Hang Zhan magnanimously stated, feel free to express your desires. As long as they are reasonable, I shall gladly comply. Having already relinquished 3 top-tier bloodline stones, he was not overly concerned about additional requests. The talented individual hesitated for a moment before cautiously stating, "Well, if I truly say it, speak freely. Be bold," Hang Zhan proclaimed with an air of confidence. The talented individual nodded, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Leaving now is not out of the question, but I have but one request. Could Teacher Hang give me a thorough beating? No need to hold back. The harder, the better, preferably to the brink of death." Uffed. Principal Jiang, who had been sipping tea, immediately spewed it out, coughing uncontrollably. Hang Zhan, however, blurred and reappeared several meters away, deftly avoiding the oncoming spray of tea. He then raised his head in disbelief. "What did you just say?" The talented individual had no choice but to repeat, "Please, Teacher Hang, give me a thorough beating, preferably to the brink of death." Hang Zhan heard him clearly this time, and could not help but scoff internally. He had encountered many who made various requests, but never one seeking punishment. Moreover, what did it mean to be to the brink of death? If one were indeed at that point, how could there be anything left to enjoy? Nevertheless, as a 4th-tier powerhouse, he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow and scrutinizing the talented individual. "Why? I need a reason. Don't tell me you enjoy being beaten." "No one enjoys that." Should I really say?" The talented individual hesitated. "If not, I can take you straight back to the provincial academy." "Well, fine. I merely wish to experience the sensation of being on the brink of death, to see if I can break through my existing limitations." The talented individual, out of options, could only fabricate an excuse. After all, he could not directly state that being beaten would make him stronger. Regarding the bloodline, he would never divulge. Although this could yield him more advantages, who knew if he might be backstabbed? At that point, being on the brink of death might become a reality. It was best that fewer people knew about this. Quietly enhancing his combat prowess was far more enticing. Upon hearing this, Hang Zhan wore an expression of realization but still shook his head. "If that is the case, it is entirely unnecessary. Jiangdong Martial Academy has ample methods to help you break through your limitations." The talented individual exclaimed, "That is unacceptable. What I desire is to be beaten. I crave the brink of death." It seemed he had no choice but to invoke the banner of his bloodline. He immediately shook his head. "I know my bloodline. Every breakthrough requires me to be gravely injured and on the brink of death before I can recover. Otherwise, I cannot break through." Hang Zhan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that it was a matter of bloodline. Was it the case that all ruler bloodlines were like this? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Such high talent would not be easily surpassed. However, Hang Zhan was also hesitant to act too rashly. What if something went awry? How would he account for that? Yet, refraining from action would lead to the talented individual refusing to cooperate and leave. For the first time, Hang Zhan found the prospect of striking someone to be so daunting. The talented individual perceived Hang Zhan's hesitation as a sign that his goal was nearing fruition. "No, I must stoke the flames once more. Teacher Hang, I implore you to strike me. Rest assured, I shall not hold you responsible. And if you bring me to the provincial academy after delivering a near-fatal blow, I shall not resist along the way." Principal Jiang, standing to the side, covered his face in embarrassment. How could this be a student from his academy? Just listen to the words of a normal person, pleading and promising responsibility. Yet he would endure a near-fatal beating without resistance. If one were on the brink of death, how could they possibly resist? He never imagined that such a rare ruler bloodline would harbor such peculiar inclinations. The world is indeed in decline. However, Principal Jiang did not speak up. The decision was no longer in his hands, and he could hardly concern himself with such matters. As the saying goes, a friend's life is not worth the path of a poor monk. He only needed to ensure the supply of talent to the provincial academy, while the mental and moral aspects of the talent. Unfortunately, he had no control over that. At that moment, Principal Jiang adopted a calm demeanor, focusing on his tea as he sat composedly in his chair. After much internal conflict, Hang Zhan ultimately resolved not to strike. If he were to cause any lasting damage, the principal would surely have him reprimanded. "Well, classmate Diao, how about this? After we return to school, I shall strike you again." As the words escaped Hang Zhan's lips, he immediately felt a sense of awkwardness. Nearby, Principal Jiang's hand trembled slightly as he feigned ignorance, though inwardly, he was in stitches. What a ridiculous notion, to discuss a beating after returning to school. Would one need to negotiate even the act of striking someone? Diaomin regarded Hang Zhan with an expression that seemed to convey, "Do you take me for a fool? No way. Once we head back, what would be the point of such an endeavor? What if you decide to go back on your word?" With that, he dramatically flopped onto the ground, embodying a petulant child who would refuse to budge unless struck. Hang Zhan was nearly provoked into action by this audacity. Never had he encountered someone so brazen. Yet, the thought of what if compelled him to restrain himself. Impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. Even if the other party was insufferable, one must not resort to violence. It's better to be cautious than reckless. Seeing Hang Zhan's restraint, Diaomin's irritation flared. Old Hang, you're a grown man. Yet you dither when it comes to striking someone? Let me be clear. If you refuse to hit me, I shall seek out the other four. Honestly, I believe the Women's Academy would suit me quite well. Though I possess a male physique, my heart has always resonated with femininity. Principal Jiang could no longer contain himself, nearly spewing his tea in a fit of laughter. Thankfully, his composure held, though his flushed face revealed the struggle to maintain his decorum. Hang Zhan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Diaomin's words. Although he suspected Diaomin was merely attempting to provoke him, he could not afford to gamble on it. Are you serious? He inquired, his tone taking on a grave seriousness. Diaomin, sensing the weight of the moment, solemnly nodded, declaring, I never jest. Principal Jiang, overhearing this declaration, found it utterly implausible. How could someone like Diaomin, who was known for his trickery, claim to speak without jest? Where had the gentlemanly conduct gone? Hang Zhan, however, paid no heed to Principal Jiang's thoughts. So, if I strike you, you will accompany me? Absolutely, Diaomin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sprang to his feet. Very well, prepare for my punch. Without further ado, Hang Zhan transformed into a blur and delivered a powerful punch toward Diaomin. He had a plan. After the bout, he could administer a third-tier recovery potion. Though it would be a bit painful, at least he could ensure no lasting harm would come of it. Diaomin felt a sudden darkness envelop him as Hang Zhan's fist connected squarely with his eye. The force behind the blow was substantial, as if Hang Zhan sought to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Diaomin, struck by the blow, staggered, nearly losing consciousness. With a pained cry, he exclaimed, Damn it, old Hang. That was uncivilized. You struck my face. He hadn't anticipated that Hang Zhan would attack without warning, nor that he would be so unrefined in his approach. Had he never heard the saying about not hitting someone in the face? How could he maintain his looks after this? But before he could finish his lament, another punch landed on his other eye. Hang Zhan surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Compulsively, he felt the need for symmetry. It was simply more aesthetically pleasing. Damn. Again? This is blatant retribution. Diaomin wailed, clutching his eyes. Before he could articulate more, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. At that moment, he thought, finally, no more strikes to the face. His looks were preserved. After delivering his blows, Hang Zhan continued his assault relentlessly. Principal Jiang, hearing Diaomin's cries and witnessing Hang Zhan's unyielding fists, felt a chill of dread. This was brutal, truly brutal. Surely, he wouldn't be killed, would he? 10 minutes later, Hang Zhan finally ceased his onslaught, gliding over to the tea table and downing his cup in one swift motion. Refreshing. Who knew that beating someone could relieve stress? The burdens I've carried for days seem to have lifted. Principal Jiang, observing Hang Zhan's relaxed demeanor, shivered involuntarily. You didn't hold back at all. Is he going to be all right? Hang Zhan merely shook his head. Rest assured, I know my limits. To the brink of death. But not beyond. One punch too many would never happen. Principal Jiang's lips twitched as he thought, this must be revenge. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. Glancing at the pitiful form of Diaomin sprawled on the ground, he voiced his concern. Are you truly going to take him away in this state? I fear he won't withstand the journey to the provincial academy. Hang Zhan smiled faintly. Worry not. I have made provisions. A dose of the third-tier recovery potion will remedy any injuries. Principal Jiang's brow relaxed. Now he understood why Hang Zhan had acquiesced so readily. It was all part of his plan involving the recovery potion. The third-tier recovery potion could heal any ailment within a day and even enhance bloodline potency, suitable for warriors below the fourth tier. For Diaomin in his current state, it was more than adequate. The provincial academy indeed had ample resources. Then, what are you waiting for? Administer it quickly. I fear that further delays may lead to complications. Hang Zhan nodded in agreement. Having relieved his pent-up frustrations, it was time to offer some aid. Concentrating, he reached into the spatial ring on his left hand. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze in horror. The once dry forehead was now beaded with sweat, and his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. There was none. Absolutely none. Only first and second tier potions remained, alongside a solitary vial of a special fourth tier potion. But there was no third tier potion. Damn it. It must have been overlooked while reorganizing. This spatial ring had been painstakingly acquired just before arriving in Jiang City, meant to showcase the strength of the Jiangdong Martial Institute. Even with all that had transpired, their reputation remained intact. However, due to the sheer volume of items, Hang Zhan hadn't paid close attention during the transfer. And now it was clear that he had neglected to include the crucial potion. As this realization struck, Hang Zhan's face paled further. Losing the potion was one thing. But Diaomin, who possessed a royal bloodline, was waiting for treatment. What would the consequences be if something happened to him? A shiver ran down Hang Zhan's spine. What to do? What to do? How could he have been so foolish? Why hadn't he checked for the potion beforehand? In that moment of despair, Hang Zhan's earlier confidence evaporated, leaving him in a state of disarray that Principal Jiang observed with concern. Hang, what's wrong? Hang Zhan, startled by the inquiry, suddenly looked up at Principal Jiang with a glimmer of hope. Just because he lacked the potion didn't he mean Principal Jiang did. Without hesitation, he grasped Principal Jiang's hand desperately, as if clutching a lifeline. Principal Jiang, I'm counting on you. Principal Jiang, taken aback, widened his eyes in shock, his arm instinctively tensing as he attempted to shake off Hang Zhan's grip. Teacher Hang, I, Jiang Wu, am not that kind of person. Don't even think about it. Let go of me. He had treated Hang Zhan as a distinguished guest, never expecting him to seek reliance at such a moment. How could that be possible? He, Jiang Wu, is attracted to women. This is not his preference. Principal Jiang's reaction left Hang Zhan momentarily stunned, his expression darkening in an instant as he could not help but roar. What I meant was that it all relies on you. How on earth did you become a principal with such poor reading comprehension? Yet, to Hang Zhan's surprise, Principal Jiang did not cease his struggle. Instead, he intensified it, exclaiming, Isn't it essentially the same? Do you think adding a word will make me oblivious? Hang Zhan truly wished to curse at that moment. Jiang Wu's reading comprehension skills were indeed unparalleled. Clearly, it was taught by the physical education teacher. No, what I meant was, it is up to you not. But it is desired to rely on you. No, it is not. Damn it. Hang Zhan was also led astray by Principal Jiang's rhythm, hastily attempting to explain. But his words fell short of their intended meaning. Principal Jiang's face turned ashen. Isn't it still the same meaning after all this back and forth? What to do? Hang Zhan was indeed stronger than him. If it came to force, was Jiang Wu, a man of great renown, destined to lose his virtue in his old age? At that moment, if the common folk were still lucid enough to witness this scene, one could only wonder how they would react. Yet, they would undoubtedly have plenty to ridicule. You two are having quite the fun, but can't someone save him first? He is still lying unconscious on the ground. Don't give up. The common folk felt that there was still a chance to rescue him. Unfortunately, the two individuals caught in this bizarre rhythm had no time to concern themselves with such matters. Just then, Principal Jiang inadvertently caught sight of the unconscious commoner on the ground and promptly said, Teacher Hang, the commoner, classmate Diao, saving him is of utmost importance. Hang Zhan suddenly froze. His expression turned pale once more as he hurriedly replied, Principal Jiang, I didn't bring any third-tier recovery potions. If you have one, could you lend it to me? I will return it once I'm back at the provincial school. Jiang Wu also froze, finally realizing the true meaning behind Hang Zhan's statement about relying on him. What a mess. If only he had said it this way from the start. Why did he have to say it in such a convoluted manner? However, Jiang Wu awkwardly told Hang Zhan, Well, Teacher Hang, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but I genuinely don't have any right now. A few days ago, a friend suffered severe injuries, and I gave him my recovery potion. Though I am the principal of Jiangxing Martial Academy, obtaining a third-tier potion is truly difficult. Besides, this potion not only aids in recovery, but can also activate bloodlines. Thus, it is in high demand in Jiangxing. I sincerely cannot produce one at this moment. Jiang Wu, noticing Hang Zhan's incredulous expression, could only quietly explain. What a disgrace. The esteemed principal of Jiangxing Martial Academy was unable to procure a single third-tier recovery potion. Sigh. The saying that too much talk brings tears perfectly encapsulated Jiang Wu's current feelings. Chapter 12 Old Hang, I want to eat. I feel like I'm starving to death. Hang Zhan scrutinized Jiang Wu's expression, and he did not appear to be lying. Is this it? It appears I must rely on myself. Could this be self-inflicted misfortune? Contemplating this, Hang Zhan, with a conflicted expression, produced a vial of milky white fourth-tier recovery potion. Principal Jiang's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, What the hell? Instant recovery potion. Indeed, what Hang Zhan had produced was the fourth-tier instant recovery potion. He dared not use a second-tier potion on the commoner, fearing it might leave residual effects. However, he had no third-tier potions at hand. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this special fourth-tier recovery potion. Utilizing this was akin to sacrificing a part of himself. This was not an ordinary fourth-tier recovery potion. It was an instant recovery type, exceptionally precious. In battle, a single vial could restore one's injuries within an hour, bringing their strength back to peak condition. It was truly a combat artifact, and one of the treasures Hang Zhan had always cherished. Yet, at this moment, Hang Zhan felt an urge to weep. Clearly, he was the one who inflicted the pain. Why did he feel like the injured party instead? However, considering the commoner's talent and importance to the 5 academies of Jiangdong, Hang Zhan could only embrace the thought of if I do not descend into hell, who will? He closed his eyes, swiftly uncorked the potion, and poured it into the commoner's mouth. The twitching corners of his eyes and the slight tremor of his right hand betrayed Hang Zhan's pain. It hurt. It pierced his heart. At that moment, Hang Zhan regretted it. I shouldn't have hit him. My impulsiveness. Hang Zhan silently vowed, I will never strike someone randomly again. I will only kill. This experience was truly unforgettable. After administering a small portion of the milky potion, the commoner's complexion began to improve. Hang Zhan immediately ceased pouring and carefully capped the vial, putting it away. This 1/3 was sufficient, although the recovery would be slower due to the inadequate dosage. Every bit saved counts. Cough, cough. In just a few minutes, the commoner awakened, feeling unbearable pain coursing through his entire body. That was brutal. He had been beaten mercilessly. Old Hang targeted precisely where it hurt the most. Old Hang was exacting revenge, a blatant act of retribution. Yet, despite the pain, the commoner could only think to shout. Bring it on again. Name, Diaomin Bloodline. Low-class Saiyan Bloodline. Bloodline purity, 18. Combat power, 85. High-level second-tier martial artist. Note, weakened state, rapidly recovering. Having endured near death, he emerged significantly stronger, with his bloodline purity even rising to 18. This beating was worth it. As Diaomin was lost in thought, Hang Zhan remained frozen, still feeling the sting of his sacrifice. But now was not the time for self-pity. He stood up and addressed Jiang Wu, Principal Jiang. Since this kid has awakened, we shall take our leave. Should we not wait until classmate Diao's injuries are fully healed before departing? Jiang Wu glanced at Diaomin, who, though recovering, was still in a weakened state, and immediately suggested, no need, it is a time of turmoil. I must hurry to take him to the provincial school for enrollment. Hang Zhan decisively refused. What a joke. This was the prime opportunity. If he waited for this kid to recover, what if he made more demands? The mere thought made him feel desperate. Now, while the kid was weak, it was the perfect time to take him away. Hang Zhan had given Diaomin 1/3 of the recovery potion for this very reason. Seizing the moment of weakness to forcibly abduct him would prevent further complications. In a flash, Hang Zhan arrived beside Diaomin, scooping up the weakened commoner and darting out of the office like a gust of wind. Jiang Wu stood dumbfounded, watching the two disappear, his eyelids twitching. He thought he faintly heard Diaomin's cries. What the hell? Old Hang, slow down, slow down. I'm feeling weak here. Have some consideration for the patient. Being dragged along by Hang Zhan, Diaomin's face turned crimson, not from recovery, but from the sheer speed. The wind stung his cheeks. Hang Zhan showed no signs of slowing down. If anything, he accelerated further. A smirk unconsciously crept onto his lips. That 1/3 of the instant recovery potion. Severe punishment. It must be severe. I may not be able to hit you, but I can certainly make you uncomfortable. This was Hang Zhan's petty mindset. This hurdle would not be easily overcome. Once Diaomin enrolled, he would relish the opportunity to make things difficult for him. The pain was real, though he thought this. His expression remained that of a strong individual. With an unwavering expression and eyes firmly fixed ahead, they hastened towards the energy train station. They were destined to take the underground train to the provincial city. Outside the city lurked ferocious beasts, and the only means of traversing between cities was via the underground train, which also served as the sole refuge from the ground-dwelling and flying monstrosities. 4 hours later, Hang Zhan emerged from the train station with Diaomin, arriving at Jiangdong province. At this juncture, Diaomin's injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to walk unaided. However, he wore a pair of panda eyes, casting a resentful glance at Hang Zhan. Throughout their journey, Diaomin had garnered considerable attention due to his panda-like appearance. The grievances he harbored were immeasurable. With a sense of fatigue, Diaomin sluggishly followed Hang Zhan to the school. As they passed the cafeteria, the tantalizing aromas wafting from within rendered Diaomin immobile. He weighed the pros and cons, ultimately deciding that a meal should take precedence. He would handle the paperwork and check in after satisfying his hunger. Old Hang, I must eat. I'm starving. Look, Weevee arrived at the academy. There's no way I can escape now. Let us eat first. Once I'm full, I'll be in better shape to register. Hang Zhan paused, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed. Having entered the academy, the risks were minimal. Old Hang, you're generous. You're treating me for this meal. How much do you have? I can eat quite a bit. I hope I won't break the bank. Diaomin was elated. For his lack of recovery was not due to the inadequacy of the restorative potions, but rather sheer hunger, feeling as if his stomach were glued to his back. Yet, he prudently inquired about the potential costs. Surely, he would make quite the dent in the bill once he began to eat. Hang Zhan shook his head confidently, proclaiming, feel free to indulge. I can cover it all. It's merely the cost of a meal. He possessed this confidence, being a fourth-tier powerhouse with a reasonably affluent background. After all, how much could one meal truly cost? All right, I hadn't realized you were such a wealthy individual, Old Hang. I'm glad to have a friend like you. Diaomin exclaimed, thrilled to finally have a place to satiate his hunger. Today he intended to feast heartily, resolving not to cease until he was completely full. Without delay, Diaomin dashed into the cafeteria, embarking on a culinary assault. 20 minutes later, Hang Zhan watched in disbelief as Diaomin devoured his meal with alarming speed. He had never anticipated that Diaomin could consume so much, rivaling 4 of his own portions, and yet he continued to eat. However, Hang Zhan wasn't overly concerned. He estimated that once the dishes on the table were cleared, Diaomin would likely be sated. 40 minutes later, Hang Zhan's mouth began to twitch as he observed Diaomin maintaining his initial pace of consumption. He silently thought, this should be enough. Surely he must be full by now. An hour later, Hang Zhan's complexion had taken on a distinctly pallid hue. Could he still be eating? Even some students lingering on campus cast astonished glances in their direction. An hour and a half later, Hang Zhan's expression had turned utterly grim. Opposite him, however, Diaomin was still at it. Was he a reincarnation of a starved ghost? Chapter 13. Discounts? Who do you think you're insulting? Around Diaomin's table, a crowd had gathered, all captivated by his remarkable eating prowess. Goodness, this person is a beast. He has been at it for over half an hour. He was already here an hour ago. I've been watching for an hour and a half without saying a word. Isn't that Hang Zhan, the instructor? This must be his friend, right? But he can eat like a champion. I just peeked into the kitchen, and the cooks are going mad. How much longer can he keep this up? I have no idea, but at this rate, I would have burst long ago. The murmurs of the surrounding students reached Hang Zhan's ears, and he absorbed every word. He parted his lips, contemplating calling out to Diaomin to halt his gluttonous feast, fearing he might not be able to cover the bill. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he ultimately refrained from speaking. He could only pray internally. Surely he must be full soon. Once this table is cleared, he has to be satisfied. 2 hours later, as cold sweat trickled down Hang Zhan's brow, Diaomin's pace of consumption finally slowed. Hang Zhan felt a flicker of hope at the sight, instinctively wiping the sweat from his forehead. Phew, it's finally over. That was arduous. If he continued any longer, I truly feared for my finances. Yet, he was also at a loss, lamenting the exorbitant cost he would soon incur. Was this the downside of possessing the bloodline of a king? Coupled with his ravenous appetite, how had Diaomin managed to survive this long? The expenses incurred from such eating habits were staggering. Just as Hang Zhan was preparing to rise and settle the bill, Diaomin's next move shattered his composure. He merely choked momentarily, took a sip of water, and resumed his voracious consumption. Hang Zhan's lips quivered in disbelief, but upon noticing the multitude of gazes upon him, he thought, I will endure. Resolutely, he fixated on Diaomin, determined to discover just how much he could consume, even if it meant depleting his resources. An hour passed, and by now, a throng of onlookers had encircled Diaomin's table, all drawn by his astonishing feats of consumption. After Diaomin polished off the last morsel of food on the table, he paused, letting out a satisfied burp. That was delightful. I've just recovered. So it's best not to overindulge. Being 8 parts full is just right. The surrounding crowd was left in a state of shock. This is what you call 8 parts full. Unbelievable. Diaomin had finally concluded his meal, yet Hang Zhan felt no joy at all. The cost of this feast would be enough to deplete his entire savings. This glutton, a total pitfall. Ever since encountering Diaomin, nothing had gone smoothly. Why did he foolishly agree to treat? Even if he had money, this was not how one should spend it. At that moment, a path opened in the crowd, and a hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds strode in, wielding an enormous ladle nearly half a meter long, exuding the aroma of food. As he approached, he grumbled, I must see which rascal has managed to consume so much that they've emptied our cold storage. He arrived at the table with a resounding thud, slamming down a 5-meter-long bill. Who is settling the tab? He is. Today, he is treating. Diaomin immediately threw Hang Zhan under the bus, gesturing towards him. Hang Zhan's lips parted in protest. He longed to assert that whoever ate should pay. However, considering Diaomin had yet to enroll and complete the necessary paperwork, he feared that insisting on payment might lead to further complications with the enrollment process. Defeated, he nodded, muttering, how much? The total is 100,000 for the ingredients, plus 60,000 for labor, amounting to 160,000. But I'll give you a discount. It's 1,500,000. Upon hearing this figure, Hang Zhan felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Even as a 4th-tier powerhouse, his monthly salary was a mere 30,000. This meal had just consumed half a year's worth of his earnings. He was about to negotiate when Diaomin interjected. No need for discounts. Who do you think you're insulting? Do you underestimate old Hang? He's got plenty of money. He just said earlier that this amount is no problem. So let me eat to my heart's content. So why the discount? Diaomin boldly interrupted. Hang Zhan nearly flipped the table upon hearing this. When had he ever claimed there was no need for a discount? Was his money simply a gift from the heavens? Insulting. He thrives on this sort of mockery. The more, the better. If only there were a 10% discount, not to mention being humiliated, he would be willing to sacrifice anything. However, Now he finds himself subjected to relentless scrutiny, as if being grilled over a flame. All he can do is silently close his eyes and, with a weary sigh, produce a card, murmuring, "Just charge it." His heart is heavy with unspoken grievances. That evening, he lay alone in the academy's lounge, having missed the registration deadline and resigned to waiting until tomorrow. Yet his mind was not preoccupied with this delay. Rather, it was consumed by thoughts of his combat prowess. After a satisfying meal, his cognitive faculties returned, and he immediately sensed something amiss with his combat strength. Originally, his power was quantified at 50, and having faced near death, he expected it to rise significantly, at least to 100, or minimally above 90. Yet, to his dismay, it stood at merely 85, falling short of even the 90 mark, let alone surpassing it. He plunged into the system space. System, this increase in combat strength is erroneous. Why has it diminished so drastically? The data regarding near-death recovery is sound, and it will continue to decrease over time. Why is that permissible? I had hoped to lie low and ascend to the ranks of the strongest, because of the host's bloodline density. For every increase of 50 in bloodline density, there are 4 opportunities for a significant surge in combat strength upon near-death experiences. The respective boosts are 100, 70, 50, and 30. This instance marks the host's second near-death experience, resulting in a 70-point boost, equating to 35 points. Understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that the near-death recovery was not to be employed frivolously. Can these opportunities accumulate? He pondered, suspecting the answer would be negative, as it would complicate the growth ratio. Accumulation is not permitted. And what about recovery from ordinary beatings? Recovery from beatings is not subject to limitations. Is the same true for an intermediate Saiyan bloodline? The host will discover that once they reach the intermediate stage, as he absorbed this information, he dismissed the system from his mind. It became evident that he needed to wield the near-death recovery strategically, enduring beatings to enhance his strength. After bolstering his power, he could seek out another near-death experience for recovery. Furthermore, he must ensure to exhaust each stage's 4 opportunities before upgrading his bloodline, maximizing his benefits in this manner. The following day, he was promptly escorted by Hang Zhan to the registration office. The moment his registration was completed, a wave of relief washed over Hang Zhan's heart. Though this was merely preliminary registration, which would be followed by entrance assessments, it sufficed for now. Once registered, his information would be entered into the federal system, and any academy reviewing his profile would note his affiliation with Jiangdong Martial Academy. This meant that he was now linked to Jiangdong, securing a promising talent. "Old Hang, I'm hungry again. Shall we go for a meal?" After completing the formalities, he looked at Hang Zhan with eager anticipation. Hang Zhan's expression contorted in irritation. "Eat? Are you joking? A meal would cost me half a year's salary. If I were to dine with you again, I must have lost my senses." Chapter 14, The Weighted Trio. Hang Zhan's countenance darkened as he hastily handed a folder to the protagonist. "Inside are some guidelines and your student ID. I have matters to attend to, so you may proceed to eat alone." With that, he vanished from sight. TCH, unwilling to treat me to a meal, how miserly. Though his attempt to extort a wealthy patron had failed, he had no choice but to fend for himself. In truth, as long as he avoided beatings, his appetite remained quite normal, sufficient for 3 to 5 individuals. Yet, upon facing near death, his hunger would multiply exponentially. While dining, the system finally relayed the completion of his task. Check-in task complete. A random Scion-related reward is being drawn. Draw complete. You have received the weighted trio. Items awaiting retrieval. There was no urgency to extract them just yet. He would attend to it later in the evening. After the meal, he casually wandered around the academy. With a month remaining until the official start of classes, the academy felt sparsely populated, though it had some students. Moreover, the 3 premium bloodline stones promised by Old Hang could only be collected after classes commenced. Thus, he decided to return to Jiangchang by train that afternoon, planning to return when school started. This month would serve as an opportunity to enhance his abilities. Although he possessed considerable combat strength, he lacked any martial skills. His current power was largely a product of merely lying around. There was a pressing need to hone his skills to fully unleash his potential. Additionally, until his bloodline reached 50 and he could control his energy, he required offensive capabilities. This led him to consider techniques such as the Phantom Fist, Multi-Phantom Fist, and the Wolf Fang Fist, as well as the sword techniques of a Kairobe, all of which were suitable before awakening his energy. He resolved that his next steps would involve swiftly adapting to his newfound strength while also delving into martial arts. The city was too comfortable. He needed to venture outside for some adventure. The world beyond the city was a haven for ferocious beasts, a forbidden zone for humanity. In this realm, the beasts held dominion, and humans could only survive in the crevices with the aid of those who awakened their bloodlines. Even Jiangxing, despite its remoteness, was not exempt from this reality. Beyond the city lay the Tiger Mountain Forest and Fengxi Valley, where it was rumored that a fourth-tier perfected beast resided deep within. In this world, beasts were ranked, akin to martial artist levels, spanning 8 tiers from 1st to 8th. Beasts above the 3rd tier had developed intelligence, while those at the 4th tier possessed intellect comparable to that of adults. Furthermore, they were generally stronger than humans of the same tier. That night, he retrieved the reward for completing his first check-in task, the weighted trio. The items materialized in his hands: a vest, a pair of wrist guards, and a pair of shoes. Upon examining them, he felt a sense of familiarity, but before he could ponder further, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly released his grip, allowing the trio to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 items crashed heavily onto the cement floor, creating deep impressions. As he gazed at the fallen gear, realization struck him. It was the very set gifted by the divine to Sun Wukong, which he later discarded during the 23rd martial arts tournament when facing the 3-eyed demon. The set consisted of a weighted vest, weighted wrist guards, and weighted shoes, each shoe weighing 40 pounds, each wrist guard 10 pounds, and the vest a staggering 100 pounds. In total, they amounted to an overwhelming 200 pounds. How could this insipid system fail to provide a warning? The sudden appearance of these items nearly shattered his wrists. While he grumbled internally, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as he began to feel drowsy with this equipment. He could only imagine the monumental progress he would achieve over the next month. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the system had modified the items. They could now morph in style at his discretion, alleviating his initial concerns. After all, the original shoe design was undeniably hideous. The commoner had audaciously transformed the martial arts boots into combat boots, and without hesitation, he donned them. The next moment, the expression of anticipation on his face turned to one of dismay, akin to the color of pig liver. How heavy! The commoner found movement to be exceedingly laborious. Trembling, he began to adapt to this new weight. 3 days later, he had at least made preliminary adjustments to this burden. At the very least, walking was no longer a problem, and he could attempt a short-distance jog. However, the efforts he had exerted over these days were known only to him. He even bathed while wearing them. He spent an entire day preparing supplies for his expedition. On the 5th day, the commoner set out with a backpack containing 30 blue energy bars. These were premium goods, valued at 1,000 each, representing the advanced version of the green energy bars. One of these was equivalent to 20 of the green ones. This was the sustenance he had prepared for himself, since he was venturing beyond the city for training. He deemed it necessary to be well equipped. He certainly had to honor his own appetite. Subsequently, the commoner grasped a newly purchased combat knife and stepped outside. Yet his pace was decidedly slow, resembling that of an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll. There was no other option. The weight was overwhelming. Each step was taken with utmost caution, not out of fear of damaging the ground, but as a form of training in control. This would help him better familiarize himself with his own strength. Half an hour later, he arrived at the city gate, where shouts filled the air. Forming a team. Forming a team. We need one more person. Bring in a tank. A control type is needed. We can set off at any moment. Newcomers welcome. 50,000 each. We still need one more. Hurry up. We can leave anytime. Tier 3 leader, destination Maple Valley. Hurry. Tier 2 intermediate and below, do not disturb. All members must be Tier 2. Only one left. We need damage. The cacophony of calls surrounded the commoner. These were all bloodline warriors, preparing to venture outside the city to hunt fierce beasts for beast crystals. Beast crystals were precious items, capable of enhancing a warrior's strength and serving as primary materials for concocting potions. Recovery potions were refined using the energy within beast crystals. The commoner did not seek to form a team. He had come to enhance his strength, not to hunt for beast crystals. He immediately left Jiang City. There were 2 methods to exit the city. One involved paying 10,000 and waiting for the shuttle. Although referred to as a shuttle, it was actually a flying beast that had been tamed. Those venturing out could ride this beast to their desired wilderness. Otherwise, traveling by foot could take several days in some areas. Moreover, the venomous insects and fierce beasts along the way could pose significant threats to those venturing out. The second method was akin to what the commoner was doing now, directly exiting the city and entering the periphery of the Tiger Mountain Forest without paying any fees. However, once he left the city, he bore full responsibility for his life and death. Furthermore, re-entering the city would require 1,000 as a protection fee. As the commoner departed, a city guard stationed at the gate abruptly halted his inspection. He turned to a nearby companion and said, "Quickly report to the young master. The target has appeared. I will follow him." With that, he made his way toward the city's exit. Another city guard hurried toward Jiang City's luxurious district. 10 minutes later, he arrived at an opulent villa. "Young master, we have located the person you instructed us to watch." "Really? Where?" The individual, who had been eating with his head down, suddenly lifted his gaze. It was Deng Sikong. Just left the city. He must be going to hunt fierce beasts. Our men are already following him. Deng Sikong nodded in approval, saying, "Good. I trust you know what to do next. Go collect your reward." "Thank you, young master. Rest assured. I will take care of him right away." His subordinate expressed gratitude before mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. "Go. Do well, and there will be a reward." Deng Sikong waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, young master." The city guard left with a look of joy on his face. Deng Sikong's gaze lingered on the door, as if envisioning the commoner meeting a grim fate outside the city, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "You dare to challenge me? Ha ha ha. What does it matter if you possess royal blood? To offend me is to seek death." Chapter 15. Let go of that man. If you dare, come at me. Several hours later, the commoner sat exhausted beneath a tree, his body feeling utterly limp. In this dense forest, clad in heavy gear, he was truly suffering. It was unbearably tiring. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black was lurking just behind him in a tree. Cheng Yi, a city guard who had been trailing him. Now clad in a different outfit, Cheng Yi stared at the commoner with a peculiar expression. "What on earth? You're already worn out? Just a few hours in, and you can't take it? Your endurance is pitiful. With this kind of stamina, how strong could you possibly be? If this is your strength, is there even a need for me to lurk around?" Without hesitation, Cheng Yi leaped down from the tree, wielding a tactical knife, striding boldly toward the commoner. There was no need for stealth. A swift strike would suffice. He had initially anticipated a formidable opponent, only to find this one lacking. Judging by his stamina, he was at best Tier 1 intermediate. What was there to fear? Upon hearing a sound, the commoner turned his head, his eyes widening in shock as though he had seen a ghost. Cheng Yi, noticing the commoner's expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. He relished the terror reflected in the other's eyes. It was an exhilarating feeling. He spoke in a low yet menacing tone. "Kid, encountering me is your misfortune. You have only yourself to blame for provoking someone you shouldn't have." "Holy cow, a gorilla!" the commoner exclaimed, pointing at Cheng Yi in disbelief. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, and then a surge of anger welled within him as he bellowed, "You're dead. I despise being called a gorilla. You're the gorilla. Your whole family are gorillas." Cheng Yi's fury was fueled by his appearance. During his childhood, he had been mocked by his peers for resembling a gorilla. Later, after awakening his bloodline and becoming a warrior, such taunts diminished. Yet, the sting of that ridicule lingered in his heart. This term was a taboo for him. Now, the commoner was brazenly exposing his wounds. The commoner shook his head vigorously, hastily saying, "No, behind you. There's a gorilla behind you." Cheng Yi froze, for as the commoner uttered these words, a massive hand, covered in black fur, had landed on his shoulder. Cheng Yi stared at the enormous paw resting on his shoulder, slowly turning to look behind him, only to see a shadow towering over 3 meters high. His pupils constricted in horror, a King Kong beast. How could a King Kong beast appear on the outskirts of the forest? Wasn't it supposed to be found deeper within? Had it come out for a stroll after a hearty meal? Had he not checked the calendar before venturing out? The King Kong beast seemed to take pleasure in Cheng Yi's startled expression, flashing a toothy grin. Cheng Yi's face turned ashen. He was merely at Tier 1 perfection and had encountered a fully grown King Kong beast, a creature of Tier 3 strength. Although it appeared to be a juvenile based on its size, even as an adolescent, it possessed Tier 2 strength, far beyond his capabilities. However, the adage that a great man can bend and stretch was vividly illustrated in Cheng Yi. Just moments ago, he had boasted of eliminating the commoner. Upon encountering the formidable Titan beast, a grotesque smile, more sorrowful than a cry, immediately adorned his face. "Brother Jean, may I propose a matter? Could we possibly remove your hand? My shoulder is quite dusty, and I fear it may soil your grip." He spoke while cautiously attempting to dislodge the massive hand resting upon his shoulder. However, his plea was met with an enraged roar from the Titan. With a ferocious grip, the Titan seized Cheng Yi's shoulder, raising its other hand to deliver a thunderous blow to his abdomen. Ah! The punch forced blood to spill from the corners of Cheng Yi's mouth, his body curling up like a shrimp, instantly rendered incapable of fighting. He felt as if his insides had ruptured from the impact. Severely injured. Indeed, critically wounded. Regret washed over Cheng Yi. He lamented his earlier bravado, questioning why he had descended into this chaos. Had he not done so, that other fellow would be facing the Titan instead. How he wished he could turn back time. Meanwhile, the Titan grew even more exhilarated, clutching Cheng Yi like a rag doll, its other fist poised to strike again. Cheng Yi, in agonizing despair, shut his eyes, convinced this was the end. Just then, a voice filled with exhilaration interrupted the Titan's advance. "Release that man. If you dare, come for me." Cheng Yi instinctively opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the audacious figure. Could it be? Was he truly being rescued? The voice could belong to no one else but the audacious individual. However, The audacious one did not speak out of a desire to save. Rather, he sought to draw the Titan's ire. Look at the Titan's formidable physique. Its robust arms, colossal fists, and powerful build screamed strength. Yet, the Titan had one primary method of attack, its fists. Was this not the perfect training partner? If such fists could strike him and he could recover, his combat prowess would surely soar. How could such an opportunity be monopolized by that man in black? He needed to learn the virtue of sharing. Thus, he added, "Come on, hit me. Little gorilla, come at me." The Titan had never encountered such provocation. "Who are you calling little?" It roared, furious. With that, it flung Cheng Yi aside and, with its massive fists pounding its robust chest, charged at the audacious one. Cheng Yi, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, felt a surge of gratitude towards the audacious figure. At this moment, he regarded him as a savior. If he survived this ordeal, he would surely inform the audacious one of the dangerous intrigues at play. He must help him escape Jiangqing, lest Deng Sikong prevail. Unbeknownst to the audacious one, his mere words had effectively brainwashed the Titan, transforming an enemy into an ally with such ease. Truly, how terrifying. Now facing the charging Titan, while thrilled, the audacious one remained acutely vigilant. He could withstand a few punches, but he must not come close to death. To perish before such a beast would mean bidding farewell to this world. This time, the audacious one did not passively endure. Instead, he launched a powerful punch to meet the Titan's colossal fists head-on. Yes, he resolved to rise to the occasion and confront it. The clash of one man and one beast, one large and one small, resonated with a powerful impact. The Titan's size was indeed impressive, its strength formidable. Bang! The audacious one was sent flying by the Titan's punch, crashing heavily into a tree, shaking loose a flurry of leaves. The Titan, witnessing its tiny antagonist being struck away, erupted in a triumphant roar, pounding its chest in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the audacious one rose, spitting out a trickle of blood. He had bitten his tongue during the impact. Yet, truth be told, the Titan's punch was no light matter. It had nearly broken his arm. Secretly, the audacious one consumed an energy bar. The surge of energy ignited a fiery warmth in his stomach, rapidly dispersing throughout his body. As the energy coursed through him, the numbness in his arms began to fade, and his slight muscular injuries healed swiftly. Chapter 16. Little gorilla, come on, hit me. The audacious one had indeed gleaned valuable insights from that punch. He assessed the Titan's strength to be at the advanced second tier, on par with his own. However, given the Titan was a strength-based beast, its punch surpassed that of an average second-tier fighter. Most importantly, he could withstand its blows. If he could endure, now was the time to seize the moment. Little gorilla, come on, hit me. You can't even tickle me with that weak force. Come on, let me show you where to hit. Roaring in fury, the Titan could not articulate, but could only express its rage with a deafening growl. Its massive feet thundered towards the audacious one, determined to teach this insolent little creature a lesson. Understanding the Titan's strength, the audacious one opted to refrain from retaliation and boldly stood his ground. From a distance, Cheng Yi watched in astonishment, his lips quivering. Could he endure? Although he was astounded by the audacious one's strength, witnessing him spitting blood, yet still daring to provoke the Titan stirred profound emotions within Cheng Yi. This sacrifice was for him, a stranger with ill intentions. The magnitude of this kindness was overwhelming. How could he ever repay such a debt? As he observed the audacious one being battered by the Titan, tears welled up in Cheng Yi's eyes. This man's actions had moved him to tears. Bang! The audacious one crashed heavily against a nearby tree, rolling to the ground. To Cheng Yi's shock, the impact left a crack in the sturdy trunk. The audacious one appeared utterly battered, as if he had been mercilessly trampled. His face swelled grotesquely. Yet beneath the bruises, a glimmer of peculiar excitement remained. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. The audacious one had just gained 7 points of combat strength, bringing him to a total of 92 points, perfecting his second-tier abilities. Enduring blows had somehow led to an upgrade. Where could one contest such absurdity? However, he recognized the need to know when to retreat. Even though he had leveled up, the Titan's punches were heavy, and further punishment could genuinely bring him to the brink of death. Pointing behind the Titan, he suddenly shouted, "What a beautiful female gorilla!" The roaring Titan abruptly halted, as if comprehending, instinctively turning to look. A female gorilla? Where? Where is she? Did anyone notice my magnificent display of strength? Could tonight be the night I find companionship? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled within the Titan's mind. Yet, as it turned its head, confusion washed over it. Where was this female gorilla? Moreover, the Titan suddenly remembered something crucial. I am the Titan beast, not a gorilla. Why would it seek a female gorilla? If it were to look for a mate, it would be a female Titan beast. In a fit of rage, it spun back around, intent on smashing the deceitful little creature that dared to trick it. How dare it mock the great Titan? It would crush him. Regrettably, upon turning around, he discovered that the spot where the little one had been was now devoid of life. Even the diminutive figure clad in black, which had been lying there, had vanished. With a furious roar, the diamond beast's entire form seemed to swell with newfound strength, its height increasing by half a meter. As an aura characteristic of a third-tier fierce beast began to emanate from it. Inexplicably enraged by the antics of the mischievous commoner, the diamond beast had advanced to full second-tier status. Its thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, likely scaring away countless low-tier beasts. At that moment, a 7-meter-tall diamond beast emerged from the adjacent thicket, beckoning to the furious little diamond beast. The previously enraged creature suddenly softened, leaping into the embrace of the towering diamond beast, seeking comfort. The scene, however, was less than dignified. Can one truly envision the image of two muscular bodybuilders, one towering and the other diminutive, entangled in such a manner? As the lyric goes, the scene is too beautiful, I dare not gaze. 10 minutes later, in a hollow of a tree, two figures sat facing each other, Diaomin and Changyi. Benefactor, this is how it is. You must never return to Jiangqing. The Deng family will not spare you. Changyi earnestly advised Diaomin. Diaomin regarded Changyi with a perplexed expression, surprised that he had managed to win over someone's heart so effortlessly. Well, actually, I wanted to. Just as he began to speak, Changyi interrupted him, sporting a knowing look. Benefactor, there's no need to say anything further. My life was saved by you. Rest assured, I will not betray you. No, I meant to say, Benefactor, I understand your intention. Although your strength is formidable, having likely reached the second tier, it is certain that there are higher tier experts among them. Therefore, you should escape. Rest assured, I will delay them and do my utmost to buy you time to flee. Before Diaomin could finish, Changyi glanced at the sky, his expression shifting, and abruptly interrupted him again. This is bad. Benefactor, they must have entered the forest some time ago, and will likely be tracking your trail shortly. As he spoke, he produced 3 vials of potions from his pocket, 3 second-tier recovery potions. Changyi had brought 4 potions on this outing, having used 1 earlier, leaving him with 3. With a heart full of gratitude, he thrust all of them into Diaomin's hands. Benefactor, this is all my potions. Please take them. I will repay this great kindness in the future. I will go and hold them off. Without allowing Diaomin a chance to respond, he firmly pressed the 3 potions into Diaomin's hands and darted out of the hollow, racing into the distance. Changyi was consumed by a singular thought. He must buy time for the benefactor. Diaomin was left in a state of bewilderment. I just received 3 second-tier potions for nothing? I actually wanted to ask, what is your surname? Changyi had rambled on, and until this moment, Diaomin knew only his intentions, completely unaware of his name. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, these 3 second-tier potions were genuine. As fate would have it, Diaomin was grappling with his injuries, which would take quite some time to heal. He had not anticipated that this mysterious figure would possess such valuable items. Without hesitation, he uncorked 1 vial and consumed its contents. As the second-tier potion coursed through his body, Diaomin's recovery accelerated dramatically. At this rate, he estimated that within a day, his wounds would be sufficiently healed, allowing him to elevate his combat prowess further. Moreover, with the black-clad figure distracting their pursuers, Diaomin was relieved to have some leisure. First, he would enhance his strength. Once his power increased, he would have ample means to deal with those adversaries. After resting for several minutes, Diaomin emerged from the hollow and ventured deeper into the forest, seeking a tranquil place to cultivate his abilities. He intended to enhance his strength while also acclimating to the burdensome gear he wore. Thankfully, the weighted attire had cushioned the impact of the diamond beast's punch. Otherwise, his situation would have been far more dire. While the weighted vest could mitigate some of the diamond beast's striking force, the subsequent sprint alongside Changyi had nearly cost him his life. Those 200 pounds of weight were no trifling matter. He needed to adapt swiftly. Diaomin's plan was to fully acclimate to the weighted gear within a month, ensuring that his running and movements remained unaffected. Chapter 17, Big Brother Jean. Your leg hair is unruly. Let me tidy it up for you. Meanwhile, Changyi had reunited with the newcomers. Old Cheng, what are you doing here? Where's that kid you were following? Wei Ji inquired, astonished to see Changyi. Wei Ji had come with 2 companions, both second tier, alongside himself, a newly minted third-tier expert. Together, they were more than capable of dealing with someone whose bloodline had only just awakened. However, given the perilous nature of the Tiger Mountain Forest, it was necessary to have a third-tier presence to maintain order. Changyi's expression darkened with indignation. Don't even mention it. I encountered a second-tier diamond beast and nearly met my end. That kid got away. What? A second-tier diamond beast? Are you sure it wasn't a third-tier? Of course. If it had been a third-tier, would I still be alive? Look at my injuries. Wei Ji scrutinized Changyi closely, noting his disheveled appearance, smeared with dirt and even stained with blood, confirming he was not lying. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi was concocting a ruse in his mind, pondering how to delay their pursuit to allow the benefactor to escape. Cheng Yi, the target has changed. There's no rush to find that kid. We should locate the second-tier diamond beast first and secure the beast crystal before anything else. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ji excitedly addressed Cheng Yi. He was exhilarated. This was an adolescent diamond beast. The value of its beast crystal was not inferior to that of a third tier's. Moreover, hunting a second-tier creature was significantly easier than a third tier. Who would have thought they could make a profit during this outing? What incredible luck they had today. Cheng Yi, momentarily taken aback by Wei Ji's words, quickly felt a rush of joy. He had been fretting over how to buy time, and now a perfect opportunity had presented itself. Nodding, he replied, "Follow me." That creature should still be nearby. However, the direction he led them was completely opposite to where the diamond beast was located. His sole intention was to delay as long as possible. He could not allow Wei Ji to encounter the diamond beast too soon. Otherwise, once it was slain, the next target would undoubtedly be the benefactor. If they sought the benefactor, they could forget it. 2 hours later, Wei Ji and his companions were drenched in sweat, watching Cheng Yi ahead of them. "Old Cheng, have you found the way?" "Yeah, I told you, Old Cheng, for someone your age. You have a remarkable talent for getting lost. We've been wandering around this area for half an hour." Wei Ji and his companions began to complain, finding Cheng Yi utterly unreliable. Cheng Yi, meanwhile, wore a frown as he surveyed his surroundings, yet he felt no urgency. Calculating the time, he figured the benefactor should have gotten far away by now. It was time to seek revenge on that diamond beast. "I found it. Over here. We should arrive in about 10 minutes. Wei Ji and his companions perked up, finally having located their target. "Quick, lead the way." 10 minutes later, Cheng Yi spotted a figure nearing 4 meters tall, gazing up at a 5-meter wide tree. Has this diamond beast grown? It seems taller than before." Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a figure dart past him. It was Wei Ji. "I shall take the lead. You all hurry and keep up. Do not let him escape." Indeed, it is a second-tier ferocious beast. Wei Ji surged ahead, his excitement unmistakable upon his countenance. "Little gorilla, I'm coming for you." As Wei Ji approached, the little golden gorilla turned its head to regard him. "Little golden gorilla, today you are mine. No one can save you." "Ha ha." The response from the little golden gorilla was a fierce roar. However, this roar only fueled Wei Ji's exhilaration as he brandished his blade and swung it towards the little golden gorilla. "Ha ha. Keep shouting. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will rescue you." To his surprise, the little golden gorilla not only did not evade, but also showed no signs of defense. Instead, its gaze towards Wei Ji bore a hint of sympathy. Wei Ji, however, was not contemplating this. He unleashed all his strength upon the little golden gorilla, which appeared to him as a sparkling, magnificent beast crystal. At that moment, 2 towering black shadows descended from the sky, landing before the little golden gorilla. Clang! Wei Ji's strike met the shadow, producing merely a spark and shearing off a few thick strands of black fur. Why has the sky darkened? And what are these 2 furry pillars? Wei Ji furrowed his brow, gazing upwards in confusion. What met his sight was a pair of furious, crimson eyes. Only then did Wei Ji discern the true nature of the 2 black pillars. By heavens, they were 2 legs. A third-tier intermediate golden gorilla. Wei Ji's voice faltered, his face paling. He had dared to strike the offspring in front of a third-tier ferocious beast. Yet, Wei Ji's reaction was swift. Big brother gorilla. I noticed your leg fur was a bit unruly, so I took the liberty of trimming it for you. Now it looks so smooth and tidy. No need to thank me." Boom. The enraged golden gorilla lifted its foot and sent Wei Ji flying, crashing heavily beside Cheng Yi and the others, leaving him momentarily breathless and unconscious. Witnessing Wei Ji, bloodied and unconscious, Cheng Yi and the others trembled. The strongest among them reacted first, scooping up Wei Ji and exclaiming, "Split up and run." With that, he dashed into the nearby woods. Cheng Yi and another promptly followed suit, choosing different paths to disperse. Roar! The golden gorilla did not pursue Cheng Yi and the others. Instead, it bellowed skyward and charged after the strongest one, for that individual had dared to harm its child. The little golden gorilla watched its father's disappearing figure with indifference. Even within the forest, its father was a formidable warrior. Against such insignificant insects, it posed no threat. It plopped down on the ground and began to enjoy the fruit its father had plucked from the tree. Delicious, just as the little golden gorilla relished its moment. A voice unexpectedly rang out from nearby. "Ah, little gorilla, I've finally found you." The newcomer was Diaomin. He was in no hurry to leave. Such an excellent target for enhancing his combat prowess, such a rich source of experience. How could he not take full advantage of it? Thus, having recovered somewhat, Diaomin commenced his search for the little golden gorilla. He had just heard the distant roar and had come to investigate, not expecting to actually find it. The little golden gorilla looked up, instantly infuriated. It is that little pest who called me small. You are the one who is small. Your entire family is small. Roaring. The little golden gorilla cast aside its fruit and lunged at Diaomin. Diaomin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the charging figure. Here it comes. Here it comes. The battle is upon us. He puffed out his chest. Bang. Diaomin was sent flying once more. Thus ensued several harrowing minutes, during which Diaomin experienced both pain and joy. The pain stemmed from the realization that the little gorilla's strength had indeed increased, its punches growing heavier. The joy arose from the fact that his combat power was on the verge of breaking 100. After the little golden gorilla once again slammed Diaomin to the ground, it noticed that Diaomin did not immediately rise. Ecstatically, it threw back its head and roared, thumping its chest with a resounding thud. Finally, I've crushed this little pest. What a struggle it has been. I never realized that hammering someone could be so exhausting. Yet, as the golden gorilla lowered its head once more, its expression shifted. No one was there. The person had vanished. It had been deceived once again. Roar. Only a roar could convey the little golden gorilla's frustration at that moment. Chapter 18. Everyone has fur. Let me pluck your fur. Minutes later, Diaomin emerged in a cave not far away. This was a location he had fortuitously discovered while searching for the little golden gorilla, providing him a perfect spot to recuperate. Now, with a bruised visage, Diaomin lay on the ground like a battered dog, gasping for breath, yet unable to conceal the delight in his eyes. This time, his injuries were more severe than before. He had nearly failed to return. Nevertheless, the results were evident. His combat power had soared to 98 points. Once he fully recovered, surpassing the 100 mark was a certainty. Furthermore, the burden of his weighted clothing affected him less and less. He believed that after a few more encounters, he would undoubtedly adapt to the weight. The more he pondered, the more he found the golden gorilla endearing, and he had already resolved to engage with this creature. Where else could he find such a massive fist? Wouldn't it be delightful to endure such blows? Thus, Diaomin began an unabashedly intimate existence with the little golden gorilla in the forest. Fortunately for Diaomin, he encountered the formidable golden gorilla only thrice without consequence. However, the little golden gorilla was decidedly displeased. Although the opponent did not strike back, it could not be defeated. It was exhausting. Most importantly, the little pest seemed to bounce around even more joyfully the harder it was struck. Who could it complain to about this? The little golden gorilla's inner turmoil was overwhelming. What was one to do when faced with a diminutive opponent who neither fought back nor could be defeated? No matter how hard one tried, help was urgently needed. Thus, when Diaomin sought out the little golden gorilla once more, the latter resolutely refused to engage. I can't defeat you, and it hurts my hands. Let someone else do the hammering. I won't do it anymore. Why not enjoy some fruit instead? Diaomin, seeing this, grew anxious. This won't do. I still count on you for experience points. He dashed in front of the little golden gorilla. The little golden gorilla, however, did not even glance at Diaomin, pulling out a piece of fruit from somewhere and turning away to indulge in its meal. I can't hammer you, but I can evade you. I'm done hammering. It hurts too much. This time, it would not hammer again, even if it meant facing death. Diaomin, in a fit of frustration, leaped in front of the little golden gorilla. Look at me, such a small creature, bouncing around before you. Does that not irk you? The little golden gorilla rolled its eyes and turned its back on Diaomin, adopting a posture of utter disregard. Diaomin was instantly driven to the brink of madness. You are a disgrace to the gorilla world. You give up in the face of adversity? Are you truly content with that? To the surprise of all, the little King Kong beast cast a disdainful glance at the ruffian, then lowered its head to resume its meal. Witnessing the little King Kong's resolute indifference, the ruffian could hardly contain his frustration. You refuse to fight, do you? Very well. I possess ample methods to provoke you into action. Observing the King Kong's thick, luscious fur, a sly smile crept across the ruffian's lips. I've got it, he exclaimed, and began to hum a tune. Everyone has their own fur, and I shall pluck yours. With that, he reached out and grabbed a handful of fur from the little King Kong's back. Rip, roar. The little King Kong was initially puzzled by the sudden silence behind it, only to be met with a sharp pain coursing through its back moments later. Turning around, its eyes widened with fury as it beheld the ruffian clutching a bunch of its own fur, counting it gleefully while singing. That's my fur, it thought, panic-stricken at the possibility of a bald patch on its back. How could it ever attract a female gorilla? No, a female King Kong. If it were to lose its fur, beasts may endure, but a King Kong shall not. With a thunderous roar, it launched a powerful punch. I will strike. Minutes later, after enduring enough torment, the ruffian made his escape once more, leaving the little King Kong alone, sorrowfully gazing at the tufts of fur scattered on the ground. It attempted to gather the fallen strands, but found them too fine, failing repeatedly in its efforts. Woe is me. The ruffian has gone too far. I must seek my father. The little King Kong resolved that it could no longer tolerate this indignity and set off to find its father. Initially reluctant, as it had always been the one to exert dominance over smaller creatures, it now felt utterly humiliated. If this time it was fur, what might happen next? It needed its father to help vanquish this ruffian. Minutes later, the little King Kong arrived at the entrance of a grand cave, calling out, "Father, father, I have been wronged. Someone keeps provoking me to fight, and is even plucking my fur." 2 days later, the ruffian returned in search of the little King Kong. From a distance, he spotted the creature beneath a large tree, gazing up at its towering branches. The ruffian grinned, abandoning all concealment as he swaggered over with confidence. Well, my adorable little gorilla, here I am again." The little King Kong noticed the ruffian and, upon hearing his words, involuntarily twitched its mouth in a human-like manner. It then let out a defiant roar, as if to say, "Come here and try me." The ruffian's eyebrows rose in understanding. "Oh, this little gorilla has grown bold, hasn't it? Let's see how you fare." With that, he strode up to the little King Kong, exchanging a challenging glance. "You dare come at me?" To his surprise, the little King Kong flashed a mischievous grin, stepping aside slightly as if to make room for something. The ruffian, puzzled, leaned to the side only to freeze in place. There, towering behind a sturdy tree, was a 7-meter-tall adult King Kong, glaring fiercely at him. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to stand still. The ruffian's face turned pale. "What the hell? I struck the young one, and now the elder has appeared, and right there lurking? This is utterly unfair. Hey there, Big Brother Kong. I didn't realize you were here. You two continue your family bonding. I won't intrude. I'll just be on my way." With that, the ruffian bolted, propelled by instinct. After all, the sheer size of the adult King Kong screamed danger. The ruffian could handle a few punches from the little one, but a full-force strike from the elder would be fatal. Roar! The adult King Kong was not about to let this scoundrel escape unpunished for bullying its child. As a father, it could not allow such disrespect before its offspring. In an instant, it became a blur, chasing after the ruffian. The little King Kong watched the two figures vanish into the forest, then joyfully thumped its chest, pulling out a piece of fruit to munch on. Today's fruit was particularly delicious. Unbeknownst to the little King Kong, for pairs of eyes were watching from the underbrush. It was Wei Ji and Cheng Yi, who had reassembled after their previous encounters, having recovered from his injuries. Wei Ji could not resist the temptation posed by the second-level King Kong and was plotting to eliminate the little one. To his surprise, the opportunity had presented itself. "Boss Wei, that just now was the target of young Master Deng. Should we proceed?" One of them whispered. Wei Ji pondered for a moment before responding, "No need. With that third-level King Kong around, the little one is as good as dead. This way, we can avoid getting our hands dirty." Cheng Yi, though maintaining a calm facade, felt a surge of anxiety. "Oh, benefactor, why haven't you left yet?" he thought. "I must find a way to assist you." His gaze fell upon the little King Kong, still blissfully enjoying its fruit, and an idea struck him. "Boss Wei, I'm worried. What if that little one manages to escape? It would be difficult to track him down later. How about this? I'll follow to see if the little one has perished, while you all take advantage of the moment to seize the little King Kong while it's alone. With your strength, I believe you can handle it before the elder returns." Cheng Yi suggested, feigning loyalty while desperately hoping for Wei Ji's agreement so he could rush to help. Wei Ji paused in thought, realizing the validity of Cheng Yi's concern. "Indeed, if that little one survives, we'll have to search for him later." "Good thinking. You go ahead and follow. The rest of you with me." "All right, I'm off." Cheng Yi breathed a sigh of relief, nodding eagerly as he dashed off in pursuit of the ruffian's disappearing figure. Meanwhile, Wei Ji and the others sprang into action, heading towards the little King Kong. "Ha, little gorilla, I'm back." On the other hand, the ruffian, with his speed, could never outrun the adult King Kong, a formidable third-level beast. Despite his attempts to hinder the elder's pursuit, he was ultimately caught. Faced with the towering figure before him, resembling a mountain, the ruffian grimaced. Big Brother Kong, can we negotiate? Please go easy on me. I fear pain." Roar! The adult King Kong unleashed a punch. Its fist was the size of the ruffian's torso. Gazing at the oncoming blow, the ruffian thought, "If I can withstand this punch, my combat power will surely increase." But the next moment, he shuddered. This isn't about gaining power, it's about surviving. He leaped aside just in time to narrowly evade the devastating strike. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as a massive crater formed in the ground. The ruffian's cheeks quivered, nearly terrified out of his wits. "Oh my goodness!" As the cunning rogue trembled in fear, the mighty King Kong beast was far from idle. Observing the rogue evade his powerful punch, the beast summoned his strength, propelling his massive body forward like an unstoppable mountain. The rogue's pupils constricted in terror as he cried out, "Don't come any closer." In the next instant, the two figures collided. The punch was easily dodged, but the mountain was impossible to evade. The force was vividly manifested upon the rogue, whose slight frame was sent flying by the impact of the King Kong beast, blood spewing forth in midair. He crashed heavily to the ground, sliding backward for several paces. Upon hitting the earth, darkness enveloped his vision, and he coughed up blood once more. Oh no, I've gone too far this time. This third-tier ferocious beast is too formidable. I can't withstand it. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt his body lose all control, and the next moment, he found himself suspended in midair, having been scooped up by one of the King Kong beast's massive hands. Enduring the excruciating pain, the rogue managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. Big brother, let's negotiate. Please, I have a fear of heights. In the blink of an eye, the King Kong beast hurled him into the sky, and as gravity took hold, he plummeted back down, only to be swatted back up again by the beast's palm, roaring with excitement. The King Kong beast was suddenly interrupted by a distant cry from the little King Kong beast. Immediately taken aback, rage surged within him. Without a second thought for the rogue still suspended in the air, he exerted his legs and charged back toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, the rogue, now at the peak of his ascent, paled in dread. Don't run, you giant gorilla. Catch me, will you? Oh damn. As he began his descent, he drew closer to the ground. Suddenly, thud. The earth trembled violently as a half-meter deep crater appeared where he landed. The rogue's vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness. Once again teetering on the brink of death, it was a full minute later when Cheng Yi arrived at the scene, his face etched with worry. Benefactor, where are you? As he sprinted, Cheng Yi's figure abruptly vanished. Ouch! Who in their right mind digs pits everywhere? Distracted by his concern for the distant cries, Cheng Yi stumbled directly into the pit created by the rogue's fall. Upon regaining his footing and surveying the surroundings, his expression brightened with realization. Benefactor. Meanwhile, the little King Kong beast was in dire straits, besieged by Wei Ji and his companions. It bore 3 deep wounds from Wei Ji's blades, one of which exposed bone, and blood gushed forth, staining its previously dark fur a deep crimson. After repelling the trio once more, the little King Kong beast let out a defiant roar. It was summoning help. The echo resonated throughout the forest. Wei Ji's expression shifted instantly. This is bad. He is calling for aid. If the big King Kong beast returns, we won't stand a chance. The other two nodded in agreement, ready to intensify their assault. But in the next moment, they froze in place. It wasn't that they hesitated. It was that the gorilla had climbed a tree, making it nearly impossible to mount an effective attack. After issuing its cry for help, the little King Kong beast wasted no time. It spotted a sturdy tree with a trunk 5 meters wide and swiftly ascended. Settling at the top, it snapped off a branch the thickness of a calf and bared its teeth at the trio below, as if to say, 3 fools, come at me if you dare. Wei Ji and his companions were rendered speechless. How were they supposed to fight now? The tree effectively provided the little King Kong beast with the high ground. It was a clear disadvantage for them. Wei Ji's face darkened. He was unwilling to concede. They were so close. Just a little more time. If only he had another 30 seconds, or even just 10, he could have slain the beast. But now, with the big King Kong beast soon to arrive, the little King Kong beast was clearly out of reach. Though frustration churned within him, he could only grimly declare, retreat. At that moment, Wei Ji felt the sky darken. A wave of warmth enveloped him from behind. The trio stiffened in terror, slowly raising their eyes. A colossal head loomed over them, its eyes burning crimson. The big King Kong beast had returned. Run! Wei Ji shouted decisively. They were no match for the beast in a direct confrontation. He quickly set off in a chosen direction, with the other two hastily following suit. Boom. However, they had barely taken 2 steps when they were forced to halt. The little King Kong beast, upon seeing its father arrive, leapt from the tree, blocking their path. Trapped between the little and big King Kong beasts, they were caught in a vice. There was no escaping this predicament. Roaring with fury, the 2 King Kong beasts wasted no time, especially the little King Kong beast, whose arm was still bleeding profusely. The anger within it was palpable. Onward to the little King Kong beast, Wei Ji commanded, demonstrating resolve. The other two hesitated for just a moment, but soon steeled themselves, stepping forward to force their way past the little King Kong beast. As they moved, a glint of malice flashed in Wei Ji's eyes. Better to sacrifice a friend than perish together. He swiftly maneuvered behind them, delivering a punch to each of their backs. Blood spewed forth as they were propelled uncontrollably toward the little King Kong beast. The two, now hurtling toward the beast, exchanged terrified glances. Yet, beneath their fear lay a seething rage. They had been betrayed by the very person they trusted the most. The little King Kong beast, oblivious to their turmoil, felt a thrill of excitement as it raised its massive paw to strike them down. Wei Ji, you will meet a terrible fate. With a resounding crash, the little King Kong beast's paws struck true, crushing their skulls like ripe melons. Blood and brain matter splattered across the forest floor. The two were slain. Before the little King Kong beast could revel in its victory, a figure darted past it, leaving only a blur in its wake. Turning to see the figure disappearing into the distance, it was none other than Wei Ji. Roaring in fury, both King Kong beasts gave chase after Wei Ji. Chapter 20. Surge of power. On the other side of the forest, the rogue awakened once more, finding himself within a cave. I'm not dead. Where am I? Benefactor. You're awake. The rogue turned his gaze to the entrance, where Chung Yi entered, carrying a roasted rabbit. It's you. Thank you for saving me. The rogue felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the sweat-drenched man and immediately expressed his gratitude. Please, there's no need for such formalities. You've saved me as well. Now that you're awake, I must take my leave. I still need to deal with those three. Finish your meal and leave quickly. We cannot linger here. Chung Yi sincerely handed the roasted meat to the rogue before turning to depart hastily. He needed to return quickly. Too much time had passed, and Wei Ji and the others might have grown suspicious as the cunning individual gazed at Chung Yi's departing figure. It would be a lie to claim he was not moved. He was certainly not an ungrateful person. Anyone who had shown him kindness would be forever etched in his memory. This debt of gratitude, he vowed, he would repay. Regaining his composure, he prepared to tackle the roasted rabbit. However, he was taken aback to discover that his injuries had mysteriously healed. What could be the reason? He had run out of recovery potions. The last batch given to him by Chung Yi had been entirely consumed. Could it be? In a nearby corner, he spotted the packaging of a recovery potion. Indeed, he silently committed this to memory. With his wounds mended, he began to savor the roasted rabbit while simultaneously checking his current attributes. Name, cunning individual. Bloodline, inferior Saiyan bloodline. Bloodline purity, 30. Combat power, 158. Initial stage of 3rd tier. Bloodline skills, 1 passive. The heavier the injury, the greater the strength increase upon recovery, up to a maximum of 100. 2 passive. Converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 passive. Great Ape Transformation, sealed, will be unsealed when bloodline concentration reaches 50. Items, 3-piece burden set, equipped. Upon noting his combat power of 157, he understood that his 3rd near-death recovery had indeed been utilized. This time, the recovery had only augmented his strength by 50. Previously, he had faced numerous near-death experiences at the hands of the little King Kong beast, which had raised his attributes by 105 points. However, upon encountering the great King Kong beast, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Now, with his recovery complete, his combat power had surged by 105, yielding an increase of 53 points. He had stepped into the 3rd tier. Estimating his newfound strength, he believed it was comparable to Diaomin, a subordinate of Piccolo. He could easily defeat Krillin from the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament era, yet he was still far from matching the prowess of Goku during that time. Nonetheless, he was quite content. Just days ago, he had been a mere weakling with a combat power of 5. How swiftly he had metamorphosed into a 3rd-tier powerhouse. It is worth noting that in the entirety of Jiang City, only one individual possessed the 4th tier of strength, the esteemed head of the Jiang Martial Institute, Jiang Wu. The patriarchs of the various prominent families in Jiang City merely reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown so powerful. Yet, he did not let pride swell within him, for the 3rd tier was merely the beginning of the martial artist's cultivation system. The true dividing line commenced at the 4th tier, where various bloodline abilities would begin to manifest. The disparity in strength between the 3rd and 4th tiers was as vast as the sky and the earth. He surmised that a combat power exceeding 500 was requisite to ascend to the 4th tier. Presently, he was still quite distant from that goal. However, one thing he was certain of, with the resilience granted by his Saiyan bloodline, coupled with his recovery abilities and burden attire, he should now be capable of withstanding the force of the great King Kong beast's punches. In other words, he could endure blows once more. Alas, no more dwelling on this. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Triggering check-in task, King Kong Nest. King Kong Nest, within 10 days. Spend a night at the King Kong beast's lair. Successful check-in will yield a random reward. The cunning individual's expression stiffened. Was this task truly so audacious? Not only was he to enter the King Kong beast's lair, but he was also required to stay overnight. The thought of those two exceptionally muscular figures sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, for the sake of the reward, he resolved to proceed. He merely needed to devise a meticulous plan. The next day, he approached the great King Kong beast, disregarding the little King Kong beast entirely. He had realized that only creatures of equal or superior strength could enhance his attributes through their attacks. Those weaker than him, no matter how potent their strikes, contributed nothing to his combat prowess. Thus, the little King Kong beast, now merely at the 2nd tier's peak, was cast aside. The great King Kong beast had become his new focus. Come at me. he challenged. The little King Kong beast reveled in its newfound leisure, perched nearby, munching on fruits while occasionally roaring encouragement for its father. In its eyes, Dad was invincible. After an intense half-hour of enduring blows, he felt it was sufficient and ceased to retaliate, choosing instead to embrace the punishment as a means of growth. During this time, he not only familiarized himself with combat and honed his experience, but also depleted the strength of the great King Kong beast. After all, the beast was indeed stronger than he, and without wearing it down, he feared he might genuinely be defeated. Besides, he could always rely on Cheng Yi to come to his rescue. 10 minutes later, suppressing his injuries, he swiftly vanished from the sight of the two King Kong beasts. He had relished the experience. He left in a state reminiscent of a gallant hero transformed into a disheveled figure. Thus began yet another unabashed chapter of his life with the great King Kong beast. Time flew by, and on the 9th day, his combat power had risen to 200 points, edging him closer to attaining the intermediate 3rd tier, now on par with the great King Kong beast. There they were. From a distance, he spotted the two adorable yet fearsome beasts. Though their demeanor appeared somewhat off, they seemed rather dejected. He called out to them boldly, striding towards the duo. "Great Gorilla, I have returned." The two beasts initially froze before taking a step back. A hint of helplessness and bitterness flickered in the great King Kong beast's eyes. This persistent creature had returned once more. The audacity. Yet, the thought of how they could never seem to defeat him, only to see him grow stronger with each encounter, made them question if their own power was waning. The little King Kong beast shared a similar sentiment. Having witnessed its father transition from being able to grievously wound his opponent with a single punch to now enduring blows from that very foe, it felt a pang of dismay, memories of past struggles resurfacing. In that moment, the two beasts exchanged glances and reached a unanimous decision. They would ignore him. Whatever happened. Not only had he not brought anything of value, but he also risked their safety. Moreover, even if they allowed this little nuisance to take something, how much could he possibly carry? They would consider it a benevolent gift. With this resolve, the great King Kong beast ceased guarding the cave, leading the little King Kong beast off to gather fruit. "Hey, Brother King, don't leave. I just came to what? So soon?" the cunning individual exclaimed, but before he could finish, he saw both King Kong beasts shudder and vanish behind a large tree in a flash. "I actually wanted to ask if I could stay the night in the cave today." The cunning individual had not forgotten that today marked the final day. If he failed to complete the task, it would result in his failure. However, he was unprepared for this turn of events. In previous days, he had discovered the lair of the King Kong beasts, but any time he expressed intent to enter, the great King Kong beast would block him and deliver a severe beating. What was different today? Had they undergone a change of heart? Regardless, was it not fortuitous that things were progressing so smoothly? He was eager to discover what the cave's interior held. Chapter 21. This place is too much for the King Kongs. As soon as he set foot inside the cave entrance, he found himself bolting back out, as if propelled by an unseen force. Gagging, the cunning individual hunched over outside the cave, his face pale as tears streamed down his cheeks, retching uncontrollably. The stench emanating from within the cave was utterly unique. It was a repulsive blend of excrement, urine, sweat, decaying flesh, foul foot odor, and the scent of fermented fruit pulp. The cacophony of odors combined to create an overwhelming assault on his senses. The mischievous individual was momentarily overwhelmed, nearly kneeling in despair. What to do now? If he were to remain inside for a night, would he even survive? Completing the task might genuinely lead to fatalities, and he could very well be the first to succumb to the noxious fumes. Yet, relinquishing the mission was equally disheartening, as it presented an opportunity for a lottery. Who knows, fortune might smile upon him, and he could win a mystical being. How could he resist? The individual found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of the reward. With a determined yet somber resolve, he stepped once more into the cavern. However, he held his breath, intending to conduct a preliminary exploration. Should things go awry, he would seek a position near the entrance to dig a hole for ventilation. Otherwise, he genuinely feared he might inadvertently perish from the fumes. 10 minutes later, the individual emerged with a peculiar expression, clutching a golden energy stick. To be precise, he had discarded the energy liquid within and replaced it with some golden substance. Panting heavily, he gasped for air. Phew, he had nearly suffocated. Yet, gazing at the golden liquid in his hand, a wave of joy washed over him. What he held was not merely monkey wine, but rather diamond wine. He had not anticipated that the diamond beast could brew alcohol. The fruity aroma he had detected upon entering the cave was indeed emanating from this very substance. A whole pool of it. No wonder the diamond beast had adamantly forbade him from entering just days ago. Fortune favored the individual. He brought the golden liquid to his nose and inhaled deeply. This golden elixir was nothing like the eye-watering scent of the cave. Instead, It exuded a refreshing fragrance intermingled with the aroma of fermentation. Was this the essence of purity amidst chaos? Unable to resist, he took a sip, and his senses were instantly awakened. Delicious. A delightful balance of sourness and sweetness, with a hint of richness and a touch of spiciness from the alcohol. He raised the vessel again, drinking deeply, and soon found himself unable to stop. In no time, he had consumed an entire tube of diamond wine. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This diamond wine was surprisingly filling. Previously, he had only felt 3 parts full, but now, after consuming the wine, he felt as though he was at 7 parts fullness. Moreover, he could sense the golden liquid in his stomach rapidly transforming into energy, permeating throughout his body. Waves of comfort surged from deep within, even dispelling the fatigue he had carried for days. The bruises on his body healed swiftly, and his combat prowess augmented alongside his recovery. This was a treasure. He needed more. Without hesitation, the individual returned to the cave, this time undeterred by the pungent scent. He discovered that within a 2-meter radius of the pool, only the fragrance of the wine lingered, devoid of any unpleasant odors. He decided to make camp there, intending to stay near the diamond wine for the night. Without any further ado, he scooped up the wine from the pool and began to drink. He lost track of how much he had consumed, only to find himself dizzy, with a warm spring appearing before him. Without delay, he shed his clothes and slipped into the spring, leaning against a rock, eventually dozing off. An hour later, 2 massive figures entered the cave, 2 diamond beasts. They failed to notice the individual, as he was cleverly concealed behind a large rock, hidden from the beast's line of sight. After a brief survey, the 2 diamond beasts began conversing. Chirp, chirp. Dad, that little one has surely left. Roar, chirp. Indeed. Let us not dwell on him. He is a nuisance. Quickly, gather the fruits and toss them into the pool. In a week, once the wine is ready, we shall depart. We must move away from this cursed place. Chirp. Understood. The 2 beasts then busied themselves, tossing selected fruits into the pool. They stationed themselves at the cave entrance, guarding against any intrusions, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Unbeknownst to them, the golden liquid in the pool was gradually diminishing, the source of this depletion being the slumbering individual. Meanwhile, Wei Ji located Cheng Yi by following a unique marker. After some discussion, Cheng Yi falsely claimed that the mischievous individual had perished. Wei Ji, in turn, deceived him, stating that the rapid return of the great diamond beast had led to the demise of the 3rd and 4th members. Each harbored ulterior motives. Yet they united amicably and returned to the city. Their target was dead, and their primary objective achieved. The small diamond beasts were guarded by the great diamond beast, making them impossible to kill. Continuing to wait would only waste time. It was better to return and seek rewards from Deng Sikong. Thus, 2 days passed, with the mischievous individual showing no signs of awakening. Only a quarter of the pool's diamond wine had vanished, and the rate of depletion was accelerating. However, the 2 diamond beasts remained oblivious, continuing their routine of foraging for and depositing fruits. 2 more days slipped by, and the beasts stood anxiously before the pool, thumping their chests. The liquid had diminished by half, while the individual was submerged in the unfermented fruits. The diamond beasts remained unaware that the tiny nuisance they could not slay was stealthily consuming their wine right beneath their noses. The irony lay in the fact that the individual was so well concealed, thanks to the fruits they had used to bury him. Yet, impatience proved futile. The golden liquid continued to diminish at a visible rate. Should this continue, the pool would undoubtedly run dry within 2 days. The following day, the golden liquid was completely depleted, and the 2 beasts roared in fury, venting their frustration. Months of effort had evaporated into thin air, and they remained clueless as to what had transpired. The 2 diamond beasts wandered for half a day, gazing at the desiccated pool, their hearts heavy with despair. They sorrowfully exited the cave, with the great diamond beast collapsing the entrance before retreating deeper into the forest. They resolved to leave this place of sorrow and vowed never to return. This locale was far too sinister. First, they encountered the unkillable little nuisance, and now, this unprecedented calamity. Months of toil had turned to ashes. Words could do no justice to their lament. This place was truly a torment for diamond beasts. And so, the mischievous individual continued to slumber peacefully beside the dry pool, basking in a deep, sweet sleep. Yet, the aura emanating from him hinted at a bountiful harvest. 3 days passed swiftly. Within the pitch-black cavern, 2 beams of golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The individual awoke. Surveying the darkened space and the sticky fruits that covered him, he pondered, what on earth? Who am I? Where am I? Was I not bathing in a hot spring? And what is this overwhelming sensation of power? Chapter 22. The cloud in the sky is quite peculiar. It is yellow. The individual promptly checked his attributes. Holy moly! This is extraordinary. Name, mischievous individual. Bloodline, inferior Saiyan bloodline. Purity, 40. Combat power, 260, advanced 3rd tier. Bloodline skills, 1. Passive, the more severely injured. The greater the power increase upon recovery, up to a maximum of 100. 2. Passive, converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 passives, giant ape transformation, sealed, will be unlocked when bloodline concentration reaches 50. 4th passive, doubling of cellular recovery. Item, burden 3-piece set, equipped. Lottery, 1 draw. Combat power increased directly by 100 points. Bloodline surged by 10. Moreover, an additional passive skill was surprisingly acquired. Although it merely states doubling of recovery, it implies that the commoner will recuperate more swiftly after enduring blows. Imagine, before the enemy's second strike descends, the injuries inflicted by the first punch have already healed. This equates to an innate invincibility. Is that not impressive? After the exhilaration subsided, the commoner submerged into the system space. The system commenced the lottery. He still had rewards to claim. That was not forgotten. Randomly drawing Saiyan-related rewards. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Received a Nimbus Cloud. Nimbus Cloud. Average speed of 2,300 km/h. Maximum speed of 3,000 km/h. Characteristics. 1. Aside from the owner, only those with pure and kind hearts may ride. 2. Eternal. If dispersed, it can be summoned again after 3 days. Awaiting recognition of ownership. Item awaiting extraction. Wow. What does it mean to be a lucky sovereign? This is what it means. With the Nimbus Cloud, can he not go wherever he desires? This is truly riding the clouds. A capability that everyone dreams of. Now made manifest. The commoner eagerly extracted it. Before him appeared a 1-meter-sized yellow cloud. Simultaneously, the method of use for this item surfaced in his mind. Blood recognition and mental control. Simple yet effective. Furthermore, a feature has been improved by the system. In the original work, only individuals with pure and kind hearts could ride the Nimbus Cloud. Now, it states, aside from the owner. Thus, as long as blood recognition is established, the owner can undoubtedly ride it, while others must be assessed based on their hearts. Although the cloud retains its original yellow hue and lacks the aesthetic appeal of white, it possesses the ability to fly. Aside from special bloodlines, one could only achieve aerial flight upon reaching the 5th tier. As the saying goes, the manifestation of the 4th tier bloodline. The ability to soar through the skies at the 5th tier. Although the 5th tier is still a distant goal for the commoner, he can relish the sensation of cloud riding ahead of time, thanks to the Nimbus Cloud. 10 minutes later, the commoner broke through the cave and excitedly summoned the Nimbus Cloud. Stepping onto it, to his surprise, it felt quite soft. Immediately, he sat down on the cloud, and with a mere thought, the Nimbus soared into the sky. Off to home. After the initial excitement waned, the commoner curled up in a ball atop the cloud, feeling quite dejected. Alas, it was truly scorching. His skin had already darkened considerably in such a short time. If he were to fly around in the sky daily, would he not end up sun-kissed? Speaking of which, how come Sun Wukong never tanned? Instead, he grew increasingly fair. The following day, the commoner prepared to terminate his lease in the slums, calculating that it was nearly time for the Jiangdong Martial Academy to commence. It was time to set off. However, before departing, the commoner had 2 matters to attend to. Half an hour later, at the Deng family's martial arts arena, a group of Deng family guards were training. Hey, look, that cloud in the sky is quite peculiar. It's yellow. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the arena. Indeed, it does seem so yellow. If it rains from such a yellow cloud, what color would it be? A wave of speculation erupted, and the arena buzzed with chatter. Wow, is there someone up there? Could it be a 5th-tier powerhouse? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, everyone was abuzz. This must be the hallmark of a 5th-tier powerhouse, aerial flight. The news reached Deng Mingyuan, the patriarch of the Deng family. Within 2 minutes, Deng Mingyuan, accompanied by several elders from the Deng family, arrived at the martial arts arena, including Deng Sikong, who gazed up at the figures standing on the cloud with admiration. This was indeed a 5th-tier powerhouse. Such figures were prominent throughout the entire provincial city. Yet, that silhouette seemed oddly familiar. But in the next moment, Deng Sikong shook his head, dismissing the ludicrous thought. How could he possibly be acquainted with a 5th-tier powerhouse? However, with my platinum status, I shall surely become a 5th-tier powerhouse. Sooner or later, I too shall stand in the sky, surveying the entirety of Jiang City. Deng Mingyuan gazed at the figure atop the cloud. Although there was a sense of dissonance, the ability to ride clouds unmistakably marked one as a 5th tier. He had witnessed flying bloodline abilities before, but they merely consisted of sprouting wings to soar through the air, which was distinctly different from the majesty of someone standing upon clouds. Undoubtedly, this individual was a 5th-tier powerhouse. Even though he was puzzled as to why a 5th-tier powerhouse would visit the Deng family, he understood that matters involving such a figure were anything but simple. He respectfully inquired, May I ask what brings the esteemed fifth-tier powerhouse to our humble abode? I am Deng Mingyuan, head of the Deng family. The commoner atop the cloud was momentarily taken aback. He had originally flown here on the Nimbus cloud to confront Deng Sikong regarding the audacious attempt on his life. Although it had failed, and he had even managed to turn one of their own, he was still a victim. It would be unreasonable to let it slide simply because the attempt was thwarted. In legal terms, it would be considered an attempted crime. Moreover, he was now a high-ranking third-tier powerhouse, with strength that ranked among the elite in Jiang City. Failing to confront them would not do justice to his current prowess. However, upon arriving and witnessing the throng of individuals below, he felt a wave of trepidation. Would I be butchered if I descended? Although the commoner was not intimidated by these people, the sheer number was daunting. If they all charged at once, after dealing with them, he would likely be utterly exhausted. But having come this far, he could not simply leave. What would that say about his dignity? In the midst of this dilemma, Deng Mingyuan's words caught the commoner's attention. Since the Deng family regarded him as a fifth-tier powerhouse, why not play the part? He subtly altered his tone and declared, cough. Does the Deng family know their transgressions? The words that flowed from the commoner's lips projected the imposing aura of a formidable powerhouse. Deng Mingyuan was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why would a fifth-tier powerhouse speak in such a manner? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could it be that someone from his family had offended this powerhouse? Damn it, this could spell disaster. If it comes to light, I will make sure to hunt down whoever it is. But this was not the time for such thoughts. Placating this fifth-tier powerhouse was paramount. Thus, Deng Mingyuan nervously replied, I beg your pardon, esteemed fifth-tier powerhouse. Where has the Deng family offended you? To his surprise, a cold snort echoed from the clouds. You truly do not know? Deng Mingyuan's face paled. I genuinely have no idea. Which fool has stirred up trouble? Damn. However, at this moment, Deng Mingyuan could only muster his courage and state, please clarify your intentions. If anyone has indeed provoked you, the Deng family shall not show mercy. The rogue concealed in the clouds struggled to suppress his amusement, his belly quivering with laughter. It must be said, the sensation of confronting a formidable adversary was rather exhilarating. Chapter 23, The Method of Bloodline Enhancement. The rogue, stifling his mirth, continued in a grave tone, in that case. Allow me to utter a single phrase. The rogue of Jiangsheng is my disciple. Upon hearing this declaration, Deng Sikong, who stood behind Deng Mingyuan, was struck with terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. This fifth-tier powerhouse had come for the rogue, but the rogue was already deceased, and it was by his own command that he was slain. What to do now? This individual had evidently traced the matter back to the Deng family. He must have unraveled the truth. Would I be buried alongside him? Deng Sikong was instantly beset with regret. Damn rogue, you've led us into a pit. Why didn't you mention your fifth-tier master sooner? You've dug a grave, even in death. Had I known, only a fool would provoke you. Deng Sikong's thoughts spiraled as his complexion turned pale. Yet Deng Mingyuan was utterly bewildered. Who on earth was this rogue? His disciple? Had someone truly provoked this enigmatic rogue, prompting the arrival of a fifth-tier powerhouse? In disbelief, Deng Mingyuan bellowed at the gathered crowd. Damn it! Which scoundrel has offended the disciple of a mighty one? Step forth. Deng Sikong trembled, attempting to move. But his legs felt like lead. Merely standing was a challenge. Deng Mingyuan scanned the crowd, and upon seeing no one step forward, his expression darkened, and he ominously declared, if no one emerges, I shall count to 3. Should no one appear by then, rest assured, all who know of this matter will face the full extent of the Deng family's loss. 3. Deng Xizong's terror intensified, his face devoid of color. He shakily grasped his father, Deng Mingyuan. Please, don't do this, father. We can discuss this later, once you have dealt with the matter at hand. Observing his son's pallid complexion, Deng Mingyuan, though sensing something was amiss, prioritized the situation at hand, maintaining his stern demeanor as he continued. 2. 1. Deng Xizong's legs buckled, and he could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Sikong, what has happened to you? Deng Mingyuan exclaimed, hastily bending to assist his son. Li Bo, help the young master up. We will investigate this matter later. I must continue counting. If no one appears, the Deng family will not let this go unpunished. He handed his son over to the steward, Li Bo. Please, father, don't continue counting. Deng Sikong cried out, trembling uncontrollably. Deng Mingyuan, not a fool, initially paused in confusion, but then a realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Is it you? Yes. Deng Sikong lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze, replying in a hushed tone. Deng Mingyuan's face transitioned from red to green, then from green to black. You wretch. Speak. How did you provoke this rogue? The rogue, observing from the clouds, regarded the unfolding drama below. He was in no hurry, and his mood was exceedingly pleasant. Additionally, He was curious about how Deng Sikong had entangled him in such perilous circumstances. 2 minutes later, after Deng Sikong tearfully recounted the entire saga, the rogue finally understood. It turned out that jealousy and innate talent had sparked this calamity. It was hardly unjust. After all, one could not help being exceptionally gifted, could they? However, Deng Mingyuan's perspective was starkly different. You ungrateful wretch. How could I have sired such an offspring? If only he had known. He would have aimed to cast him against the wall. Yet, as a father, he could not simply disregard his son's transgressions. He would bear the burden. Even if the weight was too much to endure, he must shoulder it, for he was indeed the father. But now, that individual was dead. Damn it, that esteemed one. The situation has been clarified. All of this is the doing of my ungrateful son. However, a life cannot be restored. What do you propose? Deng Mingyuan had no choice but to steel himself for negotiations. He must find a way to quell the rage of the powerful one. Otherwise, the Deng family would surely cease to exist in Jiangxing after this day. The rogue fell silent, contemplating what reparations he desired. If he were truly a fifth-tier powerhouse, he could obliterate the Deng family with a mere gesture. Yet he was not. Thus, he pondered what kind of compensation would suffice. It was imperative that it inflict significant pain upon the other party. However, with his limited knowledge, he could not fathom what valuable possessions the Deng family might possess, which rendered the situation rather awkward. The entire Deng family martial arts arena fell into a hushed stillness, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the pronouncement from the figure above. Deng Mingyuan was drenched in sweat, realizing that the one remaining silent seemed disinclined to negotiate. It was likely that he found the Deng family too insignificant to present anything of worth. After all, what treasures would catch the eye of a fifth-tier powerhouse? The Deng family truly had none. What was to be done? Was the Deng family truly facing annihilation? In the next instant, a thought struck Deng Mingyuan. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement. Yes, the Deng family indeed possesses something of value to a fifth-tier powerhouse. My lord, the Deng family is willing to offer the method of bloodline enhancement in exchange for your forgiveness. The rogue, perched upon the clouds, trembled with astonishment. What? The Deng family possesses a method of bloodline enhancement? What did the rogue desire most at this moment? It was not merely an increase in combat prowess, but the enhancement of his bloodline. With an elevated bloodline, he would gain mastery over Qi, allowing him to wield various skills with ease. Most importantly, the rogue had an inkling that the awakening of the Super Saiyan form was intricately linked to the enhancement of his bloodline. He had long pondered how to procure a tome detailing bloodline enhancement methods. However, such resources were scarce throughout the entire Jiangdong province, monopolized by the various top-tier families. He had not anticipated that this small Deng family would possess one. Yet upon further reflection, the rogue sensed something amiss. If such a method truly existed, the Deng family would have long since dominated Jiangxing. How could they still be in their current state? Was there a hidden truth? As his thoughts raced, the rogue contemplated many possibilities and then spoke in a grave tone. How could a mere Deng family possess the method of bloodline enhancement? Furthermore, why have I not seen any outstanding individuals among your ranks? Your strength is still so feeble. Are you attempting to deceive me? Deng Mingyuan trembled all over, hastily offering explanations to defend himself. How could I dare deceive you, my lord? What you may not know is that this method of bloodline enhancement was acquired by the 10th patriarch of the Deng family from a secret realm. At that time, our patriarch was a fully realized fourth-tier powerhouse, and he barely survived to obtain this technique. However, there are certain limitations to practicing this method. Thus, the Deng family does not lack the will to practice. Rather, we are too fearful to undertake it. The rogue's expression shifted, and he immediately inquired, what limitations? Deng Mingyuan, not daring to delay, swiftly revealed the restrictions. We can only proceed if the individual possesses a platinum bloodline or higher. Otherwise, forcibly practicing will lead to bloodline degradation. Secondly, the practitioner must be a third-tier powerhouse under the age of 25, and the younger, the better. At this stage, the bloodline has not fully crystallized, allowing for easier enhancement. If one begins practicing beyond this age, entry becomes exceedingly difficult. To be frank, while the second condition was once a challenge, the previous Deng family could still nurture one or two individuals. Yet, there is a third condition that has completely extinguished our hope. Once the bloodline reaches a certain level of enhancement, it must endure a series of weakening phases. During the period of weakness, all bloodline skills vanished, and the bloodline abilities nearly disappeared. In severe cases, it could even lead to serious injury or death. It was precisely because of this that our Deng family gradually fell into decline, eventually taking refuge in Jiang City. As he spoke, Deng Mingyuan's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. Reflecting on how their family was once a premier family in the provincial capital, he lamented that it was this self-destructive method that led to such a downfall. How many clan members had perished trying to survive this ordeal? After all, Those who revel in masochism are but a minority. Chapter 24. Compensation from the Deng family. The commoner on the Nimbus cloud wore a peculiar expression. What on earth? Is this bloodline cultivation method akin to the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, unrivaled in the world? Each attempt leads to a return to youth, but results in the loss of martial prowess? Yet, isn't this requirement rather simple for me? The disappearance of bloodline skills is inconsequential. He would rely on chi, not the bloodline skills. Chi is innate, something one possesses from birth. How could it be eradicated? As for near-death experiences, the commoner was even less concerned. Reflecting on the activation of his bloodline, he realized he had flirted with death thrice. This condition seemed excessively simple for him. However, he overlooked the fact that not everyone possesses the indomitable constitution of a Saiyan, nor their remarkable regenerative abilities, let alone their capacity to convert food into energy for bodily restoration. While these matters appeared trivial to the commoner, they were viewed as reckless folly by the Deng family. The complete loss of bloodline abilities is far more severe than merely losing martial skills. During the recovery phase, one would inevitably attract the attention of adversaries. Although recovery potions exist, they are of no use to a martial artist in a weakened state. Just as the commoner was about to acquiesce, he suddenly hesitated. No, he could not agree so readily. It would arouse suspicion. After all, he currently held the status of a 5th-tier powerhouse. How could he so easily disregard the grudge against his disciple for the sake of a bloodline upgrade method? Thus, he fell into silence once more. Deng Mingyuan noticed that the esteemed one had halted mid-sentence, and a look of comprehension dawned upon him. If that is the case, what did this imply? It was clear dissatisfaction. Evidently, the bargaining chips were insufficient. No, he must raise the stakes. He must. A significant sacrifice seemed inevitable. With this thought, Deng Mingyuan gritted his teeth and declared loudly, "Esteemed one, I understand that the bloodline method alone cannot absolve the sins of the Deng family. Therefore, we are willing to offer 1 intermediate bloodline stone, 2 4th-tier beast crystals, and 10 3rd-tier beast crystals in exchange for your forgiveness." Good heavens! The commoner could only exclaim inwardly at the Deng family's wealth, yet upon observing Deng Mingyuan's pained expression, he estimated that the family was indeed suffering a substantial loss this time. It was a fair deal. Excess often leads to decline. Knowing when to withdraw is the wisest course. Truly, he was a kind-hearted commoner. Cough, cough. In that case, I shall spare the Deng family this time. However, should there be a next time, the Deng family shall cease to exist. Deng Mingyuan was overjoyed and immediately nodded in agreement. Next, the commoner stood atop the Nimbus cloud, exuding an air of grandeur, while Deng Mingyuan and his associates dispatched someone to retrieve the promised items from the Deng family's treasury. Although the commoner appeared to embody a sage, anyone who drew near would notice the beads of sweat dotting his brow. That infernal sun was relentless. He would return a shade darker. He even considered whether to equip the Nimbus cloud with a sunshade, perhaps adding an ice-cold watermelon to create a mobile leisure area. The Deng family's response was nothing short of swift. Within 3 minutes, a ring identical to the one on Hang Zhan's hand was delivered to Deng Mingyuan. Only 3 such storage rings existed within the entire Deng family, but there was no time to ponder such details. Esteemed one, the items are ready. How shall we present them to you? Deng Mingyuan contemplated discarding them, but felt it would be disrespectful to the esteemed one. He thus inquired. However, his question left the commoner in a quandary. What to do? If he descended to retrieve them, would he not be exposed? But then again, how would he obtain them without descending? His gaze fell upon a pair of shoes beneath him, and an idea sparked. Yes, Deng Mingyuan looked eagerly at the figure standing on the cloud, hoping the esteemed one would descend so that the Deng family could seize the opportunity to forge a connection. Yet, instead of the esteemed one, he was met with a pair of combat shoes and a pair of wrist guards. With a thud, 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 and thud, the 4 items plummeted from the cloud, shattering the bricks of the training ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. They were swiftly dispatched to a secluded area in the mountains outside the city. My other disciple will collect them. With that, the commoner, barefoot, soared away on the Nimbus cloud. From a distance, his figure resembled that of a celestial being. Deng Mingyuan was left dumbfounded below, soon exclaiming in astonishment. It seemed the esteemed one was reluctant to engage with them further. After all, he was a 5th-tier powerhouse. Gazing at the 4 items on the training ground, Deng Mingyuan's expression turned serious. He had not reacted in the moment. Now, observing the cracked tiles and the pristine condition of the 4 items, he realized they must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, he approached and reached out to examine the shoes. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted. They were heavy, very heavy, at least 30 to 40 pounds. Yet, despite the weight, they felt remarkably supple. What material could this be? Deng Mingyuan imagined that wearing such items would allow for fluid movement. Once removed, one's agility, speed, and true combat strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Indeed, They were the work of a master. It seemed these were intended for the esteemed one's other disciple. Without delay, he gestured. Li Bo, you shall personally deliver this. Yes. Li Bo, a second-tier perfected powerhouse, had always overseen the internal affairs of the Deng family, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. The value of these items was too great for Deng Mingyuan to feel at ease unless Li Bo handled the delivery. Naturally, Deng Mingyuan had another intention. He wished for Li Bo to gauge the strength of the fifth-tier powerhouse's disciple. An hour later, Li Bo returned to the Deng family, looking worn. Li Bo, how did it go? Deng Mingyuan immediately inquired. How the delivery went would indicate the identity of the recipient and their strength. Li Bo nodded solemnly. The individual was masked and I could not discern their identity. They likely wished to keep it hidden. However, their strength is at least third tier. More alarmingly, they donned the shoes and wrist guards before my eyes, moving with ease. It was truly terrifying. My assessment. This person is not to be trifled with. Li Bo's words left Deng Mingyuan astounded. No wonder the esteemed one had chosen such a disciple, possessing at least third-tier strength. They could maneuver effortlessly even with nearly 100 pounds of gear. How terrifying. With this in mind, a glimmer of relief crossed Deng Mingyuan's face. Thankfully, his wisdom had averted a monumental crisis. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened. He recalled the considerable compensation required, and a pang of regret seized him. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. Li Bo, in a few days, Sikong will report to the provincial court. Please keep a close watch on him. If you dare to stir up trouble again, you may act first and report later, lest you bring ruin upon our Deng family. After all, the strength of the Deng family is no longer what it once was. Rest assured, my lord, I shall keep a close watch on the young master. Excellent. Meanwhile, the cunning rogue returned home, brimming with excitement. The so-called apprentice was, of course, a guise he had assumed. With his current third-tier strength, being an apprentice was hardly a disgrace in the presence of a fifth-tier powerhouse. This identity could be conveniently exploited. As for discarding the heavy shoes, it served both to intimidate and to provide an excuse for retrieval. Not only had he caused the Deng family substantial losses, but he had also avenged himself and made a considerable profit. Quite satisfactory indeed. Perhaps he could repeat this endeavor. Lost in thought, the rogue suddenly froze. Yes, he could certainly come again. There was still the Yin family waiting, after all. The scarred man who had bullied him and the Yin family's attitude warranted a visit before leaving Jiang City. Chapter 25, Compensation. Or else I might resort to robbery. An hour later, a yellow cloud descended upon the Yin family's training grounds. Yin Song, the head of the Yin family, arrived at the training grounds with a face full of anxiety. Might I inquire what brings such a formidable figure to our humble abode? I am Yin Song, the head of the Yin family. Like Deng Mingyuan, he had no doubt recognized the rogue as a fifth-tier powerhouse. Upon hearing this, the rogue couldn't help but marvel at the situation. The tone of the speaker was strikingly similar to that of the Deng family. Yet, the rogue had no desire to waste time. He was eager for the benefits that awaited him. Moreover, the Yin family had merely threatened him and, in fact, had offered him some advantages. It was a combination of coercion and bribery, unlike the nature of Deng Xizong's assassination attempt against him. With this in mind, the rogue spoke up. I have recently taken on a most satisfactory apprentice. Unfortunately, my apprentice has faced some grievances while in your domain, hence my personal visit. Yin Song furrowed his brow. The Yin family upheld strict family rules. Even in such matters, they employed a mix of benevolence and intimidation. Could it be that a servant had acted disloyally? A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Yin Song's eyes. If this were true, he would not let it go unpunished. May I ask, esteemed one, what is the name of your esteemed apprentice? My apprentice is known as Cunning Rogue. What? How is that possible? Could it be the one from the slums? The training grounds were already crowded with onlookers, and upon hearing this name, gasps of astonishment erupted. Despite Yin Song's efforts to suppress the matter, the internal affairs of the Yin family were well known. They had thought the situation concluded, given the vast disparity between the Yin family and the other party. Yet, they had not anticipated a twist in the tale. A fifth-tier powerhouse had indeed emerged. Yin Song was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why would that cunning rogue garner the favor of a fifth-tier powerhouse? Could it possibly be a namesake? Esteemed one, may I brazenly inquire about your apprentice's qualifications? Yin Song, unaware that the royal bloodline had originated from the cunning rogue during the martial examination, had the name suppressed by Principal Jiang, who only revealed that a royal bloodline had been born and was thus specially recruited. Upon hearing this, Yin Song felt a wave of confusion wash over him, but his cautious nature prompted him to ask, my apprentice, cunning rogue, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. The rogue casually replied, intending to say the stature of an emperor, but caught himself just in time. Yin Song exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although he was unfamiliar with what demeanor of an emperor entailed, he understood that it likely signified an exceptionally high innate talent. Surely, This could not be the cunning rogue he had in mind. Esteemed one, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. I am acquainted with someone named Cunning Rogue, but he lacks any bloodline qualifications. You must be mistaken. Is that so? Then what of this? As he spoke, a letter descended from the clouds, landing precisely before Yen Song. This. Yen Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the letter. It was indeed penned in his own hand. The sender was the cunning rogue he recognized. How could this be? How was it possible that that untalented boy could have a fifth-tier powerhouse as his master? As Yen Song stood in a daze, another message floated down from the clouds. Do you still believe it to be a misunderstanding? The tone carried a hint of ire. Yet, if one were to stand beside the rogue, they would see him grinning with narrowed eyes. Below, Yen Song could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned ashen, and beads of sweat poured from him. My lord, I truly had no idea that the cunning rogue was your apprentice. Had I known, I would never have dared to act as I did. Enough with the unnecessary talk. Let us address the matter at hand. What do you intend to offer as compensation? What do you mean, Do you think I have nothing better to do than wander into your Yin family? I find your comprehension lacking. Let us not waste time. Compensation. Otherwise, I may resort to robbery. The rogue was keen to end the charade. The sun was scorching, and the longer he lingered, the darker his skin would become. With his declaration, the training grounds fell into a stunned silence. Was this the demeanor expected of a fifth-tier powerhouse? Was this how a strong individual ought to act? Was robbery so brazenly audacious now? Did he not regard the Yin family at all? Yet, remembering that the individual hovered in the sky, they conceded, well, you are the master. Whatever you say goes. Half an hour later, the rogue departed the Yin family, riding on a cloud with a satisfied expression, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered Yin family members. Yen Song, in particular, was left in tears in the restroom. A robber. Simply a robber. What an unforeseen calamity. Had I known that cunning rogue had such a figure backing him, I would never have dared to act against him. Suddenly, Yen Song recalled the scarred face. It was him. Had he not been so obedient, even a slightly lighter touch would have sufficed. No, he could not allow that scarred face to revel in satisfaction. Yen Song, brimming with irritation, called out to his subordinates, go, bring me that scarred man, Zhang Heng. Meanwhile, the rogue returned home to tally his gains. The Yin family had not yielded much, as they were merely a local family in Jiang City, incomparable to the Deng family. He had only acquired 3 low-tier bloodline stones, 1 4th-tier beast crystal, and 5 3rd-tier beast crystals, combined with the spoils from the Sun family. The rogue had amassed 1 mid-tier bloodline stone, 3 low-tier bloodline stones, 3 4th-tier beast crystals, and 15 3rd-tier beast crystals. The most valuable items were undoubtedly the mid-tier bloodline stone and the 4th-tier beast crystals. The bloodline stones could enhance bloodline concentration, augment the potency of bloodline abilities, and potentially awaken further bloodline capabilities under a rich bloodline. They were superlative supplements for boosting potential. The 4th-tier beast crystals, aside from serving as currency, could also be used for alchemy and cultivation. Crystals above the 4th tier contained immense life essence, which could be absorbed to facilitate advancement. They were exceptional supplements for cultivation. A bountiful harvest indeed. After reveling in his success for a while, the rogue stored away his treasures, leaving only the manual for bloodline enhancement, the pulse forging technique. He intended to study this technique that had brought about the decline of the Deng family. Half an hour later, the rogue gazed at the pulse forging technique with an expression of peculiar intrigue. The blood refinement technique is not merely a method for enhancing one's bloodline. It also serves as a formidable body tempering technique. The frail period and the brink of death, as mentioned by Deng Mingyuan, are consequences of this body tempering. It is described that every time the bloodline concentration increases by a percentage, a powerful eruption occurs, causing the potent bloodline to permeate the entire body, forcibly reinforcing the physique. A robust individual may experience 3 days of weakness, alongside a temporary ceiling of their bloodline abilities for a month. Conversely, a physically weak individual is forcibly propelled by the power disseminated from their bloodline, often resulting in serious injuries, if not death. They too must endure the frail period and the ceiling of their bloodline abilities. However, once they transcend this phase, their physicality will be significantly enhanced, with a notable increase in resilience and recovery capabilities. Furthermore, during the frail period, external means of recovery are rendered ineffective. Only self-recovery is permissible. Yet, for the cunning individual, this is hardly a concern. During the frail period, they can accelerate their recovery by consuming energy, and as for the ceiling of bloodline skills, it is nearly inconsequential to them. It seems the blood refinement technique was specifically crafted for such cunning individuals with Saiyan bloodlines. Chapter 26. The opening of Jiangdong Academy. 10 minutes later, the cunning individual found himself in a state of frustration. He was unexpectedly barred from entering the first gate, unable to proceed. The initial step of the blood refinement technique requires the manipulation of bloodline power to circulate along a predetermined path within the body. Yet, the cunning individual possessed no bloodline power, only chi. Attempting to substitute chi for bloodline power was futile, as the bloodline could not be invoked due to a concentration below 50. Thus, he found himself back at square one, at the bloodline concentration. Now, the cunning individual was at a loss, left to bide his time and await another near-death experience, at which point he could elevate his bloodline. In Jiangdong Province, at the Jiangdong Martial Academy, it was the annual enrollment season. The Jiangdong Martial Academy is a long-established institution within the province, and this time of year typically sees a surge of applicants. However, this year was an anomaly. While there were visitors, the numbers paled in comparison to previous years, reaching only half of the usual turnout. Compared to the other 4 premier martial academies in the province, the enrollment appeared disappointingly low. Chuiyu stood before the window of the principal's office, observing the bustling activity within the academy, yet his expression bore no signs of joy. Instead, a hint of resentment and helplessness clouded his features. The Jiangdong Academy was supposed to be the most formidable institution in the province, but following the recent beast rampage, they had suffered a significant loss, with 40% of their esteemed instructors perishing. This sudden depletion of teaching staff had weakened their faculty considerably. Initially, this was a matter known only to them, but somehow the news leaked, leading prospective students to abandon their applications to Jiangdong in favor of other academies. Consequently, this year's enrollment figures appeared dismally low, especially when compared to the other 4 top-tier provincial academies, though they still eclipsed the lesser institutions. This trend of sparse enrollment persisted until the 3rd day. All new students had completed their registration and distribution of classes. The academy's playground was now teeming with students. Anticipating the commencement ceremony of Jiangdong Martial Academy, rows of seats had been arranged near the podium for the faculty, and several instructors had already gathered. Among them was Hang Zhan. Hang Gu, it's been over a month. Have you improved your strength? A plump teacher jovially bumped shoulders with Hang Zhan. Li Yan, you've certainly gained weight in my absence. Hang Zhan replied with a slight smile. His attention was soon drawn to a tall, cold-looking girl standing behind Li Yan. Oh, is she the special recruit this time? Hang Zhan inquired. Li Yan's expression soured. Ah, don't mention it. Hang Gu, you were assigned to the remote Jiang City, while I ended up in Flower City, which isn't much better. In the end, I only managed to recruit this one talent. Come here, Jing Yan. Let me introduce you. This is the renowned Hang teacher, a master of 4th-tier perfection. Hang Gu, this is Jing Yan, a platinum bloodline with exceptional qualifications. Currently at 1st-tier perfection. Jing Yan stepped forward, her demeanor icy as she greeted Hang Zhan, hello, before silently standing to the side. Hang Zhan cast a puzzled glance at Li Yan, as if to say, is she always this aloof? Li Yan scratched his head in resignation. Hang Gu, don't take it to heart. Jing Yan is just like that. To this day, I haven't heard her say more than 10 words in one go. Understanding dawned on Hang Zhan. Having taught for many years, he had encountered all types of geniuses and had grown accustomed to their peculiarities. After all, genius possesses its privileges. Observing the oddly tense atmosphere among the trio, Li Yan sought to lighten the mood. By the way, Hang Gu, are there any promising recruits from Jiang City? Li Yan's words triggered a memory of the cunning individual, causing Hang Zhan's cheek to twitch involuntarily. The thought of the outstanding bill and discount brought a pang to his heart. Well, Jiang City is still a bit remote. Generally, the students there have lower bloodline concentrations. However, I didn't return empty-handed, having recruited one decent talent. It's just that the cost was a bit steep. Hang Zhan provided a brief overview. Really? So there is indeed a promising recruit? Hang Gu, where's the special recruit? I'm genuinely curious to see what kind of talent you deemed worthy. Li Yan expressed surprise, knowing that Hang Zhan's praise typically indicated a high caliber. Could it be higher than platinum? No way. Is it diamond? Yet. Hang Zhan's expression stiffened. He too was eager to discover the whereabouts of that insufferable glutton. He had been unable to contact him, and the school had not registered him. In fact, he had just inquired with the registration staff, and there was no record of the cunning individual. Could it be that he didn't show up because I didn't invite him last time? Or was he delayed by some other matter? Or perhaps he was intercepted by another academy? As Hang Zhan pondered how to respond to Li Yan, a mocking voice interjected, Oh, Hang teacher, I heard you found a fairly talented student in Jiang City. I wonder how he compares to my recruit, Go Chiming? The speaker was a tall, thin instructor accompanied by a haughty-looking male student. The thin instructor's voice was loud enough for everyone around, teachers and students alike, to hear, drawing their attention. Is that the Go Chiming from the provincial capital's Go family? Indeed, it was he. I didn't expect him to come to our academy. The academy's beauties are in for a tough time. He is known to be quite the playboy. However, it must be said, he possesses a perfect platinum bloodline, and has reached the initial stage of the second tier. He is truly formidable. Currently, he is Platinum. Who knows? He may become Diamond in the future. Let us not forget the Go family's bloodline cultivation methods. True, but his strength is already quite terrifying. I'm only at the advanced stage of the first tier. Wow, you're just flaunting your own achievements. Yet you're boasting as well. Aren't you doing the same? Many students began to chatter upon seeing Go Chiming. Hang Zhan's expression darkened slightly. He recognized the instructor as the fourth tier advanced Hung Xiong. He emphasized the fourth tier advanced to convey, don't act all high and mighty in front of me. Remember, you're still a tier below me. You humph. Hung Xiong felt a flicker of anger but suppressed it, with so many eyes upon them. He couldn't afford to lose face. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat. With a quick flicker of his eyes, he pushed Go Chiming in front of him and said, I have heard that Teacher Hang's assessments are remarkably accurate. How about we have Teacher Hang evaluate our little Go? Hang Xiong, don't go looking for trouble unnecessarily. Is it not merely a matter of associating with someone from the Go family? What is there to brag about? Before Hang Zhan could respond, Li Yan, who was nearby, could no longer tolerate Hang Xiong's provocative demeanor and interjected. Hang Xiong's expression darkened, and he retorted in a grave tone, Li Yan, keep your mouth shut, or no one will mistake you for a mute. Choose your words wisely. Li Yan was about to say more, but Hang Zhan reached out to stop him. He cast a deep glance at Go Chiming, then quietly remarked, the young master of the Go family possesses decent talent. Ha. Hang Zhan, you call that decent? This one here is of platinum perfect quality. Are you telling me that it's merely decent? Hang Xiong scoffed, immediately launching an attack on Hang Zhan. With a serious expression, Hang Zhan shook his head. He has yet to arrive. He has been delayed on the road. But he should be here soon. Though Hang Zhan said this, he himself felt uncertain. When would that rascal finally arrive? Chapter 27. You may take your little dog and leave now. Hang Xiong, however, had no intention of letting Hang Zhan off so easily. Their rivalry was not new. He had come prepared this time. He hasn't arrived yet. But I heard a tale about a glutton who dined with Teacher Hang in the academy cafeteria a month ago. Could that possibly be him? Hang Zhan's face stiffened at those words, and he could only nod. Yes, that is correct. Oh, so it's true. I hear that fellow devoured an entire 3 storerooms of food, which alarmed Chef Hao. He was later dubbed the glutton. Who would have thought he was a special recruit of Teacher Hang? Hang Xiong, you are going too far, Hang Zhan interrupted Li Yan. This was his confrontation with Hang Xiong, and it was not appropriate to involve Li Yan. He then spoke in a grim tone. What exactly do you intend to do? Hang Xiong, I have no ulterior motives. I merely brought little Go here to familiarize him with the surroundings and make acquaintances. Although Hang Xiong claimed this, Hang Zhan understood his true intention was to boast and belittle him. Now that you've seen enough, you can take your little dog and leave, Li Yan said. This time, Hang Zhan did not intervene. Li Yan's sentiment echoed his own. It was a grand ceremony, and disputes were ill-timed. Li Yan, don't think that because you have the backing of the Li family, I won't dare to act against you. Hang Xiong retorted angrily. This is the Go family, not a mere dog family. By Li Yan's reckoning, aren't we all dogs now? Hang Xiong, you may leave now. At this moment, Hang Zhan interjected, redirecting Hang Xiong's attention once more. Teacher Hang, isn't the grand ceremony about to commence? I, too, am quite fatigued. Let us wait together for your rather impressive special recruit. Should they fail to arrive, according to the rules, they shall be expelled from the martial academy after the ceremony concludes. Hang Xiong's words were laced with malice, for he had secretly conspired with the gatekeeper and the registration office. If Hang Zhan's special recruit were to arrive, they would not be allowed in, thus delaying their entrance. As long as they could postpone until after the ceremony, even a special recruit would face expulsion from the martial academy. At that moment, he would relish watching how Hang Zhan would deal with the situation. The mere thought thrilled him. Hang Zhan felt an uneasy premonition, but with Hang Xiong's taunting, he found himself at a loss for words. He could only silently pray, little glutton, for heaven's sake, make it in time. Meanwhile, Go Chiming had approached Jing Yan, gazing at her with an air of arrogance as he declared, I intend for you to carry my scent. You shall never escape it. In this lifetime, you can only be my woman. He exuded the essence of a domineering CEO. Upon seeing Jing Yan, Go Chiming was captivated by her demeanor, and a singular thought consumed him, to possess her. Thus, he acted accordingly, though his approach appeared somewhat foolish. A true domineering CEO would typically lay some groundwork to smooth the way, yet he was bluntly forceful. As expected, Jing Yan responded with but 2 words, fool. She promptly moved behind Li Yan, deliberately distancing herself from Go Chiming, fearing that proximity might render her foolish as well. Go Chiming, however, remained unfazed. He had encountered numerous women, and the outcome had always been the same. They ultimately complied with his will. He possessed ample means to transform such women's disposition. As time ticked away, the front row of seats filled up, signaling the imminent commencement of the opening ceremony. Yet, Hang Zhan sat there, fretting with an anxious heart. Unable to find joy, he wished he could fly to the residence of the troublesome individual. Still not here? If they don't show up soon, they might as well not come at all. A segment of the ceremony involved the announcement of special recruits, and he was troubled by the thought of having to step up should the troublesome individual fail to arrive. It would be utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Hang Xiong appeared composed on the surface, yet he was secretly fixated on Hang Zhan's expression. Witnessing the latter's anxiety filled him with quiet glee. Just wait, you'll be left high and dry. As the minutes passed, the troublesome individual still had not arrived, yet the ceremony began. Hang Zhan's face darkened, his hopes plummeting. Something must have gone awry. Now, we arrive at the much-anticipated segment of the ceremony, the announcement of special recruits. Now, we invite each group to come forth. Those whose names are called, along with their special instructors, please take the stage. As the host's voice rang out, the audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter. This was the moment they had eagerly awaited. They were keen to see what merits these special recruits possessed to earn such distinction. Non-special recruits had undergone rigorous assessments to gain admission to Jiangdong, having toiled tirelessly to secure their places. It was only natural for them to harbor discontent towards those who had seemingly waltzed in without effort. This year, Jiangdong's Martial Academy had 40 special recruits, accounting for 1/6 of the total enrollment. It mirrored the situation in certain elite universities in the past, where only about 50 to 60% of students were admitted based on examination scores, while the remainder were special recruits. First group, Hangcheng and Huamin. Beast-type golden bloodline, superior talent. Strength, first-tier perfection. Please take the stage. With the hostess announcement, applause thundered from the audience as two figures ascended the high platform, Huamin and the special instructor, Yang Bo. Their appearance was merely to showcase the prowess of the special recruits, requiring no speeches. They simply stood to one side of the platform, awaiting the arrival of others. One by one, the named special recruits stepped onto the stage. Each time a name was called, Hang Zhan's heart would lurch, silently praying that the next name would not belong to him. Simultaneously, he hoped that the troublesome individual would arrive soon. You little rascal. Just wait and see how I deal with you. As each recruit and instructor took the stage, Hang Zhan felt his blood pressure rising. The excitement was overwhelming, and his heart raced uncontrollably. My dear heart. 28th group, Jiangdong Gochiming. Beast-type platinum bloodline, perfect qualification. Strength, second-tier beginner. Please take the stage. As the host's words faded, Heng Xiong, seated just one place away from Hang Zhan, rose to his feet. Observing Hang Zhan, who remained solitary, a sly grin crept across his lips, revealing his satisfaction at having executed a cunning plan. He deliberately paused as he passed Hang Zhan, whispering just loud enough for only the two of them to hear. Hang Zhan, no need to wait any longer. That fellow isn't coming. In an instant, Hang Zhan grasped Heng Xiong's implication, realizing that Heng Xiong had indeed employed some underhanded tactics. Hang Zhan was poised to explode in anger, but Heng Xiong, with a smirk of triumph, swiftly made his way to the stage. Hang Zhan's expression darkened, his face as grim as a coal pit. He had been outmaneuvered. Had he known better, he would never have allowed the troublemaker to return. Now, everything was in ruins. His greatest concern was whether the troublemaker was in immediate danger. Unable to remain seated, Hang Zhan stood up, intending to approach the side to ascertain the troublemaker's status. Group 30, Jiangqing Troublemaker. Bloodline, what the heck? Suddenly, the host on stage blurted out a profanity, drawing the attention of everyone present. What was going on? Was the bloodline exceptionally good? But that didn't seem right. There had been many strong candidates before, yet the host had never resorted to such language. Could it be that the bloodline was dreadful? It was indeed plausible. Jiangqing was a small place. After all, what exceptional talent could possibly emerge from there? Cough, cough. My apologies, my apologies. The host quickly regained composure and apologized. Then, taking a deep breath, his voice filled with excitement as he proclaimed loudly, Now, I announce the results for Group 30, Jiangqing Troublemaker. Beast King Bloodline, perfect talent, and advanced first-tier strength. This reflected the strength recorded during the troublemaker's registration. Since the troublemaker had not arrived, the information had not been updated. Wow, wow, wow. The audience erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations, their mouths agape in disbelief. No wonder the host had cursed earlier. Indeed, reaching the status of a king warranted such a reaction. Impossible? How could such a talent arise in a small place like Jiangqing? Heng Xiong loudly questioned from the high platform. He could not accept that Hang Zhan had encountered a once-in-a-millennium talent, especially one from Jiangqing. Mr. Hang Zhan, would you kindly bring your student to the stage for clarification? The host, having never encountered such a situation, quickly passed the responsibility to Hang Zhan. Since you have raised doubts, why not come up and explain? Hang Zhan shuddered at the suggestion. I really don't want to go on stage. Had the troublemaker been by his side, he would have been more than willing. This was his moment of glory. Yet now, he was filled with dread at the thought of the high platform. As he hesitated, the host's voice called out again. Mr. Hangzhan, Mr. Hangzhan. Please come to the stage if you hear me. This summons felt like a death knell to Hangzhan. But with no choice left, someone nudged him, reminding him to step forward. He had no option but to comply. Taking a deep breath, he rose and walked slowly toward the stage, his demeanor exuding a tragic sense of resignation. At that moment, Huiyu, seated in the front row, was equally agitated. When the troublemaker had registered, Huiyu had been away. Later, Hangzhan merely reported back to him, but he had never actually seen the troublemaker. Now, he was eager to discover the identity of this extraordinary talent. Suddenly, Huiyu's brow furrowed. Why was only Hangzhan present? Where was the troublemaker? Where was the king bloodline? As Hangzhan ascended the high platform, murmurs spread through the audience. What is going on? Why is there only one person? I don't know. It seems like only Mr. Hangzhan is here. What about the king bloodline? What about that troublemaker? I have no idea. I don't think I've ever seen them. I heard they haven't reported yet. Is that true? According to school regulations, failure to appear after the ceremony means expulsion. Who knows? Could it be that the data was fabricated? Well, now that you mention it, it does seem like a cover-up. Hence their absence. But that doesn't make sense. Special recruits are supposed to appear on stage. What is the point of fabricating anything? Amidst the hushed whispers of the crowd, Hangzhan finally made his way to the stage. Mr. Hang, may I ask where that student is? The host inquired upon seeing Hangzhan alone. Upon hearing this, Hangzhan's face darkened. How would I know? I want to know where that little brat is too. The pressure is overwhelming. I just want to go home. Hangzhan pondered how to respond. No need to search. That person hasn't come. I've been right beside Mr. Hang this entire time and have never seen the special recruit. Heng Xiong interjected, preempting Hangzhan. He couldn't care less whether Hangzhan had indeed recruited a king bloodline. The moment the troublemaker failed to appear, Hangzhan would undoubtedly suffer embarrassment. He felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, relishing this moment for the first time in 3 years. Previously, he had always been overshadowed by Hangzhan. Now, he could finally vent his frustrations. Hangzhan cast a deep glance at the smug Heng Xiong and took a breath. I did indeed secure a king bloodline and registered it. However, he is currently. Just as Hangzhan prepared to confess, a gasp erupted from the audience. Look, there's a cloud of brownish yellow up in the sky. Wow, it really is, and it's flying over quickly. Wait, I think I see someone up there. Oh my, I see it too. A 5th-tier powerhouse, flying through the air. Are you blind? That's called cloud riding. By the way, which teacher is returning like this? I haven't heard of any teacher flying on clouds. Not only did the audience below notice, but those on stage also caught sight of it. As the cloud descended directly above the high platform, whoever among the 5th tier is arriving, please come down swiftly. This is the opening ceremony of Jiangdong Martial School. Such behavior is rather disrespectful. The host, quick to react, shouted toward the cloud, his heart simmering with anger. Which oblivious 5th tier dared to hover above their stage, thereby disgracing Jiangdong Martial Academy? The newcomer was none other than the troublemaker, initially intending to take the city's intercity rail. He thought better of it upon acquiring the Nimbus cloud. However, he soon found himself lost while flying, resulting in a delay. Upon arrival, he spotted Hangzhan on the high platform without further thought and maneuvered the Nimbus cloud above. Only when he heard the hostess call did he realize his rudeness. Just as he was about to steer the Nimbus cloud down, a cold snort echoed from below. Dare to come to Jiangdong and cause trouble? Descend this instant. The voice belonged to Huiyu. With a swift motion, Huiyu summoned a massive hand, appearing in the sky. The troublemaker's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the giant hand. What the heck? 5-Finger Mountain. Before he could finish his sentence, the colossal hand descended toward him. Wait, no, I'm not Sun Wukong. Boom. With the troublemaker's terrified cries, the giant hand came crashing down, scattering the Nimbus cloud. As the unruly individual was struck down from the heavens by the colossal hand, he crashed heavily onto the elevated platform, raising a cloud of dust. The spectators atop the platform were seized by a mix of shock and trepidation, feeling a visceral pain merely from witnessing the event. The ground was composed of golden bricks, capable of withstanding the force of a 4th-tier warrior, yet it shattered upon impact. One can only imagine the immense force of that descent. Had any of them been caught unawares and struck down in such a manner, severe injury would have been inevitable. While the onlookers were in astonishment, the students below erupted in fervor. The principal is magnificent. The principal is extraordinary, truly worthy of his title, wielding such a vast amount of spiritual energy through his bloodline, manifesting it into a gigantic hand of spiritual essence. This is the prowess of a 6th-tier warrior. It is like swatting flies compared to a 5th tier. With principal Hu present, They felt no fear of any formidable adversaries encroaching upon Jiangdong. The students were ecstatic. This was the display of a sixth-tier warrior. Just look at that hand that blotted out the sun. It exuded boundless might. And observe the fifth-tier warrior, who was dispersed like clouds, having coughed blood in the air before crashing heavily onto the platform, unconscious. How utterly tragic. Chapter 29. It's you? Yes, it's you. I saw you reach out. Unlike the students below, Huiyu wore a perplexed expression. He instinctively glanced at his own hand. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Logically, this fifth-tier warrior should have only been somewhat disheveled. But what was this current state? Had his own power surged unexpectedly? Why was he unaware of such a significant increase in prowess? As he pondered, the enthusiastic voices of the students drew him back from his thoughts, allowing him to suppress his confusion. His mood lifted significantly. This display of power served to establish his authority, and it seemed to be quite effective. At that moment, the dust that had risen from the platform began to settle, revealing the figure sprawled on the floor, pale and bleeding from the mouth. What the hell? Diaomin! Hong Zhan exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this Diaomin? The individual who had captivated his thoughts just moments ago? Although his skin appeared considerably darker, Hong Zhan recognized him instantly and hurried to assess Diaomin's injuries. The host, closest to Hong Zhan, instinctively inquired upon hearing his exclamation. What? This is Diaomin. Teacher Hong, are you implying that this is your special recruit for this year? The host's words echoed throughout the venue, causing an uproar. What? A fifth-tier warrior as a special recruit? That can't be right. Aren't special recruits typically newcomers? How could someone jump from first tier to fifth tier in a month? Why not just leap to eighth tier? That's impossible. On the platform, Heng Xiong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that despite his machinations, he would be struck down from the sky. Though he had been smacked down by the principal, his plans had utterly collapsed. His attempt to embarrass Hong Zhan had failed spectacularly. Hearing the host's words, Principal Hua could no longer remain seated. His figure blurred and reappeared beside Hong Zhan. Teacher Hong, this individual? Principal Hua, this is my special recruit, the bearer of the royal bloodline. Diaomin, wasn't he of advanced first-tier strength? Hong Zhan's words left Huiyu astonished. What kind of absurd talent was this? Jumping directly from first tier to fifth tier in a month, spanning 4 tiers. Was that even feasible? Hong Zhan faltered. I don't know either. How could he fly? Perhaps it's a bloodline ability. Huiyu frowned slightly and nodded. Indeed, aside from that, no other explanation seemed plausible. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Zhan's expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. Diaomin's aura is diminishing. Huiyu was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression changed. With a swift motion of his right hand, a vial of purple potion appeared. A fourth-tier revival potion, rumored to heal all manner of internal and external injuries, an enhanced version of a restorative elixir. Even Huiyu possessed only a few of these. Yet, it was the only item he could confidently use to heal Diaomin without leaving any aftereffects. He pried open Diaomin's mouth and administered the potion. As he did so, Huiyu's heart ached. What a loss. I've suffered greatly. I shouldn't have intervened. Regret flooded over him. Although he felt a deep sense of remorse, he maintained a facade of composure befitting his position as the head of the institution. Alas, my heart aches. The fourth-tier revival potion lived up to its name. Once administered, Hong Zhan could distinctly feel Diaomin's aura rapidly revitalizing. As Diaomin's essence stabilized, coupled with the doubled recovery ability from the potion, it wasn't long before he awakened. Diaomin, how are you feeling? Hong Zhan inquired. I should be fine. Just feeling a bit hungry. Diaomin replied thoughtfully. He had yet to mention that he sensed he had just experienced another breakthrough. Instinctively, he delved into the system, checking his attribute list. Bloodline, low-tier Saiyan Bloodline, purity, 46. Combat power, 340, third-tier completion. Bloodline skills, 1 passive, the more severe the injury, the greater the strength increase upon recovery, up to a maximum of 100. 2 passive, converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 passive, Great Ape Transformation, sealed. Will unseal upon achieving 50 bloodline concentration. For passive, cellular regeneration doubled. Items, heavy burden trio, equipped. His bloodline had increased by 6%, and his combat power surged by 30%. This indicated that he could finally enhance his bloodline after the last brush with death. He would again have the opportunity for 4 explosive combat power boosts. Furthermore, once the bloodline was enhanced, its energy could be accessed. His combat strength and offensive capabilities would experience an explosive growth. Upon hearing this, Hong Zhan's expression darkened as he released his grip. Standing tall and looking down at Diaomin. If you're fine, get up quickly. There are so many people watching. Old Hong, you are so pragmatic. Diaomin complained, looking at Hong Zhan's sudden shift in demeanor. Hong Zhan rolled his eyes. What do you expect? If I don't act realistically towards you, reality will crush him. Recalling his half-year salary, Hong Zhan felt a pang in his heart. This pain was unbearable. Now, during the grand ceremony, Hong Zhan collected his thoughts and, with a serious expression, asked, "What was that brown cloud you rode earlier?" At Hong Zhan's mention, Diaomin suddenly remembered something, his expression twisting as he cried out, "My nimbus. It's gone, all gone. Who is it? I want them to pay for my nimbus." "Nimbus? Is that the name of that brown cloud?" Huayu interjected, genuinely curious about how Diaomin had managed to soar through the skies. "Who said it was brown?" "It was a royal yellow." Diaomin shot a glare at the speaker, and the next moment, his eyes widened. He lunged at Huayu's legs, clinging to them and refusing to let go. "It's you? Yes, it's you. I saw you reach out. Big shot. You must compensate me for my nimbus." Huayu, with a dark expression, looked up meaningfully at Hong Zhan. The implication seems to be, is this the best you could summon? This is the so-called royal bloodline. Is this truly a person of boundless potential? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem so. Hong Zhan instantly comprehended Huayu's meaning and felt a wave of indignation swell within him. After all, it was his first encounter with such an eccentric and utterly unprincipled royal bloodline. Simultaneously, Hong Zhan harbored grievances against Jiang Wu, the principal of Jiangqing Martial Academy. Why couldn't Jiang Wu focus more on the character of his students? While aptitude is indeed significant, character must not be overlooked. Cough, cough, cough. Classmate Diao. Perhaps you could rise first, and we can discuss matters afterward? Huayu said, forcing a smile despite his vexation. After all, with so many eyes upon them, he could afford to ignore the antics of the ruffian, but he could not allow himself to lose face. "No way. You must compensate me with a nimbus cloud before I stand." To the ruffian, dignity was of little consequence. What truly mattered was what he could grasp in his hands. Could you please elucidate what this nimbus cloud entails?" Huayu inquired helplessly. Just as he was about to say something further, his expression suddenly shifted. Panic evident as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Let go of me. I promise, just let go already." It turned out that the ruffian had unconsciously tightened his grip. Principal Hua felt his pants slipping down incessantly. This simply could not do. If this continued, he would be exposed before hundreds of people. Imagining such a scene made Huayu disregard everything else. He needed to acquiesce swiftly. There was indeed a crowd watching. If his pants were to fall, how could he continue to serve as principal? Chapter 30. My nimbus cloud possesses two abilities. This is what you said. And I do not ask for much. Merely compensate me with an equivalent item. Upon hearing this, the ruffian instantly released his grip on Huayu's thigh, standing up while rubbing his hands together, a look of exhilaration on his face. What a fool I was. This little fox. Yet, having spoken, he could only begrudgingly accept the situation. Huayu hastily adjusted his pants, which had been crumpled by the ruffian's grip, restoring his authoritative demeanor as principal. "Very well. Could you clarify what this nimbus cloud is capable of?" "Certainly. Listen closely, you must provide an equivalent compensation." The ruffian nodded, not forgetting to reiterate. He felt no remorse for the nimbus cloud, as the system had informed him of its indestructible nature. He would recover it in 3 days. However, just because it would return did not mean there were no consequences. He understood that the other party was unaware of this. Such an opportunity was rare. "My nimbus is known as the nimbus cloud. It is a bloodline ability, but you shattered it with a single slap. Now, even my bloodline has been affected, and I feel incapable of summoning it for the time being." He planned to garner sympathy first, and then extort the principal. Timing was crucial. Classmate Diao. I hope there hasn't been any irreparable damage to your bloodline." Huayu did not anticipate the severity of the situation, that he might be unable to utilize his bloodline. "Hard to say. For now, there seems to be none." "That's good to hear. Rest assured, I will provide you with appropriate compensation. Now, what are the functions of this nimbus cloud?" "All right. My nimbus cloud possesses two abilities. The first is flight. One somersault covers a distance of 108,000 miles at a speed of 300 kilometers h. He almost slipped into referencing the legendary Sun Wukong, but the ruffian managed to halt himself in time. If he were to articulate such a claim, even he would not believe it. Huayu nodded in acknowledgement. This was fairly reasonable, albeit a bit swift. But it paled in comparison to his own ability of aerial flight. And the second capability? The second is even more formidable. It can ascertain whether a person possesses a truly pure and kind heart. Only those with a pure and good heart can ride upon it. What? Huayu was astounded, incredulous that such a capability existed. To judge a person's heart? What an extraordinary power. Was it even possible? Wait, how can you do that? Hong Zhan interjected quietly from the side. Huayu was similarly taken aback. Indeed, how could this little fox ride it? Judging by his earlier antics, he was hardly pure of heart. The ruffian exploded at the questioning. What do you mean? What do you mean? I too am pure and kind. He continued. Have you ever encountered a bloodline ability that you cannot control? Hong Zhan was momentarily speechless. After all, it was a bloodline ability. How could one not control it? He wisely chose to remain silent. The discussion between the two prominent figures was not one he should intrude upon. Meanwhile, Huiyu found himself at a loss, grappling with what form of compensation to offer. His brow furrowed. Classmate Diao, regarding this compensation. The ruffian was keenly observing Huiyu's expression. Big shot. You must not go back on your word. The phrase "a promise made is a promise kept" has always been your motto. Huiyu's face turned an ashen green. What a revelation. He was utterly unaware that this saying was attributed to him. Yet now, with countless eyes upon him, it seemed a truth. Of course. Classmate Diao. How about we discuss compensation after the ceremony? Not a chance. Boss, you aren't trying to renege, are you? Compensation for you, as a great figure, should be a trivial matter. I'm easily satisfied. Just toss me 10 or 8 top-tier bloodline stones or 6 or 7 grade beast crystals. The ruffian was determined not to let the other party have his way. If he backed down now, the potential gains would surely diminish significantly. Impossible. Top-tier bloodline stones and beast crystals? Don't even think about it. Huiyu's face darkened ominously. Damn it. Why would I toss you 10 or 8 top-tier bloodline stones? Why not just rob a bank? The very thought of parting with even 3 stones made him feel profound regret. Wait a moment. Didn't I also promise those 3 stones to this little rascal? Upon hearing this, the ruffian became incensed once more. He clutched on Huiyu's pant leg and shouted towards the audience below, come quick. A great figure has committed an unforgivable act and refuses to take responsibility. His loud proclamation silenced the previously bustling hall. Everyone stared in disbelief at the ruffian clinging to the principal. What the hell? Is this shameless? At that moment, Huiyu's expression transformed dramatically. My pants. They're about to fall. He silently vowed never to wear pants without a belt again. To encounter someone like this ruffian was far too risky. Huiyu had faced countless situations, yet he had never experienced such profound embarrassment. Hundreds of people were watching. His forehead throbbed as he suppressed the urge to kick the ruffian away, gritting his teeth and muttering, "One top-tier bloodline stone. Let go of me." The ruffian paused, ceasing his tugging. A glimmer of hope appeared. What else is there to say? Let's follow the clues and get to the root of the matter. He then raised his voice. What? Are you truly willing to compensate me with 3 top-tier bloodline stones? Huiyu nearly exploded with rage. I said 1. Just 1. However, standing on the stage, the authority of his position weighed heavily upon him. All right, you rascal. Fine, add 1 more 5-grade beast crystal. Nothing more. What? You want to compensate me with 3 5-grade beast crystals? Huiyu now regretted his earlier decisions, lamenting why he hadn't simply dealt with the ruffian then and there. Regret? How could it possibly save such a little rascal? What? Just as you were about to speak up, Huiyu swiftly covered the mouth of the rascal. Damn it. Hearing the beginning of those words makes him wince with pain. If the rascal continues, Huiyu fears he might have to sell his undergarments to make amends. Little fox. Enough is enough. At most, 2 5th-tier beast crystals. No one to stop, Huiyu said fiercely. The rascal broke free from Huiyu's grip, grinning broadly. Deal. Although their voices were low, the teachers and special recruits on stage could hear them clearly. Goodness. Can it be like this? I can do this too. That's a top-tier bloodline stone and 2 5th-tier beast crystals. Forget about clinging to the powerful. They could wash themselves clean for all he cared. As the crowd contemplated whether to emulate the rascal and reap some benefits, a plump figure had already sprung into action. Lian leaped forward, lunging at Huiyu's other leg. With arms outstretched, he exclaimed, "Boss, I can," but instantly choked on his words. In his eagerness, he had exerted too much force, and his pants unexpectedly slipped down due to the sudden pull. A hush fell over the crowd. Chapter 31, Bloodline Concentration 50. Huiyu felt a chill below and his eyes widened in terror. After all the precautions, he had still failed to maintain his dignity. Here he was, the principal, with his trousers pulled down in front of hundreds of teachers and students. He could already envision the school's trending topic for the next few days would undoubtedly be about him. The resentment brewed within him. Lian, you scoundrel. Just wait. If I don't make things difficult for you, I want to be named Hua. Huiyu could no longer contain his suppressed fury. With the incident having occurred, he disregarded any potential repercussions. In an instant, he summoned the power of his bloodline, unleashing his aura. A tempest of spiritual energy erupted on the platform, sending dust and debris flying, blinding everyone momentarily. The rascal and Lian were both thrown back by the force. 10 seconds later, as the storm of spiritual energy dissipated, Huiyu's figure had already vanished. He could not bear to remain in such a humiliating situation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was the host who reacted swiftly, attempting to salvage the situation. I didn't see anything. Let us continue with the ceremony. The ceremony resumed, yet the atmosphere remained unbearably awkward. At this moment, it was not just the host who felt the embarrassment. Li Yin and Heng Xiong were equally uncomfortable. Li Yin was the primary instigator of this debacle, hence his awkwardness. Heng Xiong, having orchestrated a failed plan, now looked like a fool, his prior actions appearing quite ridiculous. Thus, Heng Xiong stood there with a grim expression, exuding an icy aura that caused nearby teachers to take a cautious step back. The rascal, however, was unconcerned with others' discomfort. He was positively elated. Standing beside Heng Zhan, he scanned the surroundings, contemplating the fruits of his recent endeavors. What a windfall! Indeed, it is the shameless who prosper. What is face compared to tangible gains? After all, he had earned this through his own efforts. Thus, this peculiar atmosphere marked the conclusion of the new students' enrollment ceremony. That evening, within a villa at Jiangdong Martial Academy, the rascal sat in the living room, tallying up his spoils. This villa had been promised to him by Heng Zhan during the martial examination, and he had also received the bloodline stone and compensation from the principal. At this moment, the rascal was counting his gains. First, the bloodline stones, for top-tier bloodline stones. 1 mid-tier bloodline stone, and 3 low-tier bloodline stones. Next, the beast crystals, 2 fifth-tier beast crystals, 3 fourth-tier beast crystals, and 15 third-tier beast crystals. Finally, there was the technique for enhancing bloodline concentration, the bloodline refinement technique. Gazing at the abundance of resources in his hands, the rascal felt a surge of excitement. Just a month ago, such a reality would have seemed impossible. Now, it was all within his grasp. The most valuable of these were undoubtedly the top-tier bloodline stones and the fifth-tier beast crystals. Bloodline stones, as one might expect, could purify bloodline concentration, amplify the power of bloodline skills, and awaken additional bloodline abilities. As for the fifth-tier beast crystals, they could serve as currency, be used for alchemy, or aid in cultivation. Beast crystals of the fourth tier and above contained immense life essence, which could be absorbed by the human body, facilitating advancement. The essence within fifth-tier beast crystals was particularly substantial, making them superlative supplements for cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, the rascal decided to elevate his bloodline that very night. After 4 near-death experiences, it was time for an upgrade. Enhancing his bloodline depended on the bloodline stones. He had considered repeatedly consuming restorative potions, but discovered that after multiple uses, the potions lost their efficacy in enhancing bloodlines. Hence, ultimately, bloodline stones were essential for this process. However, the rascal encountered another issue. His bloodline concentration was too low for him to control the energy within him. Consequently, he could not harness the bloodline power from the stones. After racking his brain, the rascal conceived a rather unorthodox solution: to consume it. By ingesting the stone, it would be absorbed and digested through the stomach, albeit with some loss of bloodline power during the process. Nevertheless, he had no other option. With great effort, the rascal pried open a low-tier bloodline stone and swallowed the fiery red liquid inside. A wave of scorching liquid coursed down his esophagus into his stomach, igniting an intense warmth within. Moments later, he felt his blood boiling, his body temperature rising steadily, and his skin took on an unusual red hue. Though uncomfortable, it was not painful. 10 minutes later, the sensation subsided. Host bloodline concentration reached 50, unlocking control of energy and transformation abilities. Success. His bloodline had directly increased by 4. Based on the rascal's estimation, if the low-tier bloodline stone had not been consumed, it should have increased by 5. Thus, he had wasted 1. With the system's notification, the rascal sensed the energy within him stirring, the lingering ambiguity dissipating in an instant. He could finally harness the energy, meaning that from this moment on, the rascal possessed an infinite repository of skills. This advantage was truly formidable. In this world, bloodline warriors acquire their bloodline skills through 2 means. One is to enhance their rank or bloodline concentration, awakening skills themselves. The other is to absorb special high-tier beast crystals. A rare few 4th tier and above beast crystals may retain the bloodline skills of the creature prior to its demise. When bloodline warriors absorb these beast crystals, they also assimilate these skills, thus turning them into their own. However, this method of acquiring bloodline skills has limitations. Firstly, the bloodline warrior must be ranked 4th tier or above. Secondly, each major tier can only absorb 2 additional skills. Lastly, absorbing beyond 1 S tier reduces the success rate. 4th tier bloodline warriors can only absorb skills contained within 4th tier beast crystals. Forcibly absorbing a 5th tier beast crystal skill is not impossible. Rather, the probability of success is significantly diminished. The risk of failure can even pose a threat to one's life. Yet, none of this concerns the commoner. Having gained mastery over Qi, he now possesses an infinite arsenal of martial techniques. While others meticulously prepare and select skills, the commoner merely needs to recreate them as described in the original text. Is that not terrifying? The commoner felt an overwhelming urge to shout. Who else? Wait a moment, that's not right. The commoner turned to glance behind him, only to discover a furry tail protruding from his trousers, swaying in the air. Holy smokes! Is that really a tail? The commoner had always believed his Saiyan bloodline to be unique. Little did he know, it wasn't unique at all. Rather, the bloodline's concentration was simply too low for the tail to manifest. Now that the bloodline concentration had reached its peak, he could transform into a mighty ape. And indeed, the tail was bound to appear. What on earth? How should he handle this? Dragging a tail around every day? In an instant, the commoner found himself in a quandary. In the following days, the Jiangdong Martial Arts Academy remained abuzz with activity, as previous students began returning in droves. The commoner, too, finally discovered a solution to his tail predicament. He would sever it himself. There was no way he could wander about with a tail flailing behind him. Moreover, he had no immediate plans to transform into a mighty ape, for with the current low bloodline concentration, such a transformation would result in a loss of rationality, definitely not worth the risk. It was far better to simply cut it off. A one-time solution. After all, it would grow back eventually. With the tail issue resolved, the commoner turned his attention to training. He realized that although he could now summon chi, he still couldn't execute even a basic Kamehameha wave, indicating that his mastery over chi was still insufficient. He needed to dedicate time to earnest training. Chapter 32. S-Cells. A week later, the commoner ceased his training, a smile gracing his face. With a flick of his wrist, an energy sphere materialized before his eyes. He had finally begun to grasp the fundamentals of chi manipulation. His current attributes were as follows: Bloodline, low-grade Saiyan Bloodline, Purity, 70, Combat Power, 345, third tier perfected, Bloodline Skills, 1. Passive, the greater the injury, the more substantial the power increase upon recovery, up to a maximum of 100. 2. Passive, converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3. Passive, Giant Ape Transformation. Upon seeing the moon, he transforms into a giant ape, exponentially increasing his power. Side effect, loss of rationality. Note, upgrading bloodline level can reduce or eliminate side effects. 4. Passive, doubled cellular recovery rate. Items, 3-piece weight set, equipped, Flying Nimbus, restored. Skills, basic mastery of chi. The bloodline had been enhanced to 70 by consuming 1 intermediate bloodline stone and 3 low-grade bloodline stones. Each low-grade stone increased bloodline power by 5, while each intermediate stone provided a boost of 10. The commoner refrained from using the top-tier bloodline stone, fearing it might elevate his bloodline directly to the next level. He still had 4 near-death opportunities left to utilize. Until those were exhausted, the commoner would never upgrade his bloodline. Now, it was time to test the effects of the bloodline refining technique. The commoner felt a sense of anticipation, as he had no bloodline power to summon. He could only substitute chi for bloodline in his practice. What effects would emerge remained a mystery, but the commoner was certain that it would yield benefits without any drawbacks. However, he was unsure whether the original technique, designed to enhance bloodline concentration, would improve his chi or something else altogether. With a heart full of trepidation, the commoner followed the instructions of the bloodline refining technique, manipulating chi to traverse a fixed pathway within his body. An hour later, he opened his eyes, brow furrowed. It wasn't that there had been no effect. Rather, something had indeed changed. Yet, he struggled to articulate its nature. It was an internal sensation. His strength had not visibly increased, yet he felt an undeniable distinction. Ding. Host has cultivated an unknown technique to purify bloodlines, activating S-Cells within the body. Due to the activation of S-Cells, a new attribute bar has been added. S-Cells. Current S-Cell proportion, 0.5. When S-Cells reach 100, the host can transform into Super Saiyan 1. Holy moly. The S-Cells for Super Saiyan. Is this what it is? The system notification arrived just in time, as the commoner had been pondering what changes had occurred. He never expected to receive such a game-changing revelation. After all, even the most ordinary Super Saiyan 1 would multiply his strength exponentially. The commoner's excitement was palpable. In the subsequent 2 days, the commoner immersed himself in the practice of the bloodline refining technique. As he trained, he discovered the advantages of using chi in place of the original technique. Firstly, his control over chi was gradually improving. Secondly, the bloodline refining technique had mutated for him, eliminating any concerns about a period of weakness. However, the benefits that the technique originally offered had vanished. His body would not be excessively strengthened, but would instead focus on activating the S-Cells. Nevertheless, the commoner felt a deep sense of satisfaction. One must be content. Those who are content are often the happiest. On a particular day, as the return of returning students concluded, Hang Zhan sought out the commoner without delay. He was reluctant to approach, for every encounter with the commoner had historically been fraught with trouble. Yet, the matter at hand was of utmost importance, and as the commoner's direct supervisor, he had no choice but to confront it. What is this new student entrance trial? The commoner inquired, puzzled. Hang Zhan patiently explained that this was an experience every new student must undergo, designed to determine the new king among them and select promising candidates. In this trial, bloodline status would not be the primary focus. In fact, bloodline only constituted a minor aspect of the evaluation. What mattered more was adaptability and combat effectiveness. It was crucial to understand that outside the city, they would face the terrifying wilderness and ferocious beasts that surpassed their own power. Adaptability and combat skills were what the school truly sought. The commoner nodded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Although it appeared that he could soar freely on the flying nimbus, that was only within the confines of the city clusters. All beasts of level 6 and above had been eradicated by powerful warriors, leaving only weaker beasts for humanity's training and growth. Were he to dare fly the nimbus over the ocean or far from the city clusters, he would be courting death. Rumor had it that flying beasts roamed the outside in droves, with levels 5 and 6 readily apparent. A truly terrifying prospect. How exactly does this trial work? The commoner queried. You will be sent to the ancient ruins, where ferocious beasts abound. Your task is to quickly adapt to that environment and hunt these beasts. Ultimately, your ranking will be determined by the number of beast crystals you collect. The new king will be crowned based on this. The higher your rank, the better the rewards. Whoa, this sounds like a real-life battle royale. The commoner exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Only instead of killing people, we'll be hunting beasts. I'm familiar with this. Upon hearing this, the commoner's interest was piqued. Are there rewards? What are they? Of course, they are quite substantial. The new king will receive 1 intermediate bloodline stone and 1 5th-tier beast crystal. The commoner smirked. Is that it? The school is being rather stingy. They think they can get away with offering such paltry rewards? Hang Zhan was about to affirm that they were indeed quite good. However, upon further contemplation, he recalled the 4 exquisite bloodline stones and the 5th-tier beast crystal possessed by the cunning rogue. Good heavens! While these items would serve as immense advantages to others, they appeared to be of little value to this miscreant. It was not that the rewards were inadequate, but rather that this fellow had an abundance of treasures. Comparisons are odious. He immediately quipped, do you think everyone is like you, clutching for top-tier bloodline stones? Do you have any inkling of how rare a single intermediate bloodline stone is for others? It's a coveted prize. It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. Moreover, there's also that 5th-tier beast crystal. This reward is undoubtedly the best we've seen in recent years. The rogue pondered and realized the truth of it. Clearly, he was not on the same level as others. It was akin to a person residing in a villa disdainfully regarding a spacious flat. In reality, that flat would be a significant improvement for those without any housing. Alas, it is the excess of wealth that brings trouble. Why must I be so exceptional, so outstanding? Observing the rogue's narcissistic demeanor, Hang Zhan could no longer bear it. All right, that's enough. We gather at the playground in 3 days. With that, Hang Zhan rose to leave. Hey, old Hang, let us go eat together. The rogue exclaimed, but as he spoke, he noticed Hang Zhan tremble and vanish into thin air. I wanted to treat you. The rogue shook his head helplessly. Trigger check-in task 1, Ancient Ruins. Ancient Ruins. Check-in at the designated coordinates deep within the ancient ruins. Successful check-in will yield a random reward. Coordinates will be provided 1 hour after entering the ancient ruins. Trigger check-in task 2, Newcomer King. Newcomer King. Achieve first place in this newcomer trial. Successful check-in will yield a random reward. Good grief. The system has issued 2 consecutive check-in tasks? Is the sun rising in the west? Chapter 33. It's decided, I shall live off others. 3 days later, at the Jiangdong School playground, Principal Hua stood on the platform, announcing the precautions for the new student trial. Essentially, each participant would soon approach their respective teachers to receive a distress wristwatch. In case of emergencies, pressing it would signify forfeiture, and nearby teachers would arrive for rescue within 5 minutes. Lastly, during this trial, self-harm is strictly prohibited. Any violators will face severe consequences. Hua Yu concluded with a stern expression, emphasizing that the purpose of the trial is to select potential candidates, not to foster infighting. There is no need for such hostility. It is merely to allow these budding talents to experience the taste of blood early on. Each student here represents humanity's hope against ferocious beasts and must not be sacrificed in vain. If sacrifices must be made, let them occur on the battlefield or beyond, but not during this trial. Afterward, the rogue found old Hang. Just in time. Here is your distress device. Hang Zhan handed the rogue a black wristwatch. The rogue received it and swiftly stashed it in his storage ring, for he aimed to become the newcomer king, who would look down upon a distress device. When did you acquire a space ring? Hang Zhan exclaimed, astonished as he noticed the rogue's hand vanish the device. Upon seeing the ring on the rogue's finger, he gasped. Old Hang, you're overreacting. It's standard procedure. Standard procedure, my foot. Just think of how much effort I expended to obtain mine. After a mere month. And you already have one. How large is yours? Hang Zhan pressed, still not ready to concede. He thought to himself, it must be smaller than mine. After all, he had a 3-cubic space, which was already considerable. The rogue, even if he had one, likely possessed only a cubic space. Forget it. It's definitely not larger than your 10 cubic feet. Too small, it can't hold much. Speaking of which, the rogue had a plethora of grievances. The Deng family truly was lacking. If Deng Mingyuan knew, he would surely cry injustice. To quell the anger of a 5th-tier powerhouse, he had produced the largest space ring the Deng family owned, while he himself was using a 3-cubic one. Alas, speaking too much brings only tears. Hang Zhan, I should never have asked. Upon hearing this, Hang Zhan's face darkened as if he were a pot bottom, nearly overturning the table. 10 cubic feet is small. What does that make my 3 cubic? Is this some sort of joke? It's utterly demoralizing. By the way, old Hang, I'm about to head out. Do you have any parting gift? The rogue changed the topic, extending his hand and skillfully rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Seeing this, Hang Zhan's expression soured further. Damn it, you're wealthier than I am. What gift are you expecting? Nothing. Hang Zhan resolutely shook his head. This one can be arranged? That one truly cannot. TCH. Miser. The rogue lamented helplessly. This old Hang was truly stingy to the core. Hang Zhan, scowling, chose silence. He wished to speak, but hesitated. If the rogue climbs any higher on the ladder, he would surely incur losses. He had seen the light. As long as he kept his mouth and hands in check, he would only endure a few jests from the rogue, but at least he would avoid financial loss. Reflecting on the meager existence he had led these past few days, his heart was heavy, but he remained silent. Hang, I finally found you. How about we form a team? Just then, Li Yan approached with Jing Yan. Recognizing Li Yan, Hang Zhan nodded. Li Yan's arrival was fortuitous. Both had only recruited one student, and upon entering the wild ancient city, they would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Forming a team was indeed wise. This way, they could support one another in the face of danger. Rogue, what do you say? Hang Zhan turned to the rogue. As this was ultimately a matter between the two of them, rest assured, given how beautiful the young lady is, I will gladly assist her. The rogue glanced at the coldly elegant Jing Yan. Not bad. Though she may be a bit frosty, she meets my aesthetic standards, so I can present her suitably. Hang Zhan, upon hearing this, grimaced and gritted his teeth. I meant for her to take care of you. Are you even aware of your own level? Jing Yan is a 1st-tier completion, 1 minor tier above you. What are you posturing for? He was unaware of the rogue's true strength and only acknowledged him as a high-level 1st-tier from their initial registration. The rogue faltered at this. Should he inform Hang Zhan? But after a moment's consideration, he decided against it. Living off others sounded delightful. Such soft, long, and fair sustenance. How enticing. No, I cannot help but feel thrilled at the thought. It is decided. I shall live off others. All the same, don't sweat the details. The rogue waved his hand dismissively. Hang Zhan, don't sweat the details? Not wishing to engage further with the rogue, fearing he might be driven to madness, Hang Zhan shifted his attention to Jing Yan. Jing Yan, what do you think? By the time Li Yan arrived, he had already consulted with Jing Yan. Thus, she nodded. Sure, that's good. Then, just as Hang Zhan was about to continue, a wave of gasps erupted around them. Is that a flying ferocious beast? It's enormous. That's an iron-winged dragon, a 2nd-tier beast. I can't believe the Academy has tamed it. It is said that the iron-winged dragon possesses remarkable speed and a formidable carrying capacity, able to transport up to 10 individuals. While it can indeed accommodate 10, its large wings and relatively small body result in a rather cramped seating area. It would be quite a squeeze. Even managing to secure a spot is a feat. Yet one expects comfort. Would you prefer to trek to the ruins instead? By the time you arrive, the food will have gone cold. Indeed, one should not be overly ambitious. In truth, sharing the space with a beautiful woman wouldn't be so bad. Yet, one fears being squished next to a muscular giant. The tamed flying beasts from the Academy began to descend onto the playground in succession. The ancient ruins lie a considerable distance from the Academy, and there is no underground shuttle to that location. Thus, the only options are to walk or to ride the tamed flying beasts. The Iron-Winged Dragon serves as their mode of transport. With the arrival of the Iron-Winged Dragon, batches of trial participants started to board and take flight under the guidance of their instructors. However, the 4 of them encountered a dilemma. What's the matter? I clearly see available seats. Why can't we board? The beast tamer, looking rather helpless, explained, Teacher Hang, it's not that I'm refusing you. It's just that my Iron-Winged Dragon is experiencing some gastrointestinal distress today and is rather weak. I cannot risk a full load. Then what should we do? Li Yan glanced around at the Iron-Winged Dragons ready for takeoff, struggling to find an available spot. The beast tamer appeared momentarily flustered, surveying his surroundings with evident difficulty. Well, I can allow 2 of you to board, but no more. I fear the little fire might not manage, and if something goes wrong, no one can take responsibility. Li Yin furrowed his brow. But there are 4 of us. What about the other 2? Should we run over? I truly have no solution. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. This predicament left Hang Zhan and Li Yin at a loss. Chapter 34. Come on. Miss, come into my arms quickly. Hey. ISNT that Teacher Hang and Teacher Li? What's wrong? No seats? Well, I want to wait for you too. I'll be off first. A voice rang out from the sky. There appeared Hung Xiong and Go Qiming, riding their own iron-winged dragon, taking off mere meters above them. The dust and small stones kicked up struck Hang Zhan and his companions, leaving their faces pale with irritation. Damn it! Li Yin shouted angrily. We can't afford to waste time. Let those rascals and Jing Yin go first. We'll find our own way. Hang Zhan said with a slight frown. Li Yin nodded. That's the only option we have. Teacher Hang, I can go on my own, Diaomin spoke up, not wanting to squeeze onto that cramped dragoness back. With only a few people, it looked akin to cramming onto a bus in a past life. And they would have to endure it for an hour. How uncomfortable. Diaomin had a spacious first-class cabin. Why should he settle for economy? Riding on his Nimbus cloud would surely be more pleasant. Hang Zhan frowned at his words. Nonsense. How long would it take you to get there? By the time you arrive, the food will have spoiled. As Hang Zhan was scolding him, he suddenly noticed a yellow cloud appearing beside Diaomin, and an expletive escaped his lips. Your bloodline ability has returned? Diaomin nodded yes. That's why I said I can go on my own. Li Yin curiously glanced at the Nimbus cloud next to Diaomin. Hey, Diaomin, that cloud looks spacious enough. It should be able to carry one more, right? That solves our problem. That's not certain. You can give it a try. Only those with pure hearts can ride it. Is that true? Let me try? Li Yin immediately leaped onto the Nimbus cloud. With that leap, he stood firmly atop the cloud, exclaiming, haha, I can do it. But the next moment, he fell right through the cloud, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Diaomin shook his head. I figured as much. Just look at how you've behaved, old Li. There's no way you can ride it. You're not pure. Li Yin, upon hearing this, jumped in outrage. What the hell? You're the impure one. Your whole family is impure. Forget this cloud. I want to ride it. But these thoughts were internal. He truly could not board it. There was no way to refute. Hanggu, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you'll manage. Li Yin suggested to Hang Zhan, wanting a companion to share the embarrassment of being unable to board alone. Hang Zhan immediately understood Li Yin's intentions and shook his head. Forget it. I know I want to succeed. You're not pure enough. I want to take the risk. Li Yin looked at him with a forlorn expression. Seeing that Hang Zhan wouldn't budge, his gaze shifted to Jing Yin. Just as he was about to speak, Jing Yin interjected, I want to try. Her tone was equally resolute, keeping him at bay. Jing Yin understood that, given her intent to eliminate that woman, she would surely be unable to ride. Best not to attempt it. Well then, we're back at square one. Hang Zhan sighed inwardly. Even though Diaomin had resolved one issue, they were still short one seat. All right, Li Yin, you all head off first. Do not waste any more time. I will find my own way. He made a decisive choice. This was no time for hesitation. Delaying entry could result in significant setbacks, impacting their rankings. That one to do, Hanggu. You go. I'll find my own way. My strength isn't on par with yours. It'll be easier for you to rescue them if trouble arises. Li Yin shook his head, fully aware of his mid-level 4th-tier strength, 2 ranks below Hang Zhan. As he had stated, if danger struck, his speed would certainly not match Hang Zhan's. No, it's better if you go, Hang Zhan insisted, yielding. Diaomin observed the two, who looked as if they were heading to battle, and couldn't help but scoff internally. They were the ones facing the trial, yet here they were, acting as if they were sacrificing themselves for a noble cause. With the right music, it would resemble a melodramatic TV show. Unable to watch any longer, Diaomin interrupted. Old Hang. Actually, I can carry one more person. There's no need for such theatrics. Both Hang Zhan and Li Yin paused, then glared at him, gritting their teeth. Why didn't you say so earlier? How do you plan to carry someone? Diaomin sat cross-legged on the Nimbus cloud and pointed to his chest. I'll carry her. He glanced at Jing Yin. No way. Not happening. Good heavens. I can't believe this. This little fox is shamelessly trying to take advantage. There was no way Hang Zhan and Li Yin would agree, promptly rejecting the idea. Diaomin shrugged. Well, I have no other options. Just as Hang Zhan was about to speak, the beast tamer shouted, Have you all made your decision? Who's boarding? Hurry up. Time is running out. If you're late, it's on you. Li Yin quickly turned back. We're ready. We're coming. Diaomin added, Let us deal with the beast tamer first. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Diaomin. Stop. Don't even think about it. The main issue is the weight limit. Your size is equal to 2 of me. Even if old Hang boards, the Nimbus Cloud 1T hold, let alone you. Only Jing Yin's weight is manageable. Diaomin promptly dismissed the idea. There was no way he would allow a larger person to sit in his lap. Moreover, it is a male. The cunning individual hastily concocted an irrefutable excuse, claiming insufficient load-bearing capacity. Indeed, it was merely a matter of inadequate support. Observing the expressionless and frigid-faced Jing Yan, he ventured, well, actually, accompanying me would be far superior to sitting atop that iron-winged dragon. Just take a glance at the situation up there. Huang Zhan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes towards the seats on the iron-winged dragon. They beheld a contraption resembling a cage securely affixed to its back, designed primarily to prevent passengers from plummeting during flight. However, within that cage, 6 men were crammed tightly together, all gazing longingly down at Jing Yan. Their intentions were all too apparent. If Jing Yan ascended, she would inevitably find herself squished amidst those men, and it would be impossible to escape being taken advantage of. Jing Yan's delicate brows knitted in thought for a moment before she declared, I choose the cunning one. Was there even a choice? Either option would entail some loss. But clearly, going with the cunning one would entail less. Very well. With the decision made by the principal party, Huang Zhan could only acquiesce with a nod. Come now, my lady. Cast aside any psychological burdens. You may regard this as a transaction. I will take you for a flight, and in return, you shall protect me. Mutual benefit. The cunning one stated with an air of calm, though the exhilaration within him was known only to himself. Upon hearing this, Jing Yan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, regarding it as a transaction. With the matter settled, Huang Zhan and Li Yan ceased their hesitation and squeezed onto the iron-winged dragon amidst the murderous glances of the men. The cunning one, watching the iron-winged dragon take flight, turned to Jing Yan and exclaimed, Come on, my lady, quickly into my embrace. At that moment, Jing Yan suddenly felt a pang of regret. She believed she had made a grave mistake. Chapter 35, Frustration. How I Long to Strike Someone. Jing Yan hesitated briefly but ultimately climbed onto the nimbus cloud, settling into the embrace of the cunning one. Her body remained quite rigid, and her icy demeanor was tinged with a hint of awkwardness and discomfort. Suddenly, Jing Yan's brow furrowed, and she coldly commanded, You may remove your hand. It turned out that the cunning one's hand had unknowingly encircled her waist. Internally lamenting this turn of events, he nonetheless replied, It's primarily to prevent you from falling. Are you certain you don't need it? Jing Yan, with a stoic expression, affirmed, Remove it. Yet the cunning one was not one to easily relinquish what was within reach. It was simply not in his nature. All right. We shall depart. Off we go. The nimbus cloud sprung to life, swiftly pursuing the iron-winged dragon. Jing Yan exclaimed in surprise, and under the force of inertia, she found herself drawn into the cunning one's embrace, her back pressed firmly against his chest. She could even feel warmth radiating from him. Seizing the opportunity, the cunning one tightened his hold around Jing Yan's waist, now using both arms. I need to control the nimbus cloud. I have no time to attend to you. Do not move about recklessly, or I cannot be held accountable for your fall. His response rendered Jing Yan momentarily stiff, as she noticed the serious expression on the cunning one's face. Intently focused on the distance, as if he were in command of something significant. Fearing she might disturb him, she dared not move, suppressing her thoughts. She reassured herself, perhaps it is indeed so. After all, bloodline abilities require control. In truth, the cunning one was reveling in delight. Controlling the nimbus cloud was merely a matter of intent. There was no need for such solemnity. However, with a beauty in his arms, he was determined to hold her close. Riding the clouds, feeling the fierce winds, and inhaling the fragrance of the lovely maiden. What sheer bliss! If only the sun weren't so glaring and the darkness did not descend so swiftly. While the cunning one embraced the beauty and maneuvered the nimbus cloud alongside the iron-winged dragon with unrestrained joy, the 8 individuals on the iron-winged dragon's back seethed with envy and frustration, including Huang Zhan and Li Yan, cramped together with the remaining 6 men. And with the heat intensifying, their tempers flared. How frustrating. How I wish to strike someone. An hour later, everyone arrived at the entrance of the ancient wilderness city. Reluctantly, the cunning one released Jing Yan. Her icy demeanor remained, but a flicker of panic danced in her eyes. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she dashed into the crowd like a startled rabbit, disappearing from sight. Well, who would have thought? The cunning one mused, savoring the moment when an irate voice intruded upon his thoughts. You have overstepped your bounds. She is my woman. Guo approached the cunning one with a darkened expression. He had witnessed everything with clarity. The woman he considered his possession had just descended from the arms of another. How could the domineering heir Guo tolerate such an affront? The cunning one looked at Guo in astonishment and pointed in the direction Jing Yan had fled. Your cabbage? Of course. Guo replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, given your background, you are certainly fit to tend to cabbages. But why should I care? With a smile, the cunning one continued, by the way, your cabbage has a rather delightful texture. After concluding his remarks, he chuckled and sought out Huang Zhan. He had no interest in engaging with this young lad, whose meager abilities could not aid him in enhancing his own strength. He sought out older, more formidable companions. When the time came to be dealt a blow, he would be able to level up. Just you wait, cunning one. Guaqiming growled, his face twisted with fury. We shall see what the ancient wilderness ruins have in store. At that moment, the cunning one had located Huang Zhan, who proceeded to discuss the precautions necessary for navigating the ruins. The ancient wilderness ruins were a vast cityscape existing within a dimensional space, characterized by a labyrinthine network of roads and teeming with ferocious beasts. However, the creatures generally possessed low strength, with the most formidable being at the peak of the third tier, just sufficient for this round of rookie trials. Among the newcomers, aside from the cunning one, the highest tier achieved by any individual was merely intermediate second tier. Placing this group in the second and third tier ancient wilderness ruins was indeed a considerable risk. Nevertheless, to the cunning one, this place was nothing more than a playground. With the highest tier being merely third tier, it was on par with his own level. Given his current understanding and application of energy, encountering a third tier peak would simply be an invitation to seek out challenges. 10 minutes later, the trial newcomers began to enter the ruins in batches through the dimensional entrance. As the cunning one stepped into the dimensional portal, the scenery before him transformed, revealing a rooftop of a grand building. Surrounding him were desolate rooftops, scattered with abandoned machinery. Indeed, upon entry, they were randomly dispersed. Once all trial newcomers had entered, only the accompanying teachers and principal remained outside the dimensional portal. It is time, Teacher Meng, we may begin. Huayu addressed an elderly man beside him. Very well. The elder affirmed and promptly approached a 10-meter-wide assembled display screen that had been prepared in advance. There, a machine awaited. The elder, Teacher Meng, operated the device, and the adjacent screen flickered to life, displaying a series of video feeds. These were captured by thousands of miniature cameras strategically placed throughout the ruins. These live cameras would automatically scan for nearby humanoid entities and transmit the footage to the outside world. Despite the students entering separately, the sheer number of miniature cameras ensured comprehensive coverage. Everyone was captured on camera, including the miscreants on the rooftop. Of course, some individuals noticed the hidden cameras, but as the instructors had briefed them upon entry, there was no surprise. They simply pretended not to see and continued with their actions. Concurrently, the entire footage would be streamed back to the Jiangdong campus intranet, allowing all senior students to witness the event. This served as a form of validation for the emergence of the Rookie King and the top 10 competitors, as they were to participate in another event thereafter. Once the Jiangdong Martial Arts School intranet went live, the atmosphere within the school became lively, with 200 to 300 seasoned participants rushing in, all eagerly awaiting this moment. Here we go. I wonder how many will be utterly terrified this time. I estimate at least 10. Who do you think will take the lead? I reckon it's going to be Nan Li, the intermediate level of the second tier. His level advantage is substantial. I predict it will be Go Qiming from the Go family. Although he is quite the playboy, his lineage and skills are undoubtedly impressive. Besides, his strength at the beginner level of the second tier is nothing to scoff at. We cannot solely judge based on visible strength. Other factors play a significant role. By the way, I heard they recruited a person with royal bloodline, something like a miscreant. What are your thoughts on him? To be honest, I am not optimistic. Bloodline potential is one thing, but being only at the advanced level of the first tier renders him incomparable to others. He stands little chance. True enough, given the evident level disparity. Chapter 36. No defecation allowed in this area. Violators will have their tools confiscated, regardless of the commotion outside. It had nothing to do with the miscreant. At this moment, within the ancient ruins, the miscreant was perched upon a magical cloud, flitting about aimlessly. He was in search of a protector, not just any protector, but a damsel's protection. He now found himself a fragile, lonely, and helpless individual in need of safeguarding. Just beneath the eaves he had just passed, two figures stood watching him soar through the sky, exchanging glances. How on earth are we supposed to compete? This is cheating. Can you believe it? They could not outrun someone soaring above them on a cloud. It was not just these two who noticed the miscreant. As he darted low through the air, more and more people caught sight of the magical cloud. Is anyone going to intervene? There's someone cheating out here. Yet, despite their complaints, they still needed to hunt the fierce beasts. The miscreant was merely using his skills to gain an advantage. If you have the ability, why not show me how to sit on a cloud? Many harbored intense disdain for the miscreant, vowing in secret that once they reached the 5th tier, they too would conjure a yellow cloud to ride upon. No, perhaps a green one. Whoever it drifts over would be in for misfortune. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ruins, a group of teachers exchanged glances, secretly observing the dark-faced Principal Hua. They were well aware that the principal had incurred significant losses due to that young man in the video. Now it appeared he was completely unscathed. They had undoubtedly fallen for a trick. At that moment, Principal Hua was seething with displeasure. He had claimed that bloodlines would be affected. I can't believe a word of it. Look how swiftly he flies now. You wait, young man. I'll make you regret this. No. I must ensure you receive a pair of green high heels instead. Simultaneously, the Jiangdong Martial Arts School's live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my, could this be a bloodline ability? This power is astonishing. Although the brown cloud is somewhat unattractive, a pink one would be delightful. Upstairs, a true talent. To possess the heart of a maiden while being a man, how rare. Isn't this ability akin to invincibility? If you can't win, just fly away. Oh, your words ring true. Nevertheless, it's not about evasion skills. The number of beast crystals is what truly matters. Within the ancient ruins, Ding Jiang, having found an excellent teleportation point, had discovered a fierce beast of the advanced first tier. At that moment, he was engaged in a relentless struggle against the creature. Hey, brother, have you seen a beautiful lady with long legs? A voice suddenly echoed from above. Ding Jiang jumped, barely evading the beast's attack. He swiftly glanced toward the source of the voice, spotting a brown cloud floating in the air with someone casually inquiring about his predicament. Instantly, Ding Jiang's face turned pale with disbelief. I'm in the midst of battle. Do you even understand what that means? I see you've got some long legs. With a scowl, Ding Jiang gritted his teeth, replying no. At the same time, he felt a tightening in his chest. This newcomer was definitely not benign. Surely, they did not merely seek a chat about long legs. It was all a ruse. They intended to take advantage of the chaos between him and the beast to reap the rewards. Unbelievable. Oh, never mind then. I'll ask someone else. The miscreant nodded. And with a thought, the magical cloud drifted off into the distance. Ding Jiang. What just happened? Are you actually looking for someone? This is a trial. For goodness sake. In his moment of confusion, the fierce beast seized the opportunity, lunging at Ding Jiang and leaving a deep gash on his arm. Cold sweat broke out as Ding Jiang cursed. No matter who you are, you wait. With that, he frantically countered the beast before him. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley within the ancient ruins, Zhang Chuang had just dispatched a beginner-level fierce beast when he suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself. He hurried behind a large tree, avoiding the watchful cameras, and began to do his business. No defecation allowed in this area. Violators will have their tools confiscated. As he was enjoying his moment of relief, the sudden announcement startled him, causing him to abruptly stop midstream and leap forward, clutching the tree. Turning his head, he spotted a man's smiling face emerging from a brown cloud. It was the miscreant. At that moment, Zhang Chuang's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he cursed internally, "What a scoundrel. You nearly scared me to death. Who are you?" "That dude. I'm just looking for someone." "Have you seen a beautiful lady with long legs?" Zhang Chuang, momentarily taken aback, instinctively shook his head. "No, I haven't." "Oh, then never mind. Brother, continue what you were doing." With that, the miscreant's thought caused the magical cloud to vanish before Zhang Chuang's eyes. Zhang Chuang. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell am I supposed to continue doing? I'm so terrified I nearly lost control. This scene was not unique to Ding Jiang and Zhang Chuang. It occurred with many trial participants. Some were fortunate, merely startled or suffering minor injuries, while others nearly lost their lives. In an instant, everyone harbored intense resentment towards the miscreant. Is this what flying is? So impressive, yet so utterly bullying. Outside, Principal Hua and the teachers could only smile wryly. Yet what could they say? Once inside the ancient ruins, it was all about skill. The miscreant had merely utilized his abilities to fly. If you have the skill, why not fly as well? At that moment, the Jiangdong Martial Arts School's live stream was in uproarious laughter. Oh my, who is this amusing character? I can't handle it. This divine long-legged individual. And to think he is searching for someone without considering the circumstances. In a fierce battle unfolding below, the audacity of inquiring at such a moment is simply infuriating. Haha, I find this lad's character quite appealing. Your tastes are rather peculiar upstairs. Speaking of which, the unruly populace is still not off to hunt the ferocious beasts. It seems they are destined for failure. An hour later, the unruly individual still hasn't found a long-legged companion to embrace. However, a coordinate location for a system check-in suddenly emerged in his mind. Without hesitation, he summoned his nimbus and swiftly headed towards the coordinates. He certainly did not forget the two check-in tasks at hand. The first one was the easiest. Simply reaching the designated coordinates would suffice. You all continue battling the monsters. I'll handle the check-in first. 10 minutes later, while the unruly individual was idly perched on his nimbus, an unexpected shadow obscured the sky above him. Glancing up, he was startled to see a colossal figure diving from the heights. Holy smokes! He exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. With a thought, he commanded the nimbus to come to an abrupt halt, narrowly evading the aerial assault. The shadow brushed past him, a gust of wind momentarily blinding him. Yet, this shadow was not one to be trifled with. In an instant, it adjusted its trajectory and charged at him once more. Now he could finally discern the shape of the shadow, a crimson-feathered golden eagle, evidently not exceeding the third tier in size. The crimson-feathered golden eagle resembled an enormous hawk, magnified several times over. With a wingspan nearing 6 meters, it truly was a ruler of the skies. It was no wonder the Nimbus, despite its speed, had been attacked. The unruly individual's eyes sparkled at the sight of the approaching crimson-feathered golden eagle. Wasn't this a perfect target? Meanwhile, outside, Principal Hua's expression shifted dramatically. He had been closely observing this little fox. Upon witnessing the impending assault from the beast, he instantly recognized its power, a fully matured second-tier crimson-feathered golden eagle. This was dire. A second-tier fully matured beast. Rescue team, be on standby for immediate assistance. The unruly individual is in peril. Principal Hua's face paled as he issued urgent commands. Yet, in the next moment, the tension on his face dissipated, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Is this really over already? Chapter 37. A display of skill, shocking all. On the screen, the unruly individual slowly extended his index finger towards the incoming crimson-feathered golden eagle. To his astonishment, a small white light began to gather at the tip of his finger, a sight most extraordinary. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot forth from the light cluster, instantly striking the charging crimson-feathered golden eagle. The beam pierced through the eagle's chest, vanishing into the distance with undiminished force. The eagle, struck through the heart, trembled violently as it lost control over its body. Yet, the onlookers, Principal Hua and the instructors, observed with clarity. The crimson-feathered golden eagle was dead. It had just died? What kind of technique is this? That was a fully matured second-tier crimson-feathered golden eagle. They were astounded that it had fallen in a mere encounter with the unruly individual. Teacher Hang, what is the unruly individual's strength? Hua turned to Hang Zhan, who bore a similar expression of shock. In response to Hua's inquiry, Hang Zhan's lips twitched. He had no idea. However, with the principal asking, he scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, perhaps there has been a recent improvement. Hua, you expect me to believe that? You're telling me he has gone from first tier to third tier? To be able to obliterate a fully matured second-tier beast, a third-tier strength, is a certainty. This was outrageous. If this little fox truly possessed third-tier strength, he would rank among the elite in the entire ancient ruins. While others faced trials, he was casually touring a zoo. Not only were the teachers in shock, but the entire Jiangdong Martial School's live broadcast room erupted in chaos due to the unruly individual's strike. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Is this really first-tier strength? If he is first tier, I'll drink my own urine standing on my head. With this power, he must be at least third tier. How terrifying. Third tier? He is stronger than me. What is the point of even playing? Let me calculate. Flying, third tier, in the ancient ruins. Isn't he invincible? Though I hate to admit it, you're right. He is definitely cheating. Most importantly, look. This lad is actually roasting the golden eagle. And he has got cumin and chili powder on it. Am I the only one who noticed the ring on his finger? Woe is me. I don't even have a spatial ring. What extravagance. Comparing myself to him, I'm utterly crushed. While the discussion raged on, the unruly individual had already started a fire, preparing to roast the eagle's breast meat. Remarkably, his whole punch wave technique proved effective against low-tier monsters, with rapid preparation, swift execution, and substantial lethality. The technique he had just used was the signature move of the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, and was a skill he had recently developed himself. The dimensional strike was remarkably precise. It is noteworthy that the crimson-feathered golden eagle was barely below third tier. Its combat strength was just under 100. With the unruly individual's combat strength exceeding 300, he truly was in a position to dominate. As he roasted the golden eagle, he pulled out a red beast crystal, the very essence of the crimson-feathered golden eagle. After toying with it for a moment, he scoffed and stored it in his spatial ring. Had it not been the first beast crystal he had personally acquired, he wouldn't have spared it a second glance. Compared to the other beast crystals in his possession, it was utterly subpar. Half an hour later, having feasted to his heart's content, the unruly individual set off once more on his Nimbus. This time, he arrived unimpeded at the check-in location, a deserted air raid shelter with the check-in point situated deep within. Gazing at the pitch-black entrance, he dismounted from his Nimbus, allowing it to seek out other female clouds. Once the Nimbus had flown off, he retrieved a large spotlight, approximately half a meter in size. This was something he had prepared in advance to prevent darkness or to explore obscured areas. Finally, he found a useful application for it. Switching it on, a powerful beam of light illuminated the air raid shelter, dispelling the gloom within. Satisfied, he nodded and ventured deeper into the shelter, carrying the large spotlight. Outside, at the entrance to the ruins, the instructors lamented the lack of experience, bemoaning the waste of the spatial ring's capacity. It should have been used to store supplies or food instead of a large spotlight that would likely leave little storage space remaining. Indeed, what a waste. This large spotlight is delightful to use, but it lasts only a few hours. Once the stored power is depleted, it becomes nothing more than scrap metal. I concur. Several teachers voiced their opinions. Yet, Hang Zhan stood to the side with a peculiar expression. Lack of experience? Waste. What S left? Can you guess any bigger? Hang Zhan knew that the unruly individual S spatial ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters, with just a half-meter spotlight stored. He had barely utilized 1/10 of it, so what if there was some waste? He had ample space, while the unruly individual pressed deeper into the air raid shelter. The surroundings that should have been shrouded in darkness were illuminated brilliantly by his powerful light beam, dispelling the eerie atmosphere entirely. It was brighter than outside. What was there to fear? Curiously glancing left and right, the unruly individual slowly approached the end of the tunnel, where a massive spider web lay exposed under the spotlight. On the spider's web, 3 fearsome beasts lurked, each possessing a singular, piercing eye that fixated intently on the unfortunate bystander. These were the one-eyed demon spiders, a terrifying evolution of the common spider, reaching a formidable rank of at least 3-star upon maturity. The trio before the bystander, judging by their size, had undoubtedly reached adulthood. This meant that the individual stood face-to-face with 3 beasts, each at a minimum of the 3rd rank. How grotesque, sporting but a single eye, the bystander muttered softly. However, in the vast silence of the cavern, his whisper echoed ominously. Outside, Principal Hua and the teachers were taken aback, their expressions darkening. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to escape? Those are 3 third-tier beasts, and yet you concern yourself with aesthetics. The 3 one-eyed demon spiders, incensed by the bystander's remarks, swiftly raised their slender legs and lunged towards him. Oh dear, you're far too rash. We could simply sit and converse. Let us discuss the essence of beasthood, the bystander implored. I merely wish to check in. Such a grand reception has startled me. Faced with the unyielding hostility of the 3 beasts, the bystander resigned himself to a decisive course of action. He would eliminate them. Let us employ that formidable technique, he declared, raising a finger skyward and tracing a circle above his head. In an instant, a yellow disk of energy manifested above him. This was the Chi Elemental Slash. Renowned for its unparalleled single-target lethality within the realm, its cutting power intensified with the wielder's strength. Even titans of over 1 billion in combat power, like Frisia, could not withstand it, let alone these 3 beasts of lesser might. With the one-eyed demon spiders drawing ever closer, the Chi Elemental Slash reached its zenith. Little spiders, here I come, he shouted, hurling the formed energy disk forward. It transformed into a streak of lightning, arcing through the illuminated cavern and slicing past the trio. In the next heartbeat, the 3 beasts were severed cleanly in twain. Strangely, no blood gushed forth from the wounds until their 6 halves struck the ground, at which point green blood began to seep out, staining the earth around them. Outside, Principal Hua's astonishment was palpable. He could feel the power of that yellow disc even through the screen. Teacher Hang, are you aware of this skill? He inquired. I know nothing of it, Hang Zhan exclaimed, utterly baffled. He had initially recruited this bystander, and seeing his overwhelming prowess, he should have felt elated. Yet, Hang Zhan found himself unable to rejoice, feeling overshadowed by the bystander's remarkable capabilities. Damn it, my mindset is shattered. Chapter 38, the Universal Capsule 4-piece set. Meanwhile, the bystander busied himself with the extraction of beast crystals, humming a cheerful tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. While other challengers toiled and fought for a single first-tier crystal, the bystander, with a casual Chi Elemental Slash, amassed 3 third-tier beast crystals. Who could he possibly complain to about this? In the live-streaming room of the Martial Arts Academy, viewers reacted with disbelief. Wow. Seeing this guy's arrogance while he sings about loneliness is infuriating. How can I not want to punch him? Give it a rest. He slays third-tier beasts as if they were mere vegetables, while you, with your second-tier prowess, would only meet your demise. Thinking about it makes me feel inadequate. If you think you can take him on, be my guest. I can't do it. But those monsters on the dragon ranking surely can outclass him. Isn't that obvious? Some of the monsters on the dragon ranking are stronger than the teachers. Wait, look at that kid. Goodness. He's using the spider web as a hammock. Deep within the cavern, having dispatched the 3 one-eyed demon spiders, the bystander stepped onto the spider web, the designated checkpoint of the system. Opening initiated. Please remain within a 1-meter radius for half an hour. Successful completion will be recorded thereafter. Not one to feel bored, the bystander reclined on the web. To his surprise, it was quite resilient and sticky, ensuring he wouldn't fall. How delightful. It would be a shame not to take a nap. Thus, he succumbed to slumber, while others frantically hunted beasts. Ah, what a decline of societal standards. Due to the presence of third-tier beasts, other creatures dared not approach for a time, allowing the bystander to enjoy 2 hours of peaceful sleep, waking naturally. Upon awakening, he eagerly delved into the system. The thrilling moment of the lottery had arrived. With the task of checking in successfully completed, he declared, "System, commence the lottery. Received. Beginning random selection for Saiyan-related rewards. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Reward, Universal Capsule 4-piece set. Universal Capsule 4-piece set contains 1 mobile residence, 1 small yacht, 1 helicopter, and 1 armored tank. The 2-bedroom suite occupies 60 square meters, 3 meters high. Includes 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Equipped with hot water for bathing, an essential for home and travel. Yacht, the perfect companion for bikinis. Contains 3 sets of bikinis. You know what I mean. Helicopter. With this, one never has to remain composed while accompanied by a lovely lady. Armored tank, improved version armor immune to attacks from beasts below the 4th tier. Equipped with 100 high explosive cannonballs. Drive it, and you'll be the most stylish one around. Items awaiting extraction. The bystander exclaimed, "System, you've changed. You've developed a sense of humor." Yet, all he could think was, who's next? He promptly retrieved the Universal Capsule 4-piece set, a box from which 4 thumb-sized capsules emerged, each emblazoned with images of a house, tank, airplane, and yacht respectively. Selecting the capsule bearing the house image, he pressed it and tossed it forward. In an instant, a residence unlike anything in this dimension materialized before him. Ecstatic, he stepped inside, eager for a shower. After a day under the sun, his clothes were wrinkled and in dire need of a wash. If other challengers heard this thought, they would surely rush to confront him. "Dude, you're soaring around on a nimbus cloud, and you call that sunlight? And you're worried about wrinkles? I've been torn to shreds and said nothing." Outside, Principal Huo observed the bizarre house that had suddenly appeared, unfazed by its strangeness. Yet, he still inquired, "Teacher Hang, what is this?" Before he could finish, Hang Zhan, wearing a pained expression, interrupted, "Principal, please don't ask. I can't explain it. I really know nothing. Truly, it's more real than real gold." Huoyu. The teachers around them. On the school's live streaming platform, viewers were astounded as the bystander conjured a house. What the hell? This is the most shameless person I've ever seen. He actually brought a house here. Is this a journey for leisure or a trial for endurance? I can hardly bear to watch. This is nothing short of a dimensional descent for others. Just consider it. Here we are, indulging in baths and slumber while over there. They are embroiled in fierce battles, barely clothed. Alas, I merely wish to ascertain the true capacity of this fellow's spatial ring. Has he conjured a dwelling from it? Based on the prevailing circumstances, it must be at least 100 cubic meters. Good heavens, what a cheat. I can barely manage 3 cubic meters myself. I find myself consumed with envy. Let us conduct a thorough search for him. He must surely be the illegitimate offspring of some powerful figure. A spatial ring of 100 cubic meters. What fortune that entails. Meanwhile, the common folk remain oblivious, blissfully engaged in their bathing rituals. On the following day, the common man stowed away his all-purpose capsule and soared from the air raid shelter on his nimbus cloud. He did not seek out the long-legged beauty. Instead, he embarked on a quest for prey. After all, he aspired to be the new king. How could he afford to indulge in comfort? Although he currently possessed sufficient beast crystals to reach the pinnacle, it was prudent to remain prepared. In the afternoon, the common man returned to the air raid shelter, tossed out his capsule, and commenced his bathing, resting, and energy cultivation. For the next 3 days, he hunted ferocious beasts of the 3rd tier and above during the day, returning early each night to cleanse and meditate. Life should not be too comfortable. To the common man, this ancient ruin was not a trial. It was an idyllic retreat for treasure hunting. Within just a few days, he had vanquished no less than 15 third-tier beasts, not to mention countless lower-tier ones. It was his estimation that while his quantity of beast crystals might not be the highest, their quality undoubtedly eclipsed all others. After all, during this trial, he was one of the few capable of slaying third-tier beasts. One day, as usual, he ventured forth in search of third-tier beasts. They were becoming increasingly elusive. That afternoon, however, 3 individuals arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter where he resided. The leader was none other than Diaomin. To his surprise, he had managed to track down this location. Alongside him, another individual had manifested a canine nose, intently sniffing the surroundings before suddenly exclaiming with joy, "Go Shao. It's right here. My bloodline ability indicates that his aura is strongest in this vicinity. Judging by the scent, he has been here for quite some time." Diaomin smirked, exuding an air of domineering confidence. "Well done. Let us proceed inside." Minutes later, the trio ventured deep into the shelter, only to find it disappointingly vacant. After a moment of contemplation, Go Chiming's expression darkened. Let us wait by the entrance. I refuse to believe he won T return tonight. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment, as the common man had no intention of coming back that day. He had found the long-legged beauty. Chapter 39, Sharing, do you understand? Those who feast alone invite misfortune. You're wearing that? Jing Yin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the common man. Over the past few days, she had endured considerable hardship, traveling, scavenging for supplies, and battling ferocious beasts for crystals. Her schedule had been tightly packed, leaving no time for bathing or fresh clothing. She was dirty and uncomfortable. Yet, in contrast, the common man appeared to be on a leisurely vacation. He donned a floral shirt, loose shorts, and flip-flops, casually holding a bottle of fruit juice that inexplicably emitted a chill. Most astonishingly, it was chilled. What on earth? Had he truly come here for a trial? It was no wonder even the typically aloof Jing Yin displayed rare astonishment. The common man surveyed his attire. There was nothing amiss. He was not revealing anything. Why such a grand reaction? He had worn this for several days. It was simply refreshing. With a flick of his wrist, an ice-cold bottle of juice appeared in his hand. Don't be surprised. I've been searching for you tirelessly. I've gotten sunburned. Here, have some chilled juice to calm your nerves. Jing Yin, however, began to speculate on the reason behind his extraordinary situation. It must be the Nimbus cloud. Given its remarkable mobility and swiftness, few beasts could catch up to it. 10 minutes later, Jing Yin stood in stunned silence before an oddly shaped house that had materialized before her. This was beyond her comprehension. One could bring a house to a trial? While others stowed away supplies and equipment in their spatial rings, the common man had essentially moved his entire home. Ding ding ding. Welcome to the common man's abode. Here, we provide 24-hour hot water, with all the essentials for bedding and comfort. Miss Jing Yin, you are cordially invited. With that, the common man swung open the door and gestured grandly towards Jing Yin. A wave of emotion surged within her, threatening tears. She reflected on the past few days, having slept fully clothed and waking in the night startled. The notion of a proper bed was a distant dream, and hot water seemed utterly unattainable. Yet now, the common man's lifestyle filled her with envy. With the prospect of a hot shower before her, Jing Yin could no longer contain herself. She dashed into the house, heading straight for the bathroom. She disregarded all modesty. The common man observed her swift retreat and mumbled, "Is it really that necessary?" He then adjusted his energy to send the live-streaming device out of the room and closed the door, wishing to avoid being broadcasted while he slept. Just as he shut the door, the martial arts school's live stream exploded with chaos. Damn it, don't you understand the meaning of sharing? Those who feast alone invite misfortune. I want to see the long-legged beauty bathe too. I'm already disrobed, and all I get is a door to look at. I'll be furious when I return to school. If I don't give him a beating, I'll change my surname to his. Uft. You upstairs are now called Li Kongfu. If you take his surname, you'll be called Diao Kongfu. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a moment. Ha ha. Half an hour later, the bathroom door swung open once more. The common man turned to look, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness. There was Jing Yin, calmly emerging wrapped in a towel. Do you have any clothes? She inquired. Her attire was utterly unwearable, tattered and reeking of foul odor. I don't have any. Wait, I do. Give me a moment, he replied, initially intending to say no, but suddenly recalling something. Excitement surged within him as he leaped from the sofa and dashed out the door. In just 5 seconds, he returned, urgently presenting a piece of clothing to Jing Yin. I just happen to have a suitable dress for you. Try it on. Jing Yin accepted the clothing, her expression neutral, and retreated back into the bathroom. The common man stood outside, rubbing his hands together, envisioning how she would look in the garment. Jing Yin. 5 seconds later, a muffled exclamation resonated from the bathroom. A mischievous grin spread across the common man's face as he called back. Well, I only have this. You might as well wrap yourself in the towel. I can't help it otherwise. Your clothes? No way. My clothing cannot be worn by any woman unless she is my wife, he declared, though his expression betrayed his true feelings. Silence fell once more within the bathroom, as the cunning onlookers speculated on what further inquiries Jing Yin might pose. The restroom door unexpectedly swung open. A pair of snow-white long legs emerged first. The onlookers turned their heads, instantly immobilized by the sight, their gaze fixated on Jing Yin, their expressions betraying an unmistakable lewdness. Jing Yin stepped out with an icy demeanor, clad in a two-piece skirted bikini. The upper half was a light blue, patterned off-shoulder top, while the lower half featured a matching pleated mini-skirt, beautifully complementing her long, fair legs. My goodness, the temptation was overwhelming. It was simply unbearable. This bikini was one of 3 sets gifted by the yacht's capsule. The other 2 were standard two-piece bikinis, which Jing Yin likely would not wear due to their revealing nature. Hence, She chose the one with slightly more fabric, increasing the likelihood of her wearing it. In hindsight, the onlookers felt a twinge of regret. Had they known she might have donned one of the other two sets, they would have brought them along. Oh dear. What a significant loss this was. Have you had your fill of gazing? A chilling voice pierced the air. Jing Yan's piercing gaze could slay. No. How could one not steal another glance at such a stunning young lady? At the very least, one would want to behold her for 1,000 years. Faced with this trivial scenario, the onlooker replied without a second thought, inadvertently showering Jing Yan with a double entendre compliment. Jing Yan rolled her eyes in response, choosing not to engage with him further. Since she was already dressed, she was indifferent to others' gazes. This was a transaction. In the coming days, I shall protect you. With that, Jing Yan turned away, her expression still frosty as she made her way to the bedroom. Though she was perplexed as to how the onlooker managed to bring a house inside, her naturally reticent disposition prevented her from prying further into others' affairs. Thus, she suppressed her curiosity and focused on her pressing need for rest. She needed to conserve her energy. The subsequent days would involve both hunting fierce beasts and protecting the onlooker, a task not to be taken lightly. Once Jing Yan closed the bedroom door, the onlooker turned back, a look of longing etched on his face. It was only then that he recalled Jing Yan's earlier words. Did she just say she would protect me? Oh my, does that mean I can embrace those long legs? Do I no longer need to toil? Now that's promising. The entire Martial Arts Academy's live stream was fixated on the onlooker's residence. After all, a man and a woman were cohabiting in a single room. The main attraction was the possibility of them taking a hot shower together. Who would believe nothing untoward would occur? Alas, why couldn't they share the space? Chapter 40. These two are simply here to cause trouble. Early the next morning, at the teacher's lounge by the entrance of the ruins, dozens of instructors were each supervising different areas within the ruins, engaging in conversation. Hey, old Zhao, have you spotted any promising talents over there? One teacher inquired of his neighbor. Not bad. I found a few decent ones. Quite a number seem to have advanced a level, came the reply. Indeed. But for some reason, when I recall that figure in baggy shorts, I can't shake the feeling that these talents are rather weak. Come on. How can you compare anyone to that weirdo? If they were all like him, we might as well quit teaching. That's a valid point. I'm feeling particularly envious of that fellow. He has a house to stay in the ruins. We don't have such privileges. Wait, he is coming out, exclaimed old Zhao, suddenly cursing. The other teacher instinctively glanced in that direction. So what if he comes out? Why the shock? Their exclamations drew the attention of nearby instructors. Upon seeing the two figures emerging on the screen, they were all left speechless. Good grief. Good grief. Good grief. Before them stood two individuals, clearly here to stir up mischief. The onlooker donned his usual attire, a flamboyant shirt, baggy shorts, flip-flops, and a chilled fruit juice in hand. He might as well have been smoking a cigarette and sporting a perm. This, however, was not the reason for the instructor's astonishment. They had grown accustomed to his antics over the past few days. The true spectacle was Jing Yan, clad in a two-piece skirted light blue bikini, her long, fair legs accentuated. One hand wielded a knife, while the other held a cup of chilled juice. This duo looked as though they had just stepped out of a vacation brochure. By the heavens, a lightning bolt should strike these two. Meanwhile, the campus livestream erupted in despair. It's over. Absolutely over. My goddess. How could such a pristine cabbage be trampled by a pig? What a calamity. I knew this onlooker would be a disaster. Not only wreaking havoc on the trial participants, but also on my goddess. Speaking of which, that knife is quite impressive. So long, so pristine, it's nearly blinding. I dare say you're not admiring the knife. But alas, the onlooker was too engrossed to care about such matters. As he followed the long-legged Jing Yan out of the dilapidated building. Today, his mission was to cling to her. He was being pampered. Despite her alluring attire, Jing Yan dared not let her guard down for a moment. One hand gripped her knife, her eyes scanning her surroundings as she advanced cautiously. Today, she had not only to hunt ferocious beasts but also an added responsibility, protecting the onlooker. This was a transaction she would not forget. You just follow my lead today. No need for you to lift a finger. This is our agreement. At that moment, the onlooker had no interest in anything else, his gaze entirely captivated by the stunning legs ahead. He blurted, so white. Jing Yan paused, her face flushed momentarily before she resumed her silence, continuing to tread forward. The onlooker trailed behind her, lost in his own thoughts. This knife is quite nice. Very long, very white. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the air raid shelter, beneath a large tree, Go Chiming and his companions sat wearily. Before them lay the corpse of a second-tier primary ferocious beast. Go Xiao, should we continue waiting? It's been a day already. I doubt that fellow will return. One of them queried, glancing at Go Chiming. With only 2.5 days left until the end, we need to slay ferocious beasts urgently. Go Chiming's expression darkened at their words. Damn it. He struck the tree in frustration. He had deliberately set this trap, intending to ambush the onlooker, but had ended up missing him entirely, wasting a whole day in the process. You're right. We can't wait any longer. Let us hunt ferocious beasts first. That is more important than chasing after that lad. Just as Go Chiming was about to say more, a loud thud resounded from nearby. The trio jumped, gripping their weapons and turning to investigate. The next moment, their faces turned ghastly pale. Before them lay a massive yellow oval object, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, resting calmly on the ground, covered in countless fist-sized holes. It was unmistakably a beehive. At that moment, fist-sized golden bees began to emerge from the holes, swaying their heads. Go Chiming and his companions' expressions turned ashen. Oh no, it's the golden bees. Go Chiming reacted swiftly, shouting, and turned to flee. These were killer bees. While individually not particularly strong, their stings were nothing to be trifled with. Even a 5th-tier powerhouse would swell for a moment after being stung. As soon as they emerged, the golden bees were instantly drawn to Go Chiming's shout. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the golden bees began to glow red, their wings fluttering as they frantically charged towards the trio. Their singular conviction was to exact vengeance upon the 3 beings who had ravaged their home. Tens, 30s, hundreds, and even 200 bees surged forth, overwhelming the 3. Go Chiming was swift, yet his cry had inadvertently sealed the fate of his 2 subordinates. As they remained momentarily dazed, they found themselves encircled by a swarm of golden bees. Ah, no, I'm going to die. Though their cries were filled with dread, the reality was nothing short of tragic. Ultimately, the 2 were compelled to activate their distress signal. Let the trials go to hell. They needed to be rescued, and quickly. When the rescue team finally arrived, they were met with the sight of 2 figures nearly unrecognizable, their forms distorted from the stings. At that moment, Go Chiming was not faring much better. Although he had escaped the main horde, he was still pursued relentlessly by a dozen or so bees, their vengeance unwavering. Brothers, let us negotiate. Sting the 2 behind me. They can take it. Why the hell are you stinging my backside? At this point, all semblance of his domineering demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer desperation as he ran for his life, wishing fervently for 2 extra legs. Fortuitously for him, a river lay ahead. With a resounding splash, Go Chiming plunged into the water. A muffled groan of pain escaped him as he found himself not fully submerged, but rather inverted, his upper body submerged while his lower half flailed in the air. The water was scarcely half a meter deep. Yet, the pursuing golden bees paid no heed to such trivialities. After a brief moment of hesitation, they honed in on their target, plunging into the open legs of Go Chiming's trousers. Time seemed to still in that instant. The next moment, with a resounding explosion, the water erupted as Go Chiming's distorted visage broke the surface, only to crash back down forcefully into the water, this time lying flat. Following this ordeal, one could only wonder whether Go Chiming would be haunted by psychological scars. Chapter 41. Not only can I climb trees, but I can also fly. On the other side of the ancient ruins, go long legs. You're almost there. Just a bit more. With a chilled beverage in hand, the commoner cheered on Jing Yan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable beast. Before them stood a fully matured black-haired pig, a foe just within Jing Yan's capabilities to handle. The commoner, known as Diaomin, shouted encouragement, fully aware that he was referring to Jing Yan's long legs. However, being called that repeatedly, even he could not endure it. Jing Yan was now intent on a swift resolution. In the next moment, she thrust her blade, forcing the black-haired pig to retreat. Then, she summoned her bloodline power. To her astonishment, a translucent blue vine materialized above her head, revealing her plant-based platinum bloodline, the Ice Phantom Vine. Ice Phantom Net. Upon manifesting the vine, she commanded, pointing at the black-haired pig. A segment radiating coldness shot forth from her hand, transforming midair into an expansive net of vines that ensnared the black-haired pig. Upon touching the ground, it rooted itself, pinning the beast firmly in place, rendering it unable to escape. Furthermore, the net continued to emit frigid air, diminishing the pig's mobility and strength to break free. Diaomin, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. Holy cow, it's a fishing weapon, and it even comes with a freezing feature. Who needs a refrigerator? Jing Yan's expression darkened at his words. Fishing? With freezing capabilities? Only she understood the immense energy cost of utilizing her bloodline ability at her current tier. Fishing? I'll fish you, you big-headed fool. Yet, she had no time to argue with Diaomin. She approached the struggling black-haired pig with her blade drawn. Aware that the creature's level meant her Ice Phantom net would not restrain it for long, she needed to finish this quickly. As she neared, observing the pig's frantic struggles, she plunged her knife through the gaps in the vines. A pitiful cry erupted from the black-haired pig. But just as she was about to strike again, the pig underwent a transformation. With a resounding roar, its eyes turned crimson, and its figure seemed to swell, its aura rising dramatically. The Ice Phantom net quivered violently. Not good. It's evolving. Jing Yan's expression shifted drastically. She had not anticipated that the black-haired pig would be provoked into evolution. Originally of the same tier as her, its power would surely soar post-evolution, and the net would no longer hold it. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, stabbing it once more. However, just as she prepared for a third strike, the pig's aura surged exponentially. It had successfully evolved. Ignoring the opportunity for another attack, Jing Yan swiftly retreated, gripping her blade defensively, eyeing the now second-tier beast with caution. The evolved beast, emboldened by its newfound power, let out an exhilarated roar before effortlessly breaking free from the ice phantom net. It charged toward Jing Yan. Although her complexion paled, she steeled herself and advanced, recalling her promise to protect Diaomin. At this moment, Diaomin had also stowed away his mirth, his expression grave as he regarded the now second-tier beast, readying himself for action. However, he refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe Jing Yan, not her figure. For he had already taken in her beauty, but rather her character. If she were to abandon him in a moment of peril, he would regard her merely as a beautiful girl. Once the trial concluded, they would part ways as strangers. Conversely, should she prove herself, he envisioned nurturing her as an ally. In Diaomin's heart, a dream lingered. Akin to Su Zhu from Demigods and Semi-Devils, he fantasized about an entourage of beautiful women, particularly the quartet of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Such a scenario would be quite the spectacle. Lost in thought, Diaomin momentarily drifted away. Meanwhile, Jing Yan was embroiled in a fierce struggle against the beast. Despite activating her bloodline, she remained at a disadvantage, for they were separated by a significant tier. With a huff, Jing Yan was hurled away by the beast's charge, hurtling toward a nearby structure, bracing herself for injury. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself crashing into a warm embrace. Instinctively opening her eyes, she met a pair of eyes filled with concern, pure and devoid of ulterior motives. Such a gaze had been absent since the emergence of the woman in her heart. "Are you all right?" Diaomin inquired softly. "I'm fine." "Diaomin, you must leave." "I'll hold it off." Jing Yan's face flushed with rare embarrassment. Just as she was about to insist she was unharmed, the gravity of the situation dawned on her. She struggled to rise, but how could Diaomin release her from his grasp? Moreover, with her words, she had already passed the test. "Relax, relax. Just look where we are now." Jing Yan abruptly ceased her struggles, surveying her surroundings, only to realize they were perched atop a cloud of nimbus, suspended in midair. Below, a black-furred pig was anxiously pacing in circles, its crimson eyes fixed on them. The black pig protested, "You lack martial ethics. Just because you can fly, you think you're impressive? Come down and battle me for 300 rounds. The nimbus retorted, "Not only can I fly, but I can also hover. If you dare, come up here." At that moment, Jing Yan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. They had unwittingly secured an advantageous position. Not anticipating the nimbus could be utilized in such a manner. Such a ready target. "Shall we practice our skills?" cooed the charming rogue, intoxicated by Jing Yan's fragrance. "Absolutely." Jing Yan's face lit up with rare excitement. This was a second-tier ferocious beast. Slaying it would yield a second-tier beast crystal. Few among the ruins could claim to have single-handedly defeated a second-tier challenger. With this crystal alone, she could significantly outpace many others. "Do you want it?" The rogue inquired again. Jing Yan was about to reply when she caught sight of the rogue's mischievous grin and instantly understood. "You scoundrel," she silently cursed, preparing to teach him a lesson for his reckless driving. "Don't move. If you fall, I won't be responsible." The black pig, bewildered, exclaimed, "Are you disregarding my existence? I may tolerate a lot, but a pig cannot bear this. Just because you can fly? Even a dog will leap over walls when cornered. Let alone a pig. I can climb trees. Just you wait." With that thought, the black pig retreated a distance before accelerating towards a large tree. What the heck? Is it trying to commit suicide? The rogue and Jing Yan were momentarily bewildered by the pig's actions. What's going on? Have they been single for too long? Unable to bear the sight of others flirting? Such a petty mindset. Are they envious of interspecies interactions? In the blink of an eye, the black pig reached the tree, using its 4 hooves to propel itself upward with surprising agility. The rogue's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, it really climbed the tree. I'm not just a tree climber. I can fly too," the black pig declared as it ascended to a height of about 8 meters, nearly level with the nimbus. Then, with a sudden burst of power, it launched itself towards the nimbus. "Prepare to meet your doom, you little brats. Here comes the old pig." Upon witnessing the black pig's maneuver, the rogue instantly understood the strategy. The nimbus was close enough to the tree that the pig could use it as a launching point for its aerial assault. Truly a clever pig. However, it was futile. The rogue merely maneuvered the nimbus back a couple of meters. The pig's once fierce expression shifted to shock and then to sheer terror. "Please, no? You are violating the rules of engagement." As the black pig drew near, within arm's reach, The rogue reached out and patted its head, remarking, "Quite solid, farewell." With that, he delivered a forceful slap. The impact sent the black pig plummeting to the ground at a terrifying speed. "Ah, no, I'm afraid of heights." Bang! The entire street of ruins trembled thrice, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, a 3-meter-deep crater was revealed, with the black pig sprawled inside, lifeless. Is it really dead? Jing Yin gaped at the series of events. This second-tier ferocious beast had perished so easily, and it had effectively done so to itself. She had witnessed many forms of self-destruction, but this eagerness to end its own life was unprecedented. "Let us go. You've got your beast crystal now," the rogue remarked. Pulling Jing Yin down to the ground, he descended into the pit to retrieve the beast crystal and handed it to her. "Don't you want it?" Jing Yin, still in shock, instinctively accepted the crystal. The rogue shook his head dismissively. "I'm not in need." Jing Yin scrutinized him closely. She wasn't naive. How could a challenger not need beast crystals? They were pivotal for rankings and rewards. Yet she understood the rogue's reasoning. He likely believed her own lack of strength meant she would not achieve a commendable rank. So he preferred to give the second-tier crystal to her to help her improve her standing. "All right, I'll keep it for now. If I receive a reward, I will compensate you later." Jing Yan's perception of the rogue shifted slightly. It was rare for her to speak so much. The rogue, observing her earnest expression, was momentarily speechless. It seemed he had been misunderstood. At that moment, at the entrance of the ruins, a teacher suddenly stood up, staring in horror at a corner of the video feed. So many bloodthirsty worms. Several nearby teachers quickly turned to the screen. "Oh no, a tide of bloodthirsty worms. Quick, notify the principal." On the video, a fissure was continuously spewing forth bloodthirsty worms. These creatures resembled winged ants, but were significantly larger. They moved with astonishing speed and were voraciously lethal. A single bloodthirsty worm could be squashed underfoot, yet in numbers, even a 6th-tier expert would hesitate to engage them. Their only weakness was bright light. When exposed to direct, strong light, their bodies would ignite as if set ablaze, perishing within seconds. However, the emergence of the worm tide was occurring in the ancient ruins, a separate dimension. While sunlight penetrated, it was merely a fraction, filtered through layers, and thus ineffective against the bloodthirsty worms. Even if a few weak ones were killed, it would be insignificant against the vast army of worms. The screen showed the corner completely overrun with bloodthirsty worms, numbering in the hundreds of thousands and still pouring forth from the crack like a locust swarm. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside the display equipment. It was Huayu. Upon seeing the footage, he gasped. "Quick, send out alarms through the thousands of livestream devices scattered throughout the ruins. The trial ends prematurely. Everyone must converge at the entrance. The rescue team must search for any stranded students to ensure their survival. They cannot die here." Huayu bellowed, organizing all necessary actions. Without a moment's delay, he dashed to the entrance of the ruins, stepping into the fray without pause. In merely 3 minutes, Huayu found himself amidst the swarm of bloodthirsty worms. With a swift gesture, a 10-meter giant hand composed of spiritual energy descended upon the horde. Boom! The impact created a void in the mass of creatures, but was quickly concealed once more by the relentless tide of worms. Hovering in the air, Huayu's face turned grim. There were too many. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. Yet he had to hold the line, buying time for others to escape and for the rescue team to arrive. With a swift motion, a colossal hand of spiritual energy descended once more, reverberating through the air with an overwhelming roar. The ground trembled violently beneath the force, even from several kilometers away. Atop the rooftop of a towering edifice, a figure clad in black stood silently. Strangely, there were no cameras capturing this enigmatic presence. The individual observed as Huayu valiantly defended against the bloodthirsty insects. "So, the time has come for action. Let this be your final resting place. Huayu, today marks the anniversary of your demise." The figure smirked, producing a bottle filled with a deep crimson liquid, which he hurled off the rooftop. In an instant, he vanished from sight. As the glass vessel shattered upon impact, the red liquid was exposed to the air, bizarrely evaporating within mere seconds, leaving behind only remnants of the broken bottle. However, a delicate pink mist began to waft through the air, gradually expanding outward. At that moment, thousands of broadcasting devices scattered across the ruins flickered to life, emitting urgent alerts. "Emergency notice, emergency notice. A tide of bloodthirsty insects has emerged. The trial has ended prematurely. Proceed to the entrance of the ruins immediately." What? A tide of bloodthirsty insects? Ding Jiang, who was engaged in combat with a ferocious beast, paused in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he broke free from his adversary's grasp and bolted towards the entrance. The tide of bloodthirsty insects was a dire threat. Encountering them could spell certain doom. He yearned for the ability to sprout additional legs to flee faster. Similar scenes unfolded across the ruins. The participants in the trial recognized the gravity of the situation and began to converge towards the entrance. With the arrival of rescue teams and various instructors, the crowd swiftly began to evacuate. Diaomin, riding on a cloud, arrived at the ruins entrance with Jingyan, where they found Hang Zhan and Li Yan. The cheerful demeanor that once adorned Diaomin's face had vanished. "Old Hang, what is happening?" Upon seeing the two, Hang Zhan's expression brightened, a sigh of relief escaping him. "We'll discuss it later. You two need to exit the ruins first." Li Yan echoed the sentiment to Jingyan. "Understood." Diaomin hesitated briefly but nodded and exited the ruins. Once outside, designated instructors guided everyone to board the iron-winged dragons for their return to school. Diaomin, however, opted to wait on the sidelines for Hang Zhan and the others to emerge. Gradually, batches of trial participants were returned to the school. Diaomin even spotted a few familiar faces, particularly the scion of the Go family, who emerged in a pitiful state, his lower body grotesquely swollen, being carried away. Despite his condition, he refused to abandon the trial, and Diaomin couldn't help but admire his spirit. Chapter 43. The appearance of the black-clad official. Minutes passed, and the flow of individuals exiting the ruins gradually dwindled. Diaomin waited a while longer, noting that Hang Zhan and the other instructors had yet to emerge. Just as he began to ponder this, a teacher stumbled into view at the entrance. Diaomin was about to inquire about the situation when, in an alarming turn of events, the teacher's body slumped weakly. "Quick, call for help. Principal Hua is in danger. Someone has poisoned him. Our bloodline abilities are fading." Diaomin's expression shifted dramatically. "Jingyan, you assist the teacher. I will find old Hua." He quickly instructed Jingyan before darting back into the ruins. Jingyan hesitated for a moment, but complied with Diaomin's command, helping the teacher while urgently calling for assistance. Meanwhile, as Diaomin entered the ruins, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Task activated. Rescue and eliminate. Rescue and eliminate. Save Huiyu. Eliminate the black-clad official, and eradicate the threat posed by the tide of insects. Successful completion will yield a random reward. Coordinates for Huiyu and the black-clad official have been marked in the host's mind. Please act swiftly. Diaomin surveyed the surroundings and summoned his cloud to head towards Huiyu's coordinates. As for the black-clad official, he would deal with him once he encountered Huiyu. At that moment, Huiyu had landed atop a high-rise, his complexion pale. Nevertheless, he continued to unleash his spiritual energy, summoning one massive hand after another. Yet, the size of these ethereal appendages had diminished by nearly a third since the onset. Huiyu gazed at the delicate pink mist swirling in the air, his heart ablaze with fury. He recognized this substance as a forbidden drug specifically designed to erode a warrior's bloodline powers, Pink Dream. Any warrior afflicted by this drug would gradually lose their innate abilities, and the more they exerted their bloodline powers, the faster they would deplete. Huiyu realized that he had likely fallen victim to a treacherous scheme. The intent was unmistakable, to bring about his downfall in this very place. Furthermore, it was evident that the tide of bloodthirsty insects had been summoned by his adversary, to compel him into action and hasten the depletion of his bloodline powers, ultimately leading to his demise. Such a vile plot. Yet, despite his awareness of the conspiracy, Huiyu had no choice but to step into the trap. As the principal of Jiangdong Martial Academy, a leader for life, he could only think of stalling for time, ensuring that the bloodthirsty insects did not escape en masse from this area. Otherwise, countless students from Jiangdong would suffer grievous losses. At present, Huiyu was utterly oblivious to the situation at the entrance, where the teachers were also striving to inform him of the danger. However, as their bloodline powers waned, they felt as if they had been struck by a debilitating poison, rendering them powerless and collapsing one by one into unconsciousness. Thus, in the absence of communication, Huiyu could only endure, persist, and persevere. He sensed that with each inhalation of the pink mist, his bloodline powers were diminishing, and his body was becoming increasingly sluggish. Yet, he represented more than just himself. He embodied the future of Jiangdong and the survival of humanity. Another minute elapsed, and Huiyu mechanically raised his hand once more. But the imagined colossal hand of spiritual energy failed to materialize. This was dire. His bloodline powers had weakened to the point where he could no longer gather spiritual energy. It was time to flee. Surely, the evacuation was nearly complete. If he didn't escape now, he would truly meet his end. Just as he was about to turn and run, Huiyu abruptly halted. He noticed that the bloodthirsty insects had inexplicably ceased their advance, halting their spread. Although their numbers continued to grow, the fact that they were no longer spreading was a small mercy. But what could be the cause of this phenomenon? In the next moment, Huiyu felt a sudden intuition and turned sharply to see behind him. His gaze locked onto a specific spot with unwavering intensity. At the edge of the rooftop sat a figure clad in black. "Principal Hua, how does the taste of Pink Dream strike you?" The man raised his head. revealing a gleaming smile and serpent-like eyes directed at Huoyu. "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" Huoyu inquired, his expression grave. The mention of Pink Dream confirmed Huoyu's suspicions. This man was the mastermind behind the scheme. It became clear that the tide of bloodthirsty insects poised to strike was under his control. I wonder if Principal Hua has ever heard of the black-clad official? The man clad in black surveyed the ever-increasing swarm of bloodthirsty insects, his spirits soaring as he readily responded to Huoyu. "What? The black-clad officer of the Beast Hall. You are a beast." Huoyu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The Beast Hall is an organization led by 13 supreme beasts, akin to a federation of humanity, yet comprised solely of these ferocious creatures. In addition to the 13 beast leaders, the Beast Hall is also equipped with 8 administrators, 20 hall masters, and 100 black-clad officers. Each black-clad officer embodies a 5th-tier beast, while every hall master is a 6th-tier beast, and the administrators are formidable 7th-tier beasts. The 13 beasts themselves are the pinnacle of 8th-tier beasts, wielding immense power. 5th-tier perfected beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans and are capable of taking human form. Since the individual before him is a black-clad officer, he must also be a transformed beast. I am not merely a beast. I am the king of this brood." As he spoke, the man gestured towards the bloodthirsty insects, which promptly swarmed towards him, settling quietly by his side without any further action. Huoyu inhaled sharply, realizing that he was surrounded by a vast expanse of these insects. He understood that his demise was imminent. In his prime, he could have fought his way out and possibly eliminated this foe. However, now his bloodline power had waned to its lowest point. And faced with the 5th-tier beast and the multitude of bloodthirsty insects, only one outcome awaited him: death. Coming to this realization, Huoyu steadied himself and fixed a penetrating gaze upon his adversary, questioning, "Why? Why target Jiangdong and why me?" The black-clad man's primary objective was Huoyu, and with Huoyu effectively in his grasp, he was in no rush to conclude the encounter. He took pleasure in watching his opponent's despair. It's quite simple. You are the foremost provincial academy in Jiangdong. If you were to vanish, the Federation would pose no threat. A special note, the recent riot was no mere coincidence. Of course, Jiangdong will not be the last, Huoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind rapidly connecting the dots. He arrived at a conclusion he had never dared to contemplate. The beasts were orchestrating a grand scheme. First, they instigated a riot, eliminating several of Jiangdong's teachers and weakening their overall strength. Then, they planned to sabotage this trial and extinguish him. Without his 6th-tier presence, Jiangdong would be effectively doomed. Following Jiangdong, they would move on to institutions like Pingtian, Xingmen, and Jinxiu. The annihilation of these academies would lead to a catastrophic rift within humanity. As the older generation of experts gradually perished over time, the new generation, deprived of education, would be unable to rise, resulting in a hierarchical collapse. Was this the beast's insidious design? A plan to eradicate the very roots of humanity? Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across Huoyu's face, the black-clad man understood that Huoyu had deduced their scheme. But what did it matter? The duck was already in the pot. It was time to reap this first batch of chives. It seems you figured it out. Engaging with an intelligent adversary is always a pleasure. Well then, the time has come for you to take your leave. Chapter 44, The Purple-Patterned Dragon Elephant. Huoyu's expression shifted multiple times before he finally spoke in a deep voice. "You believe you have me cornered?" The black-clad man erupted into laughter. If you were at your peak, I would certainly flee at all costs. But now, how much strength do you truly have left? In response, Huoyu bellowed, "Even if I am left with but a fraction of my strength, I am still a 6th-tier powerhouse." In the next moment, a massive silhouette of an elephant adorned with purple patterns emerged behind him, his beast bloodline, the purple-patterned dragon elephant. With a swift motion, he charged toward the black-clad officer, his finger extending as he declared, "Receive my finger, the 10,000 forms of nature." A purple radiance flickered at his fingertip, and a terrifying pressure surged toward the black-clad officer. The officer's demeanor shifted abruptly, his previous calmness and confidence evaporating into sheer terror. Yet, as a 5th-tier powerhouse, he quickly summoned his will. Countless bloodthirsty insects transformed into a formidable wall, shielding him from the impending attack. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of sounds ensued as the wall of insects disintegrated upon contact with Huoyu's finger, reduced to nothingness without even a trace of resistance. In the span of a second, the final wall crumbled, bringing Huoyu's attack directly before the black-clad officer. The insect barrier had failed to diminish the power of his strike, but it had afforded the officer a brief moment to brace himself. Desperate and cornered, "Today I shall shatter your 10,000 forms of nature." The black-clad officer roared, summoning a colossal phantom of a bloodthirsty insect behind him as he unleashed a fierce punch. The The clash of fists generated an explosive wave of energy, obliterating the surrounding bloodthirsty insects. Both combatants were propelled backward after 3 tense seconds of confrontation. Huayu collided heavily with the edge of the now-defunct platform, which could not withstand such immense force, crumbling under him. He flew off the platform, suspended in the air nearly 100 meters high, with no solid ground to land upon. Huayu, mid-fall, could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vitality plummeted. That last strike had been his strongest and final blow. Now, with his bloodline power exhausted and his body weakened, had he not possessed the resilience of a 6th-tier powerhouse, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching ground, he slowly closed his eyes, a wave of despair washing over him. Here he was, a dignified 6th-tier powerhouse, not meeting his end on the battlefield, but succumbing to a conspiracy instead. And worst of all, he would perish in a fall. His remains would be scattered, leaving no complete corpse behind. Such tragic fate. Whoosh. Just as Huayu awaited his demise, he was startled to find himself in a broad embrace. It was the timely arrival of the rogue. However, the rogue stood there with a scowl, addressing Huayu. "I say, big shot, could you kindly remove your arm from around my neck? If you were a lady, it might be excusable, but 2 grown men in this position is quite the eyesore." Unbeknownst to him, Huayu's arm had indeed encircled the rogue's neck. From a distance, the sight was undoubtedly comical. Clearing his throat, Huayu quickly released his grip and stood upright. "Big shot, what on earth is happening? What about the bloodthirsty insects?" The rogue glanced at the looming swarm of insects in the sky that, despite their presence, did not attack him. Huayu's expression shifted sharply. "Rogue, run. Where do you think you are going?" "Ah, another one comes to meet their doom." A voice from above interrupted Huayu, revealing the black-clad officer hovering in midair. A trickle of green blood at the corner of his mouth and his right arm unnaturally drooping. Clearly, he too had sustained significant injuries. The black-clad officer felt a surge of trepidation. He had not anticipated Huayu's attack to be so formidable, nearly overwhelming even his full-power punch. If the opponent were at their peak, a single strike would render them helpless. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Today, Huayu must perish. The commoner's gaze was grave as he observed the figure in black. The ability to fly through the air undoubtedly signified a formidable presence of at least the 5th tier. "What are you doing? Vice Principal, here, over here." The commoner began to speak, but before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked past the black-clad figure. The black-clad official jolted in shock. More people? And it was the Vice Principal? He immediately turned to look. Yet, behind him lay an empty desolation, devoid of any sign of life. "Damn, I've been deceived." The black-clad official cursed inwardly. And as he turned back, a streak of yellow light surged rapidly towards him. A sense of alarm gripped him, his hair standing on end as a profound life-and-death crisis loomed. "I cannot block this." In that instant, the black-clad official instinctively reacted, his body darting to the side. Unfortunately, the yellow light moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it sliced past his left shoulder, vanishing into the horizon. The black-clad official felt a tightness in his shoulder, followed by a sudden loss of sensation in his entire left arm. Instinctively, he glanced down at his shoulder, where a line of blood had appeared, and to his horror, his left arm began to detach along that line. His arm severed at the shoulder. Only then did the pain surge from his shoulder to his brain, and he could no longer contain his anguished roar. The commoner across from him, upon witnessing the severed limb, wore an expression of regret. That attack had been his chi element slash. The opponent was at least 5th tier, equating to a combat power exceeding 10,000. How could his mere 300 combat power compete? He had never considered fleeing on a cloud, as the cloud could not outrun the opponent's ability to fly. The chi element slash was the only means he could conceive to ambush his foe. Unfortunately, the opponent's reflexes were too swift, allowing him to evade. Otherwise, it would not have merely been an arm severed, but the entire body cleaved in two. Moreover, the commoner's control over his chi was still lacking, rendering him unable to bend the chi element slash's trajectory. Otherwise, he could have caught the opponent off guard. As the commoner pondered, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A swarm of bloodthirsty insects surged towards the black-clad official's severed arm. Instantly, the bleeding halted. "You little brat. You're quite something. I will ensure your demise," the black-clad official shouted, clutching his shoulder and glaring fiercely at the commoner. The commoner's expression grew serious. "Many have sought to end my existence. Who do you think you are? Form an orderly queue." As he spoke, he stealthily retrieved a pair of sunglasses and tossed them to Ho Yu, whispering, "Put these on." In the next moment, the commoner placed his hands before his forehead. Addressing the black-clad official, "The power of my next move is beyond my own estimation. Its lethality and range are virtually unparalleled. You will not be able to withstand it." Chapter 45. Shoot him, he fears bright light. The black-clad official, observing the commoner's peculiar posture, grew increasingly wary. Although this little fellow appeared harmless and lacked strength, that previous attack had nearly cost him his life, launched by this seemingly innocuous character. Now, with his declaration, it was evident he was preparing a move of even greater potency. He felt compelled to act, yet feared it might be a trap. Thus, he concentrated his bloodline power, his gaze fixated on the commoner, ready to react at a moment's notice. Upon noticing the black-clad official's intense stare, the commoner inwardly rejoiced. It worked. In the next instant, the chi he had gathered to its utmost exploded forth from his hands. Receive this blow, Solar Fist. In an instant, a radiance akin to the sun enveloped the entire realm, transforming the world into a blinding white. Countless bloodthirsty insects were caught in the brilliance, instantly incinerated as if engulfed by searing flames, their corpses cascading from the sky like a torrential rain of insect remains. The black-clad official fared even worse. The commoner's lengthy monologue had merely served to capture his attention. His intense focus on the commoner spelled his doom. As the Solar Fist erupted, the black-clad official was blinded in an instant. He let out a pained cry. He attempted to shield his eyes, but his right arm lay incapacitated by Hou, while his left had been severed by the chi element slash. He had no means to cover his eyes. Plummeting to the ground, he felt a throbbing pain in his eyes, his mind engulfed in a haze of white. Most critically, the damage inflicted by this blinding light far exceeded that of his severed arm. Meanwhile, the commoner had just resolved to flee with Hou. Indeed, fleeing was the only option. After all, the Solar Fist had been unleashed. If they did not escape now, when would they? However, in the next moment, the commoner paused, furrowing his brow in confusion as he observed the black-clad official, now curled up in a ball. To his astonishment, the exposed body of the black-clad official began to wither and decay under the influence of the blinding light, emitting tendrils of green gas. The bloodline power was dissipating. This meant that this fifth-tier powerhouse had been severely injured by the Solar Fist. What madness is this? Is the Solar Fist truly so formidable? Little fox, you can generate bright light. Quick, shoot him, he fears bright light. Hou exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement as he urged the commoner. He had just recalled the earlier warning from the commoner. Although he did not comprehend the necessity of the sunglasses, he complied without question. Thus, he had witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. Now, observing the black-clad official's state, he recalled the official's earlier claim. He was the king of bloodthirsty insects. It was evident that the black-clad official's essence was intrinsically linked to these insects. There was a common trait among those connected to the bloodthirsty insects. They feared direct exposure to bright light. Hence, Hou immediately called out to the commoner. The commoner was initially taken aback, then his expression darkened. Shoot your sister. Shoot him. Look at the way you phrase it. That's too ambiguous. Damn it. Another one who never learned proper language. Yet, the commoner knew this was not the time for debate. The last 4 words that Hou uttered, he fears bright light, resonated with him. Excitement surged within him. Wow, this is promising, he exclaimed, swiftly resuming his stance, exuberantly declaring, Solar Fist. Solar Fist. Solar Fist. The Solar Fist was a technique that concentrated chi into a singular point and released it instantaneously, producing an effect of blinding light. The energy expenditure for the commoner was minimal. Waves of intense brilliance swept across the entire realm, as if intending to blind the very heavens. The black-clad official suffered immensely, wailing in despair as he lay on the ground. His thoughts had long abandoned any notion of completing his mission. He was solely focused on finding a shadowy refuge to escape the radiance of this terrifying man. Once the commoner had his fill of the display, he ceased his onslaught. When the final ray of light dissipated, the sky was devoid of bloodthirsty insects, their carcasses littering the ground, stacked high to the calves, a testament to their overwhelming numbers. However, the figure in black remained alive, merely lying on the ground, weakly wailing. At this moment, a new team of instructors had taken charge of the entrance to the ruins. The head instructor, Diaomin, a fifth-tier powerhouse, anxiously inquired of another teacher who was repairing the machinery, Is the equipment restored yet? Almost. Just a moment. Daisун's expression darkened, nearly bursting into a tirade. You've been saying almost for 10 minutes. I detest those without a sense of urgency. Almost ready. Soon. Coming right up. Is there not a single reliable term among them? Who on earth coined these phrases that have persisted to this day? All right, it's operational. Hold on. The teacher working on the repairs exclaimed, which Daesun had already witnessed. The screen now displayed the location of the principal. At that moment, the sky was devoid of bloodthirsty insects, all lying on the ground in the form of corpses, densely scattered over an unknown distance. Is this all the principal's doing? Do we even need to rescue or notify anyone? The urgent repairs to this machinery were solely to alert the principal for his evacuation. It seems the insect tide has been resolved. A 6th-tier powerhouse is indeed terrifying. As the equipment came back online, the Jiangdong Martial Arts School's internal network broadcast resumed promptly. Oh wow, it's back. We have visuals. What in the world? Is this the insect tide? Why are they all lying on the ground? Strange. Aren't bloodthirsty insects supposed to be flying creatures? Why are they crawling on the ground? Crawling? They are dead, understand? Look closely. Those are corpses. A collective gasp echoed through Jiangdong's campus as countless individuals realized the horror of a 6th-tier powerhouse. As for the commoners, they were conveniently ignored, their status overshadowed by sheer strength. Looking at the principal, how nonchalant he appeared, donning sunglasses. Who else could have accomplished this if not him? At the ruins, Huoyu stood agape, incredulously surveying his surroundings before glancing at the commoners. What the hell? This little fox is so formidable. Did it just shoot the figure in black dead? Observing the frail figure in black sprawled on the ground, Huoyu surprisingly felt a twinge of sympathy. Little fox. I was about to inquire, but the commoner leaped into my embrace first. Boss, I can't go on. Huoyu was taken aback. What? What's wrong with you? Shouldn't that be the statement of the figure in black? What do you mean by that? And honestly, with that rosy complexion, you hardly appear to be in dire straits. Could it be that using your bloodline ability took too much out of you, or was forced into action? Boss, I feel like I'm nearing death. Only a supreme bloodline stone can save my life. You see, can't you show a little generosity? As the commoner spoke, he adeptly rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Huoyu exclaimed, what the hell? I've seen shamelessness, but not to this extent. Heaven help me. What should I do when confronted with such audacity? I'm eagerly waiting for guidance. Chapter 46, 3 Celestial Beings. With a darkened expression, Huoyu swiftly moved a few meters away, quickly dispose of that fellow. His beast crystal will belong to you. His beast crystal? The commoner looked quizzically at the unconscious figure in black. I don't see a spatial ring. How could he possess a beast crystal? Seemingly perceiving the commoner's confusion, Huoyu fixed his gaze on the figure in black. He is a fierce beast. A 5th-tier perfected fierce beast can transform into human form. What? He is a fierce beast? The commoner was instantly astonished. He had only known the individual as a figure in black, but never imagined he was a transformed fierce beast. In the next moment, the commoner approached the figure, examining him closely. No kidding. He truly resembles a human. Without hesitation, the commoner unleashed a piercing wave that penetrated the figure's head, ending his life. He had a mission to eliminate this foe. Just as he was about to ask Huoyu about the next course of action, the commoner abruptly halted. He turned to the lifeless body of the figure in black, realizing something was amiss. Wait, he isn't dead. His task had not yet registered as complete. Logically, since he had saved Huoyu and eliminated the figure in black, he should have received notification of task completion by now. Yet, nothing had come through. With that thought in mind, the commoner launched an energy orb that landed heavily on the corpse before him. Boom. The body vanished instantly, revealing a half-meter-long golden bloodthirsty insect. The insect's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, a piercing wave shot through the golden insect's head. Its astonished gaze turned to one of terror before it completely lost consciousness. Task completion, rescue, and elimination. Reward, random lottery draw. Done. This time, it is truly dead. Gazing at the completed task notification, the commoner declared, System. Initiate the lottery. Received. Commencing random draw for Saiyan-related rewards. Reward extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Obtained 3 celestial beings. What the hell? Unbelievable. They are indeed the celestial beings from the original story. Capable of sustaining one for 10 days and fully resurrecting during battle. Though 3 may seem scarce, the commoner could split them in half. The original story mentioned consuming half. However, consuming half would not restore one to full vitality, only heal injuries. Yet for the commoner, this was more than sufficient. 3 beings instantly became 6. With just 4, his bloodline could once again ascend. What benefits could a mid-tier warrior bloodline bestow upon him? His anticipation grew. With that thought, the commoner raised his head, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazed at Principal Hua. Principal, I no longer desire the bloodline stone. I only have one request. Hurry, come and hit me. Saying this, he lunged toward Huoyu. Huoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, a momentary daze flashing across his face as he watched the commoner charge at him. No, don't come near me. I am coming. Oh, dear Principal, here I come. If you approach, I might retaliate. To hit is to love. Here I come. Good heavens. Here he comes again. At the entrance of the ruins, a group of instructors watched this scene unfold on the video, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They felt a profound sense of dismay. What an eye-watering spectacle. To think someone would have such peculiar demands. Alas, the world is in decline. With the bloodthirsty insect tide vanquished, the crisis here was ultimately resolved. The remaining tasks were straightforward. The instructors of Jiangdong began the cleanup process. An hour later, the commoner, who resembled a lifeless dog, was tossed to the rescue team by a grim-faced Huoyu. Treat him and return him to the academy. When the commoner awoke once more, he found himself in Jiangdong Academy's medical room, his injuries mostly healed. He promptly completed a series of formalities, eager to return to his villa in Jiangdong. Upon inspecting his attributes, he noted, Bloodline, low-tier Saiyan Bloodline, Bloodline Purity, 70. Combat Power, 690, Initial Stage 4. S-Cells, 10. Bloodline Skills, 1 Passive, the heavier the injury, the greater the power increase upon recovery, with a maximum boost of 100. 2 Passive, converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 Passive, Giant Ape Transformation. Giant Ape Transformation. On every full moon night, upon gazing at the moon, one transforms into a giant ape, experiencing a 10-fold increase in power. Side effect, loss of rationality. Note, enhancing bloodline level can reduce or eliminate side effects. For passive, doubling of cell recovery rate. Items, 3-piece weight-bearing set, currently equipped, Nimbus Cloud, 4-piece universal capsule set. 3 Sins of Beans, for top-tier bloodline stones, 2 5th-stage beast crystals, 3 4th-stage beast crystals, and 33 3rd-stage beast crystals. Skills, basic control of chi. Splendid. My power has doubled once again, and I have not even utilized the Sins of Beans. I relied solely on healing and passive recovery skills. Although my bloodline ability has not increased, the common folk are content to let it remain dormant for now, waiting until I exhaust it 4 times near death before increasing it further. This beating was well worth it. It appears I must seek out Old Hoi again for a few more rounds. By then, my strength will surge exponentially. Moreover, my S-Cells have risen to 1 due to this power enhancement. Excellent. I am merely 99 away from Super Saiyan status. Alas, it is quite difficult. Through this experience, I have identified a not-so-weak weakness. I lack area of effect attack skills. When faced with the onslaught of bloodthirsty insects, had it not been for the sun's fist restraining them, I would have likely had no choice but to flee. Furthermore, throughout the original narrative, there were hardly any large-scale area of effect attack techniques in the early stages, and even fewer in the later stages. Techniques like Frisia's finger beams, though appearing to be area attacks, are in fact numerous single-target energy blasts, simply executed at high speed and in great quantity. Additionally, this technique is something I cannot currently wield. It consumes far too much energy. Thus, my next step is to research whether there are any viable area of effect capabilities. When next confronted with such swarms, I shall be better equipped to contend with them. 3 days swiftly passed. At this juncture, I, the commoner, have come to a definitive conclusion. My research has failed. I am simply not cut out for scientific inquiry. Oh well, I shall leave it at that. Whatever happens, happens. At worst, I can always run away. Subsequently, I set out for the training ground. Today marks the announcement of the newcomer king. Although the trial was prematurely concluded due to the bloodthirsty insect tide, the selection of the newcomer king must still proceed. For the past 2 days, the teachers have tirelessly reviewed video records to tally the number of beast crystals. Of course, my purpose for attending is merely ceremonial. Given my overwhelming strength, with nearly 23rd stage beast crystals, who could possibly compete with me? Upon encountering Hang Zhan again, I was immediately pulled aside. Commoner, tell me the truth. Is your power at 3rd stage? This has been Hang Zhan's primary quandary over the past few days, driving him nearly to madness. He must clarify the situation today, or he will be left in unease. No. I gazed at Hang Zhan in astonishment, but shook my head in response. Meanwhile, I silently muttered to myself, I am currently at 4th stage, truly not at 3rd stage. Hang Zhan furrowed his brow at my words. Then what is your current level? Do I really have to say? What do you think? As a teacher, I must ascertain your level to tailor my instruction accordingly. Today, Hang Zhan was resolute in uncovering the truth. 4th stage. It's nothing, just 4th stage. Wait, what? Though Hang Zhan initially thought I was at 2nd stage, he instinctively began to speak, but was taken aback and blurted out an expletive instead. I had no choice but to repeat, 4th stage, initial level. You freak. Hang Zhan comprehended my words this time. However, he could hardly fathom that the commoner he had first met, who was merely a high-level 1st stage, had transformed into a 4th stage powerhouse in just a few months. Is the world truly so insane, or have I simply fallen behind the times? Chapter 47, The Bastard and the Godson. But the next moment, Hang Zhan's expression brightened as he appeared to recall something. 4th stage. Excellent. It seems there is hope for that matter. I observed Hang Zhan's alternating expressions of shock and excitement, and promptly inquired, Old Hang, what matter is hopeful? What are you talking about? Hang Zhan glanced around at the crowd, refraining from explaining. You will know soon enough. The principal will inform you. TCH. Noticing Hang Zhan's secrecy, I rolled my eyes. Just then, a shout erupted nearby. The rankings are out. Let us take a look. What the hell? I didn't even make the list. This must be a joke. Sigh. I knew it. I didn't make the list either. Only the top 100 can be ranked. It seems my few first stage beast crystals aren't even enough to qualify. I did make the list, but what is the point? I'm ranked 86. Sigh. I've no hope left. Let me just admire the top 10. That makes sense. Let us see who is first. First place, Commoner. Beast crystals. What the hell? This must be cheating. 16 third stage beast crystals, 10 second stage beast crystals, and 4 first stage beast crystals. How can anyone compete with this? Isn't that the one with the royal bloodline? Wasn't he said to be at only first stage? So powerful. That's old news. I have insider information. It's rumored that this commoner concealed his strength during the martial exam. His true power is actually third stage. He was only exposed when faced with an attack from a second stage vicious beast. Otherwise, everyone would still think he was first stage. Moreover, I've heard he is Hang Zhan's illegitimate son, and even Principal Ho acknowledges him as his godson. No way. Is that true? Of course it's true. This is all genuine insider information, no fakes. If that is the case, then this person has a formidable background and is not to be trifled with. Every word spoken by the onlookers fell distinctly upon the ears of Hang Zhan and the commoner. Hang Zhan. Commoner. How could I, the one hiding my strength, be unaware? And an illegitimate son and godson? Is this for real? Who spread this ridiculous insider information? What a pitfall. A colossal pitfall. However, with the rankings now revealed, the commoner's task is finally complete. Task completed. Newcomer King. Reward. Random draw. System. Initiate the draw. Received. Commencing random selection for Saiyan-related rewards. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Obtained first stage King Kai Fist. First stage King Kai Fist. Maximum usage of 3 times the King Kai Fist, instantly unleashing 3 times the combat power. Side effect. Significant physical strain and high energy consumption. Another divine skill. The vexation brought on by the rumors of being an illegitimate son and godson dissipated in an instant. I am indeed a fortunate one. Who else could compare? As I delved deeper into the study of Qi, I discovered that not all skills could be replicated as they were in the original narrative. For instance, the King Kai Fist, if I were to explore it on my own, would leave me gasping for breath without ever grasping its essence. This matter involves not merely the utilization of energy, but a myriad of intricate techniques and complexities that obstruct the way. Otherwise, the original text would not have portrayed only Sun Wukong mastering the King Kai Fist. With the release of the rankings, the entire Jiangdong region erupted in excitement. No one questioned the integrity of the list, as it was conducted under the vigilant scrutiny of high-ranking students across Jiangdong, rendering any deceit impossible. Thus, the data presented must be authentic. Consequently, the term troublesome commoner entered the consciousness of the new students in Jiangdong for the very first time. After all, he is a formidable third-tier expert. What shall we do now, Xiaogo? A slightly puffy individual inquired of Go Qiming. At that moment, Go Qiming was engrossed in the rankings, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that the youth he had long looked down upon would actually breach the threshold of the third tier, while he, the young master of the Go family, remained merely at the intermediate level of the second tier, a significant gap between them. Let us refrain from provoking him for now. We have no substantial grievances with him. It is best to minimize our interactions moving forward. Go Qiming deliberated for a moment before arriving at his conclusion. He was still able to discern the prevailing circumstances. Currently, the troublesome commoner was basking in glory, enjoying the favor of both Hang Zhan and the principal. Engaging with him would yield no benefits. However, this did not imply that Go Qiming was intimidated by the troublesome commoner. Rather, he would no longer resort to petty schemes. Everything was now laid bare. He would not relinquish his pursuit of Jingyan. Meanwhile, the troublesome commoner had already found himself in the office of Huayu. The Federal University Newcomer Exchange Competition? You want me to represent Jiangdong in battle? He asked, bewildered. Indeed, this pertains to the allocation of resources among the universities in Jiangdong. All institutions will send their newly crowned champions to participate. This is both a trial and a mark of honor for you, Huayu replied calmly. Stop right there. I care not for honor. My only inquiry is whether there are any rewards. The troublesome commoner interrupted, his practicality evident. What good is a mere promise? Show me something tangible. If it holds value, I'll partake. If not, I'd rather enjoy my time at home, admiring beautiful women, dining, and practicing my energy techniques. Well, Huayu was momentarily at a loss for words. Really? You're that frugal? Not even a reward? Seeing the expression on Huayu's face, the troublesome commoner realized the truth. This truly does not exist. However, I can arrange for a private reward on behalf of Jiangdong, Huayu conceded. Having discerned that lofty promises would bear no fruit with this clever fox. Why are this year's students so difficult to manage? In past years, many would scramble for such glory, he pondered. We must ensure that educators focus on improving student quality in the future. Now that's more like it. The troublesome commoner nodded. As long as there were rewards, he cared not who provided them, as long as they ultimately reached his hands. Yet, there was still one matter to address. He extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, and said, "Hey, big shot, how about you settle the previous reward first?" Upon hearing this, Huoyu was momentarily stunned. What reward? Come on, you can't possibly renege. I resolved a significant issue for the school and saved your life. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Don't you fear disheartening everyone? The troublesome commoner's displeasure was palpable. What's this? Bullying honest folks, are we? You little fox. So that is what you meant. I won't let you miss out on your share. Huoyu suddenly understood. And with a mix of laughter and tears, he tossed 2 items to the troublesome commoner. Upon receiving them, the troublesome commoner discovered one was a premium bloodline stone and the other a verdant stone. Fixating on the green stone, he tentatively inquired, "Is this a raw stone?" "Indeed. It is a low-grade raw stone," Huoyu confirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of the troublesome commoner's deduction. "Wow, it's truly a raw stone." The troublesome commoner gasped in astonishment. Such stones were coveted by 5th-tier warriors, prized for their unparalleled enhancement properties, superior even to beast crystals. While beast crystals contained the essence of beasts, they also harbored impurities, necessitating further refinement upon absorption, leading to considerable waste. In contrast, raw stones were products of nature, imbued with the essence of celestial energy. They required no refinement whatsoever. Mere absorption would enhance one's bloodline strength, serving as a swift means to bolster combat prowess. How do you find these 2 items as a replacement for the original newcomer king's reward, little fox? Are you satisfied? Huoyu observed the troublesome commoner's astonished expression with satisfaction. The troublesome commoner nodded vigorously, stowing the items in his spatial ring before squinting his eyes, grinning. "I'm satisfied. Now, let us discuss the rewards for the university competition. I think securing 30 to 50 high-grade raw stones as rewards would be splendid." Huoyu's eyes widened in shock. "What? You dare to ask for that? Why not just go rob someone?" "Come on now, I'm already doing just that," the troublesome commoner whispered. Huoyu retorted, "No. No raw stones are available, and your life is on the line." Noticing Huoyu's resolute expression, the troublesome commoner realized he had pressed too hard. "All right, old Hua, can't we negotiate a bit? Isn't there a way to haggle without flipping the table?" After a brief silence, Huoyu responded, "No high-grade raw stones. I can offer you 5 low-grade stones. Take it or leave it." Without a moment's hesitation, the troublesome commoner slammed the table and exclaimed, "Deal." Huoyu's face turned pale, his forehead throbbing with veins. "What the hell? That was supposed to be a counteroffer. You just accepted my price outright. Where's the basic trust between people? Why did I quote so high? I should have just offered 1 stone to begin with. Now I've lost 4 for nothing. Hey, big shot, could we perhaps release part of the reward early, just to give me some motivation?" The troublesome commoner cautiously suggested, eyeing Huoyu's agitated expression. Suddenly, 2 dark shadows shot towards the troublesome commoner, accompanied by a whistling sound. Upon inspection, he found they were indeed 2 raw stones. As he was about to speak again, Huoyu gritted his teeth and said, "No talking. Take the items and vanish from my sight. If we don't secure first place this time, I'll make your life miserable." "Understood. Just you wait." 10 minutes later, the troublesome commoner returned to the villa. Brimming with joy, he eagerly retrieved the raw stones and beast crystals, eager to test the disparity between them. Without delay, he grasped a 3rd-tier beast crystal and began to channel energy from it. Moments later, the 3rd-tier beast crystal vanished without a trace, leaving the troublesome commoner furrowing his brow. This doesn't add up. There was no reaction whatsoever. The energy did increase, but only by the slightest margin. The growth of power is exceedingly minuscule. What is the situation? Could it be that channeling energy through the beast crystal is ineffective for him? Let us give it another try? With this thought, the rogue once again retrieved a 3rd-tier beast crystal to commence his experimentation. As time elapsed, after absorbing the 10th 3rd-tier beast crystal, the effects finally manifested. Host absorbed a small amount of refined energy. Cells awakens 01. Goodness. It turns out it wasn't ineffective, but rather the quantity was too scant. Moreover, the beast crystal was actually enhancing his cells. It takes 10 3rd-tier beast crystals to elevate the cells of 01. What about the 4th tier? The 5th tier? The rogue hastily gathered all the beast crystals. Inhale. He inhaled with fervor. Several hours later, as the last 5th-tier beast crystal vanished before him, the rogue finally grasped the pattern. 2nd-tier beast crystals were futile for him now. 3rd-tier beast crystals activated the cells within 01 for every 10 absorbed. 4th-tier beast crystals activated the cells for every 3 absorbed. The 5th tier was terrifying. One could activate the cells of 01. As for the 6th-tier beast crystal, the rogue did not possess one, but he surmised its awakening would be even more formidable. With all the beast crystals consumed, the next step involved the origin stones. He wondered what changes would ensue. Grasping the origin stone, he began to channel energy into his body. This sensation was markedly different from that of the beast crystals. Upon entering his body, the beast crystal felt as though it was being gradually absorbed. Conversely, the spiritual energy within the origin stone, upon entering, was swiftly enveloped by the energy within him, which then slowly consumed it. With each morsel consumed, his energy grew stronger. This spiritual energy directly bolstered his energy. And as his energy expanded, it would in turn nourish itself, thereby enhancing his combat strength. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy within the origin stone was depleted, transforming it into an ordinary stone. Yet the rogue flipped his hand and grasped the remaining two. Onward. An hour later, all 3 origin stones were exhausted. However, he was exceptionally exhilarated. He had found it. Finally, a method to rapidly enhance his combat prowess. Previously, his strength had solely relied on his near-death recovery ability. But now he discovered another means, that of absorbing items imbued with spiritual energy. Be it origin stones or rare treasures, anything sufficed. Having absorbed 3 origin stones, each contributed an average of 30 points to his combat strength. In just this 1 hour, his combat strength surged by a remarkable 90 points. Reflecting on the initial days of enduring relentless beatings, he lamented. Had he discovered this sooner, he would not have had to endure such suffering. The rogue now found his resources dwindling, with the exception of the top-tier bloodline stones. His current stats were as follows: Bloodline, low-grade Saiyan Bloodline, Purity, 70. Combat Strength, 780, early 4th tier. S-Cells, 16. Bloodline Skills, 1 passive. The heavier the injury, the greater the strength increase upon recovery. Up to a maximum of 100. 2 passive, converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 passive, Giant Ape Transformation. 4 passive, doubles cellular recovery rate. Items, heavy-duty 3-piece set, equipped, Flying Nimbus, Universal Capsule 4-piece set, 3 Sins of Beans, 5 top-tier Bloodline Stones. Skills, basic control of energy, 1st tier King S Fist. Gazing at his attribute panel, the rogue felt a lingering desire, wishing fervently for another batch of origin stones. He could instantly elevate his combat strength to celestial heights. No more. From now on, his 3 objectives would be Beast Crystals, Origin Stones, and Bloodline Stones. Especially the high-tier Beast Crystals, as they were a tremendous boon for quickly activating S-Cells. Once the awakening degree of S-Cells reached 100, it would be his moment to turn the tide. The next day, the rogue approached Hang Zhan. His first words were, "Old Hang, I want high-tier Beast Crystals and Origin Stones." Uffed. Hang Zhan, who was sipping tea, sputtered it out, bellowing, "Where the hell am I supposed to get those for you? If I could obtain them, I would have used them to break through already." Hang Zhan now felt a headache whenever he encountered the rogue. Every time he sought the rogue or the rogue sought him, it never boded well. Hang Zhan had come to realize that if he could avoid the rogue, he would. After all, he need not worry about the rogue's advancement. Why should he trouble himself over it? Isn't it more enjoyable to take it easy? Old Hang, aren't you a teacher? Don't you have any privileges? The rogue inquired, extending his thumb and index finger. Privileges, my foot. Do you think teaching is a lucrative profession? It's a career where disciples abound. Yet the pockets are emptier than one's face. At least it is so here with Hang Zhan. With a darkened expression, Hang Zhan replied sternly, "Don't think about those crooked paths. If you want these things, go earn them yourself." How do I earn them? By ranking on the dragon list. Chapter 49, The Complete Dragon List. Dragon list? Who is that? Do they look beautiful? Why should I pursue her? Faced with the rogue's absurd question, Hang Zhan's cheeks twitched. What the hell? Your reading comprehension is off the charts. Look at my little temper. Hang Zhan immediately yelled, "I'm talking about a list, a ranking list. Not a person. Damn it. If it's not, then it's not. Why the fiery temper? It's bad for your health." The rogue complained, digging into his ears. "Aye." The rogue waved his hand dismissively, no longer irked by Hang Zhan. With a serious expression, he said, "All right, old Hang, tell me about the dragon list." Hang Zhan. Although Hang Zhan was displeased, he still spoke earnestly. The dragon list is a conglomerate of monsters from the entire Jiangdong Martial School. The top 10 individuals of the Jiangdong Martial School are listed. Those who make it onto the list are either at the peak of the 3rd tier or 4th tier. Some possess strength surpassing even the academy instructors. The rogue exclaimed in astonishment. Such a list exists. But what does this have to do with origin stones and beast crystals? Since it's a list, there must be rewards. Besides the honor, each of the 10 individuals on the list can claim a certain number of origin stones and beast crystals every month. The first place even receives 3 low-tier origin stones and 3 5th-tier beast crystals each month. Goodness, Old Hang, what more is there to say? I've made my decision. I want to ascend the dragon list. The rogue's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 origin stones a month. That totals 36 in a year. Just from combat strength alone. That S an increase of 1080. Coupled with the S cells activated by the 5th tier beast crystals. Where could one find such a windfall? This opportunity must be seized. Hang Zhan gazed at the ecstatic rogue, who seemed to be blinded by greed. Instantly, frustration surged within him. How did he end up with such a rogue? With your 4th tier strength and the performance showcased in the ancient ruins, you are indeed qualified to challenge the Dragon Tower for a spot on the dragon list. However, it's uncertain how high you can rank. How so? By the way, Old Hang, if it were you, what rank could you achieve? First? As a teacher. I'm not qualified to enter. But based on my current perfect 4th tier strength, I should be able to contend for a top 3 position. Oh, that is acceptable. I thought it would be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Hang Zhan's suppressed anger flared up. Damn it, you little brat. What do you mean by that? Don't think just because you've entered the 4th tier that I can't handle you. I'll deal with you like a game. Alright. Old Hang, don't let your temper get the best of you. Ouch, you just slapped me. Before the rogue could finish his sentence, he received a punch from Hang Zhan. The clash erupted in an instant. You're going through menopause. Your entire family is in menopause. I'm barely in my 30s. Where on earth did that come from? Isn't this just an early onset of menopause? Oh dear, you're coming again. If you do, I'll fight back. Just as he spoke, another punch landed on his eye. The troublemaker soon realized that this old Hang seemed to have a penchant for striking faces. Hey, you think you can get away with this? I'm keen to see how you retaliate. Bring it on. A cacophony of sounds emanated from Hang Zhan's office. 5 minutes later, the door swung open, revealing a teacher. Hang, I need to ask you something. What the hell? The teacher was taken aback at the sight before him. 2 individuals sprawled on the floor of Hang Zhan's office, entangled in a wrestling match. One was clutching the other's toes while the other was tickling under his arms, both faces flushed, and the scene utterly scandalous. You two carry on, Hang. I'll come back later. The door slammed shut once more. Hang Zhan, his face darkened, shouted at the troublemaker, let go of him. You let go first. The troublemaker retorted smartly. On 3, we both release. Hang Zhan, exasperated, could only comply. After all, if another teacher barged in, it would be truly humiliating. 1, 2, 3, release. Ouch. You little rascal, you're utterly ruthless. Ruthless? What is that to me? It doesn't fill my stomach. The troublemaker shot back, maintaining his advantage and continuing the fray. 5 minutes later, the office felt eerily silent. The troublemaker's hair was disheveled, and the dark circles under his eyes betrayed a different kind of exhaustion. Across from him, Hang Zhan was in no better condition, nursing a bleeding nose. You little brat. Your strikes are merciless. Hang Zhan grumbled as he staunched the flow of blood. The troublemaker, having procured an ice pack from somewhere, was applying it to one eye. He scoffed, mutual feelings. Enough of this. Here, take this. It's information about the dragon ranking. Now, swiftly disappear from my sight. With that, Hang Zhan tossed a small notebook to the troublemaker. The latter caught it, glancing at the cover, complete guide to the dragon ranking. Oh wow, with a cover like this, one might think it's the Sunflower Manual from afar. If it had been like this from the start, we wouldn't have needed to resort to violence. Old Hang, I'm off. The troublemaker nodded, clutching the ice pack, and exited the office. Hang Zhan tilted his head to staunch the bleeding. Yet a smile crept into his eyes. I must admit, this kid possesses considerable strength. But the next moment, his expression soured as he clutched his waist and exclaimed, ouch. My poor back. That little rascal is too heavy-handed. I must eat something to replenish my strength tonight. Half an hour later, the troublemaker closed the complete guide to the dragon ranking, a rare look of seriousness etched on his face. The dragon ranking was no trivial feat. No wonder Old Hang remarked that one could only aspire to the top 3 positions. The first 3 truly were monstrous contenders. First on the dragon ranking, by Jingyang, a diamond-blooded being of the insect category, with exceptional aptitude and full mastery at the 4th tier. Second, Zhang Xian, a diamond-blooded being of the plant category, also of exceptional aptitude and full mastery at the 4th tier. Third, Gu Ling, a diamond-blooded beast, equally exceptional and at full mastery of the 4th tier. All of them were at full mastery of the 4th tier. Of course, they had been seasoned students at Jiangdong for 3 years and were set to graduate this year. Yet, the prospect was daunting. Upon graduation, their strength could very well reach the 5th tier. And the 5th tier, now that was formidable. They would be sought after by major factions and serve as the backbone of humanity's resistance against ferocious beasts. However, the troublemaker was undeterred by these 3. Their attack methods differed significantly. Should it come to a life-or-death situation, his Qi Yuan slash was a significant loophole. Given the chance, he could eliminate a 6th tier opponent. Coupled with the recently acquired Realm King Fist, if unleashed at triple power, He could reach an advanced 4th tier himself. Even in a direct confrontation, he could hold his own. What truly weighed on the troublemaker's mind was the mention of the Transformation Tower by Hang Zhan. The Transformation Tower was the very source of the dragon ranking. The ranking was not determined by human assessment, but rather by the automatic evaluation of the Transformation Tower. It was said that the first principal forged this extraordinary treasure from extraterrestrial meteorites. The tower comprised 9 levels, each representing a different tier of challenge. Upon entering, the tower would conjure an opponent 1 tier higher than the challenger. To succeed, one must defeat this conjured foe, thereby advancing to the next level. The second level would present an opponent 2 tiers higher, the third 3 tiers higher, and so forth, until the 8th level, where an adversary 8 tiers higher awaited. As for the 9th level, no one had yet uncovered its mysteries. For years, few had ventured beyond the 3rd level, with those reaching the 4th being deemed geniuses, the 5th as prodigies, and the 6th as monsters among monsters. No one had yet breached the higher levels. The dragon ranking, therefore, was a comprehensive ranking based on the level reached, time spent, and damage dealt by the challenger. Its impartiality was indisputable. Chapter 50, New Task, Tower Challenge. Now that the troublemaker grasped the situation surrounding the Transformation Tower, he couldn't help but ponder. Based on his estimates, the conjured foes were likely bloodline warriors. Whereas he trained in Qi, utilizing the skills within his Dragon Pearl, how many levels could he truly conquer against these bloodline warriors? Task triggered, Tower Challenge. Challenge the tower. Enter the 6th level of the Transformation Tower within 3 days. Successful completion will yield random rewards. Well then, the troublemaker had a clear target now. He aimed for a solid 6th-tier challenge while aspiring to reach the 9th. With that thought, he quickly snacked on something before heading straight to the Transformation Tower at school. Upon arrival, he was met with a cacophony of voices. The Transformation Tower wasn't just for geniuses. Anyone above the 3rd tier could attempt it. However, only the top 10 would be showcased on the dragon ranking. Nonetheless, the tower remained an invaluable venue for honing one's skills, offering the chance to spar with formidable opponents without the risk of death. Where else could one find such an opportunity? Thus, a throng of seasoned students lingered near the Transformation Tower. Naturally, one could not challenge the tower without limits. Each individual was permitted to attempt it once every 3 days. This was why many students were waiting outside. The arrival of the troublemaker instantly caught the attention of several seasoned students. It was inevitable. Given the memorable live stream from the ancient ruins, that few newcomers left a lasting impression, but the troublemaker was certainly among them. Isn't that the infamous troublemaker? What is he doing here? Could it be he is here to challenge the tower? Seriously? Has he reached the 3rd tier? Last time, he took down 3 3rd-tier opponents with a single strike. You can't tell me he is still at the 3rd tier. Could he be aiming for the dragon ranking? That is entirely plausible. With his attacking prowess, he might just pull it off. I do not believe that, although a lower rank may provide some slight advantage. The disadvantages are equally apparent. His bloodline skills are scarce, and the available bloodline energy is limited and of low intensity. Overall, it is clear that those of higher rank hold the advantage. Indeed, regardless of how strong he may be, he is merely at the 3rd rank. Meanwhile, the senior students were engaged in conversation when Diaomin had already completed the necessary formalities with the supervising teacher and stepped into an entrance of the Dragon Transformation Tower. The tower features 9 entrances, each oriented in a different direction, allowing one individual to enter through each. Thus, it can accommodate 9 people simultaneously for trials and rankings. However, as Diaomin entered, the massive door of the Dragon Transformation Tower thunderously closed behind him. In the next moment, beams of light abruptly illuminated the door, signifying that the intruder possessed the strength of a 4th rank. Naturally, Diaomin attracted considerable attention from the senior students as the beams shone forth, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What on earth? Beams. He is a 4th rank? I can't believe it. I've been here for 2 years, and I still can't compare to a newcomer. Heaven above, what sort of monster is this, leaving us mere mortals in despair? Shoo, speak softly. He is the godson of Old Hua. Wow, what a powerful background. I want to find a godfather too. Meanwhile, in an office building not far from them, Huiyu and Hang Zhan stood by the window, observing the 4 beams of light. Old Hang, how far do you think this little fox can ascend? Hang Zhan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Pondering for a moment before responding, he should at least reach the 3rd level. I doubt he will surpass the 5th. However, Huiyu shook his head at this, saying, I have a feeling that this little fox possesses hidden capabilities. I have an inkling that 5 may not be his limit. No way, though he has immense potential. He cannot be that extraordinary. Hang Zhan recalled the rogue's figure, a wave of doubt washing over him. Yet Huiyu remained fixated on the Dragon Transformation Tower, quietly musing. Do you not see him as extraordinary? A 4th rank at such a young age is quite rare across the entire Federation. And those peculiar bloodline abilities? That terrifying disc technique? Moreover, the most frightening aspect is his mentality. Have you ever witnessed a genuine expression of fear on his face? A series of rhetorical questions seemed to be directed at himself, yet also at Hangzhan. Now that you mention it, I suppose I have not. Hangzhan pondered. Could it be that Diaomin is truly concealing his true abilities? Is he truly a one-in-a-million prodigy? Desperate for money, shameless, a master of deception. And yet he can still eat and endure. This is the nature of the current prodigies? Meanwhile, as Diaomin stepped into the dragon transformation tower, the door behind him sealed shut. Immediately, he felt a surge of unique energy sweep over him. The next instant, an ethereal voice resonated. Trialist strength, 4th rank. Initiating the generation of a 4th rank intermediate guardian. As the voice faded, a figure clad entirely in black, their face obscured, materialized before Diaomin. This must be the 4th rank intermediate guardian referred to by the system. Trial rules. 1. Elixirs and one-time consumable items are prohibited. Any violations will result in expulsion from the dragon transformation tower. 2. No restrictions on methods. Defeating the guardian is required to advance. 3. Upon successful passage, the trialist will be transported to a special space on the 2nd level, which lasts for 1 minute. The trialist can quickly recover their injuries and energy within this space. Each time a trialist advances a level, the duration of the special space increases by 1 minute. 4. No defecating or urinating in the area. Violations will lead to expulsion from the dragon transformation tower. Diaomin was momentarily stunned. The first 3 rules seemed reasonable, but this 4th one, was it truly necessary? Could there really be individuals who would relieve themselves indiscriminately inside? While Diaomin was lost in thought, the ethereal voice chimed in once more. The trial will commence 3 seconds after the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, start. As the words faded, the faceless figure opposite Diaomin emitted a faint blue glow from its eye sockets, swiftly locking onto Diaomin's position. In the next moment, its form blurred, and bang. Diaomin received a solid punch to the abdomen. Yet the faceless guardian did not relent, delivering blow after blow to Diaomin. For a moment, Diaomin found himself utterly unable to retaliate. However, any familiar presence observing would note that despite the brutal beating, Diaomin's aura remained undisturbed and unweakened. This indicated one clear fact. The assault was bearable for Diaomin. It posed no real threat. Why bother with retaliation when he had heard that following a successful trial, he would be transported to a place conducive to recovery? Why not take advantage of such a beneficial opportunity to enhance his strength? Diaomin's strategy was to endure the punishment until he had absorbed enough damage to eliminate the guardian and then recover his strength. He intended to maximize his potential before proceeding further, though he was aware that such a strategy could lead to peril. Should he push himself too far, he might very well find himself on the brink of failure. The most pressing concern was that after 3 days, his task would be deemed unsuccessful. Thus, for Diaomin, this was his only chance to navigate the tower. Consequently, he remained unhurried, choosing to steadily elevate his strength, for a cautious approach was the true path to success. Chapter 51, Surging Battle Power. While Diaomin remained calm inside the tower, the senior students outside engaged in fervent discussion. What on earth? Why has the light for the 2nd level not yet illuminated after such a long time? Indeed, is the 1st level truly that difficult? It shouldn't be. When he was live streaming, his attack power was absolutely astounding. Why has he faltered upon entering the tower? Let us wait. Perhaps that unpredictable fellow is just plotting something. Far away, in the office building, Huiyu and Hangzhan shared their confusion. According to their assessments, Diaomin should at least have reached the 3rd level. How could he be stuck on the 1st level for so long? This defied logic. As time ticked away, even Huiyu and Hangzhan began to lose their composure. Half an hour had passed, 30 full minutes, and he was still on the 1st level. Even if he were to lose, it should not take this long. Something was amiss. Just then, the 2nd level of the Dragon Transformation Tower suddenly illuminated with 4 beams of light, signifying that Diaomin had finally ascended to the 2nd level. He has advanced. Diaomin has reached the 2nd level. Damn, I've waited so long that the flowers have withered. 36 minutes to clear the 1st level. That speed is astonishing. Now I am only curious how long he will remain on the 2nd level. He certainly cannot take longer than he did on the 1st, for the Guardian's strength has increased on the 2nd level. Diaomin must either advance rapidly or be swiftly defeated. Indeed, given the pace shown on the 1st level, the likelihood of being defeated by the Guardian seemed greater. At this moment, Diaomin, bruised and battered, was transported to the special space. Having endured sufficient punishment in the 1st trial, he swiftly executed a chi element slash, eliminating the faceless Guardian in an instant. He was not in a position to be on the brink of death. He simply needed to remain within a tolerable range. If he were truly on the verge of death, his task would be deemed unsuccessful. Following the defeat of the faceless Guardian, Diaomin was then transported to this space. Though referred to as a space, it was essentially a room containing only a pool of vibrant green water. Trial successful. The trialist has 1 minute to rest here. The ethereal voice resonated once more. Simultaneously, Diaomin received an introduction regarding this space within his mind. The essence of this space is to facilitate the rapid recovery of injuries and energy for challengers. At the heart of this is the pool of spiritual spring. This spring is the water produced from the liquefaction of spiritual energy, or it can be likened to a reservoir of inferior raw stone. The only difference being that while the latter contains a meager amount of spiritual energy, this spring is abundant in it. Moreover, once this water leaves the confines of this special space, it transforms into ordinary spring water, thus quelling any thoughts of unscrupulous individuals attempting to transport it away. For the average person, this spiritual spring merely serves to heal wounds and replenish energy, offering little in the way of enhancing strength. After all, no matter how plentiful the spiritual energy, the capacity for absorption and transformation is limited. What can one accomplish in a mere minute? However, for the cunning individual, the situation is entirely different. He does not rely on bloodline to absorb. He harnesses chi. The speed at which chi can be absorbed far exceeds that of bloodlines. Furthermore, he possesses Saiyan blood, with a passive ability that enables rapid conversion of consumed resources into energy. Unable to absorb or take it away, but can he not drink it? Upon realizing this, the cunning individual's eyes gleamed with excitement. By the heavens, this is not merely a pool of spiritual energy. It is a veritable reservoir of combat prowess. Could he let such a fortuitous opportunity slip by? With determination, he jumped into the emerald waters, bathing and drinking simultaneously. As he felt the liquid spiritual energy swiftly transform within his stomach, his injuries began to swell and heal rapidly. He drank even more fervently. Regardless of whether it was bathwater, he thought to himself, I shall partake first as a gesture of respect. 1 minute later, the cunning individual was transported to the second level of the challenge space, a look of dissatisfaction etched upon his face. At this moment, all his injuries had completely healed, and his state was fully replenished. Through the dual processes of recovery and absorption, his combat prowess had undoubtedly surged significantly. He glanced at his current combat power, 950, up from 780, an impressive increase of 170 points. Even accounting for the healing, he had gained 140 points. Alas, the residual spiritual spring within his stomach transformed into ordinary spring water upon exiting the special space, offering no further enhancement to his strength. Nevertheless, he was still content. Once he surpassed this level, another opportunity for absorption awaited him, and this time it would last 2 minutes. That could equate to an additional 280 points of combat prowess. Coupled with the 30 points gained from healing, he could potentially increase his combat power by 310. Upon reaching the third level, he felt a surge of excitement. The challengers at the second level possess a preliminary 4th-tier strength, summoning advanced 4th-tier guardians. The cunning individual looked at the faceless guardian that materialized before him and confidently beckoned with a finger. Come here. The guardian obliged. And thus began another shamelessly exhilarating interaction between the two. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Huiyu and Hang Zhan were beside themselves with worry. What on earth was the cunning individual up to after nearly 40 minutes? Neither success nor failure. What sort of predicament was this? In the crowd outside the tower, Jiahua was simultaneously timing himself and munching on a boxed meal, his eyes fixed intently on the second floor of the Dragon Transformation Tower. He was silently competing with the cunning individual. I shall see how long it takes you to reach the third level. Moments later, Jiahua's eyes lit up, and he momentarily set aside his meal to press the stopwatch. The 4 beams of light signaling the third level had illuminated. He glanced down at the timer. 43 minutes, 24 seconds, 28 milliseconds. Inside the Dragon Transformation Tower, the cunning individual once again immersed himself in the spiritual spring, drinking deeply. 2 minutes later, he was transported to the third level of the challenge space. This time, his combat power soared to 1260 points, elevating him to an intermediate 4th-tier strength. However, the cunning individual began to fret. Based on his calculations, due to his newfound strength, what awaited him was not the completion of the 4th tier, but a 5th-tier adversary. Faced with a 5th-tier opponent, he could no longer afford to passively endure attacks. The risk of collapse was high, and being on the brink of death could swiftly lead to actual demise. The task would inevitably come to a disastrous end. He resolved not to be battered any longer. He would confront the challenge head-on and then drink from the spiritual spring. Even if he lost 30 points, it would still leave him with 140. That meant a recovery of 140 points per minute. With this determined thought, the cunning individual summoned his chi element slash. He realized a peculiar, yet not entirely unintended, flaw in the Dragon Transformation Tower. The position of the faceless guardians always remained constant. While this posed little significance to others, for him, it presented a perfect target. Coupled with his exceptional skill in overcoming levels, he thought to himself, "Today, I will conquer this dragon transformation tower. I shall slay the dragon." The challengers at the 3rd level possess intermediate 4th-tier strength, summoning beginner 5th-tier guardians. In the next moment, a formidable faceless guardian materialized before him. "Huh, here we go?" The cunning individual squinted, a smirk curling upon his lips. He promptly unleashed the chi element slash he had been preparing. However, this time, the slash moved with noticeable sluggishness, as if waiting for something. The challenge begins in 3 seconds. 321, commence. Just as the final second ticked away, the chi element slash suddenly accelerated, slicing through the Guardian-S form. Guardian defeated, challenge successful. In the next instant, an ethereal voice echoed once more, carrying an almost surreal quality. Yet, the cunning individual quickly dismissed any lingering doubt, plunging into the spiritual spring once more, drinking deeply from the rejuvenating waters. Outside the tower, the senior students were left in utter astonishment. What just happened? Did I miss something? He cleared the level in the blink of an eye. This cunning individual is on something. How could he be so fierce? Did anyone else notice he just ascended to the 4th level? Jiahua gazed incredulously at the timer. 2 minutes, 1 second, 36 milliseconds. 2 minutes accounted for recovery time, meaning his genuine clearance time was merely 36 seconds. Good heavens. In the distance, Hui Yu and Hang Zhan stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. What sort of potion is this little rascal consuming? How is he this formidable? Moments before, they had been speculating how long he would take at the 3rd level, yet the reality was that he had already cleared it. By the heavens. How did he achieve that? Both simultaneously recalled the yellow disc that had obliterated 3 third-tier foes. It seemed that was the only plausible explanation. Just then, Hang Zhan exclaimed, "What? He has entered the 5th level." "What?" Hui Yu gasped, turning to look, and indeed, for beams of light had erupted to signify the 5th level. My goodness. How long has it been? He has ascended another level. Is he on some kind of hormone boost? For minutes later, the 4 beams of light marking the 6th level soared into the sky. The onlookers were left speechless. All eyes were riveted upon the 4 soaring pillars of light emanating from the 6th level of the Dragon Transformation Tower. Within its confines, the cunning rogue gazed gravely at the faceless guardian before him. With the Guardian-S combat prowess surpassing 2,000, he had ascended to the rank of a high-level 4th tier, and his strength swelled to an impressive 2940, tantalizingly close to achieving the pinnacle of 4th tier perfection. However, this advancement was met with a formidable counter, as the Guardian's own level had escalated to the initial 6th tier, equating to a staggering combat power exceeding 100,000. When the Guardian unleashed his chi element slash on the 5th level, it had nearly been anticipated. On this level, his reaction would undoubtedly be swift. At that moment, the rogue found himself in a precarious predicament. How could a combat power of 2,940 contend against 100,000? Completion of the task, break through the tower. Reward, 1 random lottery draw. Goodness, just when I needed it. System, hurry, I wish to draw my reward. Received. Initiating random selection for Saiyan-related rewards. Drawing in progress. Drawing completed. You have received a modified version of the magic sealing wave, an enhanced sealing container resembling a rice cooker, and a sealing talisman. Modified magic sealing wave consumes a significant amount of chi to unleash the wave. Upon hitting, it can seal beings up to the 7th tier. The sealing process requires a sealing talisman for suppression. Sealing talisman, an essential item for suppressing the container. Reusable. Enhanced rice cooker. Though it appears to be an ordinary rice cooker, its inner pot is crafted from pure gold, impressively weighty. The rogue, who should have been elated, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the sealing container. What on earth? Is the system for real? You've upgraded everything but the container? Just imagine facing a powerful enemy and flinging a rice cooker at them first. What is next? Am I inviting them for a meal? Alas. Yet, considering the undeniable prowess of the magic sealing wave, the rogue begrudgingly accepted this slight flaw. With such a formidable skill by his side, what more could he desire? Seal them all. The challenge begins in 3 seconds. 321, commence. Behold my wave. The rogue unleashed the magic sealing wave toward the imposing guardian. In the blink of an eye, the guardian was sealed within the pre-prepared rice cooker. The rogue hastily affixed the sealing talisman and then collapsed onto the ground. His face ashen. This magic sealing wave was not something for the faint-hearted. The energy expenditure was overwhelming. He felt utterly drained, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Sitting weakly on the ground, the rogue's mind raced with anxiety. Had he truly sealed the guardian? Did this count as a successful challenge? Thus far, the Dragon Transformation Tower had yet to issue any notification. After a minute passed, the ethereal voice resounded once more. Guardian has been unresponsive for 1 minute. Challenge deemed a success for the challenger. As the words faded, the rogue found himself transported to a special space once again. This time, he felt a sense of assurance. While refreshing himself, he had taken the opportunity to examine the rice cooker. He discovered that once the seal was removed, the 6th-tier stronghold inside vanished without a trace, just as he had hoped. This meant he could utilize it repeatedly in encounters to come. After passing the challenge, combined with the spirit spring, it would be an unparalleled tool for advancement. Outside the dragon transformation tower, onlookers gazed at the 4 pillars of light illuminating the 7th level. Their excitement numb to the spectacle. They could only ponder one thought. How far could the rogue ascend? Would the tower be breached? 8 minutes later, the pillars of the 8th level shone brightly. 10 minutes later, the 9th level's pillars illuminated the sky, signifying that the rogue had surpassed the 8th level. Stepping into uncharted territory, the legendary 9th level. What lay beyond was a mystery to all. At that moment, the rogue stood bewildered before a figure. Upon exiting the special space, he encountered an elderly man whose face radiated warmth and kindness, gazing upon him with an approving expression. Quite impressive, young one. You have managed to reach the 9th level of the dragon transformation tower. The elder spoke first. The rogue was taken aback. Wait, you can talk? The elder replied, ahem. Of course I can speak. The rogue smirked. So you could speak all along? You stood there as a mere apparition, silent as the grave, not even a breath, just staring at me, which is rather unsettling. The elder paused, contemplating the rogue's words. Upon reflection, he conceded that it indeed was rather odd. He promptly clasped his hands together. I apologize for my rudeness. I did not mean to frighten you. The rogue's expression softened, and he extended his thumb and forefinger, rubbing them together. Well, since you scared me, shouldn't there be some form of compensation? Had it not been for my resolute will, I might have been terrified to the point of losing my very soul, resulting in my untimely demise. You nearly caused a catastrophic incident. Is there no acknowledgement for this? The elder was left speechless. It dawned on the elder. How audacious. The rogue was now extorting him. It seems he must reveal his true identity. Contemplating this, the elder spoke in a solemn tone. I am Wan Lushian, the founder of the Jiangdong Martial Arts Academy, as well as its inaugural principal. The rogue gasped, what? You are the founder of Jiangdong? The elder observed the rogue's reaction with satisfaction, nodding. Indeed, that is correct. Then this is even better. You, the principal, frightened your academy's most exceptional student, nearly leading to their demise. Surely, as the principal, you owe some form of reparation? Wouldn't that dishearten the other students? Even as a mere apparition, Wan Lishian's countenance turned a shade of green. Good heavens! How many years has it been since my demise? And now you dare to debate my position as principal? Internally berating himself yet maintaining the poise of a founder, he thought, you little rascal. You've brought extortion to my doorstep. Enough is enough. Consider this 6th-tier beast crystal as compensation. I have long since passed, and this trinket is of no use to me now. With a wave of his hand, a blue beast crystal appeared before the rogue, seemingly from nowhere. Chapter 53, The Shocking Revelation of the Dragon Vein. The rogue snatched the flying beast crystal, instantly storing it in his spatial ring, grinning from ear to ear. To think, a mere exchange of words had yielded a 6th-tier beast crystal. How could one not be pleased? Wait a minute, what did the elder mean by that last remark? Suddenly, the rogue transformed into a blur, leaping forward to kneel before Wan Lishian. Oh, principal, I have finally seen your true self. I have grown up hearing tales of your legendary exploits. My admiration for you flows like an endless river, ceaseless and overwhelming, akin to the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable. You are like the stars above, illuminating my life, like a lighthouse guiding me forward, akin to stop right there. Let us stick to the matter at hand and refrain from the fluff. Wan Lushian interjected, eager to halt the rogue's stream of hyperbole. Goodness. Initially, it was bearable, but the further it went, the more absurd it became. Who was this little fox trying to fool? When he revealed his identity, he didn't display such theatrics. Oh, now that you've received a benefit, you've transformed so drastically? This is suspicious. The rogue then continued, since the moment of my birth, I have had a master read my fortune. That master foretold that I lack a fundamental element in my fate. As long as this matter can be resolved, the lad is destined to soar to great heights, unrivaled in the world. The rogue's eyes shimmered with a hint of nostalgia as he spoke solemnly. Wan Lishian was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued by the rogue's words. What is lacking? Beast crystals, those of 6th rank or above. Of course, raw stones will suffice. Even the exceptional bloodline stones could serve as substitutes, the rogue replied cautiously, his expression pitiful as he addressed Wan Lishian. Wan Lishian retorted, I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You've spun a long yarn, and it boils down to 3 words. You want benefits. Good grief. Is Jiangdong in such dire straits now? What kind of scum is this? Moreover, this scoundrel has dared to breach the 9th level? Has the world truly changed? Or is it simply that I can no longer keep pace with the times? Just as Wan Lexian pondered reprimanding the rogue, a sudden thought crossed his mind. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "Little fox, I can offer you beast crystals of 7th or even 8th rank. However, these beast crystals are not to be given freely." The rogue's display of misery ceased abruptly, and he rose silently, his brow furrowed. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. That 6th rank beast crystal does not count." Now, with Wan Lexian proposing 8th rank top-tier beast crystals, the rogue's caution was immediately aroused. Such a grand return must surely entail significant sacrifices. He promptly fixed his gaze on Wan Lexian and inquired, "What are the requirements?" Wan Lexian regarded the rogue, "Little one, are you aware of the origins of the Transformation Dragon Tower?" Upon finishing, he raised his head to a 45-degree angle, awaiting the rogue's inquiry. The rogue, however, remained silent, staring intently at Wan Lexian. Wan Lexian waited, his neck craned uncomfortably, yet the rogue did not utter a word. "Why don't you ask?" "How can I continue if you don't ask?" He was utterly confounded by the rogue's unorthodox demeanor. With a resigned sigh, he finally said, "Since you've asked, I shall enlighten you." The rogue thought. I haven't said a word. You truly have a knack for leading the conversation. While the rogue silently scoffed, Wan Lexian pressed on. "The Transformation Dragon Tower is, in fact, suppressing something, dragon veins." "What?" the rogue exclaimed instinctively, shock coursing through him. After all, dragon veins symbolize the fortune of a nation. In this world, where only a single human federation exists, devoid of national distinctions, the dragon veins represent the fortune of the federation, or indeed, the fortune of the entire human race. Fortune is a curious thing, intangible yet undeniably real. When fortune flourishes, a race thrives, and powerful bloodlines multiply. Conversely, when fortune wanes, a race declines, and the number of powerful bloodlines diminishes, and vice versa. Yet, what astonished him was to hear the phrase suppressing dragon veins in this context. Why would one wish to suppress dragon veins? Shouldn't stronger be better? The rogue voiced his inner confusion. Wan Lexian's memories were stirred by the rogue's inquiry. Indeed, the stronger the dragon veins, the better. However, should these dragon veins awaken consciousness, their power could become a calamity. Before the rogue could question further, Wan Lexian continued. The segment of the dragon vein suppressed beneath the Transformation Dragon Tower has developed a modicum of awareness. Once a dragon vein achieves consciousness, it will instinctively cultivate. Yet, rather than absorbing spiritual energy, it siphons the fortune of the entire human race. If left unchecked, the extraction of human fortune will only escalate. The depletion of fortune signifies the decline of the race, rendering newborns incapable of awakening their bloodlines, potentially leading to the complete extinction of those bloodlines. The moment the dragon vein manifests in human form marks the instant when the fortune of the entire human race dissipates, severing their bloodline abilities. In this perilous world teeming with ferocious beasts, a human race bereft of bloodlines faces but one fate: extinction. Therefore, the Transformation Dragon Tower exists to suppress this dragon vein. The special energy spring found within that unique space is, in fact, a convergence of the energy extracted during the suppression of the dragon vein. Having elaborated extensively, Wan Lexian paused to allow the rogue to digest the information. The rogue's mind was now awash with tumultuous thoughts. So, the very reason for the existence of the Transformation Dragon Tower was such. The awakening of self-consciousness in the dragon veins shattered the rogue's understanding of this world. Cultivated over a decade. After a moment, the rogue queried, "But what does this have to do with me?" Wan Lexian suddenly glanced down, as if peering through the Transformation Dragon Tower to the dragon vein below. "Because the Transformation Dragon Tower is on the verge of collapse." "What do you mean?" the rogue asked, bewildered. As time progresses, humanity has gradually grown to this point. Meanwhile, this segment of the dragon vein has also expanded, propelled by human fortune. No matter how much the Transformation Dragon Tower attempts to suppress it, it cannot halt the growth of the dragon vein. It can only slow it down. Yet, far too much time has passed. The dragon vein has already reached a substantial size. According to feedback from the Transformation Dragon Tower, within 10 years, it will no longer be able to maintain its suppression. At that time, the consciousness of the dragon vein will awaken once more, extracting human fortune for cultivation. Fortunately, you have cleared 8 challenges. If you enter the suppression space and reinforce the seal, the Transformation Dragon Tower can once again suppress that beastly consciousness for a millennium, securing the fortune of humanity for another 1,000 years. Wan Lexian spoke with fervor, his gaze fixed intently on the rogue. Yet, the rogue displayed no hint of excitement. Instead pondering, "Why me? Is it because you cleared the 8th level?" "What?" Chapter 54. The deal is struck. The rogue looked at him, bewildered, awaiting an explanation. How does the suppression of dragon veins relate to the challenges of the transformation dragon tower? Seemingly perceiving the rogue's confusion, Wan Lushian elaborated, dragon veins, carrying the essence of fortune, do not possess ranks. However, they reside within an independent realm, which we refer to as the dragon vein space. This space is particularly unique, as any intruder must confront the innate resistance of the dragon vein. When someone intrudes, it conjures a guardian to prevent access to the dragon vein. The transformation dragon tower was constructed to emulate the dragon vein space. However, the dragon vein space is far more terrifying. Firstly, there is the pressure. This pressure emanates from the bloodlines. The stronger the intruder, the more intense the pressure upon their bloodline. This pressure reduces the intruder's strength by 2 ranks. Secondly, there are the guardians of the dragon vein. As the dragon vein itself lacks ranks, its guardians adapt to the level of the intruder. If the intruder is of 4th rank, the guardian is also 4th rank. If the intruder is of 6th rank, the guardian is 6th rank. Moreover, entry is restricted to a single individual. However, due to the bloodline pressure, the intruder is effectively 2 ranks weaker than the guardian. Thus, the fundamental requirement for entry is the ability to battle above 2 ranks. Otherwise, there is no hope. This is also the reason for the existence of the first 8 levels of the Transformation Dragon Tower, to select individuals capable of battling above 2 ranks. And you, my friend, are the first genius in a millennium to possess this ability. Therefore, aside from you, anyone else attempting to enter would merely be lambs to the slaughter, unable to approach the dragon vein, only to be repelled or slain by the guardian. Having delivered all his words in one breath, Wan Lushian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, standing still as he silently observed the peculiar reaction of the rogue. Indeed, the rogue wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He had come to realize that this dragon vein space seemed to impose no limitations upon him. His focus lay not on bloodlines, but on chi. While bloodlines could be suppressed and downgraded, he had never heard of chi being subject to such constraints. This meant that if he entered this dragon vein space, his strength would remain intact, without any diminution. The second point was even simpler. His power remained undiminished, and with his possession of Chi Yuan Slash and Realm King Fist, he was invincible among peers of the same tier. Thus, this supposedly perilous location that Wan Lushian spoke of was, for him, merely a leisurely retreat, akin to a casual stroll. However, with such an excellent opportunity for extortion laid before him, how could he possibly neglect to reap some benefits? Well, he had a penchant for milking every advantage. With this thought in mind, the rogue instantaneously transformed into a master of theatrics, vigorously shaking his head. What? I might be slain? Then I shan't go. I fear for my life. How can you be so selfish? Wan Lushian exclaimed, pointing at the rogue with indignation. This is a matter of great significance for the future of humanity. How can you cower in fear? What kind of person disregards the greater good? The crucial question was, why had he been the one to intrude upon the 9th level? The rogue smirked. Don't you dare moralize with me. Besides, there's still time for suppression over the next decade. Perhaps someone else will breach this place, and who knows? They might be willing to gamble on the future of humanity. Listen here, you rascal, I won't let you work for free. Aren't you after beast crystals? 1 7th tier beast crystal and 1 8th tier beast crystal. Wan Lushian realized that his moral arguments were failing to sway the rogue, so he resorted to bribery. Wait. There is only one such opportunity in a millennium. If we wait any longer, the chance will be lost. I refuse. The rogue replied curtly. Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? You think 2 beast crystals are worth the future of humanity spanning 1,000 years? Absolutely not. I demand more. Fine. You'll get 2 7th tier beast crystals and 1 8th tier. I refuse. You're extorting me. 3 7th tier beast crystals and 1 8th tier. Take it or leave it. Then forget it. I'm leaving. The rogue shook his head, though his feet remained firmly planted. His expression conveyed a sense of having the upper hand over Wan Lushian. Wan Lushian wore a dark expression. Had it not been for the necessity of the rogue to suppress the dragon vein, he would have lost his temper long ago. How could someone be so unyielding in negotiations? Why don't you try bargaining instead? He thought in frustration, as the rogue continued to chant his refusal. Damn it, I've never encountered such a shameless negotiator. Wan Lushian's face changed several times before he finally relented, saying, all right, tell me, what would make you agree to this? 10 7th tier beast crystals and 5 8th tier ones. Oh, and I want that spiritual spring too. Wan Lushian's countenance darkened with each demand. Upon hearing the rogue's proposition, he immediately exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. Why don't you just go and steal it? The rogue rolled his eyes at Wan Lushian. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Wan Lushian inwardly seethed. I would love to flip the table, but for the sake of humanity's future, I must endure. With a pained expression, he replied, This is truly out of the question. It's not that I refuse, but I simply don't have them. I only possess 10 6th tier and 4 7th tier crystals left. As for the 8th tier, I genuinely have only one. The spiritual spring is not a problem, but you can only absorb it in that special space. Deal, the rogue proclaimed. Wan Lixian was taken aback. What do you mean, deal? I merely provided some information. Are you trying to trap me all at once? Wan Lixian grumbled internally, yet he ultimately nodded begrudgingly. Fine. These items are of no use to me. If they can contribute to humanity, so be it. One cannot catch a fox without first letting go of the bait. Bring them here. With that, the rogue extended his thumb and forefinger in a classic gesture. Witnessing the rogue's antics, Wan Lixian felt his blood pressure spike uncontrollably. What? You haven't done anything yet, and you're already demanding benefits? Of course. In military campaigns, provisions must come first. Without some incentive, how can one be motivated to work? The rogue wore an expression that suggested this was the most natural thing in the world. Who the hell was the idiot that brought this guy into the academy? Wan Lixian thought, recalling his days of longing for someone to breach the 8 gates. Now that someone had succeeded, he was left utterly disappointed by the rogue's lackluster demeanor. After much internal struggle, Wan Lixian finally yielded. It was inevitable that he would have to relent, whether sooner or later. With a decisive gesture, 14 beast crystals appeared before the rogue's eyes, 10 6th tier and 4 7th tier. As for the 8th tier crystals, he would provide them upon completion of the task. The rogue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously, quickly gathering the beast crystals and tossing them into his spatial ring. No problem, no problem. I'm quite agreeable. Wan Lixian's cheek twitched. Agreeable, my foot. If you're so agreeable, then no one would be difficult to deal with. All right, now that you've received your benefits, it's time to get to work. The rogue waved his hand dismissively. Don't rush me. I've been traversing the tower continuously. I'm utterly exhausted and in a less than ideal state. I urgently need to recuperate in the spiritual spring. Wan Lixian paused, pondering the rogue's words. Upon reflection, it did make sense. After all, this little fox had been pushing through challenges for quite a while. Fatigue was only to be expected. There was no need to hurry at this moment. If the rogue could recover well, his chances of success would increase. All right, I'll escort you to the spiritual spring. Take your time to recuperate properly. Great. The rogue nodded in agreement, though a glint of cunning joy sparkled in his eyes. My combat prowess, here I come. Chapter 55, Ascending to the 5th tier. Outside the Dragon Transformation Tower. What on earth? What could possibly be happening on the 9th level? It's been 3 days, and there is still no sign of activity. Who knows? What benefits do you think the rogue will gain? The most pressing concern is that the Dragon Transformation Tower has been sealed. It has remained closed since 3 days ago, and it's still not open. I can't even train. Don't fret. Can't you see the front? Principal Hua and a group of teachers are waiting. Isn't it delightful for us to just watch? That is true. Look, there's a 5th pillar of light. What do you mean a 5th pillar? Holy cow. 5 pillars of light. The rogue has reached the 5th tier. Holy moly. Hua Yu and the other teachers stared at the sudden emergence of a new light pillar on the 9th level, their minds racing with shock. All they could think was, this kid is defying the heavens. A 5th tier at 20 years old. Such prodigies only emerged at the dawn of the new martial era. And those individuals had benefited from the initial awakening of spiritual energy, but this rogue had achieved it entirely by himself. Goodness gracious. A young calf descending the mountain, charging forth with extraordinary vigor. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Transformation Tower, Wan Lixian was glaring at the rogue. You little rascal. My spiritual spring. It's all gone. Now hold on, old Wan. You can't unjustly accuse me. Who said it was all gone? There's still 2/10 of the spring water left. The rogue stood beside the spring, brimming with excitement as he reveled in the joy of attribute enhancement. Host rogue. Bloodline. Low-class Saiyan Bloodline. Bloodline purity, 70. Combat power, 1. 150,000. Initial stage 5. S cells, 111. Original, 16. Bloodline skills, 1 passive. The more severe the injury, the greater the power increase upon recovery. With a maximum boost of 100. 2 passive. Converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3 passive. Great Ape Transformation. 4 passive. Doubles cellular recovery rate. Items. Heavy Load Trio. Equipped. Nimbus Cloud. Universal Capsule Set. For items. 3 Senza Beans. 5 top-tier Bloodline Stones. Skills. Basic Control of Chi. First Stage King Kai Fist. Demon Seal Wave. The rogue seized the opportunity this time and drained 80% of the spiritual spring. His combat power finally surpassed 10,000, reaching 150,000. Officially entering the ranks of Stage 5 warriors. Moreover, the enhancement of his S cells was also substantial. He refined all the beast crystals he had just acquired. A 6th stage beast crystal could awaken 0. 5 S cells, while a 7-stage beast crystal could even awaken one S cell. This acquisition pushed the rogue's S cells up to the significant threshold of 10. It can be said that the rewards from this Dragon Transformation Tower expedition were extraordinarily bountiful. When he entered, his combat power was measured in hundreds, and upon exiting, it was in the tens of thousands. The increase was immense and terrifying. Damn it. How can you say it's only 20% left? Calm down. Calm down. We can always store more. You can't even use it all. I really don't understand what you're so anxious about. You, all right. Old Juan, I have adjusted my state. We can move now. The rogue's expression grew serious. Juan Lishian glanced at the rogue, and then at the remaining 20% of the spiritual spring, painfully closing his eyes. He consoled himself. For the greater good of the human race, what does it matter to waste a little spiritual spring? Yet, why did his heart ache so much? That was a millennium of accumulation. Whoa, it is too cruel. 5 minutes later, within the dark cavern, stood a door entirely covered in unknown runes. At that moment, Juan Lishian and the rogue's figures suddenly appeared before the door. This was the entrance to the dragon vein space. In a moment, I will send you inside. Remember what I told you. As long as you defeat the Guardian and place the sealing stone on the sealing platform, it will suffice. You will see the sealing platform as soon as you enter. Juan Lishian, gazing at the imposing door, gravely asked the rogue, "Are you ready?" "Well, old Juan, if I had that 8th-stage beast crystal in hand, I would feel far more confident." "You brat, stop talking nonsense." Just as the rogue was about to express his growing confidence, he suddenly felt a kick on his backside. Juan Lishian had kicked him toward the door. And just as he was about to collide with it, Juan Lishian made a gesture, causing a whirlpool to appear on the door, sucking the rogue inside. Phew, that little rascal finally went in. If you had said another word, would my 8th-stage beast crystal have been saved? Juan Lishian let out a sigh of relief while keeping a close watch on the door, silently praying, "Little fox, the future of humanity relies on you. You must succeed." Inside the dragon vein space, the rogue stood in shock before a massive, pure white pillar. Carved upon it was the image of a purple dragon. The dragon was so lifelike that it seemed less like a sculpture and more like an actual dragon coiled around the pillar. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if in slumber. The rogue then noticed a stone platform before the pillar. He couldn't see what was above it. He would need to approach to find out. This must be the sealing platform. Could it be that the dragon on the pillar represents the dragon vein? At that moment, the rogue sensed a powerful pressure emanating from the colossal dragon, suppressing the entire space. Fortunately, the rogue was not reliant on bloodline power. This pressure had no effect on his chi. His stage 5 strength remained intact. Just as he prepared to step forward for a closer inspection, a phantom began to materialize before the sealing platform. It was a faceless being clad in purple, exuding a palpable aura of authority. This must be the Guardian that Juan Lishian had mentioned. It appeared that the Guardian of the Dragon Transformation Tower was indeed the protector of this dragon vein space. A commanding voice emanated from the faceless figure. "Intruder of the dragon vein, die." With that, it transformed into a shadow and lunged at the rogue. Observing the approaching figure, the rogue felt exhilarated. A foe of equal strength was precisely what he needed for practice. He immediately threw a punch at the already close faceless figure. The two exchanged blows, both retreating 3 steps. Then, the faceless figure sprang forward again. "Come at me," the rogue shouted as he advanced to meet the incoming punch. The sound of fists colliding echoed throughout the space as they exchanged blows with increasing intensity. However, the faceless figure had the upper hand, overpowering the rogue. At this moment, the rogue's lack of combat experience became apparent. Throughout his journey, he had primarily grown stronger by enduring blows rather than through combat. He had rarely engaged in actual fighting. His fighting experience relied entirely on past training sessions. Yet, those rudimentary techniques proved too simplistic against an opponent boasting over 10,000 combat power. Nevertheless, the faceless figure found it challenging to swiftly defeat the rogue. The Scion's resilience and recovery capabilities were no trifling matter, coupled with the doubled cellular recovery. The rogue could absorb blows and recover almost instantaneously. Moreover, each recovery brought a slight increase in his combat power. The rogue did not resort to the Kinkai fist just yet. He sought to hone his skills, not to overpower his opponent. Practicing, while simultaneously enhancing his combat prowess, was more appealing to him. Time flowed as the rogue evaded and absorbed blows. The adage that taking hits leads to growth aptly described his current situation. Half an hour later, the rogue had begun to adapt to the faceless figure's attacks, and the number of times he was hit noticeably decreased. His combat experience was rapidly improving. An hour later, the rogue had begun to counterattack gradually. After 2 hours, both combatants were locked in a fierce exchange, landing punches and kicks in a back-and-forth struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. 3 hours in, the rogue's stamina waned, and he was on the brink of defeat from the relentless blows. In desperation, he consumed a senza bean. However, a single bean could only heal injuries, not restore energy. Upon swallowing the bean, he declared, "My fate is in my hands." His power surged by 70, and combined with the recovery from taking hits, his combat strength reached 20,000, barely entering the mid-stage of 5. As the rogue's strength grew, so did that of the faceless figure, and they entered a new round of combat. It was as if everything had returned to several hours prior, except this time, the rogue was the one pressing the attack against the faceless guardian. Yes, this time, the rogue was dominating the battle. After 2 hours, the rogue landed a punch that forced the faceless figure back. "Phew, I'm done playing. It's time to end this." The rogue gasped for breath, feeling it was enough. Continuing would merely waste time. It was the perfect moment to test that technique. One times King Kai fist. The air around the rebellious citizen surged dramatically, his battle prowess soaring to an astonishing 40,000, propelling him into the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Sensing the explosive power coursing through him, he gazed skyward and declared to the faceless one, "Prepare yourself for an overwhelming strike." He then placed his hands upon his waist, channeling the energy throughout his body into a luminous blue sphere. "Receive my attack, Kamehameha." With a vigorous thrust of his arms, a radiant beam surged forth, striking the faceless one, who vanished the moment the light dissipated. Having effortlessly dispatched the guardian, the rebellious citizen advanced a few strides to stand before the sealing altar. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the surface bore an intricate bagua diagram, yet it seemed to diverge from the traditional design, incorporating a 6-pointed star, which left him perplexed. However, understanding it was unnecessary for him, he promptly followed Old One's instructions, producing the sealing stone and placing it in the central depression of the altar. In the next instant, a golden thread unfurled from the stone, weaving its way along the patterns etched upon the altar. Once the golden light enveloped the entire bagua, the diagram appeared to animate, revealing an ethereal golden dragon that spiraled upward before merging into the colossal pillar, which was subsequently bathed in gold. The golden glow persisted for half a minute before receding, returning the altar to its original appearance, the sealing stone having vanished without a trace. It seemed a success. Outside the dragon-veined space, in the dark cavern, Wan Lishian had his eyes tightly shut, murmuring fervent prayers. Heavenly blessings. It must succeed. The rise and fall of humanity hinges on that young lad. Please do not falter. Suddenly, a voice erupted beside Wan Lishian, startling his ethereal form into a tremor, nearly causing him to dissipate. His eyes flew open wide as he exclaimed, "What a fright!" The call rang out, echoing through the realms, a sound more horrific than the cries of slaughtered swine. "What the hell? You're the one making all this noise." "My ears." The rebellious citizen staggered back a few steps, clutching his ears in complaint. Upon hearing this, Wan Lishian's shouts faltered, trembling as he pointed at the rebellious citizen. You, how did you emerge? Need I explain? If it's over, why wouldn't I come out?" The rebellious citizen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wan Lishian gasped, "What? It's over? How long were you inside? Tell me it's over?" "Yes, it's finished." The rebellious citizen affirmed with a nod. Wan Lishian closed his eyes, immediately contacting the Dragon Transformation Tower to assess the sealing situation. Moments later, his eyes shot open wide. "Good heavens, you truly accomplished it." The rebellious citizen, visibly annoyed, replied, "I told you so. Now, hand over the beast crystal." "All right." Wan Lishian decisively tossed an 8th-tier beast crystal. Though he had been extorted by this impudent youth, the successful outcome lightened his spirits immensely. Another 1,000 years of grace period. One can only imagine the relief washing over him. "Old Wan," the rebellious citizen queried, "Isn't there a reward for completing the task ahead of schedule?" As he spoke, he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together expectantly. Outside the Dragon Transformation Tower, the 5 beams of light from the 9th level had drawn countless onlookers. Everyone awaited the rebellious citizen's appearance, eager to uncover what transpired within that enabled him to ascend from the 4th to the 5th tier, a tenfold enhancement. What secrets lay within the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Tower to yield such extraordinary results? Amidst the crowd's speculation, a shadow darted swiftly from the 9th level of the tower. Faintly, they could hear the furious shouts from within. "Get out, now?" With a loud crash, the shadow tumbled heavily before Huiyu and the others, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, a grand voice resonated from the Dragon Transformation Tower. "From this day forth, the Dragon Transformation Tower shall be sealed for 3 years. It will reopen in 3 years. Cough, cough. If you want to give, then so be it. Getting old makes one irritable." The rebellious citizen grumbled as he rose from the ground. Upon lifting his gaze, his heart raced uncontrollably. "What the? I nearly had a heart attack." He found himself the focus of nearly 100 pairs of eyes, all glaring at him with an intensity that could ignite fire. "Who am I? Where am I? Well, the weather today is, without the sun, which is rather pleasant." At a loss for words, the rebellious citizen blurted out, intending to compliment the weather, only to realize the sky was overcast. Out. Yes, out. Someone shouted, shattering the momentary stillness. Instantly, the crowd reacted, with those nearest wrapping their arms around the rebellious citizen's legs. Rebellious citizen, what transpired in the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Tower? Why were you inside for so long? Get off me, don't crowd, he exclaimed, who is touching my backside. Within mere seconds, he was overwhelmed by the throng. Huayu and the teachers could faintly hear the rebellious citizen's cries. That is not appropriate. An hour later, in the principal's office of Jiangdong Martial School, Huayu gathered the details of the tower's interior. The rebellious citizen artfully sidestepped discussing his gains, adhering to the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Who would have thought the Dragon Transformation Tower suppressed the dragon vein? The 9th level was linked to the first principle? Unbelievable. As Huayu pondered this, the rebellious citizen, eyeing his trendy outfit, suddenly lunged before Huayu. Wah, boss, you must help me. My clothes are all torn. They were limited edition. Huayu involuntarily twitched his right eyelid. What nonsense. Nowadays, clothes are hardly limited editions. Do you think we're thousands of years in the past? This little fox was back to wheedling favors. Chapter 57. Participants of the exchange competition. Yet Huayu was no pushover. As the saying goes, a fall teaches a lesson. He darkened his expression and retorted, what does this have to do with me? You can take it up with them. The rebellious citizen paused, contemplating. This isn't how a leader should behave. Why the sudden shrewdness? However, he refused to concede defeat. I'm just afraid you'll ignore me. As long as you acknowledge me, watch me climb the ladder. In an instant, a persuasive argument formed in his mind. How can it not concern you? Firstly, you're the principal, and these rascally students were admitted by you. If they err, do you not bear responsibility? Huayu turned pale, nearly exclaiming, you're the biggest rascal of all. Furthermore, within the academy's grounds, such violent incidents occurred. Could a principal evade accountability? Speak. How will you compensate me? Damn it. This was outright extortion. Yet, as principal, Huayu had to concede that the rebellious citizen's points held merit. However, logic aside, why should he bear the cost? With a quick thought, Huayu devised a countermeasure. He slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding crash, startling the rebellious citizen. Huayu's face contorted with fury, resolutely addressing the rebellious citizen. This is outrageous. How could they act in such a manner? Come on, Diao. Let's go settle the score with them. Diaomin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Go out. He dares not step through that door. If he does, those ruffians will leave him in tatters. Having barely escaped, to venture out again would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Diaomin hastily added, Principal, actually it's not necessary. Just a few beast crystals and raw stones would suffice. There's no need to complicate matters. How could this be allowed? Huayu replied sternly. Such a wretched group must be dealt with severely. Yet, the expression on his face hardly matched his words. His eyes were nearly squinted shut, and his grin stretched from ear to ear. Diaomin observed Huayu, realizing that the old Ho had changed. No longer the innocent Ho he once knew. You've changed, old friend. Half an hour later, Diaomin returned to his quarters, his face alight with excitement. It wasn't merely because of the rewards. It was because the dragon list had been updated. Undoubtedly, Diaomin's name was at the top. Dragon list first. Diaomin, bloodline of the Beast King, perfect aptitude. Initial level 5 strength. Second, by Zhenyang, diamond bloodline of insects, excellent aptitude, full level 4 strength. He first went to claim a month's benefits as the top of the list. 3 low-grade raw stones, 1 level 5 beast crystal, and the level 8 beast crystal he had obtained from Wan Lixian. His strength would surely increase once more. That very night, Diaomin consumed all the raw stones and beast crystals. The level 8 beast crystal activated 5 cells, in addition to the one activated by the level 5 crystal. This time, a total of 51 cells were activated. From this, Diaomin had grasped the activation rates of S cells by different tiers of beast crystals. 1 level 5 crystal activated 0. 1 level 6 activated 0. 5. 1 level 7 activated 1, and 1 level 8 activated 5. This meant that if Diaomin could acquire 20 level 8 beast crystals, he would ascend to new heights, transforming into a Super Saiyan, ready to challenge the heavens and earth. In the following days, Diaomin indulged in leisure, eating, drinking, and practicing his energy control. After a week, he set off for Huayu's office, as the Federal College Freshman Exchange competition was about to commence. However, Diaomin felt little interest in this event. After all, what was the point of bullying a bunch of second and third tier competitors when he was already at the 5th tier? Were it not for his promise to old Ho and the 3 raw stones, he wouldn't have bothered. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still a leg. Yet, there was another reason for Diaomin's participation. Given that individual's talent, she was bound to compete. Yan Shui from the Yin family of Jiangqing. It was time for them to meet. How would she react? Diaomin's current attributes were as follows. Bloodline. Low-grade Saiyan Bloodline. Purity, 70. Combat power, 210. 000. Intermediate level 5. S cells, 162. Original, 111. Bloodline skills, 1. Passive. The heavier the injury, the greater the strength increase after recovery, up to a maximum of 100. 2. Passive. Converts food intake into energy, accelerating injury recovery. 3. Passive. Giant ape transformation. 4. Passive. Doubled cellular recovery rate. Items. Heavy load 3-piece set. Nimbus. Universal capsule set, 4 pieces, 2 mystic beans, 5 premium bloodline stones. Skills. Basic control of chi, first level king fist, magic ceiling wave. As Diaomin pushed open the door to the principal's office, he discovered a large gathering of people inside. Among them were familiar faces, Hang Zhan, Jing Yan, and the young master Go Qiming. Diaomin was not surprised. He had already been informed. This time, each academy would send 5 representatives, meaning Diaomin was not alone. Upon seeing Diaomin, Hou Yu's face lit up with joy. With a 5th-tier newcomer like Diaomin present, how could the other academies hope to compete with Jiangdong? Diaomin, you've arrived. Now that everyone is here, you 5 youngsters should get acquainted. Jiangdong will rely on you all. Diaomin noticed the expressions on the faces of the others, which were a mix of complex emotions. They had heard much about Diaomin in recent days and were aware that he had crossed into the realm of 5th-tier strength, the new king of newcomers. Among them, Jing Yin felt a swirl of emotions. She sought ways for Diaomin to rapidly grow stronger, hoping to catch up to that detestable woman. Yet, with her temperament, she found it difficult to approach Diaomin. Go Qiming glanced at Diaomin and then at Jing Yin, his expression shifting. After Diaomin had reached the 3rd tier, he had set aside any thoughts of provoking him. Now, faced with Diaomin's terrifying 5th-tier strength, despair washed over him. However, surrendering to this fear was out of the question. Go Qiming had already resolved to defeat Diaomin in other ways, proving that chasing after a woman was not solely determined by tier. A robust man spoke first. Hello, Diaomin. I've heard of you. I'm Nanli, a high-level 2nd tier. I look forward to your guidance. Nanli was expected to be the newcomer king, as his strength was second only to Diaomin's. Yet, he bore no resentment. He understood that true strength was paramount, and all else was but fleeting vanity. He sought to identify his place and strive for improvement. That was the true path. Another unfamiliar face was a diminutive man who caught Diaomin's attention. He was indeed small and frail. Why you hello? I'm Lu Kai, a beginner at the 2nd tier, he stammered, unsure how he had managed to rank among the top 5. Seeing that the two had introduced themselves, Jing Yin and Go Qiming, despite their acquaintance with Diaomin, also followed suit. Jing Yin, beginner at the 2nd tier. Go Qiming, intermediate at the 2nd tier. Greetings. I am Diaomin. I trust you are aware of my level. For some reason, every time Diaomin introduced himself like this, it felt oddly off, though he couldn't quite place why. Chapter 58. Diaomin is truly incomparable. He is a true anomaly. Alright, you have ample time to become acquainted. Now that everyone is here, I will outline the essential points for this event. Hang Zhan interjected, his expression serious. This competition is a matter of great importance for the entire federal college system. It is not just Jiangdong. Other provinces will also send their top talents to participate. This is, without a doubt, a grand gathering of heroes and a significant event for the Federation. Every year at this time, a multitude of exceptional talents emerge. Among the current elite warriors of the 8th rank, many have begun their ascent from this very place. This year, a total of 150 prestigious martial arts academies are participating, boasting an array of prodigies and geniuses. At this point, Hang Zhan paused. Observing the solemn expressions of the other 4, excluding Diaomin, he felt compelled to offer some encouraging words, and thus continued, of course, do not be afraid. They cannot compare to Diaomin. He is truly extraordinary. Diaomin, who had been listening intently, instantly erupted in indignation. What the hell? Old Hang. That is a personal attack. Hang Zhan immediately straightened his neck and retorted, what wrong? Are you unaware of your own eccentricities? Is it not permissible for others to comment? You are even stronger than I am. What is wrong with me calling you extraordinary? I ask you, what is wrong? Diaomin lamented, woe is me, I wish to retort, but I lack justification. As Diaomin contemplated further, Hang Zhan swiftly interjected, all right, go amuse yourselves. The rest of what I have to say, with your strength, will not make much difference whether you listen or not. Diaomin. Ignoring Diaomin, Hang Zhan turned to the other 4 and stated, once you leave the academy, you will represent the honor of Jiangdong. Remember, you are a team. The exchange competition is akin to a grand arena. Opponents will be determined by a lottery. The format is 5 against 5. Ultimately, The top 3 teams will not only attract the attention and resources of the Federation, but will also be observed by the 3 great sanctuaries. After your graduation, there is a considerable chance that you may be accepted into one of the 3 great sanctuaries. As Hang Zhan finished speaking, Go Qiming exclaimed in astonishment. What? The exchange competition actually involves the selection for the 3 great sanctuaries? That is truly remarkable. All warriors of the human race aspire to enter these sanctuaries. The 3 great sanctuaries are the Tianji Pavilion, the Diaomin Valley, and the Xianhuang Mansion. These sanctuaries congregate the highest combat prowess of humanity. It is said that they are a paradise for the powerful, a bastion for humanity against ferocious beasts. There, 6th-rank warriors are commonplace, 7th-rank warriors are as numerous as dogs, and 8th-rank warriors frequently abound. Among them, the Diaomin Valley is notably presided over by the war god He Dongling, who safeguards all of humanity. Hang Zhan shook his head. It is not guaranteed that you will be selected, it merely signifies an additional opportunity. But all of this hinges on your performance and strength. The sanctuaries are not so easily accessible. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly noticed the silent Diaomin beside him and instinctively added, If you could match that extraordinary individual beside you, you might not even need to graduate to gain entry. Diaomin's mouth twitched. What the hell? I'm not even speaking, and yet I'm dragged into this. Is it because I am too exceptional? Yes, it must be jealousy, undoubtedly jealousy. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the entire office. After a moment, Principal Hua cleared his throat and remarked, Ahem. Teacher Hang, it's about time. We can set off. Hearing this, Hang Zhan nodded in agreement. All right. Huiyu then turned to the 5. Given the considerable distance of this interprovincial journey, the energy rail cannot reach us. You will accompany me to utilize the teleportation array directly to Longdu, the Human Federation, Zilong Province, Longdu. This place can be considered the very core of power within the Federation, its status akin to that of the Federation's heart. At this moment, the vicinity of the teleportation array in Longdu was bustling with activity. What was once a teleportation array that activated only a few times a day was now continuously lighting up. Each activation brought groups of 5 to 10 individuals. However, the onlookers were unfazed, as they were well aware that these individuals were headed to the Qinglong Martial Academy to participate in the Federation exchange competition. As the teleportation array flared to life once more, Huiyu and the 7 emerged. Old Huiyu, you've arrived. Upon exiting, an elderly man waved at Huiyu. Huiyu was taken aback but smiled warmly upon recognizing the individual. Huh? Old son, you all are here quite early. Indeed. We thought we'd come a bit earlier to broaden their horizons, the elder replied. Who could disagree? That was my intention as well. Huiyu chuckled. Let us go. We shall head to the Qinglong Martial Academy together. Thus, the 2 groups merged and journeyed towards their destination. Old Hang, who is that? Is he close with Old Hua? Diaomin inquired quietly, glancing at the 2 elderly men engaged in cheerful conversation ahead. Hang Zhan nodded. They are quite familiar. That is Sun Han, the principal of Yuntian Martial Academy, and a brother school to us in Jiangdong. Moreover, do not underestimate Principal Sun. He is a 6th-rank advanced warrior. Really? I would never have guessed. Diaomin muttered before turning his attention to the other members from Yuntian. They were accompanied by a teacher and 5 students, 3 males and 2 females. Diaomin disregarded the males and focused on the females. The first girl had a chest slightly larger than Jing Yan's, but her legs were not as long, and her appearance did not match Jing Yan's. Pass. The second girl had a sweet appearance, considered beautiful, but was neither as fair as Jing Yan nor had legs as long. Also pass. Forget it. I might as well admire the passing ladies. Some were quite revealing and open. This one is appealing, ample backside. Oh, this one too. Her legs could rival Jing Yan's. This one is promising. Her legs match Jing Yan's in length, and she is fair. Oh wait, it's just Jing Yan. After surveying the surroundings, Diaomin instantly transformed into a connoisseur of beauty, with Jing Yan as his standard. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Qinglong Martial Academy. Upon entering, they were met by dedicated personnel who arranged their accommodations. During the exchange competition, they would reside within the academy. As the competition was set to commence the following day, Diaomin and his companions had no obligations today. Therefore, after registering, they formed a group to wander about. Initially, Go Qiming was reluctant, but upon seeing Jing Yan join them, he promptly followed suit. Diaomin, brimming with excitement, anticipated some adventure, only to discover that his expectations were unfounded. Nothing at all transpired? What a case of enthusiasm leading to disappointment. They all returned to their quarters to rest. Just as Diaomin finished his evening routine, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Jing Yan. Instantly, Diaomin's heart raced with excitement. Oh, she is seeking me out at this late hour. Could something significant be about to unfold? Oh no, this is rather sudden. I'm unprepared, but I do like this. As Diaomin's mind wandered, the voice of Jing Yin broke through. Will you accompany me for a walk? I have something to discuss with you. Diaomin's thoughts sharpened, and his brow furrowed, but he nodded nonetheless. He was curious to discover what business Jing Yin had with him. Moreover, he was contemplating how to deepen his connection with her, hoping to bring her under his wing. Diaomin had aspirations of gathering the four great beauties. Jing Yin was the winter plum he had set his sights on, a winter plum among the orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, not the plum blossom of Ma Dongmei. Chapter 59, The Uchiha Annihilation Tragedy, Sister Chapter. At Qinglong Martial Academy, Diaomin and Jing Yin walked along a sparsely populated path. However, Diaomin's mind was elsewhere. He could not help but be captivated by the pairs of lovers hidden in the nearby thickets and shadows. This is the essence of youth. Observing Diaomin's distracted demeanor, Jing Yin gritted her teeth and finally spoke. Diaomin, I have a request. What is it? Diaomin finally returned to the moment, gazing at Jing Yin, who was biting her lip. I wish to grow stronger quickly. Please tell me how I can achieve rapid advancement. Diaomin was taken aback by her request, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Jing Yin. What does this Jing Yin mean? Why the fervent desire to become stronger? Although the reasons remain elusive, he truly finds himself at a loss. While he can resurrect from the brink of death, his strength surging, Jing Yin has no such advantage. How could she possibly attain rapid growth and power? Moreover, she cultivates qi. How could he possibly impart the art of bloodline cultivation to her? He shook his head in disbelief and said, There's no way. Only to be interrupted. Actually, there is. The initially defiant tone of the commoner shifted abruptly. It wasn't his intention to concede. Rather, the system had rudely intervened. Mission triggered. Become stronger. Become stronger. Agree to Jing Yan's request. Elevate her strength by at least one level within a week. Success will yield a random reward. Given the mission's difficulty, Jing Yan's attribute panel is temporarily accessible until the mission concludes. In the next instant, Jing Yan's attributes materialized before the commoner. Character, Jing Yan. Bloodline, Platinum Ice Phantom Vine. Strength, Second Stage Beginner, Combat Power, 63. Bloodline Skills, 1 Active, Ice Vine Net, Phantom Whip. 2 Passive, Ice Power. Bloodline Talent, in cold environments. Cultivation speed is doubled. Severe cold, 10 to 199. Cultivation speed increased by 2-fold. Extreme cold, 20 to 299. Cultivation speed increased by 3-fold. Frigid cold, 30 to 399. Cultivation speed increased by 4-fold. Absolute cold, below 40. Cultivation speed increased by 5-fold. Ignoring the intimacy, what truly compelled the commoner to acquiesce was her bloodline talent. To think the surrounding environment could directly influence her cultivation speed. If a place of extreme cold could be found for Jing Yin, her training speed would surely soar. You truly have a method? Jing Yin inquired, astonished. Initially, she had approached this with a sense of skepticism, not expecting the commoner to possess a solution. Indeed, but I need to know, why the urgency? The commoner pressed, seeking an explanation for her haste in increasing her power. Jing Yin had to provide clarity, otherwise he wouldn't assist her, even if a mission was at stake. After all, failure bore no punishment, and opting out was always an option. Facing the commoner's inquiry, Jing Yin fell into a moment of silence. The commoner remained patient, and the two ambled slowly along the path. A crisp voice broke the stillness as Jing Yin finally spoke. Because I want to kill someone. What? What do you intend to do? The commoner was taken aback, halting in disbelief as he regarded the icy demeanor of Jing Yin. This pure and aloof maiden, akin to a white lotus, sought strength merely to take a life? And she spoke of it so matter-of-factly. Was that truly acceptable? With her purpose now revealed, Jing Yin felt no need for further concealment. My sister, I must grow stronger rapidly. Only then can I catch up to her and kill her. The commoner gasped inwardly, sensing the situation unfolding like a cliché soap opera. A flash of another brotherly tale emerged in his mind, along with those unique eyes. With a peculiar expression, the commoner asked, may I inquire if your sister is responsible for the death of your loved ones? And did she leave you alive? All the while joining a formidable faction? Furthermore, did she compel you to grow stronger to seek vengeance? As Jing Yin listened, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, culminating in a cry of, how did you know? The commoner slapped his forehead in realization. By the gods, this is a version of the Uchiha Massacre, Sister Edition. He decided then and there that he need not delve deeper into the matter. He could easily piece it all together. All right, I can assist you. But what can you offer in return? In other words, why should I help you? What value do you bring? The commoner inquired, his expression laden with anticipation as he gestured toward Jing Yin. He implied that she would need to pledge her loyalty, leaving her to decide. Upon hearing this, Jing Yin's expression of elation faded, replaced by an evident conflict. Indeed, Why would the commoner extend his aid? What could she possibly offer him? An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The commoner remained unhurried, simply observing Jing Yin as she contemplated her decision. After much deliberation, Jing Yin realized that she had only one thing to offer, yet that was a phrase she found impossible to utter. Commoner, I can't. Just then, a man and a woman burst forth from the thicket to her left, abruptly interrupting Jing Yin's thought. The commoner turned to look, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. Hey, commoner, what are you doing here? A voice of surprise emanated from the woman across from him. Yin Shui. The commoner had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting, yet never anticipated such an encounter. Observing the slightly disheveled attire of Yin Shui, he instantly understood. A moonlit night, a man and a woman. A thicket. Putting these pieces together made the situation all too clear. Listening to their exchange, the man beside Yin Shui was taken aback. Shui, do you know him? Yin Shui's gaze flickered as she replied, yes. A friend before I awakened my bloodline. We lost contact after that. The commoner scrutinized the two, a vague smile creeping onto his lips. Shui, I've finally found you. Why do you say that? Have you forgotten our vows of eternal love? Yin Shui was momentarily dazed. Was that ever a thing? She had no recollection of such an event. They had met at the He family martial arts school, where the commoner had been a sparring partner. Finding him to be rather docile, she and a few friends had taken an interest. They made a wager on how long it would take for her to ensnare him. To their surprise, he fell into their trap almost immediately. It was far too dull. Subsequently, after awakening her bloodline, she had her family intervene to deal with him, ensuring he stayed far from Jiang City. Who would pledge eternal love with a bloodline waste like the commoner? Commoner, what nonsense are you spouting? We had nothing. Yin Shui attempted to interject, but the commoner interrupted her. Suddenly, he assumed the role of an anguished actor, clutching his chest dramatically. Nothing? What about that fateful question? Will you be my little train? Forever faithful? Yes, I do. Or, will you be my mermaid, eternally loyal? Yes, I do. None of that happened, did it? He didn't care about the nature of their relationship. His aim was to stir the pot. Yin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. She was on the verge of madness. A little train? A mermaid? Commoner, what nonsense. Chapter 60, we four can play together again. No, Xiaoju. It's not like that. Don't listen to his wild claims. There was never anything about a little train or a mermaid. Yin Shui, disregarding the commoner, quickly turned to the man beside her, Xiaoju. Xiaoju maintained a stoic expression, brushing Yin Shui's hand off his arm. I await your explanation. Xiaoju would not take the other S word at face value. However, it was evident they were acquainted. Thus, he awaited Yin Shui's clarification. Yin Shui was momentarily at a loss. An explanation? How could she clarify this? What was she to say about something that never happened? She was utterly exasperated. How could she explain something non-existent? Observing Yin Shui's distressed demeanor, Xiaoju's expression grew increasingly grim as she struggled to find words. Yet he continued to wait, anticipating Yin Shui's words. Unfortunately, the next remark from Diaomin was a devastating blow. Shui, what does he matter? Don't bother explaining to him. Can he match my endurance? Is he wealthier than Shifei? Does he possess more influence than the Grand Forum? I shall inform both of them right now. How delightful it is to have found you. The four of us can play together again. The impact of Diaomin's statement was undeniably significant. What did he mean by playing together? Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's complexion turned ashen. Diaomin, you scoundrel. Enough. Xiaoju interrupted Yin Shui's outburst. It turned out he had been wearing green shoes all along. No wonder he had moved so adeptly just moments before. The thought of Diaomin's words about the four of them playing together made Xiaoju feel nauseous. Enjoy your time together. With that, Xiaoju turned on his heel and left. He needed to take a shower. Xiaoju, I swear I didn't. Yin Shui's expression was frantic as she watched him depart, feeling utterly aggrieved. She truly hadn't done anything. Diaomin, it's all your fault. Yin Shui suddenly whirled around to glare at the grinning Diaomin, who no longer bore the lovesick expression from before. Diaomin, you bastard. You worthless fool dared to. Just as Yin Shui was about to confront Diaomin, he interrupted her once more. With a serious expression, he said, Yin Shui, have you ever considered how we arrived at this situation? The esteemed young lady of the Yin family finds herself in such a predicament? Now you can experience the feelings I endured when you toyed with me. Isn't it quite frustrating, rather bittersweet? Yin Shui's fury surged. You scoundrel. In an instant, she unleashed her bloodline power, appearing beside Diaomin in a flash, and slapped him. The next moment, a graceful figure darted past Diaomin's slap. Yin Shui found herself on the ground, clutching her face in shock. Diaomin stared in disbelief at Jing Yin, who had intervened on his behalf. He had not expected her to come to his aid. Given Jing Yan's temperament, this was quite uncharacteristic. You dare lay a hand on me. Yin Shui realized through that slap that she was no match for her opponents and could only glare at the two with resentment. Jing Yan coldly remarked, Aren't you a participant in the exchange competition? Do you wish to be disqualified before it even begins? There are clear regulations for the competition. Participants are forbidden from causing disturbances, or they will face severe punishment. You worthless Diaomin, hiding behind a woman. Yin Shui was momentarily speechless at Jing Yan's words. But since she could not confront the cold-faced woman, she redirected her ire towards Diaomin. He shrugged, appearing nonchalant. Hiding behind a woman is still a skill. At least I have a woman to hide behind. Why not try hiding behind your man? Oh wait, he has left. Just as Yin Shui was about to retort, Jing Yan interrupted again. Someone over there has already noticed this commotion. Do you wish to escalate things? Yin Shui cast a glance toward the distance, and indeed, a couple of pairs of eyes were fixated on them. Very well, you both wait for me. With that, she turned and fled into the darkness. Covering her face in shame, Diaomin, standing before the observing Jing Yan, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Jing Yan spoke first. I've thought it over. What I can offer you is only myself. She paused before resolutely gazing at Diaomin. As long as you can help me grow stronger, I will be yours, body and soul. Diaomin's expression turned serious. Are you truly sincere? Yes. As long as I can eliminate that woman, I am willing to pay any price, even my own self. Jing Yan responded with a fierce glint in her eyes. Diaomin nodded. Very well. It's a deal. From this moment on, I shall assist you in enhancing your strength, and you will be mine, in every sense. Jing Yan agreed. All right. What must I do? Sleep. Diaomin softly uttered those two words before turning to leave. Jing Yan was taken aback, a hint of shyness crossing her features. Sleep tonight. Is that not a bit too soon? What if you do not help me grow stronger after we sleep? Yet she had already made her decision. There was no point in dwelling on it. With a mix of trepidation and resolve, Jing Yan followed him. Before long, they arrived at their lodging. Diaomin had just opened the door when Jing Yan stepped inside ahead of him. Do you have something else to discuss? Aren't you going to sleep? Diaomin looked at her in confusion. Was there still something to address? Care for a drink? Jing Yan was momentarily stunned, replying instinctively. Isn't that what you suggested? What? What did I say? Diaomin asked, bewildered. Did you not say you wanted to sleep? Diaomin suddenly realized. Oh goodness. This girl must have misunderstood something. He had meant for them to rest separately. Furthermore, even if he held such intentions, now was certainly not the time. Forcing a situation like that was hardly enjoyable. He could not bring himself to treat such matters as a transaction. What I meant was, you should go sleep tonight. Rest well, the competition begins tomorrow. I need to contemplate how to assist you, Diaomin explained helplessly while secretly patting himself on the back. Few could remain so composed as he did. Jing Yan paused, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. I misunderstood. She nodded vigorously. All right. Then she exited, only to vanish outside using her bloodline power. This girl. Diaomin shook his head and closed the door. The following morning, at the Central Martial Arts Arena of the Qinglong Martial Academy, the venue for this year's Federal University Exchange Competition was abuzz with excitement. The arena was divided into 9 competition fields and a grand central stage. At this moment, the square was alive with activity, as participants had gathered early. From a distance, it appeared as though a sea of heads surged together in clusters, hundreds of individuals creating a lively atmosphere. Diaomin and his companions were amidst the throng. Hey, Lao Hang, was it necessary to arrive this early? Doesn't it start at 9? Open your eyes and see what time it is. It's 8:45. Do you still think it's early? But there are still 15 minutes left. Damn it. The conversation between Diaomin and Hang Zhan immediately attracted the attention of a nearby crowd. The implications of their gaze were clear, as Jing Yan and the others instinctively took a step back. How embarrassing. Even the frontmost Huiyu unconsciously stepped forward, inwardly thinking, don't look at me. I'm not associated with those two idiots. Chapter 61. The exchange competition begins, and you wear this outfit. Time passed as everyone awaited the event. As the clock struck 9, a resounding chime echoed. A shadow appeared atop the central platform of the grand arena, and as the crowd recognized the man's face, gasps filled the air. Holy cow, it's Tung Feng, one of the top 10 8th-tier powerhouses in the Federation, Bloodhand Tung Feng. Are we really going this far? In previous years, it was always a 7th-tier powerhouse hosting, but this time it's an 8th tier? Isn't that the truth? Diaomin also turned to look, his pupils narrowing. There stood Tung Feng, a formidable figure in his 30s or 40s, with a square face and piercing eyes that resembled those of a leopard, exuding immense authority. Incredible. This was Diaomin's first impression. These individuals represent the pinnacle of human strength. It is estimated that their combat power must be in the tens of millions, truly terrifying. As Tung Feng made his entrance, a number of distinguished figures gradually took their seats at the podium. My goodness, it's Director Huang from the Qinglong Martial Arts School. And there, the Minister of Education from the Federal Longdu. Incredible. And is that a representative from the federal military? Most importantly, each of them possesses a minimum strength of 6th tier perfection. The The congregation of so many eminent figures is indeed formidable. Ting Feng, upon noticing that everyone had settled, furrowed his brow and declared in a deep voice, "Silence. I hereby announce that the 13th Federal Higher Education Exchange Competition officially commences. I am your host, Ting Feng, and I shall now elucidate the competition rules. This tournament will determine the order of duels through a random draw." As he spoke, he gestured toward a towering display device standing over 4 meters high. The audience turned their gaze to the screen, which displayed numbers ranging from 1 to 150. I trust that each team has received their respective number tokens. Once the event begins, the screen will randomly match the tokens in pairs. Glancing at the number token in Hang Zhan's possession, which was 38, Diaomin mused, quite auspicious. After a brief pause, Ting Feng continued, "Once the matching is completed, the competitions will proceed according to the assigned numbers. There will be 9 designated arenas. After the matching is finalized, staff members will inform you of the arena assigned to each team." He added, "Of the 150 teams participating, only the top 10 will receive accolades. The top 3 teams will garner significant attention from the Federation and the 3 great sanctuaries." Ting Feng's words did not astonish the audience. They were already well acquainted with the competition's rules and benefits. Thus, they patiently awaited his further instructions. Excellent. After the first round, 75 groups will advance, followed by a second round of random draws. 1 group will receive a bye. This process will continue until the top 10 are selected. Additionally, there will be 2 matches each day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, with the remaining time allocated for recovery. The entire competition will span 4 days. As Ting Feng's announcement concluded, the crowd erupted into murmurs, speculating about the bye in the second round. After allowing a moment for silence, Ting Feng nodded and declared, "The competition format has been announced. We shall now commence the draw." With that, the numbers on the large screen began to fluctuate. 5 seconds later, a flurry of corresponding numbers appeared. Diaomin glanced at the screen, 38 against 83. Goodness, could the coincidence be any more uncanny? The square instantly buzzed with excitement as competitors sought to identify their opponents in advance. 5 minutes later, a team of instructors arrived, each holding a form, and proceeded to announce the assigned arenas. "I will call the numbers. Those with the corresponding number, please proceed to that arena." As the announcements continued, the 150 teams swiftly located their respective arenas and received their competition orders. On average, each arena hosted 8 pairs, with 3 arenas accommodating 9 pairs. Diaomin's group was assigned to the 8th arena, being the 4th team to compete, allowing them to observe the strengths of the other teams. Huiyu and Hang Zhan were notably at ease. Their first opponent was from the Zenin Martial Arts School, whose top 2 members were at the intermediate second tier, while the remaining 3 were at the beginner second tier. This information was derived from the opponent's entrance examination scores, adjusted by a minor increment. All participating martial arts schools employed this method of assessment, with few exceptions of individuals advancing by 2 tiers, as most remained at their initial level. Except, of course, for that anomaly Diaomin. Diaomin inadvertently sneezed, his boredom reaching its zenith. As a 5th-tier intermediate fighter with a combat power of 20,000, he found it tedious to watch a group of youngsters with mere 10s or 100s in combat power spar. The sweltering heat prompted him to slip away to the restroom for a change of attire. Upon returning to the vicinity of the arena, Hang Zhan immediately noticed Diaomin's outfit and scowled. "You little rascal, are you out of your mind? Wearing that? What's wrong with this outfit? It's quite comfortable." Diaomin replied, surveying himself with satisfaction. Hang Zhan was exasperated. "Sure, it's comfortable, but you must consider the occasion. Are you really going to represent our school in shorts and flip-flops? Relax, old Hang. My strength speaks for itself. Even in flip-flops, victory is assured." Hang Zhan felt his blood pressure rising. "I'm not talking about winning or losing. It's about the image of Jiangdong. What does this attire convey? Shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops? Wait a moment, old Hang. Let me ask you, is it mandatory to wear combat attire for the competition?" Diaomin's expression turned serious, and he posed the question earnestly. It was the first time Hang Zhan had seen Diaomin so solemn, and he instinctively replied, No. "Then let me ask you again, is it a requirement to wear combat boots?" No. "And what about specific attire regulations?" "No." Hang Zhan pronounced the last word through gritted teeth, realizing that Diaomin was indeed a troublemaker. "Well then, what's the issue? My outfit is perfectly fine. Besides, don't you think that this attire will draw more attention to our school? It could enhance our reputation. Good heavens. It might indeed make Jiangdong memorable. But what kind of image will it evoke? Big shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops? I disagree." Hang Zhan shook his head defiantly. "Too late, old Hang. I must take the stage," Diaomin declared as he bypassed Hang Zhan. Upon hearing this, Hang Zhan turned to glance, and indeed, it was their turn to compete. Goodness. Jiangdong is truly going to make a name for itself. Just then, he glanced at Huiyu. who had been watching with keen interest, but whose expression shifted to one of shock upon seeing Diaomin's attire, turning from pale to red, and then to black. Chapter 62, a real-life animal battle. At this moment, Diaomin was oblivious to the commotion, stepping onto the arena as the last participant. The format was 5 versus 5, with each side sending one representative for a best-of-3 match. Fortunately, the arena was spacious enough. Otherwise, accommodating 10 individuals would have been quite the challenge. Of course, not all 10 would be on the stage simultaneously. The initial appearance was merely to introduce the participants before each would take turns battling. Diaomin's entrance immediately sparked a wave of astonished gasps. Goodness. Shorts, a floral tank top. Are you on vacation? Perhaps it was an attempt to attract attention. A flamboyant display. Maybe he is genuinely impressive. Look at him standing in the center. Upon hearing the audience's comments, Jing Yin and the others exchanged awkward glances and discreetly stepped away, preferring to maintain some distance from Diaomin. This was the reason Diaomin found himself in the spotlight. Unfazed by the whispers, Diaomin reveled in his comfort. For there were no rules prohibiting shorts in the competition. After making his entrance, the participants descended from the stage to discuss who would be the first to step forward. So, who will be the first to take action? The mischievous commoner quietly inquired among the four. No way, not you. You go last. His suggestions were promptly dismissed by the group. They were joking, yet they hoped to gain some combat experience from this encounter. Once the commoner made a move, what would be left for them? Although this was a best-of-5 series, even if the commoner were to win, it would not determine the ultimate outcome. However, they were determined to prevent him from taking action. Fine. I'll just watch. The commoner quickly grasped their intentions and was quite pleased to enjoy a leisurely time. He promptly produced a small stool, plopped down upon it, and casually retrieved a cup of juice to sip. Delightful. The other spectators began to murmur among themselves. The commoner's flamboyant attire was already eye-catching, but his whimsical antics instantly ignited the crowd below. Wow, this guy really came for a vacation. It seemed he had no intention of participating. The youth displayed a certain arrogance, completely disregarding the Zenin Martial Academy. Look at Zenin, their faces are turning green. Of course, they're furious. His flamboyant shirt clearly indicates he has no intention of fighting. This means Jiangdong intends to secure victory in the first 4 matches. Zenin felt belittled. Who wouldn't he be outraged in their position? But wait, could this be Jiangdong's strategy? Oh, how so? Well, at first glance, it seems like a mere spectacle. However, upon deeper reflection, isn't Jiangdong attempting to provoke them? To disrupt their rhythm and throw them off balance? After all, when people are angry, they are prone to rash actions. That makes sense, but strength is the ultimate truth. We shall see in the first match. If they lose the first bout, the idea of provoking becomes moot. True enough. At this moment, the 5 members of Zenin Martial Academy felt an intense surge of anger within. Their instructor had also investigated Jiangdong's capabilities, with particular caution warranted regarding Nanli. According to their instructor's assessment, Nanli was likely at the advanced 2nd tier, a notch above them. The rest posed no significant threat. Yet, Jiangdong's demeanor clearly suggested he looked down upon them, seemingly intent on securing victory in the initial 4 matches. We shall see. Since you underestimate us, we shall defeat you in return. The 5 from Zenin were boiling with indignation. Meanwhile, Jing Yin and his 3 companions were also feeling the pressure. This was their inaugural battle, and they needed to display their might. They aimed to secure victory in the first 3 bouts if possible. Hui Yu and Hang Zhan stood to the side, observing the 4 engaged in discussion, refraining from intervening. This was a contest for the students, and their role as instructors did not permit interference. A young eagle must learn to soar independently. Let it be thus. I will take the first match. The second will be Go Qiming, the third Jing Yan, and the 4th Lu Kai, Nanli decisively proclaimed. A conclusion reached after their deliberations. The first match was crucial for establishing momentum. Victory was imperative. The only one who could guarantee success in the opening bout, apart from the commoner, was Nanli, as he was the sole advanced 2nd tier among them. Once both teams finalized their rosters and reported to the referee, the official announcement of the competition's commencement rang out. Zenin Martial Academy, Wanli. Jiangdong Martial Academy, Nanli. Zenin dispatched a junior from the 2nd tier, seemingly opting for a strategy akin to a game of horse racing. Begin. The referee wasted no time. Once introductions concluded, he raised his voice to signal the start of the match. In the next moment, Wanli sprang into action. He understood his own strength. This bout was merely a formality, and defeat was a foregone conclusion. If he did not act now, he might not have another chance to strike later. He immediately activated his bloodline power, the Black Cloud Wolf. In an instant, as he dashed forward, his fur began to swell, and his fists transformed into enlarged wolf claws. Below the 3rd tier, Beast Bloodline powers were still relatively weak and could only enhance one's own strength or speed. The sole drawback was the significant physical transformation it caused. It was only from the 4th tier onward that one could fully harness a bloodline without external changes, still able to utilize the power within. Upon reaching the 5th tier, one could manifest their bloodline for combat. Plant-based bloodlines, however, differed significantly from beast bloodlines. They were generally gentler and could be naturally assimilated by the body, thus causing minimal impact during use. For instance, when Jing Yan activated his Ice Vine bloodline, his demeanor merely grew colder, with little change to his appearance. Wow, a werewolf. The commoner was instantly captivated. This was his first encounter with a genuine werewolf. Transformed, Wan Li's speed intensified. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several meters and lunged at Nan Li with a claw. Humph! Nan Li scoffed, neither dodging nor retreating. The next moment, his physique inexplicably expanded, and brown fur sprouted from his body. Nan Li too unleashed his bloodline power, transforming into an ironclad bear. He then extended his hand to intercept Wan Li's claw. With a resounding clang, their claws collided. Wan Li felt a painful rebound in his paw. Realizing the danger, he swiftly retreated several steps. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Nan Li grinned, advancing towards Wan Li, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Wow, the animal kingdom. The commoner felt his eyes widen. Previously constrained by his limited perspective, today he truly witnessed a spectacle. A live-action animal battle. Even a science fiction film would hesitate to depict such a scene. However, it was undeniably spectacular. Chapter 63, Go to Xiao's Eagle Claw Technique. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was evident. Wan Li could only rely on speed for a fleeting engagement. Yet he could not sustain a full battle. Minutes later, Wan Li was sent flying by a powerful charge from Nan Li, crashing heavily outside the competition stage. Jiang Dong's Nan Li emerged victorious in the first match, and the next participants were summoned. The referee reacted swiftly, while medical personnel rushed in with recovery potions to tend to Wan Li. The instructors from Zenin Martial Academy wore grim expressions, though not unexpectedly. This outcome had been anticipated. They may have lost a junior from the 2nd tier, but their opponent had now lost an advanced 2nd tier fighter. Among the remaining members, Zenin still had 2 at the intermediate 2nd tier, while the opposing team had only 1 left. Following this bout, they would hold the advantage. Their strategy mirrored a game of horse racing. The second contestant to take the stage was Go Qiming, facing off against an equally matched Chu Hui, also at the intermediate 2nd tier. Go Qiming held his head high, confidence radiating as he addressed Chu Hui. You should concede. You are no match for me. Chu Hui seethed internally, retorting, Fool, who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Go Qiming's expression darkened instantly. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall demonstrate my strength. With a sidelong glance at the coolly observing Jing Yan, he resolved to conclude the fight swiftly and in style. Now was the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess while the commoner remained inactive. Perhaps with his display, Jing Yan would regard him with newfound respect. The second round commenced. With the referee's call, Go Qiming surged forward, charging at his opponent. Suddenly, Go Qiming rushed towards Chu Hui, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. Chu Hui, quick to react, deftly sidestepped the blow while simultaneously sweeping his leg towards Go Qiming. Unfazed by the onslaught, Go Qiming's expression remained unchanged. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he transformed his punch into an elbow strike, colliding with Chu Hui's sweeping leg. The impact resounded with a loud bang. In the next moment, both combatants felt an overwhelming force emanating from their point of contact, forcing them to retreat a couple of steps. It was a stalemate. Chu Hui, flexing his tingling right leg, scoffed coldly, Is that all you've got? Your skills are not nearly as impressive as your boasts. Go Qiming's demeanor darkened, and without a word, he lunged forward, launching a kick aimed at Chu Hui's left abdomen. Chu Hui raised his left arm to block the strike, then retaliated with a right hook directed at Go Qiming. In an instant, both fighters were locked in a fierce exchange, trading blows back and forth. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed as they engaged in a fierce volley of punches. After a flurry of exchanges, they simultaneously activated their bloodline powers. Go Qiming's bloodline manifested as a majestic eagle, while Chu Hui's took the form of a cunning bobcat. Both bloodlines were renowned for their agility and speed. They clashed once more, this time with a velocity that exceeded their previous bout by more than double, their fists and feet leaving behind phantasmal trails. Chu Hui's expression soured. He had come to realize the parity in their strengths, with Go Qiming possibly holding a slight edge. Conversely, Go Qiming's frustration mounted as he found his initial strategy of swiftly overpowering his opponent thwarted by Chu Hui's resilience. It seemed he would have to resort to utilizing his bloodline skills. Below the 4th tier, the use of bloodline abilities was taxing, yet he was reassured by the presence of recovery agents provided by the Federation for this match. Determined to conclude the fight swiftly, he executed a flying kick that sent Chu Hui sprawling. As he leaped into the air, he harnessed the power of the Cloud Eagle bloodline, momentarily suspending himself aloft. In the next heartbeat, he concentrated his bloodline energy, a flicker of white light gathering in his hand as he unleashed a downward claw strike. Prepare to receive my move. The Eagle Claw Technique. Puff. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the name, a spectator couldn't help but spit out his drink. What the hell? The Eagle Claw Technique. I wonder if it has any connection to the white-browed Eagle King? Meanwhile, Chu Hui's face grew grave. He sensed the formidable strength behind this strike. Refusing to be outdone, he summoned his own bloodline power. With a surge of energy flowing beneath his feet, he leaped into the air. The outcome remains uncertain. Prepare to meet my flying fish technique. In midair, he kicked out, his foot enveloped in a layer of crimson bloodline energy, colliding with Go Chiming's Eagle Claw Technique. Bang! A visible shockwave rippled through the air from their clash, creating a momentary stalemate. Go Chiming, driven by determination, channeled his bloodline energy into another, albeit weakened, Eagle Claw Technique. Chu Hui's expression shifted alarmingly. In the air, he had no means to evade. Attempting to withdraw, it was too late. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his bloodline martial skill once more, but this time, he was at a disadvantage. Go Chiming's claw struck his calf, the bloodline energy shattering upon contact. Crack! A sharp snap resonated, and his leg fractured. Ah! Chu Hui let out a cry of agony as he crashed heavily to the ground. Go Chiming, equally pale, landed nearby. The exertion of deploying his bloodline techniques twice had drained him considerably. In the second match, Jiangdong's Go Chiming emerged victorious. The referee swiftly made the call and summoned medical personnel to attend to the injured. The Federation's finest medical team was present, ensuring that such injuries would heal by noon. On Jiangdong's side, Huiyu and Hang Zhan were beaming with delight. What a glorious display. Truly a proud moment. Conversely, the Zenin martial school wore a somber expression. Their leading instructor, Zhuang Wenhua, bore a serious look as he admonished, "We've lost 2 rounds in a row. The next match must end in victory. Defeat is not an option. Otherwise, our resources for this year will vanish. Your personal cultivation resources will be affected as well. It's likely that Jiangdong will send out either that woman or that slender man, both of whom are at the second-tier novice level. Hu Ren, you must step up. With your second-tier intermediate strength, victory is assured." Hu Ren nodded confidently. "Rest assured, I will win this round." Zhuang Wenhua, satisfied, turned his gaze toward the flamboyantly dressed individual. He felt an indescribable instinct regarding this person, as if they might possess greater strength than anticipated. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. According to my records, that flamboyant character was merely a high-level first tier upon enrollment, and should now be at full first tier, definitely below second-tier novice. How could they be stronger? It must be the consecutive losses that have clouded my judgment. At this moment, Hang Zhan turned to Jing Yin with a serious expression. In the next match, you will face an opponent who is a second-tier intermediate martial artist. Although your plant-based bloodline grants you some advantages, remain vigilant. Understood, Jing Yin replied, aware that the upcoming battle would be fierce. Yet, this was her first appearance, and victory was imperative. Furthermore, she had her own trump card, another bloodline skill, the Shadow Whip. Others, unless they had a similar fortuitous opportunity, would only possess a single bloodline skill. This was her confidence. While the exchange competition prohibited weapons, bloodline manifestations were exempt from such restrictions. Thus, she was resolute in her victory. With this thought, Jing Yin cast a glance at the flamboyant individual. The next moment, the referee's voice rang out. It was her turn to take the stage. Chapter 64. Old Hang, do you think he's afraid of ducks? As both contenders took the stage for introductions, the third round of the match officially commenced. Hu Ren gazed at Jing Yin, momentarily taken aback. There stood Jing Yin, exuding a chilling aura, akin to a rose encased in impenetrable ice. The frigid exterior could not obscure the inherent beauty of the rose. Rather, it added an element of enchanting coldness. In the blink of an eye, Hu Ren stifled his astonishment. Regardless of her beauty, he was determined to secure victory. You may strike first. I won't hold back simply because you're a woman, Hu Ren stated slowly. Jing Yin, slightly taken aback, nodded. Very well. In the next moment, a translucent blue vine appeared above her head, the Ice Phantom Vine. She began with her bloodline power, fully aware that her opponent was at a higher level. Failing to give her all could mean she would never have the opportunity to do so. Ice Vine Whip, she exclaimed, summoning a long whip of icy tendrils. In an instant, the whip transformed into a blur as it lashed towards Hu Ren. Hu Ren's expression shifted as he quickly dodged to the side. Crack! The whip, imbued with freezing energy, struck the ground with force, leaving behind a deep groove, now encased in a layer of ice. Upon seeing this, Hu Ren's face paled considerably. He could no longer afford to underestimate her. Instantly, he summoned his bloodline energy, 2 green antennae sprouting from his forehead, dense green fur burgeoning on his arms, and his legs bulging with muscle. As soon as the transformation was complete, a shadow infused with a chilling aura lunged towards Hu Ren. In the next instant, Hu Ren exerted force in his legs, instantaneously displacing himself several meters away. However, Jing Yin was no novice. With whip after whip, she offered Hu Ren no opportunity for retaliation. The curious onlookers scrutinized the erratically darting Hu Ren on stage, whispering to Hang Zhan, "Old Hang, what bloodline does that guy with antennae on his forehead possess?" "It is the flying locust," Hang Zhan replied, observing Hu Ren on stage. "So it is a locust. Hey, old Hang, do you think he's afraid of ducks?" The onlooker inquired, stroking his chin. Hang Zhan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Ducks eat locusts. A locust would surely perish upon encountering a duck. A single duck can consume 200 locusts in a day. Do you think such a large locust would be favored by ducks?" The onlooker pondered aloud. Hang Zhan's expression stiffened. "What the hell? Your thought process is simply divine." "I don't know." The onlooker mused for a moment before rising to leave. "Old Hang, I shall take my leave for a while." Hang Zhan. The battle on stage raged on. Jing Yin wielded her whip with increasing speed and intensity, providing Hu Ren no chance to counterattack. Yet, although Hu Ren could not breach Jing Yan's defenses, he remained unperturbed, buoyed by the power of his bloodline. He understood that his opponent could not sustain this pace for long. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Jing Yan's attack speed began to wane. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned Jing Yan's brow. The continuous high-frequency lashings were draining her stamina significantly. Hu Ren, having evaded a whip strike, felt a surge of hope as he noticed the slowing attack speed. An opportunity had arrived. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, closing in on Jing Yan. "After dodging for so long, allow me to return the favor with the cloud locust hand," Hu Ren declared, extending his palm towards Jing Yan. Yet, to his surprise, there was no panic on Jing Yan's face. Instead, a subtle smirk graced her lips. "I've been waiting for you." In the next moment, an icy vine shimmered above Jing Yan's head. A frigid tendril shot forth from her left hand, instantly morphing into a massive net of vines, the ice-binding net. Hu Ren's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only muster all his strength to strike at the net. Observing Hu Ren's actions, Jing Yan remained calm. Her ice-binding net was not easily shattered. Upon contact, Hu Ren's palm pierced through, and for a fleeting moment, he felt elation. However, in the next instant, his expression turned ashen, akin to the hue of liver, for the shattered vines re-extended, ensnaring his arm. In a heartbeat, Hu Ren found himself enveloped within the net. As the ice-binding net struck the ground, it took root, pinning the crouching Hu Ren firmly in place. An icy chill began to seep into his very being. Jing Yan's expression softened as she observed, "It's done. Surrender now." Ensnared in the ice-binding net, you will inevitably become an ice sculpture. Though Jing Yan appeared to have the upper hand, she was, in truth, running on borrowed time. The continuous exertion of her bloodline power, coupled with her dwindling stamina, was proving to be quite taxing. Hee, is this the source of your confidence? Have you forgotten what my bloodline is?" Hu Ren's voice emerged from within the net, laced with an unexpected ease. Jing Yan was taken aback, and in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she recalled Hu Ren's stance. "This is not good." She raised the ice-binding whip, prepared to strike, but it was too late. "Break for me," Hu Ren bellowed, his powerful legs surging forth as an overwhelming force of bloodline energy erupted from them, transmitting through the ground. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as fissures appeared in the ice-binding net above. Rip! In an instant, Hu Ren's figure burst through the upper part of the net, launching into the air before landing on a side of the arena. He had shattered Jing Yan's confinement with the leaping prowess bestowed upon him by his bloodline. "I admit, I underestimated you. However, this is where it ends," Hu Ren declared, flexing his legs. Jing Yan's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet she stubbornly positioned the whip defensively before her. "Having relied on my bloodline power continuously, I suspect you are now at your wit's end. Do not approach." Just as Hu Ren prepared to unleash a decisive blow, he suddenly retreated 2 steps, the bloodline energy dissipating as he gazed in horror behind Jing Yan. "What?" Jing Yan inquired, perplexed. A series of cackling sounds erupted from behind her. "What is that sound?" Jing Yan turned to look, only to find the onlooker cradling a duck in his arms, grinning broadly at her. "Is that sound a duck? Wait, how could there be a duck at school?" Jing Yan exclaimed, bewildered. Meanwhile, the onlooker reveled in his amusement, never expecting that Hu Ren would genuinely fear ducks, causing even his bloodline power to falter. How amusing. With that, the onlooker began to prance around the arena with the duck in tow. On stage, A comical scene unfolded, leaving the judges speechless. Wherever the onlooker went, Hu Ren dashed in the opposite direction. Most hilariously, he had inadvertently placed himself directly in front of his opponent, Jing Yan, completely oblivious as he faced the duck with a vigilant expression. What the hell? What does this mean? No longer competing? Are you throwing a fixed match? Even if it were a fixed match, it wouldn't unfold like this. The onlooker quickly found a spot and stood his ground. At this point, the onlooker, Hu Ren, and Jing Yan formed a straight line, with Hu Ren situated in the middle, back turned to Jing Yan and facing the duck. The onlooker smirked, winking at Jing Yan. This gesture caused Hu Ren's heart to skip a beat as he fixated on the two proud ducks. Upon seeing the onlooker's cue, Jing Yan instantly understood, pondering for a brief moment before cracking her whip. With a resounding crack, it lashed against Hu Ren, instantly ensnaring him before she flung him down to the arena floor. Hu Ren, entirely preoccupied with the duck, failed to react. In the next moment, he felt the world spin around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself on the ground below, his face paling instantly. Beside him, the teacher from Zenin Martial Arts Academy, Zhuang Wenhua, wore a grim expression, angrily pointing at the onlooker as he shouted at the referee. Referee, I refuse to accept this. Cheating. The duck is cheating. The referee, the onlooker, Jing Yan, the duck is cheating? What a remarkable phrase. Chapter 65, Why Target My Duck? Just as the referee was about to speak, he was interrupted by the onlooker. Referee, I did nothing. He is just spouting nonsense. Zhuang Wenhua, enraged beyond measure, roared, Nonsense. What do you mean? If there's nothing going on, then what has to deal with that duck? It's my pet. The onlooker replied innocently. Zhuang Wenhua's face darkened, his fury escalating. What the hell? I've seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. You know full well that Hu Ren's bloodline is that of the flying locust. Ducks are the natural predators of locusts, and yet you frighten him with it. The onlooker's expression shifted as he retorted seriously. If you say that, I must disagree. What do you mean? Oh, so your child fears ducks and doesn't allow others to keep them. Is that it? The duck quacked in agreement, adding a timely chorus to the exchange. It seemed as though he were saying, Indeed, indeed. Zhuang Wenhua was immediately engulfed in a tempest of fury, his anger reaching a boiling point. Yet he understood that now was not the time to engage in fruitless disputes with unruly commoners. He must first address Hu Ren's competition issue. Suppressing his rage, he turned to the referee and declared, Referee, this is clearly premeditated. With the duck present, Hu Ren cannot possibly fight to his fullest capacity. Do you see? The referee found himself in a quandary, yet he leaned towards Zhuang Wenhua's perspective. For the individual in question undeniably had an influence on the competitors. He then addressed Jing Yan, stating, Due to external influences on the competitors, this competition shall be rendered void, and we shall start anew. The commoner immediately expressed his discontent. I protest. Referee, your ruling is unjust. Zhuang Wenhua was instantly infuriated. What the hell? That was my line. And you call it unfair? Unfair my foot. However, Zhuang Wenhua refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the referee interjected. Where do you find the injustice? The referee was now irate. I have not claimed you had any influence, yet you dare to question the referee? Upon witnessing the referee's reaction, the commoner felt a surge of delight. Just as I feared, you didn't deliver a cold judgment. As long as you respond, how could I, a mere commoner, not have my say? What kind of commoner would I be otherwise? With this thought, the commoner straightened his expression and asserted, I have several points of rebuttal. First, the competitor was affected due to his own shortcomings, which should not sway the results. In a true battle against ferocious beasts, would they care if you were disturbed? Would they grant you another chance? Just as in life, there are no do-overs. The same applies to competitions. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses. The only reason is that you are not strong enough. Zhuang Wenhua could no longer contain his fury. You're talking nonsense, distorting facts. You are shifting the concept. You. Silence. Allow him to finish. Came the referee's unexpected command. To Zhuang Wenhua's astonishment, the referee nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Your reasoning is valid, and what else do you have? The commoner felt a surge of triumph within but maintained an impassive facade, continuing, Secondly, did I ascend the stage? No, I did not. The referee shook his head. Did I speak? Also no, but your pet duck did. The referee shook his head once more, but added a remark. He was not foolish. Why you did not speak? Your duck certainly did. All right then. Let me ask, aside from the duck, did anyone else speak? Yes, they did. So what is the issue? Everyone spoke. Why single out my duck? Zhuang Wenhua could no longer restrain himself. What the hell? Am I targeting the duck? Is your damned duck targeting the locusts? Zhuang Wenhua seethed. Aye. Silence. Let him finish, the referee insisted again. Zhuang Wenhua exclaimed in disbelief. Who is the victim here? The referee nodded, gesturing for the commoner to continue. The commoner seized this opportunity. Let us talk about Jing Yan. Did he commit any infractions? The referee paused, then shook his head. No. Good. Are there rules stating that one cannot have a duck in the audience? No. The referee again shook his head. Ridiculous. How could such a competition impose such a rule? The commoner continued. I neither ascended the stage nor spoke, and I certainly did not breach any rules. This individual lost due to his own faults. Why should we compel Jing Yan to compete again to make up for his mistakes? Therefore, he can only blame his own mindset. A mindset is also part of strength. Thus, a loss is a loss. He lost not in the contest, but in his mentality. Would you not agree with my assertions? After delivering this tirade, the commoner observed the referee's reaction. Hopeful, he remained unfazed. As anticipated, the referee pondered for a moment and then nodded earnestly. That makes sense. Yet he turned to Zhuang Wenhua, asking, do you have anything to add? Taken aback by this question, Zhuang Wenhua found himself momentarily speechless. If he argued influence, the scoundrel had already declared it a mindset issue. If he claimed fairness, the scoundrel pointed out that Jing Yan had done nothing wrong and was under no obligation to bear the consequences of Hu Ren's errors. However, both sides had been articulated. What else could he possibly argue? In a fit of frustration, he grabbed Hu Ren and demanded, Hu Ren, you tell the referee. After a brief moment of silence, Hu Ren spoke. I lost. Zhuang Wenhua exclaimed. Referee, Hu Ren has admitted it. What do you have to say? Initially taken aback, Zhuang Wenhua soon cried out, demanding answers. Hu Ren, resolute, fixed his gaze on the commoner and stated, I concede. However, this time I lost due to my own mindset. Next time, no? There will not be a next time. Zhuang Wenhua, at a loss for words, could only stammer. Good heavens, who are you doing this for? You accept defeat just like that? This is utterly outrageous. The referee regarded Hu Ren with a serious expression, nodding in approval. You have potential. You will certainly achieve great things in the future. He then raised his voice, returning to the center of the stage, announcing, in the third round, Jiangdong Jing Yan emerges victorious. With a best of 5, Jiangdong advances. Watching the entire exchange, Hui Yuhang was momentarily taken aback. What? This is acceptable? Nevertheless, they relished it. Chapter 66. This task is indeed effortless. Bring on another round. The morning's exhibition match continued for several hours before concluding. 75 teams emerged victorious, while the rest were entirely eliminated. Following this, there was a random allocation, and unfortunately, the commoner's team did not draw a favorable lot. Thus, there would be another match in the afternoon. However, this afternoon's contest was even simpler. Their opponents were a second-tier intermediate team, with the remainder being second-tier beginners. Consequently, the commoner did not need to intervene, but the slight figure of Lu Kai took the stage. This was the commoner's first encounter with a purely defensive bloodline. The Golden Beetle. When Lu Kai activated his bloodline, an aura of power enveloped him, forming a golden armor that adorned his body, making him gleam like a gilded beetle. However, while his defense was formidable, his offensive capabilities were nearly non-existent. Ultimately, the match ended in a draw. Once again, it was Jing Yan who stepped forth. Securing victory in the fourth round, Jiangdong successfully advanced to the top 38. The commoner did not participate, and in the eyes of others, he was perceived as having won without effort. That evening, Jing Yan sought out the commoner once more. How do you plan to help me enhance my strength? Jing Yan inquired eagerly upon seeing the commoner. Follow me, said the commoner as he strode outside. Jing Yan licked his lips and quickly followed. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a metallic door. At that moment, someone was already standing there. The commoner approached and exchanged a few words with the individual, who then opened the metallic door and walked away with a cheerful demeanor. The commoner turned to Jing Yan and stated, from here on out, how much you can strengthen yourself depends on you. He gestured for Jing Yan to follow him through the metallic door. Upon entering, a chill enveloped Jing Yan. Before him lay a small warehouse, stocked with various meats, fruits, and vegetables, all covered in a thick layer of frost. Is this a cold storage? The commoner inquired, nodding solemnly. Indeed, after extensive research and meticulous study, I have devised a method. The ice phantom vine becomes increasingly vigorous in frigid environments, and the same applies to the bloodline power. Therefore, cultivating in such conditions yields remarkable results with minimal effort. With that, the commoner retrieved a bucket of water from his spatial ring and presented it to Jing Yan. Pour that water over yourself. Jing Yan hesitated for a moment, perplexed, but eventually began to unbutton her clothes. The commoner interjected, wait, keep your clothes on. Jing Yan glanced at the serious expression on the commoner's face and then stood up, lifting the bucket to drench herself. The water cascaded down, soaking her from head to toe in an instant. A chill enveloped her entire being. The damp fabric clung tightly to her skin, creating an undeniably captivating image. Even the commoner was momentarily taken aback. only to nod in satisfaction as he noticed the blush on Jing Yan's cheeks. He casually produced a waterproof mat and placed it in front of her, then began to extract large blocks of ice from his spatial ring, stacking them to form a semicircular barrier about her height, with a flat ice block positioned in the center of the mat. All right. Sit in the middle of the ice blocks and harness your bloodline power for cultivation. Jing Yan observed the commoner in the arrangement of the ice blocks, steeling herself before sitting cross-legged within the icy confines. She closed her eyes and began to circulate her bloodline energy. Moments later, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief, gazing at the commoner. From your expression, I can already deduce the outcome. Very well. I shall wait outside for you. Call me when dawn breaks, as we have a competition to attend. With that, the commoner exited the cold storage. Jing Yan stood there momentarily, watching him leave, biting her lip in gratitude. Although it seemed the commoner had done nothing, he must have invested considerable time to discover this characteristic. Perhaps he had even sacrificed sleep the previous night. Otherwise, why would he appear so fatigued during the day? Yes, that must be it. I shall repay this kindness for a lifetime, commoner. With that thought, Jing Yan refocused her mind and dedicated herself to cultivating her bloodline power. Meanwhile, the commoner checked the cold storage temperature, -16 degrees. He could only achieve double the cultivation speed under such conditions. He promptly adjusted the temperature to its lowest setting, -30 degrees, and nodded in satisfaction. Having surpassed the threshold for triple speed, this would suffice for now. With a single night, she should be able to break through. This task could be deemed accomplished. This task is truly effortless. If only there were more such challenges. Ding. Host's intent detected. Triggering temporary task. Frenzied enhancement. Frenzied enhancement. Before the exchange competition concludes, assist Jing Yan in further elevating her strength. Starting at level 1, with no upper limit. Each level gained rewards a random draw. The commoner exclaimed, "What on earth? This could very well cost me my life." The temptation was overwhelming, yet the difficulty was equally daunting. Without employing special means, it was a near impossible feat. The only solution he could conceive was the Supreme Bloodline Stone, which would directly enhance Jing Yan's bloodline, potentially giving rise to more formidable talents. Next, he would need to leverage that talent for rapid cultivation. Undoubtedly, high-grade beast crystals would also be necessary. This should facilitate Jing Yan's ascension by 1 or 2 levels. However, the drawbacks were glaringly evident. It would require substantial funds. All of this came from the commoner's modest savings. No, he would need to seek reimbursement from Lao Hang and Lao Hua. This was for the school, after all. Yes, everything for the glory of the school, indeed. Reimbursement is a must. As he pondered this, a grin crept across the commoner's face. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, his ears twitching slightly. His 5th-tier combat power had enhanced his hearing. The frown came from the sound of a woman's voice. Was someone still active at this late hour? Could it be? Oh my, this piques my interest. With that thought, the commoner summoned his nimbus cloud and lay atop it, guiding it to float gracefully through the air towards the source of the sound. He reasoned that the voice originated from behind a rockery. On this moonless, windy night, behind the trees and rockery, oh my, this could be quite the spectacle. Within mere seconds, the commoner found himself hovering above the rockery. And thanks to the cover of night, the nimbus cloud blended seamlessly into the darkness, appearing as an ordinary cloud. Who would suspect a voyeur concealed within? As he positioned himself above the rockery, the commoner parted a small gap in the cloud, revealing a man and a woman below. The woman glanced around cautiously, checking the sky, and spotted the nimbus cloud, dismissing it as an ordinary cloud. "Are you ready?" she inquired. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," responded the man. Oh my, is it truly that? The same lines again? This is incredible. The commoner's heart raced with excitement. Although he had seen countless films in his past life, this situation evoked an unmistakable sense of witnessing infidelity. His heart raced uncontrollably with exhilaration. He even contemplated whether to intervene and remind them of their discretion. The woman nodded. "All right, today is the first day. Let's wait another 2 days." "Yes," the man agreed, turning to leave. The woman lingered for a few moments before departing from the rockery as well. The commoner was left bewildered. What does this mean? Is this it? And what about the ha-ha-ha? They ve undressed, and this is all I get to see? Chapter 67. Little tease, I truly have no time to play with you. With a thought, the commoner maneuvered the nimbus cloud towards the direction of the woman. It wasn't that he was infatuated with her, but rather, she was the more loquacious of the two. How to put it? On average, men possess a vocabulary of about 7,000 words daily, while women boast approximately 20,000, with 13,000 of those used outside the home and an additional 7,000 spoken at home. Hence, following the woman would yield greater insights. Of course, the most compelling reason was that this young lady was indeed beautiful. The commoner could not deny his unabashed preference for attractive individuals. With the stunning young lady versus a rugged man, the choice was clear. Thus, the commoner lay atop the cloud, trailing her until they arrived at a room. Upon seeing the sign on the door, his brow furrowed and his expression turned peculiar. Vice Principal's resting room, Qinglong Martial School. It dawned on him. What on earth? She is not a young lady at all, but a woman in her 40s. No wonder she seemed somewhat familiar. She was none other than Qing Qiong, the vice principal of Qinglong Martial School, who had been seated on the podium earlier that day. But what did they mean by being ready? He decided not to dwell on it. It was none of his concern. Besides, if the sky were to fall, there were still tall individuals to shoulder the burden. The following day, when Jing Yan reappeared before the crowd, both Huiyu and Hang Zhan were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Hang Zhan then inquired in a low voice, Jing Yan, have you perhaps broken through? Indeed. Jing Yan nodded, instinctively casting a glance at Diaomin, her heart brimming only with gratitude towards him. Hang Zhan's face lit up at this revelation. It was indeed splendid news. Just as he was about to speak, Diaomin suddenly lunged forward, exclaiming, Old Hang, don't you think this breakthrough is marvelous? Yes. Hang Zhan replied, momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? Why are you so excited over Jing Yan's improvement? The instant Diaomin received an answer, he became exuberant. Old Hang. Jing Yan can further elevate her prowess in a short period, but she lacks certain resources. What resources? Although Hang Zhan posed the question, his wariness had already surged to its peak. Every time Diaomin displayed such a grin, it was a harbinger of misfortune. Bloodline stones, beast crystals, and raw stones. Diaomin stated with utmost seriousness. Hang Zhan retorted, damn it, I knew it. Your name is always in the conversation, gritting his teeth to suppress his rising blood pressure. Hang Zhan scowled, go play elsewhere. Don't even think about it. Old Hang, I'm speaking the truth. Diaomin remained unfazed, maintaining his serious demeanor. Hang Zhan was taken aback. It was rare for Diaomin to be this earnest. He furrowed his brow, questioning, really? More genuine than gold. As Hang Zhan's brow knitted tighter, he turned to Jing Yan, asking, can you truly enhance your abilities so swiftly? You'll have to ask Diaomin. He assisted me last night in my advancement, Jing Yan replied uncertainly. Before Hang Zhan could respond, Go Qiming could no longer contain himself. What? He helped you advance last night? You've got to be kidding. Go Qiming's face darkened as he pointed at Jing Yan and then at Diaomin. How could you level up overnight without something happening? Who would believe that? At this moment, Go Qiming's mind was consumed with a singular thought. He had been betrayed. He had always regarded Jing Yan as his own possession, only to discover that she had been touched by another, right beneath his nose. Diaomin, I challenge you to a duel. Diaomin, bewildered, responded, what is the meaning of this? What is wrong with you? Stop messing around. I have serious matters to attend to. Wait until you reach the 5th tier to challenge me. Diaomin's prior seriousness evaporated, replaced with a tone that seemed to mock Go Qiming. Go Qiming's expression darkened further. Diaomin, we're not competing in brute strength. We're comparing intellect. Go Qiming isn't foolish. He knows that by the time he reaches the 5th tier, you might be beyond that. Just as he intended to suggest an alternative comparison, Diaomin interrupted. Little Go, I truly lack the time to indulge you. What else could we compare? Size, thickness, endurance, or perhaps technique? It's not that I underestimate you. You genuinely cannot compete. Damn it. Pure idiocy. Go Qiming was nearly driven to the brink of fury. How can you be so certain of victory? Damn it. Diaomin, undeterred, continued, all right. Think carefully. Jing Yan advanced a tier overnight, aside from training. What else could she have done? Hang Zhan, feeling a headache brewing, realized the group was on the verge of splitting apart and promptly interjected. Go Qiming paused, contemplating, indeed. It's hard to believe she could level up in just one night. What else could she have possibly done? Then, scrutinizing Jing Yan with a discerning gaze, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. She shows no signs of discomfort. Nothing happened. Diaomin, however, was preoccupied with more pressing matters. He earnestly addressed Hang Zhan. Old Hang. Do you believe me now? I'm being serious. Hang Zhan adopted a serious demeanor as well. If it were merely Diaomin's claim, he would have dismissed it outright. However, with Jing Yan confirming Diaomin's assistance, Hang Zhan found it hard to remain skeptical. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, how confident are you? 100%. Diaomin replied with unwavering confidence. This morning, while Jing Yan was enhancing her abilities, he had utilized a lottery machine and obtained a remarkable tool, hence his confidence soared. Universal Capsule, Bulma's Small Cold Storage. A 30 square meter mini cold storage with controllable temperatures ranging from 100 degrees to 0. This was a portable cold storage facility. It was more than sufficient for Jing Yan's training. How many levels can she enhance? Hang Zhan pressed further. Even Jing Yan turned her gaze towards Diaomin. Eager to learn how much he could assist her, Diaomin confidently extended a finger. 1 level. Quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Hang Zhan's expression brightened. An increase of 1 level was indeed commendable. To his surprise, Diaomin looked at Hang Zhan with disdain. Old Hang, I'm not criticizing you. But what is your vision? Is 1 level all you think I can achieve? I meant that with sufficient resources, the ascent could be continuous. Hang Zhan, Jing Yan, and the onlookers, what the hell? Do you think this is a drinking game? Ascend endlessly? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? I'm telling you, kid. Can't you be a bit more realistic? I do believe 1 or 2 levels, but this endless ascent? Do you even believe that? Hang Zhan rolled his eyes, expressing his skepticism. To his surprise, Diaomin remained unfazed, suggesting mysteriously, Old Hang, how about we place a bet? Hang Zhan immediately shook his head. He wouldn't fall for it. Winning would yield no benefits, while losing would certainly lead to ruin. No way. Chapter 68. Diaomin takes the stage. Ready to pull a fast one. Dog, you've changed. Seeing that Hang Zhan wasn't falling for his trick, Diaomin immediately teased. Hang Zhan's face darkened. I've changed. You're the one who lost your mind. Alright, what resources would be required for a 1-level enhancement? Hang Zhan swiftly redirected the conversation. 1 high-grade bloodline stone, 1 low-grade raw stone, and 1 5th-tier beast crystal should suffice for a level increase. Diaomin contemplated briefly. He wasn't entirely certain. But Jing Yan could utilize the bloodline stone to enhance her bloodline, while the low-grade raw stone could boost her combat power by 30. That would be more than enough for her to level up. As for the 5th-tier beast crystal, he was busy running errands, so surely he deserved some compensation, right? If that is the case, it's not entirely unacceptable. Hang Zhan fell into deep thought. He then told Diaomin to wait a moment before striding towards Huiyu. Diaomin felt a surge of triumph within. Success. The feeling of being a middleman profiting from the difference is exhilarating. That Diaomin. Do you think I could also enhance my abilities? After Hang Zhan walked away, Nanli approached with eyes gleaming. This could rapidly elevate one's strength. Who wouldn't want that? Diaomin shook his head. You can't. This method won't work for you. Come on. Don't be so certain. Jing Yan can do it with her petite frame, so I'm sure I can manage as well. Nanli insisted, patting his sturdy chest. Diaomin replied expressionlessly. If you can train for a whole night in an environment of minus 30 degrees, then you might as well give it a try. What the hell? How is that even possible? Is that something a human can endure? You'd freeze to death. Nanli exclaimed in shock, just as a cold voice cut through the air. I did it yesterday? Nanli was momentarily speechless. Wait, there really are people who can achieve that. In the next moment, Nanli seemed to have a sudden realization, exclaiming in astonishment, could it be the ice spirit vine? Jing Yan nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Nanli appeared dejected. After all, that was due to a bloodline. He was an ironback bear, not a polar bear. Such an environment was simply insufferable. Moreover, it was likely that the rapid enhancement was also attributed to the bloodline. He had no chance at all. Both Lu Kai and Go Qiming's expressions darkened. Clearly having grasped this connection, matters concerning bloodlines are not something that ordinary individuals can emulate. Before long, Huiyu and Hang Zhan approached together. Huiyu inquired, how long until the ascension? He was referring to how long it would take for resources to enable Jing Yan's advancement. Perhaps 2 to 3 nights. If the training period is extended, it could accelerate. Diaomin replied thoughtfully. He was uncertain, but 3 days seemed plausible. After pondering for a moment, Huiyu declared, all right. After the morning matches, I will provide it to you, striving for your enhancement before the finals. Subsequently, Diaomin's group took to the stage. It was uncertain whether they had been spurred on by Jing Yan, but the entire group seemed invigorated, each one performing more vigorously than the last. Remarkably, this led Diaomin to secure a place among the top 19. It wasn't until the afternoon that this peculiar streak of victories was finally interrupted. Go Qiming was defeated by a second-tier advanced martial artist, while Lu Kai faced a second-tier intermediate opponent, suffering a regrettable defeat despite his defensive bloodline. Fortunately, both Nan Li and Jing Yan emerged victorious, resulting in a tie of 2-2 as they proceeded to the final match. Diaomin was set to make his debut in this exchange competition. Come, everyone, put on a pair of sunglasses. Don't say I didn't warn you. But once the competition begins, make sure you don't take them off. After distributing the sunglasses, Diaomin ambled onto the stage, leaving Jing Yan and the others in a state of bewildered silence. Huiyu, observing Diaomin's actions, suddenly recalled something. Oh no, not that move again. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly donned the sunglasses. The crowd watched Huiyu's actions and his panicked expression. Although they were unsure of Diaomin's intentions, they knew that anything involving him could not bode well. Thus, disregarding the gazes of others, they all hastily put on their sunglasses. An eerie silence enveloped the arena as a peculiar scene unfolded. A team donned in sunglasses emerged from the crowd, led by their teacher. What on earth? Many looked up at the sky. Good grief. It's overcast. What use are sunglasses on such a gloomy day? They appeared as though they had been struck by lightning. Just play dead. Yet, honestly, they looked incredibly cool. Diaomin's appearance captivated the attention of many spectators below. After all, this team from Jiangdong had advanced to the top 19, and surprisingly, one member had never even taken the stage. How could they not be noticed? The teachers of the top 19 also turned their attention toward him. Although they had reference materials from the time of enrollment, nothing compared to witnessing the individual in action. Among the onlookers was Yin Shui, who harbored a profound resentment toward Diaomin. She had received information about him from her instructor and was astonished to discover that he had awakened a bloodline. Nevertheless, this did not alter her perception of him. He was still merely a troublemaker. Not only the teachers in the audience, but even those on the podium were drawn to his presence. This little rascal was finally making his move. What could Jiangdong's trump card possibly be? According to the enrollment data, this young man was no simpleton. He possessed the second king bloodline of Jiangxing Martial Academy, a beastly bloodline, and it was rumored that its abilities were quite unique. Oh, this will certainly be interesting. Qing Qiong, the vice president of the Qinglong Martial Academy, regarded Diaomin on stage with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. At that moment, Diaomin stood lazily on stage, gazing at the not-so-pleasant young lady opposite him. Shall I let you go first? Diaomin inquired softly. Yao Yun immediately countered, no need for you to allow me. Are you underestimating women? Not at all. You're quite formidable. Then I shall make my move first. Diaomin's preceding statement was acceptable, yet the latter blatantly revealed his intentions. Yao Yun, referee, surrounding audience. Their collective thought was unified. They had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. Yao Yun was instantly infuriated. Are you even a man? You want a woman to take the lead? How dare you say that? Just as Yao Yun was about to retort, her words faltered as she fixated warily on Diaomin. He had begun to make a move. Diaomin placed his hands before his forehead and solemnly declared, the power of this technique is beyond my estimation. Its lethality and range are quite extraordinary. Pay close attention. Huai Yu's cheek twitched at this declaration. Not again. He hasn't even changed his wording. The last time it was the same phrase uttered by the dark-clad officer. This was a phrase that could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet Huai Yu refrained from voicing his thoughts, instinctively adjusting his sunglasses. In response to Diaomin's words, Yao Yun's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. In the next moment, the power of her bloodline surged, and two fluffy ears suddenly sprouted atop her head. The golden silk rabbit bloodline. She then eyed Diaomin warily. The referee on stage also kept a close watch on Diaomin, ready to act at a moment's notice. After all, he had warned of the unpredictable power and vast range. Should anything go awry, he needed to ensure he could respond immediately. Diaomin's movements captured the attention not only of Yao Yun and the referee, but also of all the teachers and principals of the top 19, who gazed at him with serious expressions, awaiting the revelation of his capabilities. Chapter 69. The Big Bad Wolf Deceives the Little White Rabbit. Seeing that he had captured Yao Yun's attention, Diaomin immediately embraced his role as the performer, going through the motions with flair. His face began to redden, and his hands trembled slightly. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. A bead of sweat trickled down Yao Yun's forehead, forcing her into a state of cold perspiration from the tension. Solar Fist. In an instant, a radiant light surged from Diaomin's hands, enveloping the entire arena in a blinding brilliance. The world became awash in white. Ah, what the hell? My eyes. The sheer magnitude of the Solar Fist's coverage was overwhelming. Anyone who gazed upon Diaomin, including the 8th-tier Blood Hand Tongue Foam, was blinded by the brilliance, their minds filled with a white haze. A chorus of exclamations filled the air as Yao Yun let out a cry and collapsed to the ground, hands covering her eyes. Tears streaming down her cheeks, as if she had been forsaken by a lover. Diaomin, swaying slightly, approached Yao Yun and said in a different tone, I am the referee. Due to special circumstances, the match is temporarily paused. Hold on to me, and I'll lead you. Diaomin extended his hand with a mischievous grin. Yao Yun, her mind clouded by the blinding light and devoid of sight, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Diaomin's words seemed like a beacon of hope, and without a second thought, she grasped his hand. Diaomin then guided Yao Yun to the edge of the stage. Be careful, there's a first-tier step ahead. All right. Thank you, referee. As she spoke, Yao Yun cautiously descended from the competition stage, while the crafty opponent stood proudly atop, showing no intention of leaving. Huai Yu and the others gazed in disbelief at Yao Yun, who had been duped into stepping down, her expression one of gratitude towards her deceiver. In their eyes, this opponent resembled a cunning wolf, merely lacking a lollipop. Moments later, the crowd gradually regained their vision. When the judge finally discerned the scene on the stage, he couldn't help but exclaim a curse. What the hell? Yao Yun was already on the ground, eyes closed, engaged in conversation with her adversary, and most astonishingly, she was expressing her thanks. The judge was instantly plunged into a crisis of faith. What on earth was happening? Why did he always witness such bizarre incidents occurring on this stage? First there was a duck, and now a competitor thanking another? Was the atmosphere among contestants now so harmonious? Upon hearing the judge's exclamation, Yaoyun suddenly paused. That voice sounded so familiar. She attempted to open her eyes and, after 3 seconds of adjustment, was met with the grinning face of her opponent. Wait a moment, why was he so tall? Yaoyun quickly glanced downward. Oh, he was on the stage. No wonder it felt wrong. He was up there. Where was she? Her expression darkened as she looked at her position. In an instant, her face turned pallid. She had been eliminated. The next moment, Yaoyun recalled their earlier conversation and the reason why she was here. Boo-hoo, this is too much bullying. The crafty opponent had overheard the judge's curse and turned back to him with a smile, saying, Judge, you may render your decision. Judge, Yaoyun, surrounding spectators? The judge turned pale. What am I supposed to judge? I didn't even see what happened. But he was not overly concerned. He immediately pulled out a handheld device to check the recorded footage. Every match was equipped with specialized recording equipment. It didn't matter that he hadn't seen it. Surely he could just rewind and watch it again. 3 minutes later, the judge set down the device with a perplexed expression. Match 5. Jiangdong's crafty opponent wins. 3 out of 5 matches, successfully advancing to the top 10. Yaoyun's teacher, Chao Dan, sprang into action. I refuse to accept this. Judge, he cheated. We demand to see the footage. We want a replay. The judge's expression was strange. Are you certain? Chao Dan nodded solemnly. I am sure. Our school needs a justifiable reason. Teacher, don't watch it. I lost. Yaoyun tugged at Chao Dan's sleeve, whispering. She truly had no idea how she would face the fallout if that scene were to be revealed. She had been sold out and was still counting the profits, all while incessantly expressing gratitude. Boo-hoo. This world is terrifying. Chao Dan, however, was adamant, her heart aching for Yaoyun. No, we must watch it. I need to give you and the school an explanation. Don't let his name intimidate you. Look at how wronged you are. Your eyes are swollen from crying. Crafty opponent, Judge, Yaoyun. Those were tears from Yaoyun's encounter with the crafty opponent's dazzling technique. Yaoyun hurriedly clarified. Teacher, that is not it. Stop talking, I understand. I even saw that guy holding your hand. Did he take advantage of you? You're just too shy. Let me take care of this for you. Chao Dan immediately interrupted Yaoyun. At this moment, Yaoyun felt as if she wanted to die. You think you know everything, but you are just imagining things. Boo-hoo. I was the one who pulled him. What should she do in such a situation? Help. This is urgent. However, at Chao Dan's insistence, the judge connected his device to the large screen beside the stage. With a few swift actions, the screen began to display the earlier scene. As it played, Chao Dan's complexion shifted from excited red to a dull gray, then to industrial black, and finally settled into a peacock green. The final frame froze on the moment Yaoyun grasped the crafty opponent's hand, repeatedly expressing her thanks. Chao Dan buried her face in her hands. Damn it. He had calculated every possible scenario, imagined every detail, but never anticipated this outcome. This was entirely akin to a cunning wolf luring an innocent rabbit, and the rabbit had willingly walked into the trap. What a pitfall. After a moment, with a dark expression, Chao Dan turned and walked away, telling Yaoyun, Aren't you leaving? Are you planning to stay here for the new year? Yaoyun, looking dazed, replied, Oh, and lifted her legs to follow. The surrounding spectators erupted into lively discussions, with the majority captivated by the crafty opponent's dazzling technique. What on earth was that? It's more powerful than a flashbang. The most perplexing part was how formal he had sounded before launching the attack. No wonder everyone from Jiangdong wore sunglasses. It wasn't for show, but rather for practicality. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiangdong had undoubtedly risen to prominence. As for their reputation, that's a complicated tale. Chapter 70, Diamond Bloodline, Ice Phantom Vine Sovereign. Later that evening, Jing Yin sought out the crafty opponent once more. I'm ready. Let us go, she exclaimed eagerly upon seeing him. Crafty opponent. Have women become so direct nowadays? Yet, he nodded and led Jing Yin to a secluded area. Boom. A modern, high-tech cold storage facility materialized before her. This was a small-scale cold storage unit, significantly colder than the previous night, with a minimum temperature of -100 degrees. Your current bloodline cannot withstand this yet. Here, first, elevate your bloodline level. He handed Jing Yin a high-grade bloodline stone, one he had procured from Huiyu. Of course, the 5th-tier beast crystal had already transformed into S cells, which had provided the crafty opponent with the activation of the S cells for 01. Great. Thank you. Jing Yin accepted the bloodline stone, feeling immensely grateful towards him. She had no idea how he had acquired this small cold storage unit, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of cooling to -100 degrees. The sacrifices he made for this would not be forgotten. From now on, after she dealt with that woman, she would live for him. In life, she was his, and in death, she would be his ghost. As Jing Yan entered her training, the crafty opponent adjusted the cold storage temperature to -40 degrees. With a 5-fold increase in training speed, he believed Jing Yan would be able to refine the bloodline stone and enhance its quality by the latter half of the night. As time passed into the early hours, the crafty opponent suddenly looked up at the thermometer. To his surprise, the temperature, which had been stable at -40 degrees, began to rise sharply. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Jing Yan must have broken through. He promptly opened the cold storage door. Jing Yan sat with her eyes closed. The bloodline stone in her hand had turned gray. This was the result of the bloodline being extracted from within the stone. The crafty opponent quickly glanced above her. The original Ice Phantom Vine had inexplicably expanded, its blue patterns more pronounced, occasionally flashing with a current-like energy. It had evolved, Ice Phantom Vine Sovereign. Although only one character separates it from the Ice Phantom Vine, the distinction is vast. For the Ice Phantom Vine Emperor possesses a diamond bloodline. The cunning individual immediately summoned Jing Yan's attribute panel. Character, Jing Yan. Bloodline, Diamond Ice Phantom Vine Emperor. Strength, Intermediate Level 2, Combat Power, 78. Bloodline Skills, 1 Active, Frost Vine Net, Shadow Whip, Ice Vine Spike. 2 Passive, Power of Extreme Cold. Bloodline Talent, in an extremely cold environment, the cultivation speed doubles. Great Cold, 10 to 199, cultivation speed is increased by 2-fold. Severe Cold, 20 to 299, cultivation speed is increased by 3-fold. Frigid Cold, 30 to 399, cultivation speed is increased by 4-fold. Extreme Cold, below 40, cultivation speed is increased by 5-fold. Icy Cold, below 60, cultivation speed is increased by 8-fold. Ghostly Cold, below 80, cultivation speed is increased by 10-fold. Indeed, it has transformed. 10-fold. What does this signify? It implies that 1 hour of Jing Yan's cultivation is equivalent to 10 hours for others. Furthermore, she has awakened a new bloodline skill. Even her combat power has risen to 78 due to the enhancement of her bloodline, just 2 points shy of leveling up. The cunning individual promptly arranged for Jing Yan to absorb the raw stones. The raw stones could provide 30 points of combat power, though the cunning individual estimated that their effect on Jing Yan might be diminished, since Jing Yan absorbs power through her bloodline. The process is not only slower, but also considerably wasteful. Yet, despite the waste, it should still elevate her combat power by 10 or 20 points. Adding 20 to 78 would result in a perfect level 2. Wouldn't it be exhilarating to level up twice in succession? Of course, this hinges on Jing Yan's absorption speed. However, with the 10-fold acceleration, the cunning individual surmised that even at a slow pace, it wouldn't be excessively prolonged. The following day, the exchange competition commenced. What? You've reached level 2 perfection? And upgraded your bloodline to diamond? All in just one night. Hui Yu and Hang Zhan stared at Jing Yan in astonishment. Upon facing their inquiries, Jing Yan nodded affirmatively. Yes. Hui Yu and Hang Zhan were immediately taken aback. Oh my goodness. What kind of prodigy is this? Leveling up twice in a single night. Yet, in the next moment, both simultaneously thought of the cunning individual. It seems this fellow is even more monstrous. Hang Zhan promptly pulled the cunning individual aside. You little rascal. Tell me, can I level up quickly too? The cunning individual nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Really? How so? Just refine dozens of high-quality raw stones, and you will elevate. Holy crap! Hang Zhan exclaimed in disbelief. Did it really need the cunning individual to say that? If he had dozens, he would have leveled up long ago. What about Nan Li and the others? Hang Zhan knew that he had no chance, but fairness must prevail. He should also inquire on behalf of Nan Li and the others. Observing Nan Li and the others, their eyes brimmed with envy. It is possible. The cunning individual pondered for a moment and nodded. Hang Zhan pressed further. Is it also dozens of stones? No need. About 1 or 2 low-quality stones will suffice. However, their absorption speed cannot be compared to Jing Yan's. It is estimated that it would take them about 10 days to level up, the cunning individual replied after some contemplation. Without Jing Yan's innate talent, the disparity in absorption and elevation speed would undoubtedly be significant. I see. It seems we won't catch up in time for this competition. Hang Zhan expressed slight disappointment. Meanwhile, Go Qiming wore a delighted expression. He possesses a raw stone. Although it is merely one, it is of low quality. It was a birthday gift, and even his father advised him to use it only upon encountering a bottleneck. Now, hearing the cunning individual's words, it appears he need not wait for a bottleneck to utilize it. At that moment, Go Qiming formulated a plan in his mind. He would procure raw stones, subsequently enhancing his strength. Surpassing the cunning individual, he would then defeat Jing Yan. In an instant, He found himself lost in self-fantasy. As time slipped to 9 o'clock, the chime resonated. Tung Feng's figure swiftly appeared on the competition stage. The finals for the top 10 would take place on the grand stage. Thus, the top 10 teams had been determined. Today, the top 5 teams would be decided, and tomorrow, the champion team. As for the rules, I shall not reiterate. The opponents have been drawn and displayed on the screen. Now this stage is yours. Upon finishing, Tung Feng vanished from the competition platform, replaced by a referee. The referee then commenced announcing the match order. The first match, number 38 Jiangdong Martial Arts School versus number 97 Jinxiu Martial Arts School. The second match, no. 22 Linfeng Martial Arts School versus number 105 Piyuan Martial Arts School. The third match, number 73 Yuanshan Martial Arts School versus number 61 Qingyu Martial Arts School. The fourth match. The fifth match. One by one, the martial arts school matchups were arranged. To the cunning individual's surprise, they were slated for the first match. Moreover, their opponent was none other than the Jinxiu Martial Arts School from the same province. Most notably, the Jinxiu Martial Arts School is where Yin Shui trains. They were to face off in the very first round. Contemplating this, the cunning individual glanced towards the resting area of Jinxiu Martial Arts School. Unexpectedly, Yin Shui was also looking in their direction. One wore a gaze that seemed eager to slay the other with mere looks, while the other bore a playful glint in her eyes. In an instant, their gazes converged. A spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 71. The Ice Phantom Vine Emperor begins to unleash its might. The two teams took to the stage. This time, the cunning individual was once again the anchor. Opposite, however, stood a strikingly refined young woman as the anchor for Jinxiu. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Both sides possessed comparable strength. The cunning individual's side boasted a complete level 2, an advanced level 2, an intermediate level 2, a novice level 2, and a middle level 5. It seems one does not quite belong here. Conversely, while Jinxiu lacked such high-tier power, they compensated with a balanced average. For intermediate level 2s and one newly advanced level 2, Yin Shui was among those who had just broken through to level 2. Likely fueled by rage after being slapped by Jing Yin last time, she had strived diligently and managed to break through in the past 2 days. Truly impressive talent. Jinxiu's average strength afforded them a slight advantage in this 5-on-5 competition, enabling them to reach this stage. As the referee shouted to commence, the battle officially began. Clearly, Jinxiu had conducted thorough research on Jiangdong. The first to step forth was Jing Yin, and facing her was none other than Yin Shui. With frost in her eyes, Yin Shui declared, "The gift from last time, I have etched into my memory. Today, I shall return it to you." The team leader of Jinxiu was oblivious to Jing Yan's recent breakthrough. Her information remained outdated. The team leader was unaware, and Yin Shui certainly could not know either. Upon seeing Jing Yin again, her anger surged uncontrollably. Jing Yin, however, remained silent, her expression icy as she nodded slightly. She had no desire to converse with Yin Shui. Those who betrayed the cunning individual were all her foes. In that moment, a robust ice phantom vine emperor materialized above Jing Yan's head. Instantly, it elicited gasps from the crowd below. This is different from last time. It's thicker, with more intricate patterns. Has it evolved? Holy cow. A diamond bloodline ice phantom vine emperor. The evolution of bloodlines inevitably brings forth new abilities, resulting in a partial enhancement of strength. Having observed the situation on the splendid side, it was evident that defeat was imminent. Yin Shui's expression shifted dramatically. She clearly had not anticipated that her opponent had also achieved a breakthrough. Her earlier boastful words now felt like a resounding slap to her face. The possibility of remaining undefeated was now uncertain, let alone seeking revenge. Without hesitation, she summoned the power of her bloodline. A vibrant red wing unfurled from her back, and her eyes transformed into a peculiar shade of green. This was the platinum bloodline, the azure-eyed flame-winged bird. In the next moment, with a powerful flap of her wings, Yin Shui ascended gracefully into the air. With the assistance of her wings, she momentarily found herself in an invulnerable position. But why only for a moment? Because the usage of such a bloodline ability required a continuous expenditure of bloodline energy. Although the consumption was minimal, for someone at only the second tier, it posed a significant burden. She could manage for a short duration, but prolonged use would deplete her bloodline energy. Suspended in midair, Yin Shui's confidence surged anew, and she proclaimed proudly, "I am airborne now. Let us see how you can attack me. I am effectively in an invulnerable position from the onset. This time, victory is assured." The onlookers gazed at the airborne figure, a bird-like creature, and one of them sighed quietly, "Alas, one reaps what they sow." Jing Yan's net was not merely adept at freezing fish. It was also a formidable tool for capturing birds. Moreover, the current vine net had undergone an evolution. Its coverage area had expanded significantly. With such a large target hovering in the air, It was an irresistible opportunity for capture. Alas, though her chest may be modest, her intellect was evidently lacking. As anticipated, in the next moment, Jing Yan's lips curled into a smirk as she sent forth a segment of vine adorned with blue markings from her hand. The icebound vine net. In an instant, the segment exploded in the air, transforming into a massive net of vines spanning several meters. This was the bloodline ability of the Ice Phantom Vine Sovereign, far more potent than its predecessor. Yin Shue's expression changed abruptly. She had indeed considered that Jing Yan might employ such a tactic. However, she believed that her aerial agility would allow her to evade any attacks. Yet, she had failed to account for the evolution of her opponent's abilities. How could she possibly evade a net of this magnitude, spanning over 10 meters? Yin Shue's expression hardened as she harnessed her bloodline energy, conjuring a surge of crimson flames before her. Witnessing the flames materialize, a flicker of determination crossed her pale face. Let's see whose power prevails, your ice or my fire. With that, Yin Shui propelled the flames forward, the blazing red fire colliding with the icebound vine net, attempting to melt it. Jing Yan, however, maintained her composure as she observed the approaching flames. Had this been prior to the previous night, her net would have certainly faltered. Yet, after the qualitative enhancement of her bloodline energy, the potency of the ice within the net had escalated dramatically. A fish would be frozen upon contact within a second. The temperature differential was no trivial matter. As the villagers would say, the freezing effect had improved significantly. In the next heartbeat, the crimson flames clashed with the icebound vine net. A cloud of steam erupted from the point of contact, quickly enveloping the arena above. Moments later, a blue-black figure plummeted from the sky. It was Yin Shui. At that moment, she found herself ensnared within the icy embrace of the vine net. Her clothing, drenched in moisture, was now coated in frost due to the chilling grip of the net. Her face drained of color, having overexerted her bloodline ability, the heavenly flame. Her energy now waning under the weight of the evolved icebound vine net. I concede. Yin Shui gazed at the indifferent Jing Yan, her heart finally grasping the enormity of their disparity. Her opponent had unleashed merely one skill, yet she was forced to respond with her utmost effort. Continuing this battle would only serve to further humiliate herself. The referee, observing Yin Shue's concession, promptly declared, Round 1. Jing Yan of Jiangdong triumphs. Jing Yan, upon hearing this, turned and descended from the arena, leaving Yin Shui still entangled in the vines. Seeing Jing Yan disregard her plight, Yin Shui cried out, Hey, release your skill. Yet, Jing Yan appeared oblivious, walking back to stand beside the villagers. Damn it, this is intentional. That vixen is doing this on purpose. Yin Shui felt a rush of indignation surge within her as she struggled against her bindings. Unfortunately, her lack of strength rendered her futile, and it was ultimately their supervising teacher who intervened, freeing Yin Shui from her entrapment. But today, she had suffered a monumental loss. In Jing Yan's presence, she felt like a mere jester. Furthermore, her opponent had not uttered a single word throughout their encounter. Such humiliation was intolerable. You will pay for this, you wretched woman. I, Yin Shui, will reclaim my honor. Yin Shui glared at Jing Yan and the villagers, her eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Chapter 72. The conspiracy begins. The Azure Light Array. Subsequently, Jiangdong's Nanli secured a victory, while Lu Kai faced defeat. The villager, initially poised to intervene, was caught off guard by Go Qiming's unexpected triumph. This meant that the villagers could remain idle and still secure a place in the top 5. What a disappointment. This denies me the chance for some intimate interaction with the ladies. Go Qiming proved to be quite the surprise. As time progressed, around 3 in the afternoon, the top 5 teams were finally determined. Tung Feng's figure reappeared on the arena stage. Just as he was about to announce the conclusion of the exchange competition, a military officer burst in, soaring through the air. Upon entering, he bore unsettling news. This is bad. This is terrible. The teleportation array has suddenly malfunctioned. What? How could this happen? It has functioned flawlessly for years. How could it suddenly fail? The assembly erupted in chaos. They understood well what the failure of the teleportation array entailed. It was the sole connection to the outer cities, a critical conduit for transport, signal transmission, command issuance, and personnel mobilization. Without it, traveling from other cities would be a daunting task. In the event of a conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the villagers frowned deeply. Their concern lay not with the malfunctioning teleportation array, but rather with the military officer who had arrived. This individual seemed familiar to them, but where had they encountered him? Lost in thought, the villagers pondered. Tung Feng, glaring at the airborne officer, exclaimed, What's the rush? Activate the backup teleportation array. To his surprise, the officer's expression did not improve. He appeared even more anxious. All of them have failed. I activated the backup immediately. But all 3 backup teleportation arrays have malfunctioned for unknown reasons. What? Tung Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. The simultaneous failure of all 3 backups was an event that should never have occurred. What did this signify? It indicated human interference. But who could it be? Those capable of accessing the teleportation array were all individuals of high rank and influence. Why would anyone resort to such sabotage? However, now was not the time for inquiries. The immediate priority was to restore the teleportation array. Quickly, assemble a repair team. Simultaneously investigating all images, I must ascertain who has approached the teleportation array in recent days. To my surprise, the reporting officer directly stated, Lord Tung, I have already made arrangements. Moreover, I have verified that during this period, only one individual has interacted with all 4 teleportation arrays. Tung Feng's expression darkened. Who is it? The vice principal of the Qinglong Martial Academy, Qin Xiong. As the officer spoke, he raised his head to glance at the podium. Diaomin's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. He finally recalled why this officer seemed familiar. He was the man behind the rockery that day. However, the officer's words left Diaomin perplexed. Wasn't he and Qin Xiong on the same side? Why would he act in this manner? Had they fallen out? No, it was a conspiracy. Diaomin suddenly recalled a phrase he had overheard that day. The day after tomorrow's operation. Today is indeed the day after tomorrow, isn't it? With this thought, Diaomin approached Hang Zhan and whispered, something feels amiss. Be cautious and protect Jing Yan and the others. He then moved closer to Jing Yan, repeating the same warning in hushed tones, be careful in a while. Thus, Diaomin circled around the group, including Huiyu. Although everyone was puzzled by Diaomin's words, the commotion at the podium captured everyone's attention. The prominent figures at the podium had erupted into chaos due to the officer's statement, yet curiously, their agitation seemed remarkably uniform. What? Impossible. Qin Xiong could not have done this. She must have had her reasons for being there. Surely someone else is involved. Could someone be framing Qin Xiong? Indeed. I think so. There are many shape-shifting bloodline abilities. This scene unfolding among the dignitaries at the podium raised suspicions in Tung Feng's mind. Was Qin Xiong's popularity too excessive? Or was there something more to it? Why would so many influential figures defend her? Contemplating this, Tung Feng spoke solemnly. Qin Xiong, please clarify. Otherwise, I shall personally take you to the Federal Investigation Room. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Xiong's reaction left them momentarily speechless. She stood up with a slight smile, her red lips parting to utter 2 words, make a move. These 2 words resonated clearly throughout the venue, causing the expressions of all present, including Tung Feng, to shift dramatically. Qin Xiong, what do you mean by this? Qin Xiong, what nonsense are you spouting? Yes, do not speak recklessly, the surrounding dignitaries urged. Tung Feng's brow furrowed, his expression grave as he gazed at Qin Xiong on the podium. Qin Xiong, you. Just as Tung Feng was about to say something, a sudden change overtook the arena. A blue barrier materialized above the entire exchange arena, forming a massive square that encompassed the entire venue. Tung Feng's complexion paled as he looked up at the barrier, and in the next moment, his pupils constricted. He bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Not good. The 4 directions blue light array. It's a savage beast. Tung Feng's shout sent shockwaves through the dignitaries at the podium. What? The 4 directions blue light array? Impossible. This is the federal Qinglong city. How could there be a massive number of savage beasts setting up formations here? Indeed, setting up such an array requires the cooperation of 4 7th-tier savage beast overseers. How could so many top-tier savage beasts infiltrate such a critical location? Despite the protests, it was undeniably the 4 directions blue light array, identical to the records in our military archives. What shall we do now? Remain calm. There is no need for alarm. We have the Bloodhand Tung Feng here. Even if a 7th-tier perfect savage beast appears, it will kneel. Yes. What kind of conduct is this? Look at Qin Xiong. She remains unfazed. Qin Xiong, you. The speaker faltered mid-sentence. Qin Xiong suddenly leaped into the air, and astonishingly, she took control of the 4 directions blue light array. The array, initially glowing faintly blue, surged with brilliance under her command, transforming into a deep azure hue. Tung Feng's expression darkened as he witnessed this, muttering, the 5 directions blue light array. This is serious. At this moment, he could no longer deny that Qin Xiong was behind this. Even he, an 8th-tier powerhouse, could be easily overwhelmed. Just then, a figure shot out from the podium, hovering in midair, addressing the enchanting silhouette who had taken command of the array. Qin Xiong, why? As the vice principal of the Qinglong Academy, how could you ally with savage beasts? Why? The speaker was none other than Long Muyang, the head of the Qinglong Martial Academy. Quite simply, because I am the 6-tailed blue fox. Qin Xiong chuckled lightly, and 6 azure tails instantly manifested behind her. You, Qin Xiong. You are one of the 13 leaders of savage beasts, the six-tailed blue fox. Long Muyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 73, Savage Beasts Attack. In the next moment, Tung Feng appeared beside Long Muyang. By now, Tung Feng had deduced the answer. The arrival of the leaders of the 13 savage beasts must be your doing, wasn't it? Tung Feng inquired coolly. Tung Feng was referring to the issue of the teleportation array and the current array. Bloodhand Tung Feng, not only are you ruthless, but you are also quite astute. Now, can you guess my purpose in doing this? If you guess correctly, I will reveal a secret, Qing Qiong said with a teasing smile. Tung Feng's expression darkened, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Hey, old Hang, what use are the broken arrays of the 4 and 5 directions? Diaomin approached Hang Zhan, who wore a grim expression. Hang Zhan, taken aback by the question, turned to Diaomin. Diaomin, don't you feel anything? Now it was Diaomin's turn to be stunned. What do you mean? What was old Hang implying? He felt nothing at all. Diaomin inspected again, but shook his head. No. Hang Zhan, skeptical, pressed further. Really nothing? Truly nothing. What a freak. Diaomin exploded upon hearing this. Hey, old Hang, that is a personal attack. Hang Zhan rolled his eyes, ignoring Diaomin, and continued gazing upward, explaining, the blue light array is specifically designed by savage beasts for the higher echelons of the human race. It is divided into 4 directions. 5 directions, 6 directions, and 8 directions blue light arrays. The blue light array requires at least 7th-tier savage beasts to establish. Furthermore, the array's rank and the number of beasts involved in its formation determine its power. Diaomin nodded, intrigued. How does it differ? The power of the blue light array boils down to 2 points, suppression and enhancement. It suppresses human bloodlines. The 4 directions blue light array can suppress all human bloodlines for 1 hour. Within these 3 hours, the bloodline levels of all humans will drop by a significant tier. The 5 directions blue light array can suppress human bloodlines for 3 hours. The 6 directions blue light array is even more terrifying, capable of suppressing human bloodlines for 6 hours. The 8 directions blue light array can suppress for an entire day. Diaomin quickly grasped the implications. And then, the enhancement aspect is irrelevant to humans. Aside from the array's creators, all other savage beasts within the array can enhance their strength by 1 tier. This reduction and increase lead to a 2-fold disparity. Diaomin couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying nature of this array. Old Hang, what is your current strength? Hang Zhan replied grimly. My level has been suppressed to the 3rd tier, perfection. It is presumed that Lord Tungfeng's prowess is currently constrained, which explains his reluctance to engage hastily. The cunning citizen nodded and continued to inquire. Is that so? Is there any means to break the constraint? I do not know. What nonsense is this? How can you not know such a crucial matter? Hang Zhan, in an instant, was beside himself with frustration. I am not an encyclopedia. How could I possibly know everything while enduring your insolence? Cursing under his breath, he fell silent, fixated on the sky, awaiting the outcome of the confrontation. Their level of strength was far too inadequate to partake in such a significant conflict. Observing Hang Zhan's silence, the cunning citizen's expression turned grave as he gazed at the figures confronting one another in the air. At this moment, Tungfeng, as Hang Zhan had mentioned, had his rank suppressed to the 7th tier. Furthermore, his inaction against Qing Qiong stemmed from the understanding that as long as the formation remained intact, the one who said it could not be harmed. He was also contemplating ways to buy time. You, a distinguished 6-tailed azure fox, have been an undercover agent in the Federation for so long. Your schemes must surely be of considerable magnitude? Could it be? Tungfeng suddenly scanned the surroundings and the extent of the formation's coverage, a frenzied thought surging through his mind. Are you intending to strike at the next generation of humanity? Tungfeng's countenance darkened ominously. Damn it. Only such a motive could compel a 6-tailed azure fox to act. This is an attempt to sever the roots of humanity. Below them stood the very future of the Federation, the backbone that would oppose the ferocious beasts. Clap, clap, clap. Correct. You are right. Alas, there is no prize. Qing Qiong remarked with a beaming expression, applauding. As I mentioned earlier, if you guessed correctly, I would grant you a secret. Now, I shall disclose it. There are numerous individuals of mine hidden within this arena. What? The faces of Tungfeng and Long Muyang shifted dramatically. Just as they were about to speak, a gasp resonated from below. Ferocious beasts, ferocious beasts. Here as well. Dressed in black, a gray-robed hall master, and a white-clad steward. We are doomed. How can we continue to play this game? It's over. We are surrounded. Tungfeng and Long Muyang abruptly cast their gazes downward, witnessing a cluster of ferocious beasts at each corner of the formation. Leading the pack was a white-clad steward, transformed from a 7th-tier beast. Behind the steward stood a gray-robed hall master, a 6th-tier beast, followed by 5 black-clad officials, representing 5 complete 5th-tier beasts. Altogether, nearly 30 ferocious beasts had converged. Tungfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Although Qing Xiong and the 4 white-clad stewards were unable to act to maintain the formation, the remaining foes were more than sufficient to pose a significant threat. It was essential to recognize that there were still 4 Hall Masters in play, bolstered by the formation. These 4 were 7th-tier beings. In terms of strength comparison, their opponents now boasted 4 7th-tier and 26th-tier beasts, while Tungfeng's side was left with him as the sole 7th tier, with everyone else suppressed to 6th tier. The situation had escalated dramatically. Hee, Lord Tungfeng. What do you think of my little secret? Tungfeng's face turned a shade of iron as he discreetly signaled towards the direction of the podium. The military representative on the podium changed countenance upon seeing the signal. He understood Tungfeng's intent to employ the Earth Elemental Formation of the Qinglong Martial Academy. The Earth Elemental Formation, a defensive formation capable of withstanding attacks from 8th-tier beasts, lasting an hour. While its defensive capabilities were astounding, the consumption was equally staggering, requiring substantial beast crystals. Most crucially, the formation's coverage was limited to the central arena, which spanned merely 300 square meters. Although this was considerable in ordinary circumstances, given that this was an exchange competition with 150 teams plus the original personnel of the Qinglong Martial Academy, even with many teams departed, over 900 individuals still remained. How could a mere 300 square meters accommodate nearly 1,000 people? Nevertheless, Tungfeng's signal indicated a singular intention: sacrifice some to save others. As for who would be spared, that would be left to fate. Immediately, he blurred and appeared beside a group of teachers, uttering a few words before vanishing once more to another side. The first teacher to receive the notification experienced a shift in expression and hurriedly arranged for 5 participating individuals to disseminate the information. The message was succinct: stand on the central arena. Protection will be provided there. However, human nature is inherently selfish. Not everyone prioritizes the greater good. Everyone understood that the 300 square meters of the arena could not possibly accommodate such a multitude. Therefore, the more individuals knew, the slimmer their own chances became. Soon, some teachers began to entertain ulterior motives. Gradually, the military's message morphed into a second version: protection is available within 3 meters of the central arena. As time passed, a third version emerged: protection is available within 5 meters of the central arena. Thus, 3 different versions began to circulate among the various teams.